a down-and-out young man, a club on the brink of relegation. No one would think such a combination is perfect. No one cares what story will unfold here, until the arrival of that young man from China. At the end of the 2017-18 season, Li Yanqing became the head coach of Burton Albion. A dream journey began. With the ability to see player attributes, he maximized everyone's potential. The youth academy talents were rapidly growing. The disheartened veterans were rejuvenated. Chapter 1, April 2017, Old Trafford. In the second leg of the UEFA Europa League quarterfinals, Manchester United faced Anderlecht at home. On the coaching bench, "Sir, please believe me, Rojo cannot play. He is still injured. And Zlatan, his condition is also not good." Li Yanqing looked seriously at Manchester United's head coach Mourinho and said anxiously, I understand. Mourinho waved his hands repeatedly. The other side had already suggested this to him more than 5 times in the past 2 days. Facing this assistant coach he had personally promoted, he could only explain patiently. Zlatan is getting old, and Rojo is playing injured. I know all this, but we have no other choice, Li. Every game is crucial. Li Yanqing certainly understood Mourinho's predicament. After all, he was also part of the coaching staff. The higher-ups hoped they could win both the league and the Europa League this year, but they didn't consider that Manchester United was already plagued with injuries. It was already tough to maintain a single front, so they should let them rest. They can't keep playing. Chapter 2. They can't keep playing. Rashford is in good form. He can finish the game. We have to believe in them. Li Yanqing's voice suddenly echoed in Mourinho's mind, ringing again and again. He had never felt so regretful. Li Yanqing himself looked at Mourinho, but he couldn't blame himself for not saying good things. If he did, how could they win if he didn't believe it? Manchester United smoothly entered the semi-finals of the Europa League, but the entire coaching staff, including the players, could not be happy. All the Premier League media were hyping up that Manchester United would struggle to win a match in the future. The main reason was that the absolute core of this half-season, Ibrahimovic, was seriously injured. He wouldn't be able to play for at least a year. Mourinho held meetings with his assistant coaches in the tactical room for 2 consecutive days. They were researching how to achieve their goal of winning both titles after losing Ibrahimovic. Li Yanqing could clearly feel that Mourinho was starting to frequently ask for his opinions. His level of importance had significantly increased. But to be honest, Li Yanqing felt this was an impossible task. In terms of talent, this group of Manchester United players was excellent. Chapter 3. Woodward was completely enraged. In his years as CEO, fans had always lectured him. This made him particularly sensitive to the term shame pillar. The finance department paid Li Yanqing's salary within 2 hours and indicated he should leave quickly. It seemed Woodward had notified everyone. Old Trafford no longer welcomed him. Li, I'm sorry, you were mostly fired because of me. Mourinho personally saw Li Yanqing off. Although he felt angry about this matter, he couldn't change anything. It's okay, sir, I've learned enough. I feel very good right now. Li Yanqing smiled and nodded. He had no regrets about leaving. After learning from Mourinho for so long, along with his special abilities, he was confident he could become an excellent head coach. What he lacked was just an opportunity. Compared to him, Mourinho, who stayed behind, had it much harder. If you don't mind, I want to... Mourinho's words were interrupted by a voice from a distance. Hey guys, why are you all standing at the door? A tall figure in a wheelchair waved at them from not far away. Chapter 4. Burton Albion's home ground, the Pirelli Stadium. Located in the town of Burton on the banks of the River Trent. Li Yanqing hurriedly arrived here just before the match started. On the way, he had come to understand how critical the situation was. In the championship, after 40 rounds, they had only won 1, drawn 7, and accumulated 10 points, sitting at the bottom. The only good news was that their relegation rivals, Barnsley and Blackburn, were also in terrible shape, with 16 and 20 points respectively. Their opponent for this match, Newcastle United, was currently at the top of the championship, tied on points with second-placed Aston Villa, only separated by goal difference. One could imagine this would be a one-sided massacre. Even the home fan stands were sparsely filled. No one wanted to watch their team get trampled by other clubs. This was a rare sight in the football-loving British Isles. However, this did not mean Li Yanqing's attendance was meaningless. In his view, a head coach is like a doctor, and the job is to solve all the ailments. The first step is to find out the cause of the problems. The match began. He took out the notebook he always carried and recorded the attribute panels of every player from Burton Albion who was on the field. Chapter 5. Chris, a native of Burton. Li Yanqing didn't go directly to find him, but arranged to meet at a small pub after getting his phone number. It would be rude to interrupt the other person's work directly, and it wouldn't be a smart move for Li Yanqing either. The head coach position is a complex job. Merely formulating tactics isn't enough. The club has many problems right now, including lack of strength, low morale, and disunity among players. He knows his disadvantages all too well. He is simply too young. He is not even older than some of those players. So who would be willing to listen to him? This assistant coach will be a very important helper. To be honest, I was quite surprised. In the evening, Chris arrived as promised. He didn't expect the new head coach to be such a person. Li Yanqing was used to it, whether it was Ibrahimovic, Robinson, or Chris in front of him. They all had the same reaction. Perhaps only Mourinho genuinely believed he could succeed. There is nothing surprising. Chris, you will gradually get to know me. All right. What plans do you have? I will assist you. What Li Yanqing didn't expect was that Chris had no resistance towards him, who was there to take his position. Chapter 6. 2 days later, Burton Albion played away against Brentford. There wasn't much to say about the training over the past 2 days. It was a sight to behold. There were no clues regarding Quinn's attributes either. Let's just assume it's a growth-type attribute for young players. Lee, is it really okay not to make any changes? Chris was a bit worried. This Chinese guy talks a big game, but after he arrived, he only punished important players in the team and didn't do anything else. It's fine. Transformation takes time. Li Yanqing appeared calm. There are 7 matches left in the season. To escape the relegation zone, they need to earn at least 11 points. Assuming the opponents do not earn any points. This means they need to win at least 4 of the remaining matches to have a chance of survival. Even though the situation is critical, the most important thing is still the players. If they remain in a terrible state forever, no coach could lead them to victory. What they lack is a shot of excitement. The match began. In terms of lineup, Li Yanqing made no changes and continued with the previous approach. The only difference was that the attacking core position was given to veteran Williamson. Chapter 7. At the start of the second half, Li Yanqing immediately used all 3 substitution slots. He substituted veteran Williamson and 2 other midfielders, bringing on 3 young players promoted from the youth team. At the same time, the entire formation was retracted. Only the tall striker O'Grady, who stands at 1.9 meters, remained up front. Li Yanqing's tactic was simple. If there is no core in the middle, then don't go through the middle. Instead, let 3 players who can run disrupt the opponent's attack. As for their own attack, they would use Jamie Ward, who has the wing speedster attribute, to work with the tall striker and play low crosses. The opposing defenders are not taller than 1.9 meters, so this will be very useful. The Burton players, who were just scolded awake by Li Yanqing during halftime, came out strong and went all out against the opponents. Brentford's players clearly did not react in time and were caught off guard right from start, giving Burton a great header opportunity. Unfortunately, O'Grady was not lucky and failed to connect with the ball. Good. Keep playing like this. Li Yanqing was not discouraged by the missed opportunity. Instead, he shouted from the sidelines to encourage the players. It felt like a long-lost sensation. Chapter 8. Cloud-piercing arrow is a skill represented by long-range shots in the middle, with representatives like Coutinho and De Bruyne among midfield masters. It is considered a relatively rare skill attribute. For instance, players like Mata and Herrera from Manchester United do not possess it. Quinn having this attribute also proves his potential to become a top attacking midfielder. However, encountering multiple attributes suddenly was a first for Li Yanqing. Could it be because of enlightened player? Not some ability of enlightenment, but attributes. Moreover, after the new attributes appeared, the original enlightened player did not disappear. This means he needs to discover more young players with this attribute. They are all treasures. After Quinn scored, less than a minute later, the final whistle blew, and the match ended. The Burton players were exceptionally excited. The last time they won was at the beginning of the league. Almost a whole year had passed. Li Yanqing felt that the way these players looked at him was almost different. However, he was also very excited. The original plan was to help the players regain their confidence in 1 to 2 matches. He would be very satisfied if this match ended in a draw. Chapter 9. Murphy was promoted to the first team by Li Yanqing to be used as the main striker. The tall O'Grady is good, but he is not suitable for starting because, aside from heading, he is practically useless. He is more suitable as a substitute surprise player. As for the team's original starting striker, Biven, he is already 32 years old, and his strength has declined significantly. Li Yanqing plans to discard him. Soon, the time came for the next match day. Burton Albion hosted Birmingham City. The opponent is quite strong, a mid-table team in the championship. For Burton, it will be a tough nut to crack. Fortunately, this time the home crowd was finally not empty. During the last match, when they scored 3 goals to come from behind and win, there were not many home fans present, which made the long-awaited victory regrettable for the fans. Once the momentum turned positive, they immediately waved their flags to cheer for the home team. Li Yanqing, the new head coach, also appeared in front of the fans for the first time. As he passed through the player tunnel, the fans gave him a very warm applause. Clearly, after learning about the home team's victory, they had all gone to watch the replay and knew that the team had hired a temporary coach. Chapter 10. Whoa, Burton, our captain, the brightest star by the Trent River. Whoa, compared to the Burton players, the fans were obviously more excited. They sang the team song they had composed, turning the entire stand into a rolling sea of yellow. What could be more thrilling than watching the home team achieve victory? Lee, keep winning. Burton's will believes in you. Celebration. There will be a celebration tonight. In the seating area closest to the field, a middle-aged man with a beer belly and blonde hair crushed an African of beer, spilling it into the air. Hey, the players have to undergo urine tests after the game. Damn it. Li Yanqing was somewhat surprised by this scene. Is this what the legendary British football fanatics are like? At least he hadn't seen much of it during his time at Manchester United. Lee, it's okay. Chris stepped forward to stop Li Yanqing, who was ready to argue with that fat guy. He is Will, the leader of the Burton Club fan group. I haven't seen him this excited in a long time. Let him continue. We'll let the players walk in from another side. Chapter 11, Training Ground. Li Yanqing sat in the stands, squinting at the players who were training. His expression was serious. The conversation with Kevin left him feeling quite unhappy. At the beginning, he wasn't the head coach at Manchester United. Mourinho didn't listen to his suggestions, which he could understand. Now that he had become the head coach, he still wasn't in a position to have the final say. This made him feel quite frustrated. Boss, you don't seem very happy? I have something to tell you. At some point, Quinn slipped out of the training ground. Li Yanqing looked at the earnest-faced kid and helplessly covered his face. His hesitant expression definitely indicated something bad. If he knew he wasn't happy, he shouldn't say anything. Can't we change the timing? Go ahead, I'm listening. Taking a few deep breaths, he still forced himself to perk up. Quinn remained silent for a while before saying a few words that almost made Li Yanqing explode with rage. I'm afraid I can't continue playing, boss. Mom said I should go find a job at the docks. It pays better than my current salary. What? Li Yanqing could hardly believe his ears. Can't continue playing? Chapter 12. You can go back to the second team, Paymo. As long as I'm here, I want to use you. Either you wait for me to leave, and then you drop back to League 2, or after we secure our place, I'll sell you. Li Yanqing's tough stance surprised everyone. A temporary head coach actually dared to disregard Kevin. Chris initially thought about stepping in to advise, but then he realized this might be a good thing. The reason he failed when he led the team was precisely because he was too soft, right? Are you serious? Paymo might have encountered a head coach like Li Yanqing for the first time, looking completely incredulous. He dared to disregard the team manager, even though his position was still unstable. Do I look like I'm joking? If they have objections, they can dismiss me anytime. After all, I'm just a temporary coach. In a fit of anger, Li Yanqing decided to let it all go, especially since he had already retained Chaudhary and had given Kevin an explanation. As for Paymo, regardless of what the other party thought, he could not be kept. He severely affected the unity of the locker room, and no head coach would like a player like that. Actually, such issues should be handled by Blayford. Chapter 13. When Quinn saw the substitution board go up, he felt a jolt in his heart. What? Sub him out? But it's still early. Even if he wasn't performing well, it shouldn't be time for him to come off. Unless he couldn't continue or had lost the club's trust, such a situation wouldn't arise. Since Li Yanqing hadn't had the chance to give him a new contract, it naturally led him to think of the second possibility. Was the club planning to discard him? He lowered his head and jogged off the field, not even daring to look at Li Yanqing. However, the latter immediately patted his shoulder with a smile and said, "Take a rest for now. I have good news for you later." Good news? This action quickly reassured Quinn, though he was also puzzled. If there was good news, then why was he being substituted? Li Yanqing didn't explain, but continued to direct the game. Unsurprisingly, they ended up losing. In the second half, they substituted in Jamie and O'Grady, but still couldn't turn the situation around, even conceding another goal due to an overly aggressive counterattack. The person who looked the angriest about this was Kevin. Lee, what are you doing? Chapter 14. Unlike Murphy, who had basically secured his starting position, Quinn was still lacking a bit. Although he had the boost from Flash of Inspiration and Arrow through the Clouds, both of these effects only increased the ceiling. The Real foundation of strength was still determined by technical traits, like Murphy's agile striker. Li Yanqing's current plan was to give Quinn as many opportunities as possible while ensuring relegation. Once he perfected his technical traits, He could completely hand over the central role to him. On the next match day, Burton Albion played against Cardiff City at home. The result was a 1-1 draw. Murphy delivered a solid performance in this match, scoring the only goal for his side. The midfield pairing of Quinn and Williamson didn't cause any issues either. Li Yanqing was fairly satisfied with this. They were now just 4 points away, due to relegation rivals Blackburn losing consecutively and the goal difference. They only needed a win and a draw in their remaining 3 matches to secure safety. The last match was a direct relegation battle against Blackburn. Chapter 15. The opposing coach's suspicion fell into Li Yanqing's eyes, causing a smile to involuntarily appear on his lips. Good, this is the feeling I want. As long as the opponent gets flustered, they have a chance to win. Did he have any other tricks? What tricks could he have? At that moment, his palms were already sweaty. Everyone was already on the field, and everyone was in decent shape. All he could do was pretend to be calm. Chris could be chaotic, and the players could be chaotic, but he couldn't. He was the head coach, the soul of the team, and everyone was watching him. Di Matteo clearly didn't understand this principle. At this point, he had already brought out a tactical board, carefully analyzing the tactics that the opponent might employ, forming a stark contrast to the confident Li Yanqing standing on the sidelines. Boss, you look really cool in that pose. Jamie, closest to him, gave his head coach a thumbs up. Although this wouldn't affect the opponent, it indeed eased the tension for his own team. Play well. If you don't score in this match, those young guys will look down on you. Since Li Yanqing took over as head coach, Jamie hasn't scored a goal. Chapter 16. At this moment, in a private box, the owner of Burton, Robinson, who had returned to the club at some point, was sitting here. On the other side was the team manager, Kevin. Good. At the moment Murphy scored, Robinson excitedly pumped his fists a few times. However, this made Kevin, who was next to him, feel a bit awkward. Kevin, it seems the situation is not as you said. Lee's doing quite well. If we can win against Villa in this match, this kid might really lead the team to stay up. In Robinson's eyes, winning this match is basically no different from successfully avoiding relegation. If we can beat Aston Villa, why would we be afraid of Blackburn? The match is only 20 minutes in, sir. Villa is not that easy to deal with. Kevin is not very knowledgeable about the game, but he knows the match is not over yet. Regarding your previous thoughts, I think this Huaxia kid is far from it. Pamo was forced to leave, and Chowdhury has basically been sidelined. Our financial losses are significant. In response, Robinson frowned. His previous thought was to prepare a formal contract for Li Yanqing, regardless of whether they succeed in avoiding relegation this season. Chapter 17. The match was won. In the second half, Aston Villa, playing with one less man, conceded another goal and ultimately lost 0-3 to Burton. Di Matteo candidly admitted his defeat in the post-match interview. Burton took the lead, then executed a brilliant counterattack, forcing their opponents to commit fouls. In the end, the undermanned Villa team collapsed. This made Li Yanqing, who usually doesn't appear in the media, a hot topic for interviews. The young Huaxia coach leading a promoted team to defeat a strong opponent and narrowly avoiding relegation has already spread. However, Li Yanqing declined all media invitations, and even the post-match interview was attended by Chris on his behalf. He immediately went to the hospital where Murphy was. He was injured badly and would be unable to play for at least 2 months. But we are lucky. There is only 1 match left this season. Lee, you can still win without Murphy. The attending doctor's words left Li Yanqing a bit stunned. With that tone, one would think it was Burton's team doctor talking to him. I am Strange, the surgeon here, and also a member of the fan club. Chapter 18. It must be said that Kevin and Pamo's actions were indeed a bit disgusting. They made Li Yanqing and Chris completely out of form during training. They had no experience with such matters. Going directly to Robinson would surely be useless. He would definitely defend Kevin. They had been cooperating for some years, and their status was not something these coaches and players could compare to. Li Yanqing originally planned to ask Mourinho if he had any good ideas, but then he thought it seemed the other party wasn't good at this either. If his emotional intelligence were a bit higher, the Manchester United higher-ups wouldn't treat all his suggestions as air. Huh, Chris, weren't the media not allowed in during training? On the sidelines, a blonde female reporter wearing a black mask and carrying a camera appeared. Logically, she shouldn't be able to come in. That's Maggie, a reporter from the Burton newspaper. She has our exclusive interview rights, and the club is always open to her. It's just that she hasn't been here for a while. However, if you don't want outsiders around, you can ask her to leave at any time. Chris clearly knew her well, recognized her at a glance, but seeing her seemed to make his mood worse. Chapter 19. In the final round of the 17-18 season, Burton faced Blackburn away. Will Put the beer away. This is their home ground. I don't know if you get kicked out. The scandal involving Li Yanqing and Pamo was all over the place, but it seemed to have no effect on him, as he was still shouting at the stands. Don't worry, Li. I won't spill it everywhere. I want that traitor to see our strength. Will knew the truth, so he looked like he was enjoying the show. The beer he brought this time was mainly aimed at Pamo and Kevin, not intending to harm the players. Meanwhile, Pamo, wearing a black hat, was hiding in a corner of the coaching bench. Faced with the shouts of traitor, he remained indifferent. The only thing that made him a bit tense was the sudden scandal that exploded yesterday. What nonsense is that? He wanted to explain, but unfortunately, Blackburn didn't trust him either. In the end, not only did he gain the label of a traitor, but he also couldn't continue with the tasks Kevin assigned him. He looked darkly at the Burton coaching bench, knowing that all this was still related to Li Yanqing. Chapter 20, in the 18th minute of the match. Blackburn conceded a goal to Burton. In such an important match, conceding a goal in such a ridiculous manner was hard for the home fans to accept. Fans who had been losing all season and had no outlet for their frustration directed their anger at the unfortunate goalkeeper. What's going on? The match isn't paused. And the goalkeeper just went to drink water? He is not guarding the goal. What kind of goalkeeper is that? This kid won TB bribe like that, Pamo. Will he? Waves of curses forced the opposing coach to personally come out to calm the fans. The mentality of his own players was already not very good, and they were mostly playing through sheer will in this match. If they were to be berated by their own fans at home, that would truly be a big joke. Stop laughing and focus on the game. The opposing team has already proven with facts that the focus must be on the pitch. Li Yanqing shouted to his players. How could they get distracted during the match? But in fact, he himself had laughed for a good while. This scene was indeed too reminiscent of the famous moment when the Huaxia goalkeeper drank water years ago. If memory serves, the water brother ended up costing the whole team and was fined quite a bit. Chapter 21, when the second half of the match began. Chris had returned to the box again. However, when he heard the topic of conversation between Kevin and Robinson, he immediately became furious. The choice for next season's head coach? It's uncertain whether they can avoid relegation, and they're already thinking about abandoning ship. The match isn't over yet. Gentlemen, we can wait until tomorrow to consider this issue. Chris couldn't hold back for the first time and directly interrupted their conversation. Kevin looked at Chris and explained with a light smile. No, Chris, Lee has already been involved in such a scandal, making him unsuitable to be the head coach. Regardless of whether he can successfully avoid relegation, he won't be able to continue. The game is at a stalemate, which seems very unfavorable for Burton. Now is a good opportunity. He doesn't plan to keep up the act any longer and must get Li Yanqing out no matter what. Robinson is nodding beside him. That's right. I can't tolerate anyone infringing on the club's interests. We already have a few candidates, and Lee is not that kind of person. Chris, feeling somewhat anxious, shouted despite Robinson's increasingly unpleasant expression. How could he possibly collude with Pamo when their relationship is so strained? Chapter 22, Countdown. 3:21 as the ball flew out of bounds. The referee finally blew the final whistle. Burton Albion for Blackburn. They completed the final match of relegation with a great victory. Will still didn't keep his word. The first to crush the beer can in his hand, he excitedly started to spray it everywhere. Soon, all the Burton fans mimicked this action. This sparsely populated little town has the best brewery on the entire British Peninsula, and they believe they will have a great club. The players were running wildly on the field, celebrating passionately. Li Yanqing finally showed a smile and joined the cheering crowd. The greater the advantage, the more nervous he became. But now it was finally settled. They won. He did not disappoint Mourinho's trust, nor did he let down Robinson, Chris, and the players' confidence. I wonder what kind of expression that scheming Woodward will have when he hears this news. He drove himself out of Manchester United and turned around to lead a weak team to avoid relegation. It seems he has forced Li Yanqing to grow up. Chapter 23. Back at the temporary rented house, Li Yanqing did not forget to call Mourinho. For Manchester United, this season has also come to an end. They failed to snatch the league title from Manchester City, but under Mourinho's efforts, they still won the Europa League. However, his personal situation is not good. Although they achieved the best results for Manchester United since Ferguson's retirement, Woodward is still very dissatisfied with the club's performance. He feels that this result does not justify his investment, and their relationship is close to breaking down. I heard about your situation. The media has been buzzing about you these days. This is not a good thing. Robinson has already talked to me. You may not continue next season, but still, I have to say, well done, Lee. That was a great performance. Mourinho certainly knows about the media reports. In fact, he is quite grateful to Li Yanqing. What he did even overshadowed the turmoil between him and Woodward. Li Yanqing also learned for the first time about Robinson's attitude towards him. Regardless of the results, it seems he has already been deemed as the kind of person who stirs up trouble. Chapter 24. Li Yanqing has been here for a month. After getting rid of those troublesome players, the team has actually started to get back on track, with Jamie, Blytheford, and O'Grady all in their prime. As well as the rapidly growing Murphy and Quinn, the team has a solid framework. If there is still time, he is absolutely confident that he can lead the team to the Premier League within 2 years. But he also knows that it is very likely he will not stay. The media has already been buzzing about his relationship with Kevin. Li Yanqing has successfully crafted an image of a coach who was wrongfully accused but diligently led the team to complete the miracle of avoiding relegation. On the other hand, Kevin has faced countless criticisms from netizens. However, the enthusiasm and radicalism of British fans have not stopped there. They have now directed their anger towards the club and Robinson himself. This is very bad. From Robinson's perspective, Li Yanqing has completely shown him no respect. Even if Kevin betrayed the team, it should normally be handled by him as the chairman. Handling issues with the media without considering whether the club's reputation might be harmed is unacceptable. Chapter 25. Chris no longer beat around the bush with Li Yanqing. Perhaps he was once again shocked by such bravado, but for some reason, this time he inexplicably felt that the other party really had the ability to achieve it. After helping Burton avoid relegation, he has come to admire this young man from Huaxia to the extreme. So after discussing the lineup issue, he immediately told him Robinson's real intention. If this drags on, the other side might really look for another job. You mean, next season, I will still be the head coach of Burton? Li Yanqing looked puzzled. If they decided to keep him, why create such a fuss? Li, Pamo, and Chaudhry both have quite a few contracts. There's a reason Kevin insists on playing them. Currently, most of the club's income comes from them. Since you don't like using them, both the chairman and I believe that their influence at the club should be completely dealt with. Chris gently patted the incredulous Li Yanqing on the shoulder. In any case, just wait for the official appointment next season. Before that, we will clean up all the club's issues, but there probably won't be much left in the transfer budget. Chapter 26. Don't worry, it's been 10 years. That kind of self-important person wouldn't care about someone as small as me. Li Yanqing smiled slightly. After so long, the other party might not even remember him. His purpose for coming back this time is still to take the opportunity to scout some good talents. What have you turned into? Coach Wang looked at this player, who was once considered the best under his wing, with some regret. If he had continued playing back then, he would at least be a pillar of a national team now, right? By the way, why are you back? You can't be having trouble abroad and want to come back for a meal, right? I don't have that kind of capability. Don't worry. I want to make it difficult for you. Li Yanqing shook his head and finally turned his gaze to the training ground. Coach Wang didn't know about his situation, and he had no intention of elaborating. After all, he had grievances here. If they knew he was now a coach, it would be even less likely for him to be let in later. The little guys here might not all have the opportunity, but they are regarded as the property of the training camp. If they knew his intentions, wouldn't the boss, Chun, go crazy? However, Li Yanqing was somewhat disappointed. The situation was not comparable to that year. Chapter 27. After getting their contact information, Li Yanqing left first. If we directly poach players here, they might be afraid they won't be able to walk out of the youth training camp's door. The two little guys were very alert and suspected it was a scam after receiving the call, but they became excited immediately after verifying some news from abroad. Isn't it much better to play in the championship than to stay here and slowly waste away? The few of them agreed to meet at a restaurant. And the moment they saw Li Yanqing, Sun Yin immediately jumped up. It's really you, Coach Li Yanqing. You helped Burton Albion go from last place to secure their position in the last month. This experience may not be top-notch abroad, but which coach has achieved such an accomplishment in the country? Even those coaching abroad are few and far between. Of course, it's me. This has been proven. Li Yanqing assessed the two kids for a while. Not bad. Their physical qualities look good. But the two little guys didn't come alone. Behind them was a girl wearing a sun hat and sunglasses. Are you their guardian? Not exactly a guardian. I'm Sun Yan's cousin and a host on the football channel. Chapter 28. Chris's efficiency is high. News came in just 3 days. The negotiation failed. The transfer fee demanded by the other party exceeded 200,000. What were they thinking? This transfer fee is even more expensive than the buyout clause. Just pay the buyout clause and terminate their contracts. Li Yanqing cursed as he hung up the phone. Is there any business done this way? It's simply a scam. On the other side, at the youth training base, Chun-Yi was happily patting Coach Wang's shoulder. Things are going well. Even championship teams have made offers for those two kids. Now we don't need to promote them. They won't worry about being unsold. Coach Wang smiled, but was secretly skeptical. What operation? If he had that capability, why would he still be hanging around the youth training base? It's likely that the other party's scouts visited secretly. However, he was also very happy that those two kids could be sold. It's better than wasting away here. The other party is willing to offer 50,000, which is actually an acceptable price, but it's not. Wake up, is that just about 50,000? Chun-Yi shot a glance at Coach Wang with an expression of disappointment. If they're willing to offer 50,000, how much do you think domestic clubs would offer? Chapter 29. In the last few weeks, Yanqing visited most of the youth training camps of championship clubs, unable to scout good talents from the Premier League, and they may not be willing to come anyway. He could only settle for second best. What he didn't expect was that good talents in the championship were also hard to find. Each price was absurdly high. This was mainly due to Paris Saint-Germain's recent outrageous operations. Ever since they bought the genius player Kylian Mbappé for an astronomical $180 million, they also spent $220 million to directly pay the buyout clause to poach superstar Neymar from Barcelona. As a result, player prices have risen again. Youth training players at the level of Quinn have already exceeded 200,000. Players like Murphy, who can directly serve as starters in the second-tier events, have even reached 500,000. This price could even sign some decent veterans. In the end, Yanqing returned empty-handed. On the club side, Robinson and Chris had cleaned up all business contracts that could drag the club down. They officially announced that Yanqing would continue to serve as the head coach of Burton. However, due to the club's financial issues, both sides would continue to sign a temporary one-year contract. Chapter 30. After the negotiation with Raiola fell through, Yanqing immediately informed Robinson. Most clubs prefer to avoid this vampire. Who knows if they might accidentally fall into his trap? Only those deep-rooted big clubs have the confidence to cooperate with him normally. Well done, Lee. I'll keep an eye on it, so don't worry. As long as I'm here, the club's shares can't be handed over to anyone else. Robinson's response reassured Yanqing. If he wants to turn Burton into a super club like Real Madrid, having too many decision-makers is not a good thing. But soon, Yanqing pushed these troubles to the back of his mind. After all, he was just the head coach, not the club president. He couldn't make those decisions. It was more important to think about how to strengthen the squad. Sorry, I didn't expect him. Mourinho called as soon as he heard the news. He was also very angry about Raiola's actions. Raiola can't solve your problems, but I might give you a direction. Have you heard of Nasri? Samir Nasri, of course. Yanqing had heard of him, the once genius attacking midfielder, known as one of the four little swans along with Benzema, Menez, and Ben Arfa. Chapter 31. On June 19th, Burton had its first preseason friendly match. Nasri had confirmed his loan to the team and had completed his physical examination. But he would not attend the friendly match for now. He was overweight by 10 kilograms, so his task this month was just to lose weight. Yanqing had already told him that if he didn't meet the weight requirement, he would be stuck on the bench. Even if he spent the club's budget, it would be the same. Nasri had no objections to this and spent his days sweating in the gym. As for the other players, there aren't too many forwards in the first team, but Murphy had returned from injury and was barely enough if he stayed fit. The quality of the defenders was mostly poor, so in a fit of anger, Yanqing promoted two young guys from the youth team to play as wingbacks. After all, they were all inexperienced, so it was better to use more young players and pray that they might suddenly awaken one day. The most worrying part was still the midfield. Veteran Williamson left the team, and Nasri couldn't play for now, leaving only Quinn as the remaining attacking midfielder. Yanqing's solution was to change the team to play 4-2-3-1, and if Quinn couldn't play, switch to a 4-5-1 formation. Chapter 32. In the first match of the new season, Burton faced their old rivals Aston Villa away. As one of the top teams in the championship, they unexpectedly lost to Burton last season, which caused them to ultimately fail in their promotion to the Premier League. Head coach Di Matteo was also dismissed because of this. This left their players and fans with a lot of pent-up frustration. Yanqing's lineup was 4-2-3-1, with Blythe Ford and Tur leading the defense. And the defensive midfielders and wingbacks were all young trainees. Quinn played in the center, with Miller and Son Yen on the left and right flanks, and Murphy as the lone striker. Jamie and O'Grady stayed on the bench. All the young players were on the field. These guys would be his absolute mainstays within 6 months. As for Nasri, he has not yet completed his task, and it is quite difficult to counteract the negative effects of the entry with sheer willpower. Li Yanqing has already given up on this match. Winning would be very difficult, so it is better to focus on training. If they can come away with a point, that would be a pleasant surprise. At the beginning of the match, the defensively minded Burton team was pressed into their penalty area by the opponents. However, they performed quite well, with Captain Blayford setting a good example. The defense was quite solid, having dealt with several crises already. In Chapter 33, Nasri was able to play normally, and Li Yanqing adjusted the formation from a 4-2-3-1 defensive setup to a 4-1-2-3 attacking formation. This variant of a 4-3-3 formation was actually more familiar to the Burton team. The difference from before was that one defensive midfielder was removed to allow Nasri to act as the midfield core, with Quinn assisting him. Based on the performance and training over the past few days, Nasri had already won over the entire team, including Li Yanqing and Chris. After all, he was once a core player of a top club. Even if he hasn't regained his form now, his level still stands out in the championship. Quinn, make sure to observe how Nasri plays and consult him more during your free time. Li Yanqing hoped Quinn could learn as much as possible from Nasri, as the latter was already 30 years old and affected by negative traits. It was uncertain how long he could maintain a high level. Of course, it was also uncertain how long he could stay with the Burton team. The future still belonged to Quinn. On August 25th, match day, Burton Albion faced Queen's Park Rangers at home. This time, the coaching staff finally included more than just Li Yanqing and Chris. Chung Mingming successfully obtained a work permit and became a member of the Burton coaching team. In Chapter 34, with 2 goals and 1 assist, Nasri's debut in the championship was so impressive that it changed the tone of the media, who had previously claimed that Burton was not good enough. They acknowledged that Nasri had significantly improved the strength of the team and suggested a strategy to heavily mark the central area, believing that as long as they focused on Nasri, the other players of Burton would pose no threat. By now, Li Yanqing was certain that this was all orchestrated by Raiola. Among those who had grievances with him, only Raiola had the power to influence the media continuously. However, there was nothing to fear, as the charm of football lies in its ability to ignore most external factors. Winning the match was the most important thing. Their next opponent, Leeds United, proved with their actions that even if the media suggestions were professional, they still needed to consider their own circumstances. The opponent used 3 players to specifically mark Nasri. The latter never imagined he would receive such treatment. After all, such marking was more suitable for players like Messi or Neymar. This made Murphy and Jamie, who had been suppressed for a long time, very happy. In the end, both scored a goal, and Burton won 2-0, achieving consecutive victories. In Chapter 35, the day after the match, Li Yanqing received an unexpected phone call. Chen Yi, the owner of a youth training base in China, was the culprit behind the forced end of his player career. He had just taken away 2 promising players, Sun Yin and Li Yichuan, from the other side. It seemed the other party had finally seen the news and realized he was the one who took those 2 kids. In fact, not many people in China knew about Li Yanqing, but Sun Yan's appearances in the championship had gained quite a bit of attention. Consequently, he also became popular in China, and the matter of poaching players could not be hidden. Honestly, I was a bit surprised that you could become a coach in the championship. A miracle of relegation, right? It looks good. But the current situation of Burton seems quite difficult. After all, you never play by the rules. Chen Yi's words instinctively annoyed Li Yanqing, as he spoke as if the club's financial crisis was entirely his fault. Not only was he throwing around accusations, but he also liked to take the initiative. I do follow the rules. I just don't accept underhanded tactics. Also, Burton's situation is not bad right now. If you want to continue with this foolish rhetoric, I'm busy and don't have time to chat. In Chapter 36, according to the investigation team's indications, Chen Yi had likely fled to the UK with the funds. As for Coach Wang, his whereabouts were unknown. Li Yanqing frowned, as the situation was somewhat beyond his expectations. If Chris's personality could be described as that of a nice guy, Coach Wang was even more so, having worked in that field for 20 years. It would not be an exaggeration to say he had endured a lot. How could there be a conflict between the 2 sides? What exactly did Chen Yi do to push that honest man, Coach Wang, to the edge? Just as Li Yanqing was puzzled, Chris brought him more news. Paymo and Chaudhary, who were kicked out of Burton, officially joined Huddersfield Town. The latter signed over 7 new players through free transfers. Among this list, apart from Pamo and Chaudhary, Li Yanqing had seen the names of 4 others. They were all names provided to him by Raiola that day. Additionally, a heavyweight star joined, a forward who had previously played for La Liga's Real Betis, Ruben Castro. Although he was already 35 years old, he still dominated in the championship. He was definitely a signing that matched Nasri's caliber. In Chapter 37, McLaughlin, aged 29, joined Burton Albion 2 years ago. Since his arrival, he immediately took the position of starting goalkeeper. He had always been low-key in the team, but after the miracle of relegation last season, he seemed to have become a bit arrogant. His contract would expire at the end of this season, and he wanted to renew it with the club, but demanded a 100 salary increase. Perhaps due to Li Yanqing's authority in the team, he did not directly bring up the salary increase, but relayed it through Chris. Currently, his salary was 200,000 a year, and doubling it would make it 400,000. We could manage that amount, but if other players followed his lead, it would become quite difficult. Chris was actually quite willing to give him a raise, but the asking price was clearly a bit high. Li Yanqing agreed with this. Although McLaughlin had occasional impressive performances, his consistency as a goalkeeper was somewhat lacking. If it weren't for the fact that the second-choice goalkeeper was already 35 years old and the youth team's goalkeeper level was too poor, he would have replaced him long ago. Considering the season had just started, after much thought, Li Yanqing decided to offer him a new contract. In Chapter 38, the next day, the match officially began. Li Yanqing attached great importance to the upcoming match against Brighton. If they won this match, Burton could potentially rise directly to 7th place. More importantly, starting from this match, they will face several strong teams in a row. The next match is against Fulham, currently ranked 6th, followed by Swansea City, ranked 2nd, and then they will face Huddersfield, who has recently made significant signings. These matches are likely to directly determine the rankings for the first half of the season. Perhaps Chung Leming's comfort yesterday had an effect, or maybe Li Yanqing's luck has finally improved. Brighton seems to still underestimate Burton, setting up an attacking formation, which is just what Li Yanqing wants. In the 11th minute, Burton initiated the first offensive. Nasri passed the ball to Jamie on the wing, who broke through and delivered cross. And Ogilvy in the center attempted a header on goal. Unfortunately, the opposing goalkeeper was in great form, quickly reacting and smothering the ball. This brilliant save earned cheers from the crowd, and even Li Yanqing couldn't help but applaud. It was simply stunning. Chapter 39. Under the scorching sun at Burton Docks, there were people everywhere transporting goods and setting up stalls. The slightly cooler spots were packed with worn-out sleeping bags, and the air was filled with a salty, damp smell that mixed sweat and dead fish. Upon stepping into this place, Li Yanqing couldn't help but frown. It was his first time experiencing the stark poverty here. This was the place Quinn wanted him to work. Luckily, he was retained. If he had really come here, it would have been difficult to find any opportunity for advancement. While lamenting the hardships of these people's lives, he was also searching for Coach Wong's figure. The other party had taken good care of him before, and when he previously went to poach players, it was also he who facilitated things for him. Now that he had a lead on him, he had to come and look for him. Li Yanqing felt that if he didn't want to be discovered, this place was the most likely spot, as all the homeless drifters in the town would gather here. Sure enough, in a small alley around a corner, he found Coach Wong hiding there, gnawing on a dead fish. Wong, what happened? Many people are looking for you. Chapter 40. Before long, Li Yanqing carefully repackaged the letter and pressed it back under the vase. Whether it was true or not, he could find someone to investigate. But he didn't plan to use it for now. The knife that Chun Yi had given him would half fall on his shoulders. The former he could let go, considering it settled the debts he owed. However, Chun Yi would definitely not be spared. This bastard probably knew long ago that Coach Wong would hand over his leverage to others or expose it. That's why he ran away so decisively, right? Yet, he also invested in Huddersfield, a team that, like Burton, was in the championship. Isn't this just falling right into his hands? Reporting him directly to the investigation team might be useful, but as long as he doesn't show up, he can pretend nothing happened. After all, the investigation team wouldn't come to England to arrest people. There was only one way for him to vent his anger. He had to personally crush the other party's hopes. The first step was to take down Huddersfield. As long as they failed to gain promotion, Chun Yi's investments would largely go down the drain. A day later, Chris received a message from Li Yanqing and brought the Burton team players to the hospital to visit their head coach. Chapter 41. Just kidding. Seeing that Strange almost took it seriously, Li Yanqing quickly explained. He might occasionally play some dirty tricks, but those were only directed at the match itself and not aimed at the opposing players. If he really did that, what would be the difference between him and those people? However, he didn't expect Quinn to be so ruthless. That kick was clearly aimed at incapacitating Pamo. Given this kid's character, he didn't seem like someone who would do such a thing. Was it Chris who taught him a kick like that? After the little incident, the match continued. Although Pamo fell hard, he wasn't seriously hurt and quickly got back up. Quinn's kick didn't make him hold back. Instead, it made him even angrier. It was the first time Li Yanqing saw this slacking player so actively participating in the attack. He had to admit that when Pamo gave it his all, he had some skills, and Nasri and Quinn struggled to handle him. If it weren't for Jadhiri holding him back, Burton might have really had trouble getting the ball back. When it was Burton's turn to attack, Quinn also frequently received special attention from the opposition, forcing Nasri to cooperate more with Jamie on the wing. Chapter 42. Huddersfield was down a man, and it was their crucial midfield core. The opposing coach had no choice but to substitute, taking off the underperforming veteran Castro and bringing on a defensive midfielder. Their hopes of winning this match were basically shattered. Now he just hoped to take away a point, although he knew that playing defensively was essentially just waiting to lose. In the 5th minute of the second half, Ogilvy, who had just been substituted in by Chris, fully utilized his height advantage to meet Jamie's cross, scoring the first goal for Burton. This breakthrough goal completely shattered the opponent's hopes. At this moment, both the coach and the players had only one thought in their minds. It's over. They couldn't attack nor defend, and they were already trailing. How could they continue playing? In the 70th minute, after several attempts, Quinn successfully executed the cloud-piercing arrow, extending the score to 2-0. It was a revenge for Pamo hitting him once. 5 minutes later, young player Sun Yin from Huaxia finally scored his first goal since joining Burton. Since his previous stint as a fullback, he had been arranged to play in defense. Chapter 43. At the post-match press conference, Huddersfield's head coach lamented Burton's behavior. According to this coach, nothing was innocent, including the coach, players, and fans. In particular, Quinn's provocation and the conflict that erupted between the fans were directly labeled as a premeditated violent incident. They had already lodged a complaint with the FA. Whatever they say goes, Chris. I also want to complain about them. My players were verbally abused and physically attacked by their players while playing at their ground. The fans were also forced into conflict, and our fan club president is currently lying beside me. Complaint back. When Li Yanqing spoke to Chris about this matter, he was unafraid. Let them come. After all, these were all issues that couldn't be clearly defined. In the end, the FA would likely just fine both sides a bit and let it go. Apart from the additional penalty that Pamo will definitely face for physically assaulting someone, there are no other issues, just waiting for the handling results. The bad news is that after consecutive victories over Fulham and Huddersfield, Burton's momentum has slightly weakened. They lost a match 0-1 without regaining their normal game rhythm. Chapter 44. Youth Training Camp Training Ground. After the main team's friendly match ended, Li Yanqing handed over the subsequent training to Chris and brought Cheng Mengmeng here. Li, are you feeling better? I thought you were still lying in the hospital. The head coach of the youth team, Ryan, quickly spotted them and hurried over. Don't worry, I'm still in great shape. Where's Li Yichuan? I want to see how he performs. Also, are there any good prospects recently? Even if Li Yichuan performs well, he can't play this season, so coming here is just a gamble to see if there are any young talents like Quinn or Murphy. You can see for yourself. They're training right now. Talents like Murphy are hard to find, but we do have some outstanding players among our youth team. Ryan shook his head, indicating there weren't any. Even if the youth team is like leeks, you can't harvest multiple times in a year, right? As for the youth players, they worked hard as soon as they saw their head coach had arrived. It was already a consensus that Li Yanqing liked to use youth players, and this was believed by everyone, both inside the club and outside. He had been at the club for less than 6 months, but had already taken 6 players from here. Chapter 45. Since Ryan could develop Murphy and Quinn, he believed teaching Li Yichuan wouldn't be difficult either. The rest could be left to time. At most, Li Yanqing would have Cheng Mengmeng report on the training progress periodically. As for the problem of the team's defensive midfielder that troubled him, it could only wait until the first half of the season was over. He didn't have much time to stay in the youth team. Although Huddersfield suffered a crushing defeat to Burton and midfielder Pamo was temporarily suspended. Apart from the loss to Burton, their recent momentum was still strong, and they immediately won 3-0 against Nottingham Forest in the next match. Currently sitting in 10th place on the points table, their situation was quite similar to Burton's, facing mostly weak teams next. It can be imagined that they would achieve a good result this season. The media was buzzing about the two teams, and on the field, Li Yanqing also intended to make sure they wouldn't escape easily, determined to strike at them again in the second half of the season. After all, they were now in cahoots with Chun Yi and Riola. After their last encounter, they were no different from bitter rivals. The only thing that puzzled him was that although Coach Wang had previously revealed that Chun Yi had invested behind the scenes in Huddersfield, no matter how they investigated, the police had not found any information about him. Chapter 46. Buckler left first, moving quickly, as Chung Ming behind them had already turned dark. Don't get me wrong. That's not what I meant. We all recognize your work. Li Yanqing knew that Robinson might just want to tease a bit, but Buckler shouldn't have said that in front of Chung Ming. Don't worry, I won't take it to heart. Chung Ming touched her hat brim and suddenly lowered her voice. Why would I argue with an old man selling beer? However, this Mr. Buckler seemed to be in good shape. Li Yanqing and Chris both covered their faces, silently mourning for Buckler. Chung Ming usually didn't talk much, and when she did, she often appeared delicate, but that was definitely just a facade. Previously, during a tactical meeting, Li Yanqing and Chris accidentally delayed her off-work time by an hour, and when she left, she accidentally locked the tactical room door, leaving them locked in all night. Fortunately, there was no match the next day. At the beginning, Chris even suspected that Chung Ming was Li Yanqing's little girlfriend who had no skills. Chapter 47. On October 31st. In the 12th round of the championship, Burton Albion secured a 3-0 victory over Rotherham United, shaking off the gloom of their previous loss. After the match, Li Yanqing finally met the free agent Sitka. Initially, he expressed no interest when he received the trial invitation from Burton. But after Chris communicated with him for a long time, he eventually decided to come and take a look. Name: Sitka. Age: 26 years. Status: average fatigue level, 10 injury probability, 15. Attributes: interception, destructive midfielder, stubborn. This player's skills are not considered good, and can even be described as quite rough. But as a defensive midfielder, this is not a problem. He possesses the skill attribute, interception, and his technical characteristic is destructive midfielder, proving his impressive defensive capabilities. The negative attribute, stubborn, depends on the player's personality. So far, this attribute has appeared several times, and Li Yanqing feels it can help strong-willed players become even stronger. However, for most people, it is essentially an irredeemable negative effect. Chapter 48. Just after getting off the plane, Li Yanqing took a few deep breaths. The climate here is very hot, even though it is already October. He has become somewhat unaccustomed to it, and even feels that the cooler climate of the UK is more comfortable. As for sunshine, beaches, and such, he finds more joy in staying at home watching match videos. Chung Ming came along, having previously mentioned her knowledge of Latin, and this time she was here to serve as a translator. As for the team, as per custom, it was handed over to Chris. To their surprise, shortly after they got off the plane, they encountered an old acquaintance, Di Matteo, the former Aston Villa coach. However, in a crucial match at the end of last season, he lost to a struggling Burton team. In the end, they failed to get promoted to the Premier League, which cost him his job. Since then, he has been idle at home. Lee, what are you doing here? If I remember correctly, it's not yet time for the winter transfer window to open, right? The coach didn't hold a grudge against Li Yanqing, but instead greeted him generously. You're Di Matteo. After recalling for a while, Li Yanqing finally remembered the name of this senior. Chapter 49. Become a world-class defensive midfielder. Li Yanqing believed this would greatly attract Enzo. Many people would say this to him, but not everyone is willing to let a 16-year-old player take on a main role in the team. Even in the second-tier league, coaches need results to keep their jobs. As for Li Yanqing's Burton team, it was definitely an exception. Due to economic issues, half of their first-team players are under 20 years old. Even so, they are currently ranked 5th in the league table. This achievement is not easier than the nail-biting relegation battle at the end of last season. You seem very happy, but I think his family is not very willing to let him come. Li Yanqing's confidence makes Chung Ming feel quite perplexed, given the current situation. She thinks it's still quite precarious. Unlike Sun Yin and the others, Enzo doesn't need to rush to Europe. When he turns 18 or 19, joining a big club directly like Vinicius will give him a better chance to shine. Li Yanqing clearly disagrees with this view, and he has his own reasons. He is different from Vinicius. He plays as a defensive midfielder, while Vinicius is a forward. This position is always easy to be overlooked and not as easy to stand out. Chapter 50. Di Matteo's news left Li Yanqing a bit confused. Who would want to deal with him so badly? Raiola? That shouldn't be the case. He has a grudge with him. But such breakdowns are actually quite common and not worth the cost to target him. 5 or 6 clubs, even if each invests £20 million. That's already $100 million. Besides, there's only Chani left. The other party invested in Huddersfield, but was brutally beaten by Burton. So, they sought more teams to target them. For a while, Yanqing couldn't think of other possibilities. So why tell me these things? It seems to be of no benefit to you. Because I hate those guys, Di Matteo replied, not hiding his disdain. Many years ago, football was very pure. Everyone only cared about the game. But it was these people who ruined football. That's not good. So I rejected them, and I will fully support you. Li, support me? Yanqing was still a bit puzzled. He and the elder in front of him were far from being friends. In fact, his dismissal was caused by himself. But at this moment, the other party chose to stand by his side. Chapter 51. Time moved to November 18th. Burton Albion faced Leeds United. Yanqing had returned to the club long ago and personally led the team into the match. He originally thought there would be no teams left to threaten Burton in the remaining matches of the first half, but the reality surprised him. A few of the opposing forwards coordinated well during their attacks. Just 6 minutes into the match, they scored the first goal through fluid small-scale combinations in the front. These guys really coordinated well. Chris felt a bit helpless about the goal conceded. No one made a mistake, but they just couldn't defend against them. At this moment, Yanqing focused all his attention on the 3 opposing forwards. Name: Hardasaka, age 22 years. Condition: excellent. Fatigue: 30. Injury probability: 20. Traits: short pass combination, proud and arrogant. Name: Chris Wood, age 25 years. Condition: excellent. Fatigue: 35. Injury probability: 30. Traits: short pass combination, wing speedster. Name: Roof, age 23 years. Condition: excellent. Fatigue: 30. Injury probability: 40. Chapter 52. As time went on, nothing unexpected happened, and Burton won the match 2-1 against Leeds United. They are indeed the team that just won 7-0 against Huddersfield. The Leeds United coach had nothing much to say and could only accept the result, acknowledging the gap in strength between the two sides in the post-match press conference. Yanqing also rarely praised the opposing team after the match. The win was still due to luck being on his side. If they had been overwhelmed in the first half, the situation wouldn't have gone so smoothly. 3 days after this match, Enzo Fernandez, who had been on Yanqing's mind day and night, finally arrived at Burton and officially joined the club's youth training team. Everyone knows that once the transfer window opens, he will enter the first team. So Yanqing didn't let him go find the youth training coach, Ryan. Instead, he trained directly with the first team players. The defensive midfielder issue was finally resolved, and next, he needed to add a goalkeeper and a winger. And he was confident he could push for promotion to the Premier League this season. The veteran goalkeeper, Bivard, although performing quite well, still lacked some strength and was more suitable as a substitute. As for the winger, there simply weren't enough. There were only Jamie and Miller. Chapter 53. There is still more than a month until the winter transfer window opens. During this time, there will be 8 matches, and the schedule will obviously be much tighter, facing multiple situations of double matches in a week. In terms of points, 14 rounds of matches have been completed. Burton has 8 wins, 2 draws, and 4 losses, accumulating 26 points, ranking 5th in the league table, and has completed a 5-match winning streak in various competitions. 4th place is West Bromwich Albion, just 5 points ahead of them, followed by Swansea City, Stoke City, and the current leader Aston Villa with 36 points. Yanqing has been in a great mood lately, even sneaking off to a tavern with Will for a few drinks at night. He has already finalized Enzo's transfer and Hart's loan, and Nasri also agreed to stay. He just needs to make a few more additions in the winter window. The situation is looking very good. No team has an easier schedule than Burton's upcoming matches. But unexpectedly, they soon encountered obstacles. On the 21st, Burton Albion faced Brentford away. Last season's end, they were defeated by a last-minute goal from Burton, and Quinn learned the skill cloud-piercing arrow in that match. This season, the opposing team clearly studied the latter's playing style seriously. Chapter 54. On the training ground, the dejected players waited for their coach. After the previous 5-match winning streak, they went 3 matches without a win again. Fortunately, their ranking had not changed temporarily, but their rivals Huddersfield had caught up and were currently in 7th place. Just 2 points behind Burton. Hey, I wonder how the boss will reprimand us. Based on his previous temper, he will probably make us train like crazy again during this period, O'Grady sighed, recalling the desperate time when they were required to train extra. I really don't want to train extra. How long have we been back to normal training? But the boss will definitely be very angry. If it comes to it, let's just train. This old life is at stake. Jamie also had a look of despair, always training like that. Who could stand it? But who made them lose the game? The players were chatting in pairs, and only Murphy, who used to be very lively, seemed like a different person. Sitting in place with his head in his hands, saying nothing. You keep your life, Jamie. I don't want it. Just then, Li Yanqing arrived and heard Jamie's words. Smiling as he said, "Don't worry. This time I won't make you do extra training. On the contrary, I'm planning to cancel this afternoon's training as well." Chapter 55. Seeing that Murphy still looked despondent, Li Yanqing first let everyone start training. It seemed his problem was much bigger than Quinn's at that time. To regain confidence, the best way was still to score goals. Constantly scoring goals. "Li, come to the office. I have something very important to tell you." He hadn't been on the training ground for long when he received a message from Buckler. "Okay, I'll be right there." With Chris absent, Li Yanqing immediately assigned training oversight to Cheng Mingming. After all, he had already made arrangements. She just needed to keep an eye on things. "Buckler, I'm here. Any good news?" "Let me guess. Has the club found a big investment and decided to take out tens of millions for me to splurge in the transfer market?" "It's already bright out, Li." Buckler looked at their head coach with some helplessness. He would also like to let Li Yanqing splurge, but he had just taken over as team manager and was still getting familiar with the business. The winter transfer funds were provided by Robinson himself, and they wouldn't be much. He runs a brewery, not a scam operation. Making money is tough. I have something else to discuss with you. Chapter 56. After confirming the news was true, after chatting with Ibrahimovic, Li Yanqing found Buckler again to reiterate his goal. "The club must get promoted this season. You have to help me with all your might, Buckler. Nasri and Hart's future depends on this. Also, I can bring you a big surprise." "What surprise can you bring?" Buckler clearly didn't believe him. He was not yet 26 and had no experience working at other clubs besides his failed stint as an assistant coach at Manchester United. Was he going to sign Ibrahimovic for Burton? "But I'll do my best to support you, you know that. By the way, Chris told me there's a gathering this afternoon. Is that your arrangement?" "That's right. It's time to let the boys relax a bit." Li Yanqing nodded. The players have been under constant tension, which wasn't good. Murphy was already on the verge of breaking. He regretted not realizing this sooner. "All right, I'll go. But do we really need such a big affair?" Buckler felt it was very absurd after hearing Chris's plan. Chapter 57. The players were very happy to accept Miss Maggie's interview. After all, she was really easy on the eyes. Only Murphy sat a bit dejectedly aside. After signing jerseys for fans, he had nothing else to do. Due to his recent poor performance, Maggie didn't rush to interview him. "Can you give me your autograph?" A childish voice suddenly rang in his ears. Murphy looked down to see a girl about 10 years old, on tiptoes, holding up his number 18 jersey with an expectant look. Of course, Murphy quickly took the jersey, but froze when he turned it over. It didn't have his name on it. It said Blanche. Below, it was a line of small text. "The world's greatest female football player." "Is this your name?" "Yes." "Brother, my name is Blanche. Blanchwell." "Will?" Murphy looked curiously at the chubby man with a beer belly still squeezed in the crowd. "Will can't carry on old Will's football career. So he asked, putting his hopes on his daughter? Speaking of which, such a beautiful girl, didn't he look anything like him? Aren't you going to give me your autograph?" Chapter 58. In the last match before Li Yanqing left Manchester United, besides Ibrahimovic, Rojo was also injured. He should have just recovered. He was considering whether there was a chance for Burton to loan Rojo, even if just for half a season. After all, the other side had no chance to play now. Coming to Burton could help him regain form. Mourinho probably wouldn't mind, but it was hard to say with Sanderson. Considering that Manchester United didn't win their last match, Li Yanqing decided to wait until after the next match to ask. On December 5th, Burton Albion played at home against Norwich. Li Yanqing arranged a 4-1-2-3 formation. There was no need to be overly cautious, just charge ahead. Jamie, who had gotten used to being a substitute, started this match while Nasri sat on the bench. The opponent's head coach seemed to be someone who believed in mysticism. He set up the same defensive formation that had caused Burton trouble in previous matches and played the same way. However, they seemed unfamiliar with it. The opponent's defenders were not stable in distributing the ball. Just 4 minutes into the game, Miller intercepted the ball. After passing it back, Quinn organized the attack. After a few passes, a through ball from Quinn pierced through the opponent's defense, accurately finding Murphy, who had just succeeded in beating the offside trap. Chapter 59. Murphy, who broke his goal drought, shouted excitedly, grabbing the corner flag and shaking it towards the fans in the stands. With 2 months shy of 19, he had already scored 10 goals in his first-team career. For everyone, this was quite a good achievement. For Yanqing, it was even more surprising. Name: Ivan Murphy. Age: 18. Condition: good fatigue level. 30 injury probability. 15 attributes: goalkeeper beater, agile striker. This youth training talent, whom he had deemed less promising than Quinn, surprisingly learned a new skill attribute without being a revelation player. This once again refreshed Yanqing's understanding. He had always believed that only technical attributes could be trained, but now it seemed that under special circumstances, ordinary players could also master new attributes. Suddenly, he recalled the match at the end of last season against Blackburn. The unfortunate goalkeeper who had collapsed back then had acquired the negative attribute Butterfingers at that time, and previously, the negative attribute ADHD of the old goalkeeper Biwat had disappeared. Did this mean that as long as the right method was found, it was entirely possible to shape a player's attribute panel according to one's wishes? Chapter 60. The next match won't start until a week later, giving Yanqing enough time to persuade Blind. If all goes well, the other party will be able to wear the Burton team's jersey in a month. However, just as he was about to set off, he received a call from the domestic investigation team. Coach Lee, there is very important news to inform you. Coach Wang has committed suicide in prison. In his suicide note, there's a part meant for you. Dead? Yanqing frowned. This sudden news caught him off guard. Coach Wang had always been a good person, helping many young people in difficult situations, such as Sun Yin and Li Yichuan, and even Yanqing himself in the past. Because of this, even though he had stabbed himself, Yanqing did not hold him responsible. Otherwise, he wouldn't care whether the other party had any grievances. He had planned to clarify this matter after the season ended, but now that he was dead, it seemed he would never get to the bottom of it. This bastard. Yanqing had never been a cold person. He hated evil and was particularly disgusted with those who broke the rules. However, he was also willing to extend maximum kindness to those around him. Chapter 61. Even after losing his position at Manchester United, Blind was unwilling to be loaned to Burton. This left Yanqing a bit frustrated. However, on the way back, he felt relieved. From any perspective, Blind's configuration was a bit too high for the current Burton team. The young players at his club were also growing at a decent pace. Moreover, with Jamie on the left wing and the left back primarily responsible for defensive tasks, there was no need for too much offensive involvement. As long as they could be a bit more stable, they could still be useful, but more targeted training was necessary. Upon returning to the club, he immediately gathered the young players. This included Murphy and Quinn, who had already secured their starting positions, as well as the midfielders and fullbacks. Others didn't require special training. Players like Jamie and Nasri had already developed their technical styles, so maintaining regular foundational and tactical training was sufficient. After the last match, Murphy acquired a new skill, overcoming the goalkeeper. Before that, his training focused on shooting, cutting inside, and dribbling. Following this line of thought, Yanqing wanted to see if he could train other players to develop skill attributes as well. Chapter 62. On December 30th, the last round of the first half of the championship saw Burton hosting Birmingham City. Swansea, in third place, failed to win this round, so if Burton won this match, they could push their opponents down and get one step closer to promotion to the Premier League. There were no changes to the starting lineup, and the formation remained 41-23. This lineup had been used for half a season and was now the most familiar tactic for the Burton team. As for the contract renewal, Yanqing hadn't mentioned it to Murphy. He planned to discuss it after this match to avoid affecting the player's state of mind. The defense had indeed become more solid. However, the frequency of the defensive midfielders' involvement in attacks had noticeably decreased compared to before. The offensive performance was decent, but limited to counterattacks, lacking sufficient regular offensive methods. Chris and Chung Mengmeng analyzed the game together, focusing mainly on Burton's own situation. Their opponent, Birmingham City, was currently ranked just outside the 15th place, very close to the relegation zone, so there was nothing to fear. It was basically a must-win situation. They were just worried about the team's lack of firepower. Before conducting special training for the defensive midfielders, they occasionally pushed forward. Chapter 63. The new year arrived, and the first half of the championship season was completely over. Burton successfully entered the top four, and, at Yanqing's suggestion, Robinson held a large celebration banquet for the team on this day, also making up for the missed Christmas activities. The club was open to all fans for the entire day, and this time no one stopped the girls from entering. However, Since the next match was just 2 days later, players were still not allowed to sneak out at night. Anyone caught would face a 1-week suspension along with a fine warning. The club was particularly strict about this. Yanqing and Chris, the two unfortunate souls, did not participate in this event, as they had much more work to do with the opening of the winter transfer window. They had no time to care about other matters. Enzo was already eligible to represent the first team, and Joe Hart, who was loaned from Manchester City, arrived at the club that day. The addition of this excellent 31-year-old goalkeeper made Miss Maggie once again sniff the scent of blockbuster news, just like when Nasri joined at the beginning of the season. However, Yanqing had mixed feelings about Hart's attributes. Name: Joe Hart, age 31. Chapter 64. 2 days later. The first match of the second half of the league saw Burton host Sheffield Wednesday. After this match, they would face Sheffield United in the third round of the FA Cup, followed by a league match against their fierce rivals Huddersfield. Yanqing was quite satisfied with this schedule. His squad was nearing completion, and after 2 matches of adjustment, they would face their arch-nemesis at just the right time. In this match, he fielded Enzo and Hart. There was nothing to say. As long as they maintained their form, they would definitely be starters. In the first half of the season, they ended up only drawing with Sheffield Wednesday, a result he was very dissatisfied with. This time, he had to show them the strength of Burton. At the start of the match, Burton's attacking momentum was exceptionally fierce. Press forward, everyone, and try more shots. Pass the ball to Nasri. Yanqing enjoyed directing from the sidelines, and this match was no exception. He immediately waved his hands on the sidelines, urging the attacking players to press forward. The only players positioned further back were Enzo, Sun Yin, and Blayford. In the 7th minute, Nasri passed the ball to the wing to Jamie, who directly lifted the ball into the penalty area. Unfortunately, standing there was Murphy, whose height was only 175 centimeters, making it impossible for him to win a header. Chapter 65. The day after the match, Burton sent a tentative offer to Matthias of Sheffield Wednesday. Yanqing asked Chung Mengmeng to look up this forward's past match footage and found that he quite fit his needs. He was good at breaking through, slightly slower than Murphy, but with better physical qualities. Additionally, he could play on both wings, perfectly able to rotate with Jamie and Miller. Speaking of Miller, Yanqing was becoming somewhat dissatisfied with his performance. This 22-year-old winger had almost no dribbling ability, and since partnering with Sun Yin on the right, Burton's right-side offense had nearly come to a complete standstill. A winger who excels at defense is simply a waste of a position. Does he still have to turn a few circles, holding the ball in the front? This makes him appreciate Matthias more and more. Sheffield Wednesday has more than 7 forwards, and Yanqing thinks there shouldn't be any obstacles. Surprisingly, the former team reacted very strongly to this. They said it was impossible to sell Matthias to us, as he is their main forward, unless we offer over £20 million. Chris's expression was somewhat annoyed. This price was no longer a matter of asking for a high price. Chapter 66. On January 12th, a transfer announcement excited the fans of Burton. The club announced that forward Marco Matias, who originally played for Sheffield Wednesday, has joined the team on a free transfer, signing a 3-year contract and will wear the number 21 jersey for Burton. He is a well-known championship powerhouse who can contribute at least 10 goals and assists every season, regardless of the team, making him very stable. Many Premier League clubs have considered signing him as a backup. Such a player surprisingly joined the team for free. Chris kept patting Matthias on the shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. My God, I can hardly believe I'm not dreaming. Compared to well-known players like Nasri and Joe Hart, he's clearly more familiar with Matthias. The latter may not have a big name, but he is definitely a capable player in his prime. It was evident from the previous matches that in a chaotic Sheffield Wednesday team, only he had a post-match rating above 6. As for the first two, to be honest, they are both players who find it difficult to get opportunities in the top league anymore. Hart might be okay, but Nasri was completely sold off by Manchester City at a rock-bottom price. Chapter 67. Both teams' players have entered the field. Newly joined Matthias was placed on the bench by Yanqing. This isn't because his ability is lacking, but rather he intends to use him in the second half. The first half is enough with Jamie and Nasri. As for Chris's question, Yanqing didn't answer, but smoothly changed the topic. Before the match ended, he told us to sit by the Rhine early. Then, he stood by the sideline, staring intently at the opponent's goal. Speaking of which, this season's Huddersfield is particularly eye-catching. They have brought in several players during the winter window, and their overall investment this season has exceeded £80 million. Who would believe that this is the amount spent by a championship club on transfers? Now their first team has as many as 32 players. and Pamo is considered a rare old face. The last match saw Chowdhury, who partnered with Pamo in midfield, completely lose his position and was recently sold to League Two. He has no future at all. Li Yanqing does not envy them. Instead, he thinks they are easy to deal with. The entire team framework has been mostly dismantled, and the opponent's coach is not a famous manager, making it impossible to tighten the team together in a short time. Chapter 68 Matthias has joined several teams in his career. Unlike Ferreira, Ayacho, and most players who drift around, he has a good reputation at each club, emotionally stable, and with decent ability. As a winger, he is the kind of immediate combat power that can be deployed in any team. Li Yanqing has a good feeling about him as well. He just joined Burton and has perfectly integrated into the team's current emotions. So, he didn't correct the opponent's understanding, but just patted his shoulder. Go for it. Subsequently, Burton made 2 substitutions, with Matthias and O'Grady replacing the exhausted Miller and Murphy. On the other side, the opposing coach did not rush to make substitutions. After all, it was still not yet 60 minutes, and they were on the defensive side, so it was better to see what changes Burton would make. As for O'Grady, they also have a tall center back on the field, so they're not too afraid of the bottom-line tactics. What puzzled him was that the opponent seemed to be in no hurry to attack, instead passing the ball to the newly introduced winger Matthias, who leisurely dribbled the ball. The opposing players hardly pressured him near the halfway line. He had plenty of space. Chapter 69 Well, Burton, the brave Quinn Matthias, the brightest star by the River Trent. Well, most Burton fans were singing. The last time they were this excited was when the team turned around their slump at the end of last season. They had been quiet when they thrashed Huddersfield before, as it was the opponent's home ground. But here, they could fill every corner of the stadium with their singing. Damn Pamo, take your trashy thugs and get out of here with your heads down. A small number of fans were still cursing, Whittle being the loudest. He opened a can of beer, drank half, and then spilled the other half into the air. Cheers to the traitor. On the other side, the Huddersfield fan section was eerily silent, terrifyingly quiet. They could only endure the incessant taunts from the Burton fans. Because their team lost. Damn it. Why didn't you clear the ball? It flew right over your head. But you showed no reaction. The opposing captain is Mina, and this genius, who was once compared to Nasri, is not a good-tempered person. Chapter 70, this is the home of hooligans. No one knows what we've been through here. The fans here are simply a disgusting bunch. Some even threw rotten vegetables at my players. We will file a complaint with the FA. This has caused us great harm. At the post-match press conference, the opposing coach harshly criticized the behavior of Burton fans. In front of all the media, he called them hooligans, better than physically attacking people. In response, Li Yanqing clearly couldn't tolerate it and firmly retorted, "What did our fans experience last time at Huddersfield Stadium? They won't forget, and neither will we. So whether on the field or anywhere else, as long as we face you, we will give our all. Losing the game, getting furious, and then acting out of desperation, that's you. The term hooligan should be applied to yourselves, and it's best to add loser to it. As for our fans, they can be said to be the loveliest people in the world." After Li Yanqing finished speaking, he ignored the opposing coach's grim expression and directly left. Chapter 70, one having a conflict with fans is not a good idea, and you seem to enjoy it. In the office, Buckler looked at Li Yanqing, who was sitting across from him with some headache. Negative reviews in the media far outnumber positive ones, yet he still appears quite content. He is still too young. Why not? After all, it's hard for them to become our fans anyway. You didn't come to me just to say this, did you? Buckle doesn't often seek out Li Yanqing. They rarely meet unless there's a reason. This makes the latter feel that something must have happened. Of course not, but I still want to remind you to do less of this kind of thing. You are our head coach, and you often directly represent the club's image. All right, now let us get down to business. Buckle handed Li Yanqing a document he had prepared long ago. It's time to give our hero a new contract. Using temporary contracts all the time is not appropriate. Hey, I've been waiting for a long time. The latter is quite looking forward to it. The salary under a temporary contract is pitifully low compared to normal circumstances. This has also resulted in his team not hiring anyone else except for Chung Mengmeng. Chapter 72. On this list, Li Yanqing first excluded Old Barry, as he doesn't like to use players who are too old. Next is Newcastle's callback, who just got promoted to the Premier League last season. Although the team is still struggling now, the player clearly want to return to the championship. As for Torino's Avilal, neither the team nor the player paid any attention to the messages sent by Burton. Finally, there's Udinese Lodi. If Li Yanqing remembers correctly, This is the second time the player has appeared on Fairchill's list. What are you doing? Fire. I should have mentioned my requirements to you. I need young players. Ideally, no more than 25 years old. In response to Li Yanqing's complaints, Fairchill replied slowly. Don't rush, Li. I need time too. Good fullbacks and defensive midfielders are hard to find in the entire football world. The slightly capable ones are all at sky-high prices. All right, but before the winter window closes, I hope to find at least one. Li Yanqing understands the difficulties on the other side, but there is one thing he cannot tolerate. Don't mention the same player to me again unless he suddenly shows some extraordinary performance. Chapter 73. In the following days, Burton drew 1-1 at home against Norwich, and then they lost 0-2 away to Leeds United. 2 matches without a win, but fortunately, there was no change in the standings for now. However, conceding goals in consecutive matches left Hart quite frustrated. After all, he is considered a goalkeeper with a decent historical status in England. Yet he let in goals for 3 consecutive matches in the Championship. The team's poor performance is greatly related to their head coach. The recent week's training has been led by Chris, while Li Yanqing has often taken leave, and few people know what he has been up to. Until January 25th. A severe notice issued by the FA shocked the world. Someone reported that Championship team Huddersfield was suspected of bribing opponents to fix matches, along with a series of violations of financial fair play regulations. Upon investigation, the news was confirmed to be true. The FA imposed quite severe penalties on Huddersfield. They will face hefty fines and be relegated to League One next season. This news left fans who had recently been eager to criticize Li Yanqing in shock. They couldn't accept this outcome. After spending $80 million to strengthen the team, was it really necessary to fix matches? Chapter 74. Li Yanqing and Chris contacted nearly every player who left Huddersfield on a free transfer. However, due to the unpleasant experience caused by Burton fans in previous matches, most players scoffed at Burton. If they're free agents, they would rather return to the top league. And indeed, Castro returned to La Liga, while Mina went back to League One. The good news is that the player Li Yanqing wanted the most, Baselli, is willing to talk with them. In the last match, he effectively limited Nasri as Huddersfield's first line of midfield defense, showcasing impressive defensive abilities. As a result, they had to rely on Quinn's long-range shot to break the deadlock. I'm glad you could come. Do you need me to show you around the club? Li Yanqing personally welcomed this midfield powerhouse and even borrowed Robinson's translator for this purpose. As for the profile, he had actually seen it before. Name, Daniele Baselli. Age, 24 years. Condition, average. Fatigue level, 20. Injury probability, 10. Profile, interception, marking, destructive midfielder. Enzo's profile currently includes interception and master-level cover, while Baselli has interception paired with marking. Chapter 75. 30 minutes later, Li Yanqing finally understood the meaning of support. It is definitely not comparable to purely defensive technical attributes like destructive midfielder and barrier. It's more like a low-tier version of versatile midfielder, referring to players who are relatively well-rounded but lean more towards defense. Enzo perfectly illustrated this in the training match. It cannot be blamed on Fairchill for not working diligently. Mainly, some organizational abilities of the players cannot be reflected in data. He has many players to observe, and it's inevitable that there will be oversights. Besides that, the main reason for Li Yanqing's misunderstanding is his profile, which lacks any organizational descriptors. Although his organizational ability is basically sufficient, it has not reached the level of metronome. This makes it difficult for the former to make a decision. Only letting him do the dirty work in the backfield is a bit of a waste of talent. But in terms of organization, he doesn't think the player can grow to the level of supermasters like Pirlo or Cruz. If not cultivated properly, it can make him look like a flop. He can't manage both ends. I must affirm your talents in this area, Enzo, but I still hope you can continue to complete your current tasks. Chapter 76. Lee, think of a way. Murphy is marked, and Matthias is having a bit of trouble breaking through alone. Nasri can't find any good opportunities either. Chris's inner thoughts are not as rich as Li Yanqing's. He focuses entirely on the game and easily identifies the current problem. Don't worry. I'm thinking of a way. There is still a solution. What Li Yanqing said was actually for Chris to hear. The current situation doesn't really have a good solution. Their attack can't break through the opponent's defense, and their defense can't stop the opponent's attack. They can only fall back and hold on, praying that the opponent will substitute their offensive and defensive core in the second half. The problem is that if they tighten up defensively, The opponent may not substitute the still energetic Terry and Grealish in the second half. If we continue to attack and concede another goal, we might as well surrender in this match. Damn it, what are we afraid of? Let's fight. Li Yanqing didn't think it was a good idea to concede a goal so early and then retreat to defend. Push forward. Leave only Blay forward to create an offside, with Sun Yin and Enzo providing extra protection. Oh, here we go again. Chris understood Li Yanqing's arrangement as soon as he saw it, and he decided to fight to the death against the opponent. Chapter 77. In the end, they lost the match. Burton lost 1-2 to Aston Villa. Li Yanqing substituted the nearly exhausted Nasri in the 80th minute. After that, the connection between the front and back lines was basically severed, thanks to Joe Hart's brilliant performance. They didn't concede more goals. After this match, they dropped to 4th place. However, Li Yanqing was still in a good mood. Losing to Villa was a normal situation, as they were still a strong team. His biggest hope now was that Quinn's technical attribute could be developed quickly. Before that, no matter how flashy the skills were, they couldn't really be put to use. It didn't matter that the insightful player was gone. They still had the basics covered. The only regret was not being able to learn Nasri's tactical master. Through pass, arrow through the clouds, moment of inspiration. This made him very curious about what this kid's technical attribute would be. Midfield commander or all-round midfielder? After all, he had also practiced defense a lot. In short, as long as it wasn't an organizational attribute like metronome, he could accept it. Lee, Will is looking for you, asking when you're free. Chris waved his phone in front of him. Chapter 78. The next day, Miss Finney officially became a member of their team. However, her salary wasn't high because all she needed to do was come in every weekend to check the players' physical data and plan the dietary regimen for the following week. As for what they ended up eating, it all relied on their self-discipline. This is a basic quality for professional players. Li Yanqing had Cheng Mingming work with her on this, while he himself was on the field guiding the players' training. Sun Yin, step back a bit. Don't stand so far forward, otherwise how can you cover for others? Just relying on chasing back won't work. Turner, watch your feet. That gap is bigger than the goal. The training subjects were still mainly defensive players, and they had been at it for a while. But oddly enough, the players who learned new skills were all offensive players. It's hard to evaluate. No, you should come over a bit. Finally, Joe Hart couldn't stand it anymore and personally came over to guide Sun Yin on his defensive positioning. He had the worst positioning during the match against Aston Villa. Although he could always arrive in time, many times it didn't have any real effect. Chapter 79. Li Yanqing didn't dare to let the players teach each other anymore. He realized that if something unexpected happened, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. But looking at it from another angle, being able to learn covering position only proved that Joe Hart was really proficient in this area. As for whether it would have any impact on him, that needed further observation. After the next round of the league, they were about to play in the 4th round of the FA Cup. Their opponent was West Ham United. Undoubtedly, it would be a match with a lot of pressure, as they were stronger than the current Aston Villa. From the situation in the last match, Burton's strength was still insufficient when facing a real strong enemy. The main problem lay in the defense on the flanks. The right side was always Miller partnering with Sun Yin, and their defense was still usable. As long as Enzo didn't have problems, it would be hard for Sun Yin to have issues. On the left, Jamie's defense was basically non-existent, and left back was the most disappointing position. That youth from a youth team had made no progress no matter how hard he practiced. Basically, it all relied on Enzo to cover. So when the opponent had a strong winger breaking through the left side, even getting past Enzo, these hidden problems would explode one after another. Chapter 80. With Li Yanqing here, Naui didn't encounter too many obstacles. At the same time, his abilities were recognized by Chris. It's average, but it's cheap, and it can still help a lot. To be honest, this was already a relatively good evaluation that Li Yanqing had heard from Chris. He thought there was nothing wrong with Cheng Mingming's data analysis, but Chris felt she wasn't doing enough and sometimes directly criticized her. Li Yanqing himself only pursued attitude and results, whereas Chris was a complete workaholic, demanding comprehensive performance. Naui's performance was already quite good. Time quickly reached the 14th. Burton faced West Ham United. Li Yanqing still used the same formation as in the last match, for -1-2-3. Blayford partnered with Bailey at center back, with Murphy, Miller, and Matthias in the front line. West Ham United, on the other hand, had a much more luxurious lineup. Their formation was 4-2-3-1, with goalkeeper Adrian. Center backs Ogbonna and Winston Reed, left back Cresswell, and right back Nordveit. This defensive line made Li Yanqing drool. Name, Adrian Miguel. Age, 30 years old. Chapter 81. The match officially began. West Ham United came out strong, showing great pressure. Their double pivot was a bit stronger than Burton's, so their midfield quickly retreated under the opponent's attack. Hold on. Lie. Push up. You can't rely on Sun Yen. Li Yanqing kept directing from the sidelines. Fortunately, they were only being heavily pressured for now and hadn't gotten into major trouble yet. This was thanks to Payet being a left back instead of a right back, and Enzo was still holding on for now. Li Yanqing's tactic was simple: to defend firmly. This was an old tactic he often used last season. There was no other choice when the strength gap with the opponent was too large. Only Murphy was left in the front, while Matthias had retreated to the edge of the penalty area. Mark your man, Sun Yen, especially you. Sun Yen had a heavy task. He and Miller were required to try to contain Payet. They had an advantage in numbers, but it was still easy to run into problems. Just like in the 12th minute, Payet received the ball and easily got past Miller. Sun Yen, however, remembered Hart's guidance and arrived early on the opponent's attacking route. Chapter 82. Just after the opponent scored, Burton immediately countered to equalize. This made the atmosphere at the scene a bit silent. West Ham United fans found it hard to accept the situation. They had pressed their opponents for nearly half the game before scoring, only for the other side to equalize with ease. However, no one acted out of line because of it. There was still a long way to go in the match, and they could score again, maybe even 2 or 3 more goals. Li Yanqing fell silent for a moment. He looked at his players, his heart surging with waves of emotion. Despite Nasri, Matthias, and Murphy barely touching the ball in this match, they were still constantly seeking opportunities on the field. Miller and Sun Yen were being toyed with by Payet, yet they remained steadfastly running wildly in their defensive zone, because there was still hope for victory. These efforts might not move anyone else, but they touched Li Yanqing deeply. After more than half a season, he had finally transformed Burton from a team that had given up on itself into one that dared to fight for victory. Even though they were still far from strong, they would never easily give up against any opponent. Chapter 83. The good news was that Miller's status had not changed. He was still a blank slate. This reassured Li Yanqing somewhat. The pace of the game also seemed to have normalized a bit. When he first arrived at Burton, he never thought that one day his midfield would be the only place where they could gain an advantage. Quinn, shoot when you have the chance. Li Yanqing encouraged Quinn to take more shots. The opposing defenders were very strong, and after focusing on defense, they couldn't find many opportunities. Currently, only his piercing arrow could pose a threat to West Ham's goal. He hoped to score another goal and finish the match within 90 minutes. If it went to extra time, after substituting Nasri, their advantage in the middle would be gone. However, Quinn's form had dipped. It had now turned to poor. This shy young man had previously been criticized for using sly tactics against Lanzini and was probably still feeling guilty about the opponent's injury. It seemed that his earlier consolation had not worked. Fortunately, with Enzo's assistance, the fatigued Payet was also restricted and no longer as unstoppable as in the first half. The game became tense for a moment. Chapter 84. Under Li Yanqing's coaxing and persuading, Miller finally did not cause any issues. The latter had composed himself and was ready to welcome his vacation. As for Quinn, there was no need for him to worry. Chris was more suited to be a mentor. Shortly after the match, a replay was released, confirming that Quinn had not made any unnecessary moves. He could finally let go of his guilty feelings. However, he wondered what Mr. David Moyes was thinking now. Oh, a long-awaited break. After sending off the players, Chris stretched. He had so much on his plate that he couldn't remember the last time he took a vacation. It was okay to delegate some training tasks to Nawi. He had high hopes for that kid. You should do less too. Otherwise, you'll end up worse than Will. Li Yanqing did not ruin Chris's rare good mood and even encouraged him to delegate some tasks. Li, what are you joking about? Surprisingly, this made Chris a bit angry. If I slack off now, the team will have a chance to get promoted in half a season. If I don't get my all at this time, then am I still a Burton man? Okay, I understand, Chris. Li Yanqing nodded quickly. Chapter 85. Burton continued their good performance in the league, defeating Wigan Athletic. However, in the next match, they lost to Derby County. The main reason for the loss was that Li Yanqing made extensive rotations in this match. It was now the second half of the season, so whenever there were double matches in a week, he had to make choices. Li Yanqing chose to let his players rest well. The proud warriors like Nasri, Jamie, and Matthias were all kept on the bench. Their fatigue levels were already high. Joe Hart did not play in this match either. It was not because of fatigue, but because Li Yanqing wanted the veteran goalkeeper to maintain his form over what. In short, they lost again. However, Due to Huddersfield's points deduction, they had not yet fallen out of the top four despite their recent poor performance in the league. West Bromwich Albion is very close to us in points, just 1 point behind. Chris was not satisfied with the team's recent performance. He hoped Burton could break into the top two and secure a promotion spot. Otherwise, even if they maintained their current ranking, they would still have to play in the playoffs, which would be a fierce battle. Chapter 86 on the training ground. Quinn, your ball sense is quite good, but your technique and vision haven't been developed properly. Nasri was grateful to the Burton team for helping him regain his form, and he was dedicated to teaching Quinn. You see, most of the time we need to anticipate our teammates' positions. You can watch match videos when you have free time. Iniesta, Xavi, De Bruyne, all of them. Of course, my personal recommendation is De Bruyne, since he plays in the Premier League. Okay, I'll do that. After nodding, Quinn picked up the ball and continued training. Hey, boss, when did you arrive? Nasri noticed Yanqing, who had appeared out of nowhere, and greeted him enthusiastically. Strictly speaking, their relationship was not that of a typical player and coach. He was already a seasoned player and quite famous, while Yanqing was just a rookie head coach with less than a year of experience. Therefore, their relationship was more like friends. Samir, I need to talk to you about something. Upon hearing this, Nasri's expression changed slightly, but he quickly nodded. Chapter 87. Burton ultimately won 3-1 against their opponents. In the final moments, the opponent scored a face-saving goal. After the match, Nasri's outstanding status had returned to normal, becoming excellent. Name, Samir Nasri. Age, 31. Status, excellent. Fatigue level, 50. Injury probability, 45. Attributes, tactical master, offensive inspiration, midfield commander, proud, glutton. Following Murphy's goalkeeper bypass and Hart's positioning. He was the third player to master skill attributes without the insightful player bonus. P.S. Miller doesn't count. He's a technical entry, and according to the setting, this type of entry will appear for everyone as long as their basic strength meets the standard. It's exciting that this 31-year-old player has mastered the mental attribute entry, offensive inspiration, in the final stage of his career. However, Yanqing can't feel happy about it at all, because the opponent's injury probability has never been lower than 40, and after this match, the basic value has already reached 45. One can imagine that if this value exceeds 101 day, his career will be completely over. Chapter 88. Yanqing called Brayford to join them. They took a taxi and arrived at a small hill in the northern part of Burton Town. By the time they got there, it was almost completely dark. There were certainly no magical creatures here, nor were there Harry Potter and Hermione Granger. But there was an independent English-style manor that looked like something he could never afford in his lifetime. You won't tell me this is your home, will you? Yanqing was very surprised. It was luxurious, with a great view and location, almost overlooking the entire Burton Town. Of course not. If I lived here, what would I do as an assistant coach? I consider buying the Burton team directly. Then I'll be the head coach. Navi shook his head and unloaded his climbing backpack. Since getting in the car, Yanqing had been wondering what exactly was in his backpack. Then he saw this guy pull out a soccer ball from the bag. Brazuca? Yanqing recognized the pattern of this ball. In fact, it was quite famous. The one from the 2014 World Cup. But what was the use of taking this thing out? This is a gift, and it has Gotz's signature on it. Chapter 89. On the third day after returning to the club, Burton team won 2-0 against Queen's Park Rangers away. Last time they suffered a loss to Burton. This time they set up a 4-5-1 formation, looking like they wanted to fight to the end. But it was useless with Nasri, Jamie, and Matthias all on the field. They had a way to break through the dense defense. In the end, Matthias and Quinn each scored a goal, ending the match. In the next match, they faced Birmingham City. The opponent's performance in the first half of the season was poor, but after Christmas, their form improved, and they were currently in 9th place. Entering the top 6 seemed just a matter of time. Interestingly, in this round, all teams in the top 6, except for Burton, lost. Let's seize this opportunity. Who knows, we might. Before Chris could finish his sentence, he saw Yanqing looking calm. The good news is good news. But the problem is that we're going to lose soon as well. The latter shrugged. He planned to rotate most of his starters in the next round. But the opponent wouldn't always give opportunities. By the way, has Alge contacted Robinson? Alge Brown? Chris was taken aback, not expecting Yanqing to know about this. Chapter 90. On March 7th, Burton team played away against Birmingham City. Murphy, Jamie, Nasri, and Baselli all sat on the bench. The plan was to give up this match. But Yanqing was unwilling to lose 3 points like this, so he still put Enzo on the field. Quinn, your task in this match is to pass forward. Think about what Nasri has been teaching you recently. Before the match started, he reminded the players one last time. Enzo, you will organize the backline this match, and you are allowed to push forward. As for the defense, don't worry about it. Leave it to Hart and the others. Sun Yin, you can also push forward. Our goal is to score one more goal than the opponent. Li Yanqing decided to let the players participate in the attack freely, no longer forcing them to defend. The most excited person about this was Enzo. In previous matches, he had always been required to secure defense, not to mention pushing forward. He hardly had opportunities to initiate an attack. We can do it, boss. Let us crush them. Chris didn't express any opinions about this arrangement. He just clenched his fists and silently cheered for his players, who would willingly watch their team lose. Chapter 91. Joe Hart completed the last-minute goal. The player was kneeling on the ground with a silly smile, pointing to the sky with both hands. This feeling was amazing. As a goalkeeper, he had never scored many goals in his career. Due to tactical arrangements in this match, the goal he was guarding was breached. Scoring the last-minute goal of the match allowed him to sweep away all the frustration from the entire game. Compared to the last-minute goal, conceding 4 goals was nothing, because they won, scoring 1 more than the opponent. At this moment, Li Yanqing's attention was on Quinn and Enzo. Without Nasri to rely on, Quinn truly took on the role of the midfield core. Enzo also completely liberated his ability to organize and attack in this match, which was reflected in the entry panel at the end of the match. Name: Safrani's Quinn. Age: 17. Status: excellent. Fatigue: 55. Injury probability: 5 entries. Through ball: arrow through the clouds. Moment of inspiration: midfield commander. After being taught by several seniors and honing his skills as a starter for half a year, Quinn finally mastered the same technical entry as Nasri, midfield commander. Chapter 92. It worked. Thank you, Buddha. God. Jesus. Anyone will do. Who cares? The gods have finally opened their eyes. Li Yanqing excitedly used his traditional skill to smash the air. He could hardly control his emotions. After so long, he finally understood how to train entry skills. However, there were still many things to study. He now categorized the entries into 6 major types: skill entries, technical entries, mental attribute entries, exclusive entries, personality entries, and negative entries. Currently, he only understood the learning methods for skill entries and technical entries. There were now cases for mental attribute entries, such as Nasri learning, offensive inspiration. For exclusive entries, there was only Ibrahimovic, specialist in godly balls. But he suspected that Grealish from Aston Villa also possessed an entry similar to Party Animal. As for personality entries, only players with more prominent personalities would have them, and they should be difficult to change. At least, there haven't been any cases yet. Negative entries need to be eliminated for players, such as Butterfingers, ADHD, glutton, etc. In addition to these, there's a very special entry for young people called Eureka-type player, which helps players master skills. Chapter 93. In the next 2 rounds of the league, they won decisively. Li Yanqing changed the team's formation to 4-2-3-1, and Bailai returned to his most familiar defensive midfielder position, with Quinn as the core in the center. Nasri sat on the bench for 2 games. It is worth mentioning that Li Yanqing no longer required Enzo to focus solely on defense. After careful consideration, he decided to respect the player's own wishes. Anyway, with Bailai as the defensive midfielder, it was fine for Enzo to play as a playmaking midfielder. Coupled with the breakout performances of Sun Yin, Miller, and others, he felt they had a good chance of winning against Aston Villa. In summary, Burton's current strength is absolutely top level in the championship. However, their opponents are not all championship teams, as the FA Cup is not over yet. March 28th. The scene of the FA Cup semi-final match, Burton against Arsenal. This was a match Li Yanqing had been looking forward to for a long time. Initially, he thought this match could only be abandoned to focus on the league. But now he changed his mind. They had 6 days of rest before the match and would have 12 days after, so there were no physical issues. Letting the players go all out against a Big Six team would only be beneficial. Chapter 94. The match began. What surprised everyone was that Burton launched the first attack. Enzo and Nasri quickly advanced through the midfield, with Matthias and Murphy pushing directly into Arsenal's penalty area. Subsequently, Nasri found Matthias on the outskirts of the crowd. Unfortunately, the latter couldn't find any opportunity and ended up sending a high shot into the stands as a tribute to the audience. Great, keep trying. Li Yanqing encouraged his players. He didn't feel that they would definitely lose this match. His players were in good form, and although some didn't speak up, their condition had turned to excellent. Wanting to win a championship for Jamie, who was about to leave. Quinn and Jamie were temporarily sitting on the bench, ready to come on as the main attacking points in the second half. Looking closely at Quinn, although he hadn't played as a substitute much, he still needed to know what the substitutes usually did on the sidelines, how the opponents moved, and what defensive habits the opposing goalkeeper and defenders had, so that when the substitutes came on, they could focus their attacks on the opponent's weaknesses. Jamie was sharing substitute insights with Quinn, who kept nodding. Chapter 95. The match entered the second half, the 55th minute. Wenger finally waved his hand, deciding to make a substitution. He was going to bring on the team's strongest dribbler, Walcott. Burton's midfield could not withstand Arsenal's attacks, and if the left side was breached as well, conceding a goal was only a matter of time. Name: Walcott. Age: 28. Status: good fatigue level. 20. Injury probability: 10. Entry: master level dribble, crossing from the byline, fast winger, wing forward. Yanqing was relatively familiar with this player. The opponent's style was similar to Jamie and Matthias, and could be seen as their upgraded version. Matthias, Miller. Switch positions. Then Sun Yin, fall back, don't push forward. He didn't rush to make substitutions, but wanted to continue to exhaust the opponent's stamina. In comparison, this might be one of their few advantages. However, appropriate adjustments were necessary. Letting Miller defend Walcott, although it might not hold, was still better than Matthias. Sun Yin had pushed forward several times, but it was not effective. Without Miller in front of him, it was better to come back and defend to avoid any issues on their right side. Chapter 96. The situation of the match was somewhat unexpected for Yanqing. He didn't expect Quinn to really find a way to break the deadlock, nor did he expect Giroud to score a magnificent bicycle kick. This goal couldn't be blamed on Joe Hart, who had made several incredible saves in the match. The players had given their all, maintaining a draw for nearly 80 minutes, and even producing some beautiful attacking plays. Substitution. Yanqing was preparing to use his last substitution slot. O'Grady, warm up. Prepare to replace Miller. O'Grady was surprised to see the coach waving him over. He originally thought he wouldn't have the chance to play in this match, as it was difficult for a tall striker to help the team score goals in such an environment. When you come on, just push into the opponent's defense. Don't think about scoring. Your task is just to attract the opponent's defenders. Just pull any defender away. Create opportunities for Quinn and Jamie. And try not to drag it to extra time or penalties. The purpose of bringing on his last forward was to hope to end the match quickly. Although the opponents were older, dragging it to extra time might be more advantageous, but they still had 2 substitutions left, and he didn't dare to rely on stamina. Chapter 97. Burton won the match. They, who had not held any advantage throughout the game, ultimately triumphed over Arsenal with a score of 2-1. Wenger watched as Sun Yin desperately saved the ball, stunned in place. He had prepared for extra time, but unexpectedly, at the last moment, it was this seemingly inconspicuous young man who ended it. He blocked a sure goal from Ramsey. The Burton players surrounded Sun Yin, lifted him up, and then threw him into the sky. He replicated the old veteran's goal line heroics and helped the team win. Son, well done. I will definitely no longer criticize your positioning. Joe Hart was grateful to this young man for helping him guard the goal at the last moment, and his view of him had completely changed. It was 90 minutes, and he was still running tirelessly. Isn't he tired? Jamie didn't join the celebration. He was looking up, trying hard not to let his tears flow. His teammates were playing so hard because of him, even against opponents like Arsenal. Murphy, who scored the winning goal, was the first to come to his side. Jamie, we should be happy, right? Chapter 98. The impact of Burton reaching the FA Cup final had not yet completely ended. No matter how much noise they made before, they could only cause some reactions in a few limited places. But after defeating West Ham United and Arsenal in succession and reaching the FA Cup final, they had now entered the sight of all of England. The young head coach, the young players, and the possibility of promotion to the Premier League this season have brought more attention to Burton. If they successfully achieve promotion or win the FA Cup, it will undoubtedly bring them even greater recognition. It's not unheard of for a championship team to win the FA Cup. Wigan Athletic and Birmingham City have done it before. However, it is rare to see a team like this with a young coach and young players all together. At this moment, in a villa, a news segment is playing on the television about Burton reaching the FA Cup final. Zlatan, we have a good opportunity. The Galaxy is still willing to take you, even though you just recovered from a serious injury. Plus, the salary is decent. On the sofa, Raiola, who hasn't been seen for a long time, is talking with Ibrahimovic, who is lounging there. Chapter 99. Yanqing does not want to trade any of his players to Manchester United. After all, it's still related to Woodward. Because of him, Mourinho is facing unprecedented difficulties there. Pogba has had a falling out with the head coach, and it seems that the CEO is more willing to side with the players now. He believes that even though they are a prestigious club, it wouldn't tee in well for Enzo or Quinn if they went there. In midfield, they have Pogba, McTominay, Pereira, and Lingard, who are either star players or young talents from Manchester United's own academy. Whenever the head coach has conflicts with them, he is at a disadvantage, not to mention other young players who have transferred there. Do the young players from Burton, who have never played in the Premier League, really have any chance? This place is more suitable for their growth, and they're needed here more. As for Mourinho, if he needs support after leaving Manchester United, Yanqing will do everything he can to help. But not now. Lee, come take a look at the latest data analysis. On the other side, Chris has organized his materials and projected them onto the big screen. Shall I summarize? Yes, you will. Yanqing sat below. Chris is more suited for explaining things to team members. Chapter 100. Hey Ryan, long time no see. Yanqing hasn't visited the youth training team for a long time, but finally found time to come here. Do we have any outstanding young talents? You can find out for yourself. I hope someone can be promoted to the first team. The youth training team coach, Ryan, is currently sitting in the stands while the boys are playing a match against another team. He has previously promoted 6 players to the first team, and the performances of Quinn and Murphy have been pleasantly surprising. Although the others haven't made it, they have made good progress. What about Lee Yichuan? Is he not on the field? Yanqing is primarily here to see the young man he suggested to switch to a forward position. Even if there will be enough transfer funds next season, he does not plan to relax his training on the young players. He hopes that here they can produce their own Totti, Maldini, and Batistuta. As for Lee Yichuan, nearly half a year has passed. Has he made significant progress in the youth training team? With Quinn's type of epiphany player, he still has high expectations for him. Yes, I think he can only play as a substitute. Ryan nodded and then smiled wryly. Chapter 101. Buckler has quickly begun work and sent an offer to Luton Town. 500,000, hoping to purchase their right back, James Justin. This price is actually quite reasonable, considering they're just a League Two team. However, they quickly rejected the offer. They're not opposed to selling the player, but hope to receive an offer of over $3 million. $3 million? Why don't they go rob a bank? Yanqing is very irritated. They have the money, but spending $3 million to buy someone from League Two is just crazy. The response from the other side is also firm. He is our best young player, and in the second half of the year, we will no longer be a League Two team, but a League One team. This is just how the transfer market works. If it's under $3 million, we won't consider it. Well, isn't it outrageous to spend $3 million in League One? Keep talking. Tell them the most we can offer is $1 million, otherwise forget it. It's not a must-buy. Yanqing has gotten used to living frugally, and he can't afford to be extravagant at the moment. If it really doesn't work, he can wait until the end of the season and buy blind to play left back. Chapter 102. Just as Yanqing is setting goals for Sun Yin and Lee Yichuan. At Emirates Stadium, Wenger is standing on the sidelines, looking a bit dazed as he watches the players train. Hey, Professor, you've been zoning out lately. What's going on? Asks Jens Lehmann, the legendary goalkeeper and current assistant coach of Arsenal, with concern. Oh, nothing special. It's just something that happens to a nearly 70-year-old man. Wenger's expression is somewhat forced, and anyone can tell he is not telling the truth. This season, their performance was actually quite good, but they have stumbled again at the end of the season, suffering an embarrassing string of away losses. The FA Cup doesn't mean much. The prize is only $2 million, and he and his players aren't lacking in that honor. So for them, the important thing is still to fight for 4th place. The benefits of entering the Champions League far outweigh winning an FA Cup. Well, this terrible lie can't even fool myself. Not long after, Wenger smiled bitterly. Jens, do you remember how long it has been since we truly focused on the game? Since 2012, when he said that finishing in the top 4 is equivalent to winning the championship, or since 2006 when we sold Vieira? Chapter 103. On the 25th, Burton defeated Bristol City again, continuing to maintain an extremely strong position in the league. There is nothing more to say. Yanqing feels that the Premier League deserves his attention more. Guardiola's Manchester City has shown a dominating performance this season and is likely to win the championship with a record-breaking point total. Mourinho's Manchester United, although mired in various unfavorable rumors, still maintains a good second place. Under Pochettino's leadership, Tottenham has cultivated star players like Kane, Eriksen, and Ali, occupying third place. Burton's opponent in the FA Cup final, Chelsea, is currently in fourth place in the league. Meanwhile, Wenger's Arsenal has recently achieved a 3-match winning streak, just one step away from the top 4. Next year, we can join their battle for the top, right? Neville was the first to notice what Li Yanqing was paying attention to. What is up? Do you really think we can finish in the top 4 in our first season after being promoted to the Premier League? It's not much easier than Leicester City's championship win before. Li Yanqing shook his head. Young people tend to be a bit overly ambitious. Chapter 104. There are 4 rounds left in the championship. For Burton, their schedule is relatively comfortable. First, they will face Cardiff City in 4 days, followed by the FA Cup final a week later. Then they will play against Fulham, Swansea City, and finally Sheffield Wednesday. After these matches, this season will be completely over. As long as they can win all the league matches, even if Swansea City only loses to Burton, they will still be pushed to third place due to goal difference, provided they don't lose by a large margin like 6-0 or 7-0. However, what Li Yanqing didn't expect was that they failed to win against the weaker Cardiff City. Matthias scored a crucial goal, but in the last moments, a dramatic scene unfolded. Joe Hart, the MVP of Burton for the second half of the season, faltered. His butterfingers showed up at the worst time. This made Li Yanqing quite frustrated. It's very likely that this mistake would send them into the playoffs. But since the other party had performed well in previous matches, he couldn't blame the player. If they ultimately fail to get promoted this season, it would truly be a case of success or failure attributed to Hart. On the training ground, Hart, I know this situation rarely happens. Chapter 105. 2 days before the FA Cup final, Chris finally returned to the team's daily training. Thanks to him, the busy Li Yanqing and others could finally take a slight break. Have you finished with the youth team matters? Yes, this is also thanks to Ryan being well prepared. Chris nodded, looking even worse than Li Yanqing and the others. Li, really, we must get promoted. There is no second option. If this continues, I might as well retire. For someone who is a workaholic, to feel this way already speaks volumes about Burton's current situation. Didn't T. Buckle and the others talk about some business? We could definitely recruit people right now. That's right, but most of it is based on the success of the promotion. Chris felt a bit helpless about this. There is no way. This is the only way to earn a bit more. As for recruiting, it will definitely be discussed after the season ends. No big deal. We are not far from automatic promotion, just 3 points away. Na is very confident about this, as Burton has rarely lost recently, and Swansea City has already lost their footing. Chapter 106, May 13th. At the FA Cup final, Burton faced Chelsea. Their coach is Antonio Conte. The opponent's coaching experience is quite luxurious. In his first season as head coach, he led Serie B team Bari to avoid relegation, and the following year, he led the team to win the Serie B championship. After returning to his playing days with Italian giants Juventus, he won the Serie A championship for 3 consecutive years. In the summer of 2016, he became Chelsea's head coach and led the team to win the Premier League title in the 2016-17 season. He is a head coach with a championship pedigree. Li Yanqing remained silent. He was much more nervous about this match than others. Compared to Arsenal, who are not focused on this, Chelsea will definitely give their all in this match. They don't have to fight for 4th place and have no hope of winning the league. Conte will not let go of this only trophy he can grasp. This can be seen from the opponent's starting lineup. Courtois, David Luiz, Azpilicueta, Pedro, Candy, Fabregas, Hazard. The strength of their lineup is much higher than Arsenal's. Chapter 107. The match began. Li Yanqing kept his word. Jamie and Nasri both started in this game. Matthias, Quinn, and O'Grady sat on the bench. The opponent's defense is also very offensive, but their defense might be a bit weaker. Perhaps Murphy can create some chances, as long as Burton maintains that fighting spirit. However, the reality is often surprising. The opponent kicked off, and Hazard, a strong contender for the world's 3rd best player, launched the first attack. Even though Miller mastered marking and Son, Yen had learned interception, they seemed ineffective against the opponent. Hazard easily broke through and passed the ball to Fabregas in the middle. The latter made a through ball to the most forward Pedro. Enzo and Baselli had no way to deal with it. Fortunately, Blythe Ford was still guarding the back, blocking the opponent's shot. A few minutes later, a similar scenario unfolded again. The gap is a bit too large. Na, who usually doesn't like to undermine his team's morale, couldn't say anything uplifting. It's okay. The opponent is still a world-class strong team. Chapter 108. The match was lost without suspense. Burton conceded 2 more goals in the second half, and then Quinn provided an assist for Murphy to score a consolation goal. After the match, Li Yanqing calmly accepted the defeat at the press conference. "We lost, but I am very satisfied with my players' performance. For the championship, Burton is considered a young team. There is nothing to say about losing to a team of this level. Everyone performed well. But Burton will not give up. Next season, we will be promoted to the Premier League and look forward to facing them again." Chelsea's coach Connie has already won the championship. He has nothing to complain about. He praised Burton's performance and wished them success in promotion. The rest of the press conference was just his solo performance. After a brief exchange with the opponent, Li Yanqing left early, and even Miss Maggie couldn't keep him. He just wanted to be with his players. On the bus back to the club, Chris was comforting the players. In fact, losing this match didn't make the coaches too sad, as they had already decided to give up on this match in a previous meeting. Chapter 109. Li Yanqing gave the players another day off. The reason is simple, to let them adjust their mood. There are only 3 matches left in the league, and they must strive for victory in all of them. This way, no matter what the results of Swansea City in the last 3 rounds, they can secure second place. They have a goal difference 7 greater than their opponents. So there is basically no need to worry about being caught up. What is different this time is that he also gave the coaches a day off. The remaining matches are few, and it's time to take a break. Especially for Chris. His situation makes Li Yanqing quite worried. "Li, what brings you here? Is there something you want to discuss with me?" Chris felt surprised by the sudden visit of the former. "No, there's nothing to discuss, Chris. I'm here to urge you to take a good rest. No work talk today. Dr. Strange and Miss Fanny are not around these days. Otherwise, I would have dragged you for a checkup." "I'm fine." Chris did not respond to Li Yanqing's words. Even though he was a bit tired recently, he's still not very old, not yet 40. "Come on, that guy is more energetic than you, holding a beer all day." Li Yanqing found a comfortable position to lie down. Chapter 110. Then there's Perisic, who currently plays for Inter Milan, and the young player Kvaratskhelia from Rustavi. The last name is quite special. It is the super talent Bojan Krkic, who was once recognized as a potential successor to Messi. Perisic is already 29 years old, and Li Yanqing knows this player well. Mourinho at Manchester United wanted to sign him before. He can play on both flanks, has a well-rounded ability, good speed, and decent shooting. But the drawbacks are also obvious. He is too expensive, starting at 50 million. Even if the player himself is willing to come, Li Yanqing cannot spend most of his budget on him. Next is Kvaratskhelia. This young player is only 17 years old. After watching his highlight reel, Li Yanqing immediately took out his profile. Although young, he has strong assist capabilities, good dribbling skills, and he is not from a big club, so they can buy him at a reasonable price. This fits Li Yanqing's requirements perfectly, just right to take over Jamie's role. As for the last Bojan Krkic, he has certainly heard of his big name. Another super rookie following Messi at Barcelona, but he's definitely injury-prone, as injuries have hindered his growth from reaching expectations. Chapter 111. On the 19th, the match day between Burton and Fulham. A foreigner wearing sunglasses arrived in the small town. He looked around and finally fixed his gaze on a middle-aged man with a beer belly and blonde hair. "Hello. Could you tell me how to get to Burton Football Club?" "Burton? I'm very familiar with it. Are you here to watch the match, outsider?" "Today is the match against Fulham. If you're willing to wear a Burton jersey to cheer for the team, I can give you a ticket for free." Seeing the middle-aged man chatter on, he suddenly smiled and nodded. "Of course, if there's a free match waiting for me, I will." "Why do you have extra tickets?" "That's the privilege of the fan club president, mate." At the venue, the match had already started for 3 minutes. They finally arrived at their seats. "Hey, new face? Did you bring another newcomer to our fan club?" Dr. Strange was also here and excitedly asked, seeing someone following Will. "Not yet, but it's just a matter of time." Chapter 112. The Premier League matches are not as many as the Championship, so they end slightly earlier. Their matches have all concluded, and Arsenal has officially announced that their long-serving manager Wenger will retire after leading the team for 22 years. The club held a farewell event for him, and there would be a small private gathering in the evening. The invitation to this event was sent by Layman. Li Yanqing temporarily stepped away from team duties and went directly to the northern capital of Britain with him. As for Chris and Nawi, they stayed at the club to handle the remaining matters. By the time Li Yanqing and Layman arrived, the event had already started. There weren't many people present, mostly close friends invited by Wenger. Most Arsenal players did not come, as they had already said goodbye to their manager during the day. "Jose, what are you doing here?" Li Yanqing was surprised to see many coaches at the event, including Mourinho. "Wenger is a respected man, so I came. Besides, I'm not a rare sight here." Mourinho pointed to another side, where a few people were chatting. Chapter 113. 3 days later, Burton faced Swansea City away. This was the last crucial match of the season, directly related to whether they could secure a promotion to the Premier League. So they played very hard. Yanqing once again started both Nasri and Jamie. In fact, Jamie had been starting in recent matches. His time at the club was running out, and he needed to be seen by the fans more. Whether it was last season's relegation battle or this season's promotion journey, he was one of the biggest contributors. After the season ends, he plans to hold a grand farewell ceremony for Jamie. He believes that Burton fans would also want to give a proper send-off to this meritorious player. Back to the match. Swansea City is not weak. Otherwise, they wouldn't have held the second position for a long time. They also put in a lot of effort in this match, as no one wants to participate in the playoffs. However, it doesn't mean much. After being relegated at the end of last season, many players were poached. The remaining main players could only form half a framework. After the coach patched things up, they still achieved good results in the championship. However, Burton is no longer a team that needs Yanqing's various tricks to help avoid relegation. Chapter 114, May 27th. The final match of the championship, Burton Albion away against Sheffield Wednesday. At the same time, the match between Swansea City and Aston Villa was also underway. Matthias sat on the bench this time. Yanqing didn't plan to let him play against his old club. Jamie, who has already confirmed he would say goodbye to the team at the end of the season, started along with old Bivard. Also, O'Grady and Turner. But Yanqing hadn't told them yet about his plans to let them go. It could wait until everything was settled. Before the match started, he called Quinn over. Quinn, feed O'Grady and Jamie Moore. Let's try to get them both to score in this match. Is O'Grady leaving too? Quinn was a bit slow, but not stupid. He quickly understood Yanqing's meaning. Yes, if we get promoted, Yanqing did not deny. I will do it this way. Quinn nodded. As a player, he understood this feeling very well and hoped to give his teammates a decent farewell match. The game began. It turned out that opening the champagne early was not a wise move. The opponents scored a goal just 3 minutes into the game, and the Burton players had not even reacted yet. Chapter 115 that night, a grand celebration banquet was held at the club. Robinson, Buckler, Chris, Yanqing, Ryan, and others all attended. They put aside all their work because nothing was more important than celebrating the promotion. The team's biggest sponsor, Alge Brown, also arrived accompanied by the steward. Additionally, club members like Will and Dr. Strange were invited to join. Robinson directly brought in a whole truckload of beer. Everyone could drink freely tonight. Jamie and Biwatt's farewell party was scheduled for tomorrow. Guys, for the time being, no one will stop you from doing bad things. You can fully enjoy your holiday, vacation, partying, finding girls, whatever you want. But keep in mind, if anyone comes back reporting with an unqualified weight, don't blame me for arranging devil training for him. Yanqing was advising his players. They could go on holiday tomorrow, but he needed to remind them. Athletes cannot live a life of indulgence. He was worried about Quinn, Enzo, and the others. Chapter 116 after Jamie and Biwatt left. O'Grady and Turner were also notified that they could seek new clubs on their own. Turner had anticipated this day and did not react too strongly. However, O'Grady, the tall guy at 1.9 meters, was close to a breakdown when he learned he was not in the plans for next season. He was one of the first players to recognize Yanqing. If it weren't for his poor skills, Yanqing would have been reluctant to let go of such a loyal player. It's okay, O'Grady. I promise you. My coaching staff will always keep a spot for you. We will meet again then, Yanqing said, pointing to his heart. He certainly hoped all his players could grow into superstars, but that wasn't realistic. O'Grady was already 31 this year, the same age as Jamie. At this age, he had little room for improvement. Besides heading the ball, he didn't have much other use on the field. Such a level would be a disaster in the Premier League. All right, I will come back, boss. O'Grady himself knew that this was due to his insufficient level, so he didn't have much complaint. Chapter 117, Yanqing did not rush to handle the transfers of others. He had already given the list to Buckler, who would take care of it. As for himself, he rushed to Russia a few days later. Yes, the World Cup was about to start, but this had nothing to do with the Burton players. None of them were selected for the national team. During the World Cup qualifiers, Joe Hart performed excellently. But when the final squad was announced, Southgate did not include his name. The starting goalkeeper was Everton's Pickford. This caused complaints among Burton fans, as Hart had shown great form in the last half of the season. Yanqing also admitted that he was the MVP of the second half of the season. But it couldn't be helped. They were a championship team last season, which was a significant deduction point. No matter how much fans complained, it was still exciting for them. Because this was the World Cup, a super event in football that happens every 4 years. During this period, the number of fans would multiply. For coaches, many players would see their market value soar after the World Cup, so they weren't in a hurry to operate transfers. Chapter 118. A day later, there was news about Danny Rose's transfer because Li Yanqing met this player on the field. Name, Danny Rose. Age, 28. Status, poor fatigue, 15 injury probability, 10 skills, master level cross, speedy wingback, interception, attacking defender. He possessed master level cross and speedy wingback, and had defensive skills like interception. Most importantly, injuries had not left him with any after effects similar to Cazorla. Although players were not keen on discussing transfers during the World Cup, he still had a chat with Li Yanqing. After all, he was no longer a starter at Tottenham Hotspur, and his playing time was decreasing. Li Yanqing was confident he could help him regain his form, which would make it a very valuable transfer. So, he asked Buckler to make an offer directly. But Spurs owner Levy was not an easy person to talk to. This player is very good. He is one of our core players. We will only accept offers above 50 million. This was a player who lost his position after a serious injury. Li Yanqing felt a bit frustrated about this. Chapter 119. What? You mean Zlatan Ibrahimovic? He will come to our team next season? Buckler was now very excited and accidentally knocked over his teacup, soaking a pile of documents in front of him. But he didn't take care and directly tossed those things aside. My God, that is Ibrahimovic. His commercial status is way higher than Pepe, Cazorla, and the others. A strong contender for the world's third best player. You really signed him. Over the years, there have been many so-called world third best players. Buckler. Li Yanqing was not that concerned about these gimmicks. Ibrahimovic, Neymar, Hazard, Griezmann, any outstanding superstar will be labeled as the world's third best player. But the fact is, no one has ever sat in that position for too long. In contrast, he valued the player's ability more. He could serve as a core player and help him manage the locker room. Most importantly, his mental attributes were very high. He felt that the skill, offensive inspiration should also be divided into master level and ordinary level. After all, Nasri's and Ibrahimovic's skills did not seem to be on the same level. Chapter 120. After arranging the team, John went ahead to deal with the remaining matters before reporting back to Burton. But Li Yanqing did not hurry to leave because Cheng Mengmeng and Sun Yin were also here. After learning that he had contacted a new team, this strong-willed girl almost swore at him directly in the hospital room. Fortunately, Sun Yin stopped her. You should have told me your situation earlier. I could have given you a break in advance. Li Yanqing arrived at the hospital with a pile of gifts. Luckily, it was a private room, so there was space to stack them up. I don't think I said I couldn't do it, right? You seem to have left my position behind. Give me an explanation. Cheng Mengmeng was very unhappy, saying it was Li Yanqing's fault for directly finding a new team. But anyone could see that she was just blaming her body for being unreliable. If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have arranged so many things for you. As for work, don't worry. There will always be a place for you here, rest assured. I wouldn't sell you for all the money in the world. Huh? Sun Yin looked blankly at Li Yanqing. He expressed his inability to accept this. He hadn't been kicked out yet, so what was there to sell? Chapter 121. Name, Ronald Araujo. Age, 19. Status, excellent fatigue level, 15 injury probability, 10 skills, short pass combination, marking, interception. After several twists and turns, Li Yanqing finally met this young man. He was originally set to go to Barcelona, but at the request of his elders, he came to meet him instead. He had the Barcelona standard skill, short pass combination, along with defensive skills, marking, and interception. He didn't have any technical skills yet, as he was still in his growth phase. Barcelona is a big club. I won't deny they are really strong, but it's not suitable for you right now. You definitely won't be a starter. I even think being a substitute will be difficult, and you might end up in the second team. Li Yanqing started analyzing the current situation for him. There's no way. If they wanted to persuade this player, they had to start from here. But Burton is different. We're a promoted team. We can boldly use young players without worrying about whether you have a reputation. I guarantee that as long as you come, you can be a starter right away. The Premier League is definitely not worse than La Liga. Chapter 122. Time quickly reached July 15th. The World Cup had reached the finals, but Li Yanqing still couldn't attend in person because he had returned to Burton and the pre-match training had begun. Many new faces gathered in the conference room, all watching the live broadcast of the final. Blind, Cazorla, Justin, Araujo, Ibrahimovic, Anderson. In fact, only Pepe had not reported to the team yet. Portugal was defeated 2-1 in the round of 16, and it's worth mentioning that Pepe scored that goal. He would miss the club's first warm-up match. Additionally, Buckler secured David Luiz and Felipe Anderson. The former's transfer fee was $12 million, while the latter was $30 million plus $13 million in performance-related clauses. In short, they overspent. Buckler, it's okay. You definitely won't mind. We were supposed to buy star players anyway, and now we have Ibrahimovic and Anderson. You will definitely be able to earn back the overspent money. Li Yanqing sat in the front row, next to Ibrahimovic, with Buckler, Chris, Nai, and the newly joined John team behind him. Chapter 123, a few days later, Pepe also reported to the team. Name, Pepe. The original name was too long. So just the nickname. Age, 35 status. Good fatigue level. 40 injury probability. 20 skills. Master level marking, master level interception. Accurate header, overhead ball, iron defender. His abilities were very balanced. With 2 master level defensive skills, 1 overhead ball, plus an accurate header that could both attack and defend. The only drawback was his age. He couldn't withstand constant use. Usually, he should just maintain his condition and be brought on for key matches. As for the training plan, it hasn't been made yet. They should continue with their previous training for now. After the matches have progressed for a while, Li Yanqing would decide on targeted training based on the needs, especially for young players like Cavaradona, Araujo, and Justin. They still didn't have technical skills, and their abilities hadn't reached the limit yet. However, they already had 3 skills, and practicing more might be challenging. On the training ground, a training match was currently underway. Previously, their formation had always been 4-2-3-1, and Li Yanqing supplemented players according to this formation. Chapter 124, Miss Maggie. No one is forbidding you from entering, but you should have told me in advance. Li Yanqing looked a bit displeased at the uninvited Miss Maggie, who was currently holding a camera and filming Burton's second warm-up match. Chris was standing next to her, arranging an interview for her later. Li, don't be like this. You agreed at the time that she could come for interviews anytime. It's not a big deal. Moreover, Ibrahimovic's joining has already become a hot news topic. This man has changed. He used to dislike this sharp-tongued reporter the most. Is the management's work so idle? Chris, if you have a lot of time, you could totally help Nai. Okay, my coaches. Miss Maggie interrupted their conversation. Stop joking. My camera is full of your voices. I believe you wouldn't want tomorrow's footage to have the narration filled with the coach's arguments. Chris quickly made a gesture indicating no problem and then wrote down all the interview plans he had arranged. This man is hopeless. Chapter 125 on August 15th. The Premier League finally kicked off. In the previous time, the Burton team had practiced their lineup quite a bit. Ibrahimovic, Cazorla, and David Luiz, who had previously played for big clubs, adapted quickly, while the younger players struggled a bit. Quinn was doing okay, but Murphy and Son completely couldn't adapt to the tactical changes. But that's fine. They would get better with more matches. Their first match was an away game against old rivals West Ham United. The opponent had recently been defeated by them in the FA Cup last season, and their midfield core Lanzini was injured in that match. The then head coach David Moyes left the team after the season ended. He was replaced by Manuel Pellegrini, who had just left his position at the Chinese club. Their squad hadn't changed much, but they still needed to pay attention to the opponent's attacking core Payet and striker Andy Carroll. As for Lanzini, his injury has not fully recovered yet. Burton's lineup features a front line composed of Ibrahimovic, Matthias, and Anderson. In the midfield, Quinn starts, while the defensive midfielders are still Baselli and Enzo. Chapter 126, a goal from David Luiz. A beautiful attack. He is a top-tier disruptor. With the sound of the live commentary, Pellegrini covered his head. It had been a while since he left the top league, and he actually forgot about this player. Sometimes strengthening the attack doesn't necessarily mean bringing on a forward. Thus, he quickly made a substitution adjustment. Li Yanqing appeared somewhat excited. His intention was really just to let Luiz deal with Andy Carroll. After all, the success rate of a defender scoring is not very high. Most of the time, it leaves their own defense exposed. Fortunately, the goal went in. No problem then. The first goal in the top league. David Luiz. I love you so much. On the sidelines, Will was still cheering for the team, as usual. He was waving Luiz's number 2 jersey and shouting continuously. This guy, didn't he say that he liked Murphy the most, just like little Blanchard? Why is he holding Luiz's jersey? Since Chris is not around, Nawe often hosts Will and knows that his favorite is this young forward from Burton's Youth Academy. Chapter 127. After drawing against West Ham United in their first league match, they lost in the second round. The opponent was Chelsea. Burton has not yet adapted to the pace of the Premier League. Although they are trying hard, tactical awareness cannot be caught up in a short time, especially since most of their team consists of young players. The significance of bringing in veterans like Ibrahimovic, Pepe, and Cazorla lies here. Hopefully, they can share more experience with the young players. Li Yanqing is quite anxious about the team's current situation, as the schedule is not friendly to them. The next match is against Everton, followed by Leicester City, and then Manchester City, all teams in the upper half of the table. On the training ground, hey, focus a bit. It doesn't matter if this is the Premier League or Serie A. After all, they're all just people, just get past him. Ibrahimovic is very dissatisfied with Anderson's performance in these two matches. He had Raiola recommend this player to Li Yanqing, hoping he would help him, not drag him down. In these two matches, he has been the team's attacking core, but he basically loses the ball as soon as he gets it. Anderson knows he hasn't performed well and doesn't say much, just trains silently. Chapter 128. Before the season started, Li Yanqing had met him, and at that time his attribute panel definitely didn't have overconfidence. But now, it's only been a little over a month. What exactly did Ibrahimovic teach him? He said, if you always doubt yourself, then don't play football. The main striker must be a hero, not a bear. Okay. Li Yanqing feels a bit of pain in his heart. The exclusive skill, expert in godly goals, might be a bit difficult to learn, but he hasn't learned any other skills, yet his personality attribute has progressed quite quickly. Now, it's overconfidence, and if he wins a few more championships, will it evolve into arrogance? That's okay, Lee. I still admire this kid. Ibrahimovic taught well. He is now the main striker of the youth team. Reinhardt first supported Li Yanqing. He didn't know what had happened, but overall, it should be dissatisfaction with Li Yichuan's growth rate. Compliments are right. Anyway, the player's recent progress has indeed been significant. No, this is not a main player issue. Chapter 129. Name, Jordan Pickford. Age, 24. Status, good. Fatigue, 5. Injury probability, 1. Attributes, barrier, accurate long pass. Butterfingers, defensive goalkeeper. His attributes are quite good. As a defensive goalkeeper, he also has excellent long passing skills. But he also maintains the traditional style of British goalkeepers. Joe Hart squinted at the scene on the pitch. He is not happy right now. Previously, he lost his starting position to the opponent in the national team, and now he has blocked his teammates' sure goal. Then, he looked at the opponent's forwards. This match must let them taste the feeling of not being able to score. At this moment, Li Yanqing was surprised to find Hart's form continuously rising. Average, good, excellent. Then he remembered that the opponent's goalkeeper was Pickford. It seems Hart has a personal rivalry with him. However, he really likes this fighting spirit from the players. It can be utilized. Louise, switch positions with Miller. Move forward. The firepower up front is not enough. Li Yanqing does not intend to let Hart's suddenly good form go to waste, seizing the opportunity to let the players attack. Chapter 130. Name, Richarlison. Age, 21. Status, excellent. Fatigue, 30. Injury probability, 10. Attributes, dribble with ball, scorpion kick, all-round forward. After West Ham's Rice, Everton's Richarlison also impressed Li Yanqing. In the post-Messi and Ronaldo era, countless newcomers are gradually showcasing their sharpness. It's only been 3 matches, and he has already encountered 2. There's also Grealish from Aston Villa. Both are very good young players. However, Li Yanqing does not envy them, because Burton also has its own pride. We won. Quinn stood beside the coach, excitedly waving his hands. This is their first victory in the Premier League. Even though he didn't play, it didn't stop him from feeling the joy of victory, and he was even more excited than the players on the field. Until they returned to the club, he was still thrilled about it. He truly remembered Li Yanqing's teachings and always looked forward to the team's success. But the latter looked at his performance and felt something was off. He could only see one word from Quinn: fanaticism. Like many fervent fans. Chapter 131. On the 29th, Burton plays at home against Leicester City. In this match, Cazorla and Pepe were substituted. They played the full match, and by this point, their fatigue levels had exceeded 30. Ibrahimovic will also rest in this match, and Li Yanqing plans to let him conserve his energy. The next match against Manchester City is when he will need to exert himself. The starting center forward is Matthias, with Anderson and young player Kvaradona on the wings. The midfield consists of Nasri, Enzo, and Baselli. The backline features Justin, Blayford, Araujo, and Sun Yen. This starting lineup is quite bold, as it includes 5 young players directly. Among them, only Enzo is relatively stable. Li Yanqing is somewhat confident in this decision. primarily because the opponent's star player Mahrez has transferred to Manchester City during the summer window. Previously, their ability to create a championship miracle was largely due to Mahrez and Kanté, the latter of whom has long since moved to Chelsea. Now, the core players remaining in the team that Li Yanqing remembers are the grassroots forward Vardy and goalkeeper Schmeichel. Name: Jamie Vardy. Age: 30. Status: good fatigue level, 30. Injury probability: 15. Tags: dribbling and passing, masterful volley, agile forward. Chapter 132. Li Yanqing's adjustments have been quite effective. After Son Yin moved up, the opponent's left winger was unable to break through. With Enzo focusing on organizing, the central offensive momentum became increasingly strong. However, this arrangement exposed weaknesses to the opposing coach. There was a large gap in Burton's right defense. It was clear that he was not a defensive-minded coach, and upon recognizing the situation, he immediately substituted a defender for an additional midfielder to attack the opponent's weak area. If one person cannot do it, then bring in more. It's time to go on the offensive. Is this really okay? Lehmann is now a bit like the early Chris, always worried that Li Yanqing's unconventional tactics could lead to a loss. What coach experiments with tactics during official matches? Many inspirations come suddenly during games, Jens. Players are like this, and so are coaches. Hasn't the professor tried doing this? Li Yanqing explained as he observed the situation on the field. He doesn't mind new changes, but rarely disrupts the team's deployment suddenly during a match. Lehmann shook his head. Li Yanqing is a coach with a completely different style from Wenger. Chapter 133. On the training ground, Li Yanqing gathered the young players. Today, he personally trained these youngsters while the veterans' training was arranged by Lehmann and John. The team has been training together for a while, and most issues have already been exposed. Accordingly, there are conclusions on how to train his players. This mainly targets Quinn, Murphy, Sun Yin, Kvaradona, Justin, Araujo, and Miller. Enzo already has 5 tags, so there is no special need for training. Therefore, he enjoys the treatment that Quinn did not get and is included in the veteran training group. First up is Quinn. His tags currently are through ball, sky shot, flash of inspiration, midfield commander. There aren't many issues, but Li Yanqing hopes he can train to develop perpetual motion. Compared to other skills, physical quality skills are easier to learn when there are many skills involved. However, the difficulty of training this skill is very high, and it won't be feasible in a short time. Next is Murphy. Based on the last match's ideas, he will train one-on-one specialist and dribbling proficiency. And if that doesn't work, dribbling and passing will also be acceptable. Chapter 134. After 3 matches, the current record is 2 wins and 1 loss. We must ensure we get to 31 points. You should be clear about this, Lee. In the office, Chris, Buckler, and Li Yanqing have gathered together, which is rare. After the team was promoted to the Premier League, Robinson has been busy with business and hardly makes appearances. Chris, who has moved up to management, has become the one with the most authority among them, even surpassing manager Buckler. Of course, I know, don't worry. Leave the match matters to me. Does Robinson have any special plans for the team? 31 points is a score that can basically secure relegation, which is typically the goal for relegation teams. Burton's goal is currently also this number. However, Li Yanqing is clearly not very interested in this. Based on the current situation, the team's performance is still within his acceptable range. Other teams that were also promoted this year have yet to win a single match. Any plans depend on the team's performance. The main focus is still on relegation. If relegation fails, things will be very bad. Chapter 135. The day after the meeting. During the 4th round of the Premier League, Burton faces Manchester City away. This will definitely not be an easy match. The opponent has started with 3 consecutive wins and has great momentum. Li Yanqing also meets Guardiola for the first time as a head coach. This coach has a remarkable record, winning a treble in his first season and a sextuple in his second, leading Barcelona to earn the title of the Galaxy team. Later, he also led Bayern Munich to 3 consecutive Bundesliga titles. However, when people mention this coach, they don't think he is that impressive, mainly because the players from that Barcelona team were too dazzling, leading to the feeling that any coach could achieve the same results. In Bayern and Manchester City, he could buy anyone he wanted with endless money. Many criticize his achievements as being based on luck. If he were at a poorer club, he wouldn't succeed. However, such remarks have little practical significance, because many head coaches, even with money, may not manage a team well. Li Yanqing feels inferior in this regard, as giving him $1 billion to buy a team of superstars would not result in success, since no one would be willing to listen to him. Chapter 136. Manchester City's strength is greater than Chelsea's. This is evident not only in their tags, but also in the team's performance in recent years. The only team that can truly compete with them might be Liverpool under Klopp. It wasn't until the match officially began that Guardiola noticed Nasri, who was standing in the most central position for Burton. He personally sent the player to the Championship and hadn't paid attention to him since. However, he wasn't too surprised by the news of Burton's successful promotion to the Premier League, because Joe Hart's outstanding performance is often compared to Pickford, and to this day, some fans still feel regret that Hart couldn't participate in the World Cup. What truly surprised him was Nasri. He was unaware of the player's physical condition. He simply thought that he wasn't starting due to a lack of ability, and for a while even felt that he had been overshadowed by the kid named Quinn. What he didn't expect was that he started against Manchester City, the team he led. Guardiola glanced at Yanqing, standing on the sidelines. He didn't think it was a wise decision. Many players in the Manchester City squad were quite familiar with Nasri. Chapter 137. Sterling was very fast. At least Son Yin couldn't catch up and could only watch as Sterling charged toward his own goal. Master-level goalkeeper rush. In this situation, Joe Hart certainly executed this move. However, Sterling didn't show his joy above all nature this time. Instead, he flicked the ball over Hart, easily defeating the rushing goalkeeper. In less than 10 minutes, Manchester City had already equalized the score. Guardiola clapped lightly, showing no emotional change because everyone knew it was only a matter of time before the score was leveled. At this moment, the calmest person was Nasri. He waved his hand, calling Enzo over to discuss tactics. When Ibrahimovic passes the ball to me, I'll pass it to you. Then you go directly to Anderson. Got it, but Enzo has some concerns about the head coach. He was actually asked to focus on defense in this match, so he's a bit unsure if doing this will upset Yanqing. Don't worry, I'll explain it to him. Nasri patted his shoulder. While he was on the field, the team's attacking tactics were mostly arranged by him, and sometimes it didn't matter if they conflicted with Yanqing's plans. Chapter 138. The match was not over yet. Or rather, the match was just beginning at this moment. Nasri's explosive form allowed him to shoulder the burden of midfield attack almost single-handedly, with no assistance. Breakthroughs through balls, spreading the play. His tenacious efforts had moved everyone watching the match, especially the Burton players who directly felt the emotions of their opponents. Poor, average, good. David Luiz surged forward. Enzo also ran ahead to draw fire, and Son Yin finally stopped worrying about defense, truly integrating into the attack for the first time. Attack inspiration. It was only today that Yanqing finally understood the meaning of this skill. It is the most direct manifestation of a player's personal charisma on the field. However, his eyes were not filled with excitement, but rather with concern. Nasri had already pushed himself to the limit in this match. His injury probability was skyrocketing like a rocket, increasing several points every minute. Ibrahimovic squinted, staring at this player who was currently exuding an aura. Nasri just wanted to prove himself in front of Guardiola. But it was different for him. Saying that he had a grudge against the opponent was not a problem. Chapter 139. The first half of the match ended. In the locker room, Nasri's injury status was still uncertain, and he had been sent to a nearby hospital. But for the others, there was still a second half to continue. Quinn, you'll take Nasri's place in the second half. He performed well today, and it's hard for you to play the same role as him. So, we'll adjust our tactics a bit. You don't need to break through. Focus your attacks on the right side. Yanqing was arranging tactics for them. Nasri's idea in the first half was good, using Son Yin to hold off Walker and then freeing up Anderson. He decided to continue with this plan. Understood. Quinn nodded. The things he didn't finish, I will continue. Among everyone on the field, he had the best relationship with Nasri. The latter taught him many things. When Nasri left the field due to injury, he was also the one who felt it the most. However, if we were talking about the person who felt the worst, it would be Son Yin. While in the locker room, he couldn't hold back his tears. Several goals conceded today were related to him. If only he could have caught up with Sterling. If only he could have caught up with Walker. At least it would have saved the team from conceding 2 goals. Chapter 140. The score on the field was 3-4. Burton was just 1 point away from equalizing. But it wasn't just them who were serious. Strong emotions were also affecting the Manchester City players. They were one of the hardest teams to deal with in the Premier League. Yanqing had to admit this. After Fernandinho and Otamendi came on, it became more difficult for Burton to tear apart the opponent's defense. They established a solid defense in the center with company. Son Yin could pull Walker away, but as soon as Anderson went up, he would be double-teamed. Facing strong defensive players, his dribbling like a breeze couldn't perform as expected. The pace of the transition between offense and defense was fast, which also made David Luiz hesitant to push forward carelessly. Several times, just as he rushed into midfield, the ball fell to the opponent's feet. This was the situation that Burton was currently least skilled at handling. Their formation changes hadn't been practiced enough. And when frequently changing formations, someone would always drop the ball. Back Eli. Go up when you need to. It's okay to push the defensive area a bit forward. Yanqing rarely criticized this defensive midfielder for doing anything wrong because he usually completed his tasks. Chapter 141. Equalizing against Manchester City was not something to be ashamed of. For a newly promoted team, it was even quite respectable, especially achieving this result while choosing to go toe-to-toe with a strong opponent. At least the players, the fans, and even the live commentators thought so. Only Yanqing kept shouting, "Stop celebrating. Time is running out, and we still have a chance to win." Quinn, who scored, was the first to react. He stopped celebrating and picked up the ball to bring it back to midfield. If this match ended in a draw, most people would accept it. But Yanqing believed that Nasri would want a victory even more. At this moment, Sane was trying to break through Miller. Guardiola's last substitution did not take him off, but instead replaced the exhausted Gundogan with Mahrez, pushing him to forward. They also wanted to win. Yanqing's judgment was mistaken, but it didn't matter. He still had Miller drop back to left back to defend, and the approach remained unchanged. Pass. The newly substituted Mahrez loudly called for Sane, urgently wanting to score. Helping the team clinch a last-minute victory would help him secure his place in the locker room faster. Chapter 142. Post-match press conference. Guardiola was the first to accept the interview. Regarding the issue of drawing against the promoted team, he gave a positive response. Their strength is quite good and doesn't seem like that of a newly promoted team. If it weren't for their uniforms, I might even think my team was playing against Liverpool or Chelsea. I've heard they spent $80 million on signings, and the results have been impressive. They will be the dark horse of this season. Guardiola praised Burton's performance, partly out of genuine surprise, and partly as an excuse for his own players. Not winning wasn't due to a poor performance on their part. These were not the words Yanqing wanted to hear. However, no one was interviewing him at that moment. So he prepared to grab a microphone from a reporter and directly ask Guardiola a question. It wasn't a polite act, but he couldn't care less. Just as he was about to act, a reporter had already asked the question he wanted to know. What do you think of the performances of Nasri and Hart in this match? Reporters are always eager for drama. They all knew that in the first half, Nasri had almost single-handedly carried Burton's offense. Chapter 143. How is Nasri? Have you transferred him to Burton's hospital? Thanks to him, this match was a success. Lehman waited for the late-arriving Yanqing at the club. The players had already gone to rest, and only he and Nasri remained. He is preparing to end his football career. Jens. Congratulate him. He has achieved his goal. Yanqing decided not to inform the players about this news for the time being, especially Quinn. After all, Nasri hadn't been discharged yet. It would be better for him to announce it himself later. As long as the coaches knew about it in advance, that was enough. What? Retiring? Is the injury very serious? This news wouldn't surprise Chris and Navis too much, but it was different for Lehman. He still didn't know about the players' physical issues. He only knew that he was the club's offensive core, at least for the last few matches. Not really. Anyway, let's explain it together later. The reason for this was that Navis, John, and others were waiting for Yanqing in the conference room for a meeting. They needed to summarize today's match. Chapter 144. The next day, at the training ground, the players were unaware of Nasri's decision to retire. They only knew he was lightly injured and thought he would return to the team soon. Only Quinn sensed something was off. Is he going to retire? Sure. Don't spread it. Let him tell you when he is discharged. Yanqing had already acknowledged Quinn's words. I watched the replay of the post-match press conference. Since Mr. Guardiola has confirmed him, he definitely won't play again. Quinn lowered his voice. Nasri had already told him what he wanted to do, which is why he was focused on turning the score around when he went up. Unfortunately, he still couldn't achieve it in the end. It's okay. He has no regrets. He looked quite cheerful. By the time I got there, he was already making retirement plans. But I feel regretful. Yanqing's words couldn't comfort Quinn. I said I would help him win. Besides, they were so close to achieving it. The latter's expression remained serious. Yanqing looked at his heavy-hearted demeanor and hesitated about whether to interrupt him and send him back to training. Chapter 145. The day after the match against Aston Villa. Actually, today was supposed to be a day off for the players because Burton would have nearly half a month of rest. The next match would still be in the FA Cup against the championship team, so there shouldn't be much pressure. However, to solidify the team's progress, Yanqing postponed the players' vacation. The current momentum was very good, and if possible, he would prefer not to have this break. However, that wasn't realistic, as many awards would be presented during this time, and the national team would also announce the latest roster. At the training ground, Ibrahimovic was training Li Yichuan. Pay attention to your position. Sometimes don't get too close to the goal. Helping teammates draw fire is also an important task for a forward. As for shooting, don't worry. There will be plenty of opportunities. Just take your chances when you're confident. The good news was that the latter's habit of focusing solely on shooting had finally been restrained under Ibrahimovic's guidance. Of course, it was also largely related to Li Yanqing not allowing him to shoot during training before. In short, his training was finally back on track. Hey, guys, good morning. Not far away, Nasri, who had just been discharged, returned to the club. Chapter 146, a few days later. Burton bid farewell to Nasri, a player who hadn't been with the team long, but had made a significant impact. He announced his retirement on both social media and at the press conference. The most surprised person was Guardiola. He even called to inquire about the reason for the player's retirement. And only after confirming that it wasn't due to the injury from that match did he feel relieved. Unfortunately, Nasri could no longer feel the other's last concern. At this time, Burton's players were also on vacation. Li Yanqing and his coaching staff were gathering information about the national team selections. After announcing the bonus policy, the coaching staff, which had previously only maintained a responsible level, could now be described as dedicated. They took care of everything without needing Li Yanqing's reminders. Some players needed to go to the national team for their respective Continental Cup qualifiers, and those players needed to pay special attention when using them, especially Pepe, as well as those who needed to adjust to the time difference. For the club, the results were not bad, as they still didn't have too many players selected this time. Chapter 147. Blind finally agreed to try out for the second team. Li Yanqing told him, "You have to choose between face and the final glory. Instead of continuing to sink in the first team, it's better to go to the second team and find that all-powerful self again." In his prime, Blind was quite impressive. The spectacular diving header by Van Persie in the 2014 World Cup was actually assisted by him. Now that there's Ibrahimovic in Burton, perhaps they could create even more beautiful goals. Hopefully, he can regain his confidence. After dealing with Blind's situation, Li Yanqing appeared at a tavern. He hadn't relaxed in a long time. The season had progressed to this point, with 2 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss. Although it wasn't easy, it was a satisfactory report card. He had just taken a sip when he noticed a few sneaky figures in the corner. "Hey, Will. Murphy, aren't you going to say hello?" For some reason, Murphy had already blended in with Will, but that was a player's private matter, and he didn't intend to interfere. "Sure, don't make a sound, boss. It'll be trouble if little Blanche finds us." Chapter 148. Will's family matters. Li Yanqing didn't want to get involved, so he quickly took Murphy away from there. With only a few days of vacation, he hoped the players could rest well. As for Will, Chris would help him. October 17th, the first round of the FA Cup. In this match, Burton basically used an all-youth lineup. Quadradona, Araujo, and others who usually didn't have stable playing time all started. Only 2 veterans, Blind and Cazorla, were in the starting lineup. On one hand, it was to test the effectiveness of Cazorla and Araujo's short passing combination. On the other hand, Blind needed to find his form. The young players also needed to grow quickly, and the early rounds of the FA Cup were perfect for training. The opponent wasn't strong, so winning shouldn't be a problem. Li Yanqing rarely sat on the coach's bench, chatting with Lehman about some recent work. "Jens, how did Ryan respond?" A few days ago, Li Yanqing and his team had prepared a plan for the youth training team on how to cultivate young players. Chris gave him 2 years to lay a solid foundation for the team. Since it was a foundation, the youth team was the most important. Chapter 149. In the following rounds of league matches, Burton achieved an impressive record. First, they won 1-0 against Sunderland. In this match, Blafford was rested, and Pepe and Araujo anchored the defense. The players had grown accustomed to the tactical changes from their previous training. As long as the speed of attacking and defending transitions wasn't absurdly fast, there wouldn't be any issues. Ibrahimovic scored the only goal of the match in the 32nd minute of the first half with a beautiful volley. Then, when facing West Bromwich, they achieved their first big win in the Premier League, 3-0. Ibrahimovic opened the scoring. In the second half, substitutes Cazorla and Murphy scored consecutively. They had now achieved their first 3-game winning streak in the top league. With 4 wins, 2 draws, and one loss, they temporarily sat in 5th place with 14 points. This was an astonishing achievement that set the British media ablaze. Generally, a newly promoted team adapting to the pace of the game by this time would be considered good. Yet Burton had surged to the top of the table. Coaches like Lehman, John, and Naylor were exceptionally excited, as if the bonus had already been secured. Aside from the coaches, the most excited was Joe Hart. Chapter 150. Li Yanqing was unaware that he had unintentionally offended Woodward once again. He was still watching game footage with the coaches. Oh my god, Cazorla has been in great form lately. You can hardly tell he is already 33. In the previous matches, the biggest contributor wasn't the goal-scoring Ibrahimovic, nor was it the goalkeeper Joe Hart who kept clean sheets. It was the veteran who had missed a crucial goal against Manchester City earlier. His performance was outstanding on both offensive and defensive ends, keeping the team's midfield well organized. He had played full matches in several recent games, almost pushing Enzo to the bench. Yes, his awareness was excellent. He could completely unleash Quinn in the center. Hey, I seem to see the shadow of his younger self. Back then, he was truly unstoppable. Lehman had worked with the players for a long time, and they were very familiar with each other. Since his surgery, Cazorla's form had significantly declined. This was the first time they had seen him perform like this. Yes, everyone was surprised. Has anything happened recently? Or is it because he missed that goal last time? Chapter 151. In the 8th round of the league, Burton hosted Southampton. By this time, the match had entered the second half, and Li Yanqing's expression was somewhat tense. He had actually sent out most of the main players for this match, but now in the 82nd minute, Burton was still 2 goals down. After a 3-game winning streak, their momentum seemed to have diminished. Southampton had taught them that there were no easy teams in the Premier League. Moreover, the average age of their opponent's lineup was reasonable, making it hard for them to gain any advantage in running. It wasn't that the players had any physical problems. It seemed more like a mental fatigue. Perhaps it was because the previous 2 attacking boosts had slightly overextended the players' conditions. Most of those who had played in that match were currently in a normal state. The most frustrating was Blind. He felt his form was improving, but whenever he started in the league, the team would encounter problems. Substitute Murphy in. Let Ibrahimovic come off. Looking at Ibrahimovic, whose fatigue level was at 80%, Li Yanqing still made the substitution decision. In fact, bringing in Murphy at this point wouldn't be very useful. The opponent's defense was tight, and their attacks were calm and collected, leaving few counterattack opportunities. Chapter 152. The next day at the training ground, Li Yanqing, Naylor, and the players were all in a somewhat listless state. The players were lacking spirit, and the 2 of them were simply sleep-deprived from last night. Poor Naylor had originally just come to pick something up, but then spent the whole night analyzing all the data Chung Mengmeng had sent over about Manchester United. In terms of overall strength, Li Yanqing indeed had no way to improve, but he could research how to target Manchester United's defenders more. Perhaps a small detail that no one noticed would help Burton score another goal. By the way, was there any progress from the previous training? Li Yanqing had previously assigned all the skills for the players to train to Naylor, but so far, it seemed no one had learned any new skills. Logically speaking, the team had been in good form recently, so it shouldn't have been difficult to learn a few skills in the process. It's okay, proceeding in normal pace. After hearing Naylor's response, Li Yanqing slapped his forehead. He really felt a bit dazed. Naylor couldn't see the skill panel, of course. He didn't know what he was trying to ask. All right, you go call Murphy over first. Chapter 153. On the 28th, at Old Trafford, Li Yanqing had said he would return here and nail Sanderson to Manchester United's pillar of shame. Now, he had completed the first step, returning here again as the visiting team's head coach. How do you feel, Lee? It was Nasri before, now it's your turn. This is something you've always looked forward to. It's rare for Chris to join the team on the trip, but he's here as the team leader. To be honest, it doesn't feel particularly special. A couple of days ago, I was quite looking forward to it, but now that it's actually happening, it feels no different. In my opinion, it's even more familiar than the Riverside Stadium. Li Yanqing complimented his own club a bit, then suddenly changed the subject. To be fair, their financial efficiency is quite good. Can we learn from them about how quickly to pay salaries? Last time they settled my salary in under 2 hours. Hearing this made Chris roll his eyes. He shouldn't have said that. Lee, I'm so glad to see you. You guys have performed well this season. Chapter 154. The match begins. Both sides are playing defensively, not wanting to take the initiative to attack. This leads to the game starting for a few minutes, yet the players are still just strolling around. Mourinho and Li Yanqing stand on the sidelines, unwilling to miss any details of the game. Both teams are exhibiting some caution. Mourinho deployed his best tactics, and Yanqing also abandoned his previous aggressive strategy, opting for a tactic similar to the opponent's. It's still hard to predict the direction of the match. The commentators did not see Burton as a weak team, especially since Manchester United's form is far from good. Their only concern is whether this match will satisfy the fans. Chris sat on the bench with his arms crossed. He did not attend the pre-match tactics meeting, so he won't comment on the game for now. He and Robinson share the advantage of not caring whether the team plays beautifully as long as they win in the end. The most worried person is Lehmann. Because the players seem a bit fatigued, Burton did not employ their usual tactics for the season in this match. Chapter 155. In the 30th minute of the match, both teams' formations have evolved from initially defending in their own halves to being completely mixed together. Forwards are pressing against the opponent's defense, and the midfield is fiercely contesting. It's hard to say if this is still what a counterattack formation should do, but the match is developing in this direction. At this moment, Burton found themselves at a disadvantage. It must be admitted that Manchester United's midfield intensity is a bit higher than Burton's. Mata and Pogba have good awareness, are experienced, and their defense is solid. The only young player, McTominay, is focused solely on defense. In contrast, Baselli and Enzo, the two defensive midfielders, are slightly weaker. While Quinn can exploit the aging Mata's running, Pogba sees the opportunity first, delivering a long pass to Rashford on the wing. The latter skillfully shook off Blind and chose to cut inside. Thankfully, Braithwaite had learned a lot from Pepe during this time and anticipated the opponent's attacking route, kicking the ball back to the wing. Blind's defense may be lacking, but his attacking instinct remains sharp, making a choice the moment he received the ball. Chapter 156. Manchester United was quite lucky, and Pogba's performance was outstanding. But Burton is not doing badly either. Quinn always manages to seize some slim opportunities. The match is back to square one, and honestly, Burton's performance is a bit surprising. They showed a strong attitude when facing Manchester United. Let's see how the second half of the match unfolds. The commentator is grateful he did not view Burton as a newly promoted team at the start. Otherwise, he would be feeling uncomfortable now. The first half ended at 1-1, and Mourinho couldn't hold onto the lead. This created a strange atmosphere within Manchester United. You shouldn't lose your position. How many times have I said this? You should mark your man, not just follow the ball. Pogba is not happy right now. He faced 4 defenders alone and didn't expect to have the score equalized due to a teammate's minor mistake. He was already dissatisfied with Mourinho, having been overshadowed by Matthias for a while, and now he was exceptionally furious. He directed his anger at McTominay for not marking Quinn. All right, Pogba, we can discuss blaming teammates after the match. Chapter 157. The effect of the substitutions was unexpected for both sides. As soon as Martial came on, Pogba desperately tried to get the ball, sending out several long passes under Matthias's pressure. Matthias could annoy him, but he certainly couldn't mark him tightly. Meanwhile, Martial, Rashford, and Lukaku took turns launching attacks against Burton's defense. The situation seemed favorable for Manchester United, but it made Mourinho frown. This was not the style of play he arranged. Pogba has completely disregarded his tactical instructions. He just sent the ball forward without considering the situation on the pitch. After the initial momentum faded, they realized their midfield formation was now all over the place. Blind found an opportunity and initiated a lob pass again. He was a bit troubled by Rashford and Lukaku's frequent rotations, as he couldn't mark either of them. So he was holding back, wanting to execute a beautiful attack. The ball landed in the backfield, and Murphy darted past Lindelof again without giving the opponent any leeway. The irritable Lindelof was about to hold Murphy off when he found Quinn had already squeezed in. Chapter 158. Intimidation, as the name suggests, creates a certain sense of pressure on the opposing players. Its main function should be to influence the opponent's state. Yanqing could only temporarily define this skill like this. The specific effect will be known once it has been utilized a few more times. Just like offensive inspiration, you can't see the accompanying side effects unless it happens a few more times. Congratulations, Burton's performance has surprised me. It seems it's time for me to make some changes. Mourinho smiled and hugged Yanqing. They lost the match, but it had little to do with his tactical arrangements. When they played according to his instructions, Manchester United had the upper hand at one point. Jose, to be honest, I'm a bit worried about you right now. Your attitude makes me feel like you'll resign at any moment. This is Yanqing's only concern after winning this match. Resign? No, I won't. I must say, Since I've known you for so long, I've changed quite a bit too. Before getting the team sorted out, I need to take care of the club's management first. Sanderson is unwilling to support me, but that's okay. This time I will compensate myself with a breach of contract fee. Chapter 159. Li Yanqing's thoughts are not wrong. Because they lost decisively in their upcoming match against Tottenham Hotspur. They were already 1 goal down in the first half. And no matter how he changed tactics in the second half, he couldn't equalize the score. Then the opponent scored again. It seemed like they lost the match. In the taxi, a passenger who was tightly covered was chatting with the driver. Yes, but it's okay. The opponent is one of the big 6. We can't expect them to win every match. It's already great that we have come this far. No one would have thought that we could actually make it to the Premier League. It was clear that the driver was a fan of Burton. The decorations in his car were all team-related merchandise. Well, that's really nice. The atmosphere here is quite good. The passenger nodded in satisfaction and leaned back in his seat. However, his hood slipped down a bit, clearly revealing half of his face. Mourinho, who just got sacked from Manchester United, was wandering around this small town. Fortunately, the driver didn't notice him, and he quickly covered his face again. Chapter 160. Li Yanqing and Mourinho chatted for the entire afternoon, with Ibrahimovic occasionally chiming in. According to Mourinho, the age of the Burton players is quite unreasonable. Some are too old, while others are too young. Although the idea of using veterans to mentor young players is good, veterans can easily get fatigued, and young players need more opportunities to practice what they have learned. It is inevitable that their performance will be unstable. If every match could maintain a high level of play, that would be a miracle. For example, Enzo was a key player last season, but this season he hasn't had many standout performances. Cazorla is also teaching him, but he learns very slowly. The most obvious veteran is Pepe. Li Yanqing estimates that if he can play a dozen matches in a season, that would be pretty good. Therefore, what you should be thinking about now is not how to improve the strength. Even if the young players' levels can continuously improve, at most they can only maintain the current level. If you keep thinking about raising the ceiling, there will come a day when it will collapse quickly. The outcome of the match is never determined by the strongest point, but by the weakest point. Chapter 161. A few days later, the Burton team successfully won the second round of the FA Cup. So far, there has been no pressure, but in the next round, they will play against Crystal Palace, which will be a competition between Premier League teams. After returning to the club, Li Yanqing was immediately stopped by Chris. Hey, aren't you going to take care of Will? He hasn't come to watch a match for a while. Why are you stopping me? Don't worry about him. Susan will take care of him. After Chris finished speaking, he shouted back, Buckle, Ryan, Lee is here. We can set off. Set off? Is there any need to go somewhere else for the meeting? Li Yanqing looked at this lineup. Aside from a meeting, he really couldn't find another reason to gather them together. You'll find out once you go. Buckle immediately pushed him into the car. Didn't Mourinho come by recently? Chris took the opportunity to chat with him. And then you'll know when you get there. Oh, stop playing riddles. Li Yanqing doesn't like guessing. He prefers to have control over things. Chapter 162. All right, it's Real Madrid. After Li Yanqing's repeated questioning, Ryan finally revealed the truth. They are looking for successors to Modric and Kroos. Quinn's performance against the 2 Manchester clubs was noticed by them. There hasn't been a formal offer yet, but they've already made contact. Speaking of Real Madrid, they have been digging for young talents everywhere lately. It is said that they are scouting many young players, such as Jovic for Frankfurt. The most talked about is Mbappe from Paris Saint-Germain, who performed exceptionally well in this year's World Cup. Originally, Li Yanqing was just a bystander in this incident, but who knew it would end up involving him. However, he soon left. Murphy has already made it clear that he will not leave the club, and as for Quinn, there is even less to worry about. In fact, the final outcome of this matter does not depend on me, Ryan. Quinn will not go to Real Madrid. Why? Ryan's understanding of Quinn is limited. His previous thoughts were mostly focused on Murphy. Because it's close to home, this kind of ridiculous reason can't be common, right? It's already 2018. Ryan said he couldn't understand. Chapter 163. Hello, sir. In the evening, Li Yanqing contacted Guardiola. The other party had given his contact information to Buckle, so Li Yanqing didn't need to look for it himself. I'm glad to receive your call, Li. Shall we talk about Sun Yin? Guardiola didn't expect to receive Li Yanqing's response so quickly. In his view, there was no reason for the other party to refuse this transfer. Firstly, they offered a lot, and secondly, their players had come to Burton without any hindrance. Yes, to be honest, I don't want to sell him. He is already a key player for us. Li Yanqing spoke honestly, and he felt that the player would probably not agree to the transfer. Cheng Mingming is still tied to my ship. Oh, This answer surprised Guardiola, but he still had confidence in signing this player. I see great potential in him. Are you really not considering letting him come and try? If you think the offer is insufficient, we can add a bit more. It's not about the money. Li Yanqing suddenly felt a bit powerless. He realized that although the club's finances were in very good shape, speaking in front of someone who fundamentally does not regard money as an issue still felt somewhat lacking in confidence. Chapter 164, November 18th. Burton played at home against Crystal Palace. This was the 11th round of the Premier League, and the opponent was also their next FA Cup rival. So it was a good opportunity to test the opponent's strength. Li Yanqing had been thinking about how to solve the Enzo issue these past few days. He wanted to let the player focus on being a purely defensive midfielder, but the player had a very strong desire to attack. But when he is really used as the core of the organization, he often encounters situations where offense and defense cannot be balanced. It's unrealistic to find someone to help him, and the flanks of his own team have always been weak, even requiring his coverage to remain stable. Should he play in Quinn's position? From a skill perspective, it obviously doesn't fit well. In this match, Cazorla, who is in good form, starts, and they will let Enzo try once he comes up with a good solution. With just over a month until the winter transfer window, this matter is quite urgent now. As for Quinn, he really used the excuse of being close to home to reject Real Madrid's invitation. The other party's manager never expected that one day they would be rejected for such a ridiculous reason. Li Yanqing believes that even if he leaves, Quinn is unlikely to leave. Chapter 165. Enzo has basically confirmed that he will transfer to the Primera Liga after this season. The current squad of Burton cannot fully match him, and Li Yanqing has no way to change that. He cannot achieve the core position he desires here. Don't worry, boss. I'll finish this season before I leave. I still want to give a shot in the FA Cup. Don't forget, we all said we would send Jamie off with a championship when he left. In the remaining time, I will seriously take on defensive duties. I can't always be on the bench. As for the offers, let us wait until the end of the season to discuss. What if I can sell for 50 million? Enzo smiled. Although he hasn't been with the team for long, he has fully integrated here. However, the dream of joining a big club is still more important to him. But before that, he hopes to leave the club with some transfer fees. Good boy, I understand. But you also need to pick up your spirits. At this rate, even 20 million is too expensive. Nasri is leaving, and you should too. Cazorla might leave as well. My midfield is almost empty. Chapter 166. After the match, Klopp smiled and shook hands with Li Yanqing, who looked rather grim because the team had just suffered their biggest defeat in the Premier League, 0-4. This made commentator Mr. Hans quite happy, and he once again publicly expressed his opinion. Burton's strength is not strong. This match illustrates the problem well. That kid from Huaxia doesn't have the ability to be a head coach in the Premier League. They absolutely cannot stay here for long. The embarrassing part for him was that his remarks seemed to receive little recognition. Netizens looked at him as if he were silly. Is losing to Liverpool something to be ashamed of? They are just a promoted team, and it seems they have no pressure to stay up. Not to mention Burton. No team in the league has beaten Liverpool so far, right? Let alone they even drew with Manchester City. Most netizens remained quite rational because Liverpool and Manchester City have performed exceptionally well this season. Soon, their upcoming matchup will be the focus of the entire Premier League. Chapter 167. Time quickly moved to December 22nd. The whole of Burton turned into a snowy scene. For the players, this didn't have a significant impact. Training and matches had to continue, as usual, after the previous gathering. The veterans agreed to wholeheartedly guide the young players as a way to repay the club for the opportunities given to them. The good news is that since the heavy loss to Liverpool, they have gradually regained their form. They have had mixed results against other Premier League teams, lingering around 7th or 8th in the standings. The players performed well, especially Enzo, who, after focusing on defense, was surprisingly in good shape, even pushing Cazorla out of the starting position. With just a week left until the winter transfer window opens, Li Yanqing finally received a reply from Fairchild. Finding a defensive midfielder isn't easy. Suitable candidates are few. This was the exact wording attached to the email. As for the targets he provided Li Yanqing, there were 3 in total. 2 are players from Real Madrid, Isco and Kovacic. Then there's Witsel, who plays in the Chinese Super League. This time, he found players exactly according to his requirements, suitable age and ready to contribute immediately. Chapter 168. Miller has not made a decision yet. Li Yanqing also does not intend to interfere with his decision. He has always respected the player's own wishes. If it were purely for the sake of the club, he should decisively sell the player and then use the 30 million to bring in 2 new players. This would align better with the current situation of the team. On the 25th, the club has a day off. Today is Christmas, and Li Yanqing personally does not have the habit of celebrating this holiday, but in foreign countries. It is equivalent to celebrating the New Year at home. Last year at this time, they were still worried about the team as performance. But this year it has become much easier. Burton has already confirmed half a year in advance that they will not be relegated, achieving the minimum goal for this season. As for better results, Li Yanqing has some ideas, but he cannot put pressure on the players. The main theme of the second half of the season is still growth. Li, do you want to join us for dinner? It must be pretty boring to stay home alone. Chris called Li Yanqing, who is probably the only lonely one in the club now. Originally, Sun Yin and Li Yichuan were also there, but both of them went to Manchester for activities. Chapter 169. Quinn's word surprised Li Yanqing, because in his impression, those children who come from slums usually prefer to make money and then live a life of indulgence. There are many such representatives, Neymar, Ronaldinho. However, there are also inspirational representatives like Drogba and Maine. Quinn has clearly walked down a similar path as them. This is great. Coach, nice to meet you. As soon as the door opened, a man enthusiastically welcomed him. He looked to be in his 40s, but most of his hair was already gray. Just call me by my name. No need to be so polite. Quinn had mentioned before that there are not many people in his family. Besides him, there are only his parents, so this man must be his father. After Li Yanqing responded, he immediately handed over a small gift he bought. You are too polite, sir. We originally invited you here to thank you. There is no need to bring any gifts. Thanks to your help, both his mother and I no longer need to work, and we have enough time to enjoy life. Although Li Yanqing has no heirs and is there to enjoy a meal at the other party's home, they all seem a bit reserved except for Quinn. Chapter 170, December 30th. Burton plays away against Bournemouth. This is the last match of the first half of the season, and in 2 days, the transfer market will open. Miller ultimately decided to accept the transfer invitation from Atletico Madrid. In fact, the player himself would have preferred to stay, and Li Yanqing also gave him the power to choose. What prompted the player to decide to leave was Chris. He persuaded the player to accept this transfer invitation. As previously mentioned, if only considering the club, this is a very profitable deal. Therefore, in this farewell match for Miller, he will be in the starting lineup. As soon as Li Yanqing walked to his coaching position, he was surprised to find that many fans from his team had come. Their fans mainly come from Burton. But the total population there is not large, so in the past, when they traveled to other clubs, the area they occupied was not significant. However, this match is particularly different, as the away fans have nearly occupied a quarter of the seats. The last time such a turnout occurred was during last year's FA Cup final. It seems our fan base has grown quite a bit. Look, we have so many spectators for a regular away league match. Chapter 171. The match ultimately ended with a score of 2-0. Miller won his farewell match and became the first player from Burton to be sold for a high price. As for who the next player will be, it is still unknown. In any case, based on their performance, after a year of playing like this, their market value will definitely increase significantly. This is not the same as the championship. As for the replacement for Miller after his departure, there are actually quite a few options. It's not easy to find a good defensive midfielder or an outstanding winger, but there are still many capable wide midfielders available. In this match, the opposing right midfielder performed well and completely restricted Matthias. However, such performances are no longer enough to impress Li Yanqing. He believes that the current team only needs to continuously supplement combat-ready players like Bailey and Anderson. Since they need to buy players, they cannot do without the old scout. Fairchild. Hey, Fair, I need wide midfielders and wingers. Just one more will be enough for now. I need the list as soon as possible. Within half a month, before Li Yanqing could finish his words, he already received a new email. Chapter 172. Fairchild really set off for Madrid. To put it bluntly, this is a journey that is destined to be filled with setbacks. Up to this point, Burton has no means to attract superstar-level players. There are no Champions League matches to play, and there is not enough money. The only factor that might help is that Cristiano Ronaldo's friend Pepe plays here. But that influence is minimal. In fact, not just Burton, even a stable Champions League team like Tottenham Hotspur cannot attract superstars. Harry Kane is half of one, and he was developed by them. Moreover, Burton also has Ibrahimovic, who is unlikely to get along with Ronaldo. Li Yanqing refers to the locker room dynamics. If a club has two leader-type players, conflicts will inevitably arise. It's better to be realistic. The goalkeeper, Karius, who previously received an invitation from Liverpool, has arrived at Burton. He is on a 2-year loan, with Burton holding the option to buy and ensuring he has at least 5 starts each season. The price is negligible. As for Real Madrid's Kovacic, he decisively rejected their invitation and chose to join Chelsea on loan. Another candidate, Witsel, also chose to decline, as he preferred to join Dortmund. Chapter 173. Lee, you need to take it easy. Our winter transfer funds are not ample. The last transfer window already went over budget. Barkley had some complaints regarding Lars Bender's transfer. The player's market price is estimated to be around 35 million, but it was just bought at the wrong time, leading to an inflated price. He has already offered 40 million, and it is expected to rise a bit more, adding in the player's salary. The total expenditure is approaching 45 million. Haven't we made that money back already? Li Yanqing did not think he had spent much. Our results justify the club's investment, don't they? Moreover, we have superstar players in the team. If we were still losing money, it must be your problem. We are definitely making a profit. Barkley paused and reminded. But have you forgotten what Chris said? The club still needs to save money for the new stadium. Robinson is already looking for sponsors. He is giving almost everything except shares. That's a staggering amount, and it is expected they will need to take out loans. Not selling players for profit is already considered quite good. Chapter 174. Old Fairchild departure did not attract much attention. In fact, most of the club staff were unaware they even had such a colleague. Being a scout at this level is actually quite commendable. Now, these matters have to be handled by ourselves. John, your team is just right for this. Li Yanqing was briefing John about the work. Just pay more attention while doing the data analysis. You know about tactics and positions. Okay, John nodded. He had no other choice. Are there positions that need to be filled this transfer window? No, not for now. Li Yanqing did not plan to add any more players. The transfer budget is insufficient, and he doesn't want to buy players who are too weak or too old. The target for this transfer window can only be Lars Bender, provided no other players leave. Overall, so far, their situation is still good. No one has clearly expressed a desire to leave. Compared to the massive signings that attracted attention when they first promoted to the Premier League 6 months ago, this time, they have basically gone quiet. Miller's high-price departure is not considered shocking news because other clubs have been making much bigger moves. Chapter 175. The next day, Burton lost to Chelsea again. This was expected, and Li Yanqing directly fielded all the young players who could play for experience. However, this time the score was 1-2, with Murphy's performance in this match being quite impressive. He scored a goal through his own efforts. Although it was a bit late, Li Yanqing immediately sought out Naue after the match. Regardless of whether what Chris said would happen, his transfer fee was basically not to be expected. According to Barkley, the budget for each transfer window is around 20 million. In fact, it would be quite good in other leagues, but here is the Premier League, where players are more expensive than in other leagues, especially local players. The slightly better ones are sky-high prices. So he needs to seize the time to improve the training of the vocabulary entries. Now is the time for Naui to play a role. At this moment, the table is already filled with data sheets. Each player has a stack. Some are Naui's own technical statistics, and some are Miss Finney's physical examination data. Murphy's data has basically stabilized. The biggest change in recent training has been Justin. Chapter 176 for a weak team that has been struggling in the Premier League for many years. Conceding a goal is not a big deal. They often encounter the current situation. What really frustrates the opposing coach is that just after the start of the second half, Burton substituted Ibrahimovic and let Murphy take the front. At the same time, everyone retreated to their own half, changing to a defensive counterattack while leading. It has a bit of Mourinho flavor. This classic tactic has already been written into textbooks, but most coaches do not like this tactic, especially when the opponent uses it. It's justifiable to play like this against strong teams, but isn't it a bit excessive against a weak team? No worries. Most of the players in their positions do not meet the requirements for a defensive crouch. We still have a chance. The opposing coach can only comfort himself like this. However, he clearly misunderstood Li Yanqing's intentions. The reason for tightening the formation is not just to defend, because Justin has now dribbled the ball out again. They're still treating them as sparring partners. This bastard. Isn't it a bit disrespectful to the opponent? Complain about him. We must complain about him. Now, not only the opposing coach, but even the fans have noticed what Burton is doing. Chapter 177. The rhythm of the recent matches has been tight, with a round of league matches every 3 days. Lars Bender agreed to join, but requested a week's vacation, and with the time for paperwork. He couldn't participate in the last 3 matches. It's not a big problem. Anyway, the midfield is temporarily sufficient. On the 14th, Burton faced Everton. They won the first half of the season, but the opponent is actually not weak. They have always been strong contenders for Europa League spot. Yanqing did not dare to continue to be arrogant and immediately played defensively. However, when the opponent is stronger, their problems are exposed. The personnel configuration is not very suitable for playing a defensive crouch, and the left side defense is quite weak. After holding on for 70 minutes, they were still scored by Rooney. His energizer and master cannon still pose some threat. As for Murphy, he was once again closely marked and couldn't find any good opportunities. Fortunately, in the final moments, a well-performing Anderson completed a 1-on-2 in the opponent's penalty area, leveling the score. In the end, the match ended in a 1-1 draw. Fans have noticed that their coach seems to be obsessed with defensive counterattacks lately. Because in the next away match against Leicester City, Yanqing used the counterattack tactic again. Chapter 178, half an hour later. Yanqing and Lehmann were staring blankly at the field. Youth team coach Ryan was smiling at them. He had a premonition that since Murphy and Quinn, he was about to receive another bonus. In the recently concluded training match, Lee Yichuan performed very well, scoring 5 goals. Whether at the archtop or outside the penalty area, as long as there was space, he dared to shoot. Cannon and cloud-piercing arrow indeed have bonuses. The most obvious change is that compared to previous shots, the accuracy has improved significantly. Learning from Ibrahimovic for the past 6 months seems to have helped him find his favorite way of playing football. Could it be that the boast he made before is about to come true? Lee, how is it going? His progress over the past 6 months is incredible. The first team currently only has Ibrahimovic and Murphy as center forwards. Can we promote him? He will help the team. Ryan was very excited. Although Lee Yichuan's overall strength is currently not as good as Murphy during his youth team period due to his distinct personal characteristics, promoting him to the first team is not too much. Lee Yanqing did not respond for now. Chapter 179, Lee Yichuan still did not make it to the first team. However, Lee Yanqing believes that in an emergency, bringing him up to the first team to save the situation is still acceptable. At least this time, his strength has really made great progress. It's just that he doesn't know if the player himself will feel sad about it. After all, more than a year ago, his good friend Sun Yin became a starter. Moreover, he has not been abandoned despite being repeatedly outperformed. But after working hard for so long, he still hasn't made it to the first team, even as a substitute, who made the club rise to the Premier League. On the 21st, Burton hosted Manchester City. The opponent is currently the top team in the standings, with a cliff-like lead over second-place Liverpool and all other teams. Last time, they almost managed to defeat Manchester City, giving everyone a cold sweat. This time, Guardiola has also stepped up, deploying his full starting lineup. And he didn't forget to have Otamendi directly on the field to mark Ibrahimovic. On the wings are Mahrez and Sterling, both good at wing breakthroughs, creating an atmosphere of wanting to tear apart Burton's defense. The most surprising thing is that they are all in excellent form, difficult to deal with. Chapter 180, Justin received the ball. He is now holding his breath, completely driven by emotion. After all, the team is already 2 goals behind, and since his teammates think it's his fault, he might as well let go and play however he wants. To hell with defense. However, he obviously did not notice that his words about the empty spaces made the Manchester City players very unhappy. Did he not regard them as human? Mahrez, who was chasing back behind Justin, was the first to get angry, chasing harder, and then directly collided with him. Unexpectedly, Justin suddenly accelerated and dribbled the ball towards the baseline. This caused Mahrez to crash head-on into the defending player. Chaos ensued. Well done. Backward triangle. Ibrahimovic is in the middle. The situation on the field proves the player's attacking talent, which makes Lee Yanqing feel very excited. It's just that they are too far away, and the players can't hear his shouts at all. Right now, no one can help Justin. The closest is Ibrahimovic on the penalty area line. Although the success rate of passing to him is not high, it is definitely the wisest choice. Unfortunately, the player did not attempt to pass, but chose to continue dribbling in. Chapter 181. What are you thinking? As long as you can still play, you will be the captain here. Just do your best. Lee Yanqing patted Blayford's shoulder. He was different from the other players. He could decisively send away O'Grady, who couldn't keep up, but he would never think about replacing this old captain. In his view, at least on a spiritual level, Blayford had always been the most indispensable one. The team often lost games, and their mentality was frequently shattered. Even Ibrahimovic's form had once dropped to poor. Only Blayford had consistently maintained a level of at least average or above. He was the most direct embodiment of the team's spirit. My words always count, right? After returning to the club, Li Yanqing quickly found Nawi. The importance of this young man to him was self-evident, even subtly surpassing Layman. Justin performed well. Once he gets used to this playing style, it will be fine. The focus of the next training goal would change. Li Yanqing affirmed Nawi's previous contributions. Unfortunately, this kid couldn't clone himself. Otherwise, he really wanted to pair each player with one. Chapter 182. Li Yanqing felt that, during this period, his biggest discovery was Nawi. He had already adapted to the training requirements he proposed, and they could help players master all the distinctly characteristic beginner skills. These are the skills that can be upgraded to master level. As for skills like perpetual motion machine and winged horse, that require some talent. There are definitely people who can develop them, but it takes at least a few years of foundation. The cost effectiveness is extremely low. It will be better to research how to remove negative attributes. The goalkeeper Karius, who was brought in from Liverpool, is a great material. If these two aspects could be accomplished, players at the level of Premier League rotation starters could be easily developed. Overall, the biggest obstacle to improving players' abilities now is the technical attributes. Many young players in the team, including Matthias, mostly have no problem with skill attributes, but they haven't mastered the technical attributes. Based on past situations, Quinn, Sun Yin, and Miller all gained their successful experience through a lot of match accumulation. This is a bit difficult for young players because their playing time won't be as stable as Quinn's. Chapter 183. The next day, Burton won 1-0 against Aston Villa at home. Both teams were promoted teams. However, after this match, Burton had climbed to 7th place in the standings, while the latter struggled just outside the relegation zone. The match process was uneventful. Their overall strength held the upper hand. The recently prominent superstar Grealish could not break through the defense formed by Anderson and Sun Yin. Whenever he found an opportunity, he was intercepted by Burton's eager new recruit Lars Bender. Ultimately, in the 60th minute, Quinn scored the only goal of the match. It must be said that at the beginning of the match, Blayford was quite proud. Last season, they were an insurmountable target for them, but this season, they clearly performed better. Undoubtedly, this was the most fulfilling thing for him as the captain. If Grealish could lead the team to stay up, his market value could rise again. Which team he would go to has been a hot topic lately. Nawi excitedly told Li Yanqing about some recent news. Due to his outstanding appearance and excellent performance in leading the team close to relegation, Grealish was often dubbed the new Beckham. Chapter 184. Boss. Are we giving up this match too? Why not give a shot? We're not guaranteed to lose. After the lineup against Tottenham was decided, Quinn looked quite unhappy. This young man still hoped to fight for every victory for the team. Avoiding a hard clash with the teams ahead of us makes it difficult to surpass them. We can still aim for the top for this season. What kind of motivational speech did Chris give you? Li Yanqing was sure someone had said something to him. Currently, the atmosphere within the team was quite good, and it wouldn't make players feel uncomfortable or pressured. Generally, during such times, Quinn wouldn't express his opinion. It really was Chris's idea, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Quinn directly admitted this. Li Yanqing had no choice but to explain it to him. No matter who said what or how many bonuses were prepared to tempt him, he wouldn't easily change the plan. Doing so was the correct way to ensure the club's long-term standard. Do you understand? In short, the match isn't as simple as it seems. But if you can convince Blayford and the others that the players I arrange can win, then that's fine too. Chapter 185. Name. Harry Kane. Age, 24. Status, excellent. Fatigue, 20. Injury probability, 15. Attributes, short passing coordination, master level volley, bicycle kick, all-round forward. The biggest threat to Burton from Tottenham is undoubtedly Kane. His role is quite versatile. He can drop back to support, stand firm, and shoot well. This is clearly reflected on the field. When Burton's formation is relatively loose, he generally positions himself next to Blayford and Araujo, ready to create threats at any moment. When their formation is compact, he returns to the middle to receive the ball and create opportunities for teammates. In less than 20 minutes, he had already torn apart Burton's formation several times with his individual ability. Subsequently, the opposing players could easily cut inside and enter the penalty area. The other methods of the opponent had yet to be utilized, and Burton was already completely at a disadvantage. It appeared that Burton's strength was not on the same level as their opponent. They had not yet launched any effective attacks, but there had already been several significant crises in front of their goal. If it weren't for Joe Hart's outstanding performance, they would have conceded at least 2 goals by now. Chapter 186. In the 40th minute of the match, Burton conceded the second goal. The plot was similar. The opponent charged forward at high speed, but this time it was a cross. Araujo was held back by Kane, and Blayford couldn't outjump the opposing winger. After this goal, the players' mentality was completely disrupted. If they had followed the requirements to play counterattacks well, the situation wouldn't have turned into what it is now. However, now that they were 2 goals down, they no longer had the conditions for counterattacks. It's okay. Let's change our approach. Enzo, there aren't many issues with the right side defense, so you can push forward a bit. I'll fill in my position after I make my run. Enzo has been focused on defense lately and hasn't participated in the attack for a while. After hearing Quinn's words, he hesitated and glanced at Yanqing. He would be leaving at the end of the season, so he wouldn't say much about it, but he was a bit skeptical about the tactics Quinn had arranged. Can it really work? Let's change our playing style. That approach has already proven ineffective against the opponents. We have better options. Justin directly expressed his disagreement. Since the matters on the field were handed over to the players, he felt he should have the right to voice his opinion. Chapter 187. The second half of the match begins. Yanqing's words in the locker room may not have much effect, but at least they temporarily united the players. Moreover, with Justin, who had the biggest objections substituted out, others had even less to say. They weren't troublemaker players anyway. Quinn was still in charge of directing the attack on the field, while Yanqing occasionally shouted out reminders to keep the defense focused. The goal they just scored was also thanks to the opponent's lapse in concentration. Now, they were taking it seriously. We were still being pressed. Fortunately, they brought on Luis. Lehmann watched the situation on the field and let out a long sigh. They had substituted in David Luiz and specifically instructed him not to rush out, which worked quite well. At least now, they had stabilized their formation and wouldn't fall apart with a rush. Aren't you going to arrange the tactics yourself? I feel like if we play well, we might actually win. What are you waiting for? Waiting for a suitable opportunity. Yanqing was also watching the field. Although they were being pressed, the situation was much better compared to the first half. He had no reason to interrupt Quinn's rhythm. Chapter 188. Amazing Quinn. Why don't you try shots like that more often? Blyford ran over, extremely excited. If anyone was happiest about Quinn's performance, it wasn't Yanqing, but rather him as the captain. God knows what kind of pressure he was under to support Quinn. His position in the team was already quite awkward, relying solely on Yanqing's support. Now, even if they lost this match, he could at least provide an explanation to the other players. This works? Off the field, Justin silently covered his head. He had been thinking about who could break through and cut in after he was substituted, but now he didn't know what to say. Forget it. I'll apologize to Quinn and Blyford later. All the Burton players were now very excited. Such a goal was rare, and they gathered around Quinn. However, he kept pushing them away. Get back to your positions. We're still behind. The rhythm can't be disrupted now. We need to continue defending well. There might still be opportunities. What a great kid. Quinn's actions also earned Lehmann's admiration. Chapter 189. After Tottenham's attack ended, Quinn immediately ran to the second ball. Fortunately, he got another chance and showcased a quick free kick that David Luiz had just demonstrated. Although his shot was a bit weak, it still successfully found the net. Loris had just gotten up from the ground and could only watch as the ball slowly rolled into his goal. 3-3. The score remained until the end of the match. Pochettino frowned, staring at the scoreboard in midair. A draw was a result he couldn't accept. It was the points-grabbing stage. And for teams aiming for the top 4, every match was crucial. They had fielded their full strength, while the opponent had made extensive rotations, only bringing on 2 starters in the second half. They shouldn't have lost. In fact, they had held the advantage for most of the time, especially in the first half. Even in the final stretch, the defensive pressure wasn't too great. As a result, they were equalized by the opponent's number 10's long-range shot, which was hard not to be frustrated about. Fortunately, he wasn't a person who held grudges, and he quickly adjusted his mindset before going over to shake hands with the opposing coach. Chapter 190. Although Karius was arranged to start, Yanqing was still a bit uneasy, so he went to the youth team. If it doesn't work out, he could promote a goalkeeper to be the third choice. Just in case Karius collapsed tomorrow, he would have someone to fill in. The premise was that the goalkeeper here had to be at a decent level. Is anyone injured? The first team shouldn't be lacking in any position right now, right? The youth team coach, Ryan, was surprised by Yanqing's visit. He knew the team's situation and everything was going well. He thought about whether to find a third-choice keeper. Lehmann said the goalkeepers here were still quite poor, so I can take a look myself. If they're too bad, it's better to let Karius stay on the field. There were no matches for the youth team today, so they were all training. The goalkeepers were currently doing shooting drills. The training methods were the same as the first team, divided into several types. They were doing quick shots where several players took turns shooting and the goalkeeper needed to make quick saves. But looking at this kid's posture, 20 minutes later, Yanqing could hardly bear to watch any longer. He was really bad. Chapter 191. On February 4th, Burton faced Sunderland away. This match attracted a lot of attention from fans. Getting a point in the last match exceeded their expectations, and this opponent was weak, currently sitting at the bottom of the standings. To them, these 3 points felt like they were already in the bag. Moreover, they had brought in several trusted veterans. Ibrahimovic stood at the forefront of the team, leading them gradually onto the field. You all need to learn well in this match, especially in terms of cooperation. The significance of the attacking players coming off the bench is to change the situation on the field. Yanqing stood aside, facing Quinn and Murphy. Both of them were substitutes for this match. The former had decided early on to observe from the sidelines for a few matches, while the latter had always been positioned as a substitute. All right, Cazorla's strengths are very different from Nasri's. I will study it well. Quinn nodded seriously. In the last match, he completed his first hat-trick in the Premier League, but Yanqing was still somewhat dissatisfied with his performance. As a result, he had now become a substitute. Long-range shooting is a great ability, but you should help your teammates break through the opponent's defense more. Chapter 192. The match ended with a score of 3-1. Burton managed to bring home the 3 points without too much danger. The 1 goal conceded cannot be blamed on Karius. It was a close-range shot from the opponent that was hard to stop. However, the player himself seemed quite frustrated about conceding the goal. I shouldn't have let that goal in. I could have blocked his position long ago. I hesitated a bit. This should have been a clean sheet. Karius looked very dejected. It was clear he was not satisfied with his performance. After all, he had once been Liverpool's goalkeeper and had a good perspective. It's okay, we won in the end, right? If you concede a goal every match, but we win every time, I'll keep playing you. Yanqing encouraged with a smile. But this assumption seemed to make the player even more desperate. So, I'm a goalkeeper who naturally concedes 1 goal? Fortunately, Karius quickly adjusted his mood. He seemed to accept the evaluation that he performed well. Can I play in the next match? Yanqing was caught off guard by the question and hesitated for a moment. The next opponent is Southampton, which is much stronger than Sunderland. Chapter 193. It turned out that the power of that ranking was much greater than Yanqing had imagined. Just 2 days after it was released, Buckler had already received several phone calls inquiring about it. Although no big clubs had made offers again, it was evident that Quinn's reputation was skyrocketing. Even if his phone was confiscated, he would surely know about the news. Of course, this was actually a good thing. The happiest were the Burton fans, who were excited about their rising star. Unlike stars like Ibrahimovic and David Luiz, who came from elsewhere, this was someone cultivated by their own club. The feeling is completely different from just having bought a star player. Lee, I heard about it. Quinn's name is getting quite big lately. Is the club doing any promotions? Will other players get such treatment? Like Murphy, Justin, in a pub, was excitedly buzzing around Yanqing. He seemed more excited than the head coach himself. Don't think too much, Will. Quinn's ability may not match his rising fame. Chapter 194. The next day, Yanqing's tense mood finally eased a bit. He had been feeling too stressed lately and thought about having a drink to relax. The impact of Quinn's incident on the team was far more than just about him personally. Buckler had been dealing with various media and clubs, which led to Yanqing's little pub trip last night. When he finally woke up and checked his phone, he found several hundred messages. Most of them were from Buckler. There's new information. Others want your contact details, saying they have something to discuss directly with you. Also, Miss Maggie came to the club, but didn't TC you. Are you there? Reply, you jerk. It was clear that Buckler had a very unpleasant workday yesterday. Buckler, I'm here. Where's Chris? Can't he just receive Miss Maggie? As for other media, just reject them all. Yanqing returned a call. Oh, you finally woke up. Chris is on a business trip with Robinson. I only remembered this after you took leave. Chapter 195. No matter who put in the effort to get Quinn on the ranking. Now, this kid had jumped to become one of the most watched players at Burton, with only Ibrahimovic and Joe Hart above him. Although David Luiz and other players also had some fame, they were not local players, and their skills weren't on Ibrahimovic's level. Fans' love for such top-level players can transcend nationality. Lee, should we let Quinn play in the FA Cup? Quite a few people have been asking me about it. Lehman was discussing the lineup for the FA Cup match with Yanqing. Since Quinn had been a substitute in the previous 2 matches, many fans were demanding that he start. However, Yanqing hardly used his social media, so they all turned to Lehman. Yes, he will play. He's in good training form. And Cazorla needs to rest. Playing continuously as a core player seems to be wearing him out. Li Yanqing didn't continue discussing Quinn. He felt it was unnecessary. The situation was already very clear. He was more concerned about Carius. It took Hart several months to get rid of his Butterfingers, and Carius's skills were quite a bit weaker, yet he was still a master of Butterfingers. Chapter 196. The next day, the FA Cup quarterfinals. Burton faced Leicester City. The good news was that Li Yanqing had a lot of experience dealing with them. The bad news was that this match was still away. Not a big problem. The data system issues were temporarily set aside, since finding a solution would also take time. Additionally, some tricky problems might not have any ideas until encountered. After all, many solutions are discovered through trial and error. Li, we must win this match. We have to win. Some loud shouts interrupted Li Yanqing's thoughts from the sidelines. He didn't need to look to know it was Will. But when Li Yanqing turned around, he was a bit taken aback. Little Blanchier and Miss Susan were also in the stands. This kid has some tricks. He actually convinced Miss Susan to come watch the match. However, he didn't say that he also had to win this match. After all, the team was focusing all their efforts on the FA Cup. If they could send a trophy to Jamie this year, that would be great. The match began. Leicester City's lineup hadn't changed much, at least in the midfield and forward areas. Chapter 197. Where did this guy come from? Unfortunately, there was no striker to support him. If he could pull off this move twice every match, Li Yanqing couldn't help but marvel at Maguire's performance. With his physical qualities, most players would be caught off guard. Not to mention, he could also spin. This player's data is actually available in John's data analysis. Didn't you see it? Lehman felt a bit strange. Maguire had actually joined Leicester City back in 2017, and although his special skills weren't often used, they did occasionally show up. However, they hadn't encountered him in previous matches, so Li Yanqing didn't take it seriously at all. His recent focus had been on the data system. What? Considering signing him? If we can at least make it to the Europa League this season, there is still some hope. Lehman smiled at Li Yanqing. The team hadn't conceded a goal, so they were in the mood to joke around. They might not be able to accept the opponent's price. Perhaps it would be a good choice. This kid has outstanding qualities, but the premium is likely to be significant. Chapter 198. The match ended. The score of 1-0 held until the end. After conceding a goal, the opposing coach finally realized he needed to substitute Maguire, but they only had one substitution left. With no other choice, he had to replace Maguire with a forward to fight against Burton. Clearly, neither side could make any further progress. Great. Well played. In the stands, Will was very excited. He had finally brought his wife to watch the match, and if their home team lost and made her unhappy, the consequences were unimaginable. If only they could win every game. Susan would eventually understand the charm of football. However, Miss Susan's expression remained unchanged. She wasn't very interested in ball sports. As a boxer, aside from mixed martial arts, her favorite was sumo wrestling. But she was still very attentive to little Blanche's performance. The latter was currently standing inside the railing, one foot propped up, vigorously waving a yellow flag. Yay! Murphy is the coolest. He scored another goal. Chapter 199. Li Yanqing was unaware that Cazorla had gone to Arsenal. He also didn't know that Cazorla wanted to bring Bailey and Justin back with him. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't say anything. As long as others didn't set their sights on Quinn, he could accept it. Sir, the next match is in a week. Alge asked me to bring you a letter. He said he hopes you can attend a gathering on his behalf. In the office, Naui was handing over an invitation. Here we go again? I didn't go to the last one. Although Alge had mobility issues, he was still somewhat of a socialite, and strange gatherings were common. But Li Yanqing didn't understand why he was always being asked to go. It was said that the attendees were all real big shots. However, they had nothing to do with football. Alge said, if you don't have time, it's fine not to go. Why not go? I'll just confirm the time and address of the banquet. Li Yanqing said decisively. I will find someone to accompany me. I've encountered some problems recently. In fact, Li Yanqing had quite a few issues lately. Chapter 200. By League One? If the venue for the gathering surprised Li Yanqing, then this statement truly left him momentarily speechless. It was an unimaginable astronomical figure. Hey, but the problem is, I'm here representing Alge. This shouldn't have anything to do with me, right? I will pass it on. No, that's not it. Li Yanqing's words were denied by Mourinho. The people here are the ones who matter. This order is supposedly determined by lottery, but in reality, the first few are usually chosen by the host himself. And didn't you hear what that waiter said? It's you who goes, not him. Huh? Li Yanqing was taken aback. He just came to mooch a meal. How did it turn into something like trying to hitch a ride on a wealthy lady? I'm not going. It shouldn't be a big deal, right? Not a big deal, at most just considered impolite. After Mourinho finished speaking, he suddenly changed the subject and whispered, "But these people are generally very petty. If you upset them, they might even buy Burton just to get you fired." Just as Yanqing was dumbfounded for a long time, Mourinho patted his shoulder with a smile. Chapter 201. Sometimes weird is a compliment, especially when used to describe insects. But when used to describe people, it generally comes with a series of negative connotations. The bad news was that Alv said the other party might cause him trouble. The good news was that they couldn't directly buy Burton. Because she was in a situation similar to Alj, she could only use her own assets. Her family wouldn't indulge her in foolishness. Since that was the case, there was no problem. After all, Yanqing had nothing to hold on to besides the club. However, it soon occurred to him that the other party would quickly come knocking on his door. "Why is she here? Bucker, isn't this your office?" 2 days later, when Yanqing went to find Bucker, he was surprised to see the girl from that night sitting on the sofa. She's my assistant. Robinson assigned her to me." "Lee, you're not jealous, are you?" Bucker was completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation and instead made a strange expression towards him. "No, Yanqing, don't know how to describe my current feelings." But he couldn't bring himself to mention the adjectives Alj used for her. Chapter 202. March 11th. Burton's home match against Manchester United. Last time, when they visited Old Trafford, they won handsomely. Now at Riverside Stadium, Yanqing hoped the team could continue winning. Let's double their losses. However, it might not be that easy. Ever since Manchester United legend and super sub Solskjaer took over the team, they had been on a long winning streak. It seemed to be a celebration of Mourinho's departure, as Pogba's form was nothing short of sensational. Fortunately, they had started to draw recently. Winning the match would be very difficult, but if they could end the opponent's winning streak, Yanqing believed Mr. Woodward's expression would be even more interesting. In terms of the starting lineup, Ibrahimovic was a must. He had intimidation. From what had been seen so far, this skill wasn't only effective against former clubs, but was useful against all teams. However, it worked exceptionally well against former clubs. Perhaps it was because they knew his abilities better, which made them pay more attention to the player. The wings would feature Anderson and Matthias, with Quinn starting in the center. The defensive midfielders would be Bailey and Lars Bender. After this period of matches, the latter has adapted to the team's style of play. Chapter 203 previously saw players like Jamie and Nasri in a peak state. During that time, they displayed performances far beyond their usual capabilities. And it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they single-handedly carried the team. It's easy to imagine how difficult it would be for the Burton team when a powerhouse player like Pogba is in peak condition and in a peak state, especially for Quinn, who was completely overwhelmed in this match. Many times when he wanted to interfere or intercept, Pogba had already shifted the ball away. Moreover, the positions he sent the ball to were direct threats to the Burton team. As for Quinn, he always rushed forward to tackle and then hurried back to defend, looking like a headless chicken running around in midfield. In this match, Pogba continued his good form, and given the current situation, they already had the upper hand. Quinn was simply too weak. He was not on the same level as his opponent. Burton's goal was already in jeopardy. This confirmed my prediction that they would not be able to make it into the top 7 this season. "Don't you think so, Professor?" On a certain program, commentator Hans was smiling broadly as he explained. Chapter 2 for the first half was about to end. If the second half continued like this, we would lose badly. Is there any solution? Lehman looked at Yanqing, who was frowning beside him. His specialty was organizing defensive tasks, but at times like this, he couldn't come up with a good solution. Their players made no mistakes. It was entirely because Pogba's form was too extraordinary, and they couldn't create significant advantages in other positions to compensate for the losses in midfield. "Don't worry, I'm thinking." At this moment, Yanqing could only say that his mind was filled with dirty tricks, because under normal circumstances, there really was no solution. It was the first time he encountered a situation where the team's strongest defenders, Lars Bender and Bailey, were completely ineffective. Pepe, after all, was older, and it was already good enough for him to block the path of the ball. Forcing him to go head-to-head with Pogba would likely end badly for him. As for Matthias, he had completed his task in the previous match against Manchester United. In this match, it seemed he was not very effective. Instead, he had led his own left flank into a situation of being one man down. David Luiz was left to fend for himself. Chapter 205. Not many people clearly understood what had just happened, including Yanqing. He was unaware of the details, but he was certain that Matthias had definitely employed some dirty tactics. because after the collision, Pogba's chance of injury had slightly increased, but the former showed no changes. This could not be taken as a very accurate basis, since many weaker players also got injured when fouling stronger opponents. However, Matthias and Pogba's physical qualities seemed comparable. At this moment, it could basically be confirmed that Matthias had acted. I had warned him, but he seemed to have gotten a bit carried away. During halftime, I saw the bruise he had caused on his own chest. Layman confirmed Li Yanqing's judgment. Now they each had a yellow card. Should they make Matthias stop? I doubted they could both get sent off. Why stop? Li Yanqing looked at Layman with some confusion. If he takes Pogba out, I'll give him an extra chicken leg tomorrow. Who let that bastard mock my players so recklessly? Chapter 206 Substitute. Pogba off. No matter when. Infighting is a very foolish thing. Solskjaer knew this very well, so he immediately issued a substitution order. He replaced Pogba with young McTominay. After all, they were already 2 goals ahead, and the previously somewhat rational Pogba completely lost it when he saw the substitution sign raised. He pointed at the defender who had talked back to him. You off. Me? The defender couldn't believe his ears. Bastard, you're not the coach. He was about to finish his sentence when other Manchester United players surrounded him and pulled him aside. Just let it go. Don't provoke him. The captain's armband is on him, and he's in good form lately, so it's you who will suffer. Just go, just go. This defender was persuaded off the field by a group of peacemakers, but it left Solskjaer on the sidelines a bit confused. Did he mean to substitute another defender? Moreover, if Pogba didn't go off, where would McTominay play? Chapter 207 Li Yanqing used up his last 2 substitution slots. He replaced center-back Pepe and defensive midfielder Bailly with Justin and Cardona. The current time was 84 minutes, and even with stoppage time, there were at most 10 minutes left. They were still 2 goals behind. He didn't need to remind the players of anything. Everyone knew what to do. As for Manchester United, they also substituted 2 defensive players, taking off the counter-attacking capable Rashford and Marshall. The goal was tightly guarded, seemingly determined to hold on. Quinn immediately pushed up from the defensive midfield position. The team's chances of turning the game around depended largely on how well he performed. Justin, he didn't choose to pass it inside. Although Murphy, David Luiz, and the others were all crowded in the penalty area, they were at least being marked by 2 defenders each. It was difficult to make any penetrating passes from any position, so he decisively passed the ball to the newly substituted Justin. Break through inside, even if he can get past one. Disrupt their formation. To be honest, Anderson would have been more suitable for this task than Justin, but the former was already out of gas, let alone getting past anyone. It would be good if he could attract one defender away. Chapter 208 The match ultimately ended with a score of 0-2. At the post-match press conference, Solskjaer was furious, specifically criticizing Matthias. He was playing the game. He was targeting my players. If it weren't for him, both sides wouldn't have ended up like this. I will appeal to the Football Association to demand punishment for such behavior. In fact, he didn't have a huge issue with Matthias, but considering Pogba's mindset, he had to stand up and say something. Pogba himself also didn't intend to miss the opportunity to scold the opponent, and he attended the press conference as well. This is a shameful act. I don't know what the opposing players think. Yes, that mediocre winger. I demand an explanation from the opposing players and the head coach. Otherwise, I can guarantee that every time we meet you in future matches, I will do everything possible to make you lose. By a large margin. Matthias has a fiery temper and was ready to retaliate immediately upon hearing this. But he was pulled back by Li Yanqing behind him. Leave it to me. You go back first. Boss, it was that guy who provoked me first. Matthias gritted his teeth and said. Chapter 209. What will happen when we meet Manchester United again is still unknown, as that will be next season's issue. The 2 league matches have already been completed, and they have also lost to Chelsea in the FA Cup. As for Burton, they will face the semi-finals of the FA Cup after 4 rounds of league matches. The opponent is not strong. It's Crystal Palace. They have also reached this stage as dark horses. Take a look at this. It's a prediction about this season's Premier League rankings. On the training ground, Na tapped Li Yanqing's shoulder and handed him his laptop. There are actually many such predictions online, and everyone has some reasonable points. Every season, when there are only a few matches left, these things come out. No, I'm not looking at it. Li Yanqing quickly shook his head. He would be quite interested in technical analysis, but he really had no interest in predictions. Just take a look. It's from a newly established agency. It's the one from Sitak. Sitak? Li Yanqing was taken aback and suddenly realized. The other party is Di Matteo's Jr., and he had previously recommended him to Quinn to be an agent. Chapter 210. The surprises for Yanqing were not over yet. First, Cardona and Araujo mastered technical attributes. The next day, Murphy also experienced an evolution. Name, Ivan Murphy. Age, 19. Status, good. Fatigue, 30. Injury probability, 15. Attributes, one-on-one specialist. Beating the keeper, agile striker. He finally mastered the one-on-one specialist skill he had been training for a long time. Yanqing had long coveted this shooting skill, as there wasn't a reliable finisher in their team. Ibrahimovic has specialist in extraordinary goals. Although there are many ways to score, he cannot pass this skill on to others. He said his abilities are not that easy to learn, and he wasn't exaggerating. This has led to the fact that, apart from Ibrahimovic, there are no reliable finishers in the Burton team. They can only rely on David Luiz's late insert and Quinn's arrow through the clouds. But now, with Murphy mastering one-on-one specialist, the overall counterattacking level of the team can rise significantly. There shouldn't be any more situations where they miss 3 or 4 one-on-ones, right? Now Murphy is a complete player. Chapter 211. On March 16th, 3 rounds of league matches have passed since the match against Manchester United. The Burton team, not favored by various media, has achieved 2 wins and 1 draw, which is a relief. The young players seem to mature instantly after mastering the technical attributes, especially Justin. His dribbling like a breeze, activation probability stabilized, and now he and Anderson are 2 sharp blades on the left and right. It can be seen from these matches that they find it easier to tear through the opponent's defense. Araujo and Cardona's progress is also evident. Although the former has mastered offensive defender, he has also made great strides in defense. And his short pass combination with Cazorla is a good means of advancing in the midfield. Cardona's situation is a bit different. His skills include crossing from the byline, 1-2 pass, speed on the wing, and winger. However, this player does not focus on crossing like Anderson. Instead, he prefers to cut in. The only downside now may be that his shooting accuracy is still not very good. Yanqing is considering having him learn volley, so he can serve as Burton's second attacking option. Chapter 212. Yanqing didn't know whether this was good news or bad news. After all, he planned to give up against Liverpool, while facing Crystal Palace should be relatively easy. But you can never be too sure. Karius's Butterfingers activation probability still worries him a bit. However, he doesn't have time to deal with that kid right now. This was due to excitement. The next day, Chris told him some excellent news. Their transfer fee after the season would be quite considerable. So sudden? Didn't we say we had no money before? This surprise came a bit unexpectedly, and Yanqing was afraid he hadn't fully woken up, so he pinched himself. Ouch. Don't mess around. Robinson received the news. It said a multi-club joint project will not start for the time being, so there will be no spending. We can focus on strengthening. Chris shrugged. Ever since he joined the management, he mostly brought bad news. It's rare to say something good, which made him feel a bit unaccustomed. Due to the club's excellent performance and the business success this season, conservatively estimating, your transfer fee will exceed $100 million. Chapter 213, of course. No matter how much that guy grows, he is still far from Fairchild's level. After all, scouting is a job that requires many years to validate results. To pay off his debts to the club, he probably needs to work another 20 or 30 years. As for Cavani, it's limited to understanding. After all, they still have Ibrahimovic. How could the team look for 2 strikers who both need a starting position? On the 28th, the FA Cup semi-finals. Burton versus Crystal Palace. A few days ago, they lost to Liverpool, which was expected. It's worth mentioning that even when facing opponents who are extremely good at running and chaos tactics, they can now maintain their formation. The combination of Bailey and Lars Bender in the defensive midfield is quite outstanding. Now, there is no need to worry about Enzo's departure having a significant impact on them. But losing is always a frustrating thing. So Yanqing plans to take out his anger on the opponent in this match. He arranged a very old starting lineup, 4-4-2, Murphy and Ibrahimovic as dual forwards, with Matthias and Anderson on the wings. Quinn plays as the attacking midfielder, and Lars Bender plays as the defensive midfielder. Chapter 214 in a football match. Falling into a midfield tussle is something both coaches are reluctant to see. It not only exhausts the players, but serves little other purpose. The Crystal Palace coach was the first to get anxious. It was evident that Burton's overall strength surpassed theirs at this point in the game. Even using tactics they weren't proficient in, they still managed to hold their ground. if the opponent adjusted their formation back in the second half. The outcome of the match could not be guaranteed. If they wanted to win, now was the best opportunity. Push both sides forward. The fullbacks too. Let's see if they can take the lead now. After some thought, this coach decided to give it a shot. After this period, his anger had mostly subsided. Anyway, they had planned to give up on the match. Losing at the end wouldn't matter much. Isn't that a bit unwise? That way, we won't be able to maintain our defense. His assistant coach also expressed doubts about this decision. The reason 4-2-4 used to dominate the pitch was not only due to its aggressive offense, but also its decent defense. After all, it fielded 4 forwards. Its gradual demise was due to modern football placing increasing emphasis on midfield control. Chapter 2:15. The match result was just as Yanqing had anticipated. They started well, but once they lost their rhythm, they quickly conceded a goal, completely disrupting their formation. By the time they finally adjusted, Burton had switched back to a 4-2-3-1 formation through substitutions. Ultimately, they conceded another goal in the second half. Burton won the semi-final 2-0. As the commentator put it, the key reason for the victory was not the players, but rather the tactical domination. However, after Yanqing bet with Nawe again, Layman seemed a bit unhappy. He did not doubt his team's strength. After all, he had personally trained them for nearly a whole year. But he found it hard to accept the casual approach of bringing newly trained tactics onto the pitch. If they kept playing like this, there would always be a risk of failure. The next match would be against West Ham United. Do you really want to continue using 4-2-4? They are much tougher to deal with in Crystal Palace. No problem. Yanqing did not notice the former's psychological changes. He was currently sitting in front of his computer making a spreadsheet. The results weren't bad, were they? Chapter 2:16. King of Football. Top players, main players, rotational players, substitute players, and rookies who can't even get on the bench. This doesn't refer to honors, but is simply a classification of ability. The King of Football refers to players who can play a crucial role countless times in matches. Legendary figures like Ronaldo and Kaká during their peak can be considered as such. Top players are those who can change the course of a match with their individual strength. They may not necessarily lead their team to victory, but their presence makes the game much more exciting. Players like Neymar and Hazard fall into this category. There is also one in Burton, which is Ibrahimovic. He can undoubtedly be called a top player, although his age has somewhat diminished his strength, and he no longer has the stamina to perform at his peak in every match. Beyond that, the meanings are literal. Anderson, David Luiz, Joe Hart, Lars Bender, and Baselli are the main players. Pepe, due to his age, can now only be considered between a main player and a rotational player. In his prime, he could be considered a top defender. Young players like Quinn, Murphy, and Justin fall into this standard, and Quinn is slightly better, likely able to reach the same level as Pepe now. Chapter 2:17. As the end approached, various transfer rumors began to emerge. Especially the few underdog teams that performed well this season attracted much attention. Besides Arsenal wanting Justin and Baselli, Burton also received several other transfer invitations. If not for clearly listing Quinn and Murphy as non-transferable, there might have been even more. Fortunately, Baselli had no intention of leaving for the time being, which greatly reassured Yanqing. As for Arsenal, they had to reluctantly abandon their plans to buy the former and focus on discussing Justin's transfer. Training ground. You want to go to Arsenal? You didn't tell us before. The player closest to Justin is Araujo, and after learning that the transfer was practically a done deal, he immediately sought out his good friend. Yes, that's the Gunners. There's nothing to say about it, right? Just like you want to go to Barcelona. Justin didn't see it as a bad thing. After all, players hope to have a bigger stage. Jumping from a League Two team like Luton to Arsenal in just over a year is quite an inspirational story anywhere. As for Burton and Yanqing, he could only express his gratitude, but he definitely wouldn't stay. Chapter 2:18. April 11th. Burton hosts West Ham United. In front of the television, 2 individuals were watching the match. Arsene, I heard you recommended that kid as player to Arsenal. Even I wouldn't want to disrupt his lineup. You're retired. Can't you mentor the younger generation? The speaker was Mourinho, who hadn't appeared in a while, and across from him was Wenger. These 2 top coaches, one unemployed at home and the other retired, for some unknown reason, were now sitting together. Who says I don't mentor? Didn't the club offer them a high transfer fee? The team needs rebuilding now. I'm retired. It can't always be my shadow. That kid really knows how to train players. Wenger responded with a smile, then glanced at the lineup displayed on the television screen. Another 4-2-4. This can't be your teaching. Of course not. Mourinho shook his head proudly, seeming quite satisfied with his disciple Li Yanqing. If he only knew my methods, wouldn't he achieve the current results? With his players, if I were to take over, I would be lucky to keep 3. Chapter 219, Li Yanqing didn't have time to answer Layman's question for the moment. Because Murphy, using his individual ability, had created a good opportunity in the opponent's backline. He wasn't good at dribbling, but after understanding the concept of one-on-one specialist, his positioning had greatly improved. At this moment, he was closely marking the opponent's defender, with no other defenders around him. As long as Lars Bender could see, the latter indeed saw it. However, his pass was not as seasoned as Quinn's, and he played it a bit too far, directly sending it to the opponent as goalkeeper. Oh, Lars. Li Yanqing felt a bit regretful at this moment. If the ball had been passed by Quinn, with the understanding between him and Murphy, they would surely have created a clear chance. However, this feeling didn't last long. If Quinn had started, their midfield might not have held up until now. They had struggled a bit against Crystal Palace last time, getting caught in a midfield battle within half an hour. That's why he had specifically brought on Lars Bender. But he somewhat overlooked the lack of cohesion between the opponent's current attacking players. It wasn't a big deal. As long as they remained steady, opportunities would always arise. Li Yanqing reassured himself. Chapter 220. Li Yanqing had to admit that luck played a significant role in this goal. It was entirely due to Ibrahimovic's individual ability that the ball went in. But it's precisely because he can score such seemingly impossible goals that he appears particularly strong. This is the significance of being a top player. However, West Ham also had their own top players. After conceding a goal, Payet started to give it his all. Not for any other reason, but to give Lanzini a boost. They all knew how much missing the World Cup affected this player's mentality. What had happened in the past could not be changed. But at least against Burton, the team that caused his injury, they didn't want to lose again. The player's form was stirring, with excellent, seemingly about to change soon. Seeing this scene, Li Yanqing felt a surge of fear. No way. Here we go again. He could still remember Pogba's form when it was off the charts. Almost unstoppable. Payet wasn't as good as Pogba or Ibrahimovic in many areas. But there was no doubt that he was definitely a top player. If he truly exploded, it would be troublesome. Would Son be dribbled past on the big road again after comprehending the technical attributes? Chapter 221. The final goal was scored by Lanzini. But it must be said that at least 90% of the credit goes to Payet. If not for him attracting most of the defensive attention, it wouldn't have been so easy for others to score. What surprised Li Yanqing was that after seeing Lanzini score, Payet's explosive form quickly reverted back to excellent. Unscientific. Based on his experience, players' explosive form usually lasts the entire match. Jamie, Nasri, and even Pogba were all like this. How could it disappear so quickly this time? But upon closer thought, it seemed acceptable. The reason for the explosive state was simply to help Lanzini vent his frustrations, and now that the latter had scored, he had completed his task. There were less than 20 minutes left in the match. Li Yanqing temporarily didn't want to focus on the situation on the field. As long as the opponent performed normally, they would find it hard to pose a significant threat. After using up his substitution quota, he immediately began researching the issue of explosive form in his notebook. If he could study this state to the point of being able to activate it at will, they would be invincible. What would it feel like to be able to turn on an advantage at any time? Chapter 222. Compared to what Chris and Buckler were focusing on, Li Yanqing's attention was on other matters. After leaving Old Trafford, he received a call from Manchester United staff for the first time. He had to admit that it caught him off guard. After all, he didn't have many acquaintances there anymore. What? The transfer issue with Manchester City? The inquiry from the other party took him by surprise. It sounded a bit like they were looking for trouble. Yes, we had already informed your manager. He said he would cooperate with us. Just a moment. After putting down the phone, Li Yanqing went straight to Buckler. Manchester United asked me about the transfer issue with Manchester City. They said you agreed to cooperate with them? At that moment, Chris was no longer there, leaving only Buckler. The latter slapped his forehead and quickly replied, Yes, I almost forgot about this. Not just Manchester United, but Chelsea, Arsenal, Liverpool. Almost all the top 10 teams will jointly report Manchester City this time. They have significant financial issues. Chapter 223. After drawing with West Ham, Burton achieved 2 consecutive victories. Not every lower league team wants to have top players like West Ham. First, they won 1-0 against Watford. Then they achieved a 3-0 victory over Swansea City. Although they narrowly lost 0-1 to Arsenal, it didn't affect Li Yanqing's mood. Everton, ranked 8th, couldn't achieve full victories, and there was a 6-point gap between them and Burton. Li Yanqing's team had already secured 7th place in the League 2 rounds in advance. It must be said that the Premier League's Big Six lived up to their name. Throughout the season, they almost always held the top 6 positions, unlike Burton, which occasionally dropped points it shouldn't have. In short, they couldn't drop any further now, nor could they be caught up. With no desires or demands, they could focus on preparing for the FA Cup final. However, as the season neared its end, the issue of reinforcements became urgent. Li Yanqing hoped the team could quickly determine their targets for new signings. Enzo, Cazorla, and Justin were confirmed to leave. The others, like Matthias, also received transfer offers, but the prices were slightly below market value, so Li Yanqing rejected them. Chapter 224, Allegri, like Li Yanqing, was a head coach, and his thoughts were often biased. At least the club president, Agnelli, believed so. I know, you've told me this many times, but I said, as long as they can afford the money, we will let them go. Don't you know how important Paul is to the team? In front of him was Juventus's sporting director, Giuntoli, who was earnestly persuading his boss. But I'm still saying, the club's operational gap must be addressed. The mess created by those damn workers has caused me significant losses. In fact, from a business standpoint, buying Ronaldo was a lucrative deal. Jersey sales and the club's stock price soared. But the grassroots workers didn't understand their logic, and their dissatisfaction led to losses instead. Now the money raised from financing is due. They need to find a way to pay it back. Why not take out a loan and pay it off first? Giuntoli's voice had become very small at this point. Although this was a common operation in the business world, it would likely result in them incurring tens of millions in unnecessary interest. Chapter 225, the day after returning from Furcher. Burton's team, using all young players, won their penultimate league match 1-0 against Middlesbrough. It was a straightforward match, but even though they won, Li Yanqing wasn't particularly happy. The team did not adjust to their best state. When Ibrahimovic is not in the starting lineup, the pressure on the opponent is significantly reduced. In just a few days, the team would face strong rivals Chelsea, and continuing in this state was not acceptable. While they could barely manage counterattacks against other teams, many problems would arise when facing strong opponents. Therefore, Li Yanqing canceled all holidays until the end of the season. Enzo, your decision-making speed after receiving the ball needs to be quicker. If you're unsure, just pass it to Quinn. I won't let you start with this performance. On the training ground, Li Yanqing was training the players' tactics. The starting lineup was still undecided except for Ibrahimovic, Joe Hart, Anderson, and Blayford. Originally, Blayford's best partner in the central defender position would undoubtedly be Pepe, but considering his age, it might not be wise to risk it in such a match. Chapter 226. Li Yanqing seriously rejected Quinn's request. The reason was that only champions deserve to be remembered. Therefore, only the most important final members had this opportunity. However, he did not completely shut the door. If you can really become the best player, I might consider it, because this is the privilege of the best. 3 days later, a training match that would determine the starting lineup was played with the momentum of a final. Li Yanqing had to keep the team doctor on standby, while he himself was constantly monitoring the probability of player injuries. It would be a huge loss if someone got injured at this time. Winning would likely lead to regret for about 10 years. The one putting in the most effort was Matthias. His mindset was different from the other players. Although he could start in every match, he knew his skills were currently at the bottom level in the team. This was a first opportunity and likely the last. With this determination, he was selected as the starting left winger. Next was the central midfield core, where only 2 players were competing, Quinn and Cazorla. Surprisingly, Cazorla, who was thought to not care about such honors, played very aggressively. Chapter 227. How's it going? Any progress? On the 16th, the FA Cup final. Li Yanqing should have focused all his energy on the match, but upon arriving at the venue, he received a call from Furcher. The old scout had just met with Dybala himself. There was still a possibility. The opposing club agreed to a 100 million offer, but we need to secure the player ourselves. I introduced our situation to him. He said. Furcher suddenly paused here, making Li Yanqing on the other end of the line feel quite heavy-hearted. It was reasonable for the player to be unwilling to come. For instance, Di Maria had straightforwardly declined the invitation. He had previously played for top clubs like Real Madrid and Manchester United, and, at his age, there was really no need to lower his status. If it doesn't work out, it's fine. I'll look for others. Before Li Yanqing could finish his sentence, Furcher excitedly interrupted. No, Dybala is quite interested in Burton. What puzzled him the most was why Ibrahimovic would join a newly promoted team. Chapter 228. Name: Gonzalo Higuain. Age: 29. Status: good fatigue level, 40. Injury probability: 15. Attributes: master level volley, master level beating the keeper, one-on-one expert, versatile forward. As a versatile forward, Higuain is not particularly outstanding in any specific aspect. However, he excels in overall quality, capable of performing any task, whether off the ball, on the ball as a pivot, or in support. He also possesses an excellent sense of goal scoring. This can be seen from his 3 shooting skills. Murphy still has a long way to go to upgrade beating the keeper to master level. As for why only one-on-one expert is not at master level, the point is that when he gets the ball in the penalty area, it means danger. Enzo's task is to mark him closely. It's best not to let him touch the ball in the penalty area. So far, this has been going well. On Chelsea's side, Sarri shared a similar view with Yanqing. He also couldn't accept Ibrahimovic shooting in the penalty area. However, their approaches were entirely different. He chose to have Kanté tightly mark the opposing number 10 instead of targeting Ibrahimovic directly. Both sides had their advantages and disadvantages, but overall, it was still a battle of midfield intensity. Chapter 229. In the private room, Robinson and Chris were watching the game from above. They had originally planned to sit on the coaching bench, but fearing it would affect the players, they decided to come to the box instead. Look, sir, we've really done a lot. The team has grown to a level that others can't ignore. Blayford did not disappoint Lee's trust. Investing in the team first is a guaranteed profitable deal. The players' performance excited Chris. If anyone understood how difficult it was to achieve all this more than Yanqing, it would be him. I've been doing this, Chris. Robinson's gaze couldn't be diverted. As the owner, he rarely felt any other emotions because of the team's performance. This was an exception. It was about whether the team could genuinely win a significant championship. A year later, they would start building a new stadium, which was a necessary task. But next season, we can fully support him. I always feel he can reach a higher level. Chris's evaluation of Yanqing surprised Robinson. As someone who had worked for the club for many years, he understood the other party quite well. Chapter 230. Higuain was loaned to Chelsea for only half a season. He had played 12 matches, scoring 5 goals, most of which were as a substitute. Such statistics are not bad, but at his level, he would never be satisfied with such numbers. It should be noted that he previously achieved king-level statistics at Napoli and performed well enough at Juventus to justify his transfer fee. Only Cristiano Ronaldo could displace him from his position. At this moment, upon hearing Sarri instruct him to drop back, he immediately became unhappy. Why isn't a teammate helping me create space? Fortunately, in order to maintain harmony, he said this in his heart. After calming down for a while, he accepted his current situation. I will do this, but you all better aim your shots well. The Chelsea players, including Hazard, did not have any special reaction to this statement. If someone else had said this, they might have turned against him on the spot. But Higuain's shooting skills indeed surpassed all of them. The game continued. Since Yanqing had tasked the players with defending, they did not dare to push too far forward. The opening attacking opportunity was ultimately wasted by Anderson. He tried to break through, but was intercepted due to the interference of the opposing players. Chapter 231. The consecutive states of 2 players exploding, enough to prove Burton's current will to win. Blayford and Matthias were both players who had personally experienced last year's team's disastrous defeat against Chelsea. In this match, they were all pumped up to end their losing streak against the opponent. Matthias carried the ball, charging from near the midfield to just outside the penalty area. Initially, Yanqing had little hope, but the boost during exploding is comprehensive. Moreover, there was no one behind him interfering, so he just needed to focus on shooting. In the stands, Burton's fans were cheering loudly, creating a strong atmosphere. This was one of the rare moments in the match that could excite them. Yanqing and Lehmann on the sidelines felt as if time stood still the moment the player took the shot. If the ball went in, then the situation would be completely under their control. Most importantly, it would boost everyone's morale. Unfortunately, Matthias did not have the fate of being the main character. Even with the skill boost, his shot still failed to beat Kepa. Chapter 232. Just as Blayford was about to leave the field, commentator Mr. Hans was live broadcasting the match. He was wearing a Chelsea jersey, clearly indicating his stance. However, as the match progressed, he did not continue to use harsh words to describe Burton's performance. At this moment, he was staring at the screen in disbelief. To be honest, this Burton has surprised me. Although I still scoff at their coach, I must say that this captain has earned my respect. If it weren't for him, they would have conceded goals long ago. Even weak teams need several matches in the World Cup to wear down their defenders. But Lee is a tough guy, and it's only 70 minutes in. I can guarantee that this player is definitely not lightly injured, but what comes next? Who else can step up? There's no doubt they will lose in the end, but I acknowledge their performance. He continued to attack Li Yanqing personally, but it didn't matter since the latter wasn't watching his show. However, his description of Burton's players' performances was still recognized by the audience. Chapter 233. There are less than 10 minutes left in regular time. If Sun Yan seizes this opportunity, it could very well be the winning goal of the match. The only concern is that as a fullback who rarely supports the attack, he has scored no more than 5 goals in 2 seasons with Burton. His shooting would likely be worse than Matthias's. At this moment, Sun Yan himself felt a bit anxious. It was the first time he heard so many fans shouting his name at the same time. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but it seemed he could even hear his cousin's voice. He didn't see anyone, but just thinking about it made him invigorated. He was getting closer to the goal. The fact that he could sprint at high speed at this moment showed that his stamina was quite good. However, the Chelsea defenders might not pass the coach's scrutiny when they returned, as they had made the same mistake twice. The live commentator was now on edge, but his mindset was still relatively normal. Obviously, in his subconscious, he didn't believe this shot could go in. Using players to do things they are not suited for can indeed be surprising, but whether it can lead to victory is uncertain. What surprised everyone was that Sun Yan himself did not run toward the goal. Chapter 234. What Li Yanqing referred to as actually skills. He found that although Blayford had come off the field, the influence of defensive inspiration on the players had been retained. This was something left behind by the team captain after his injury. Now, Burton was launching the last attack of regular time. Ibrahimovic could no longer run, but that didn't stop him from standing in the opponent's penalty area, cheering on his teammates with his voice. This attack was also very impressive. Offensive inspiration. With both inspirations activated, the players were determined, and their skill levels could keep up with the opponent's pace. It was expected to be Burton's strongest moment of the entire season. Soon, with Quinn's long-range shot missing the target, the 90 minutes of the match came to an end. 10 minutes later, extra time would begin. At this time, the players would not return to the locker room. There was no need for that, and it was better to rest well. Almost all the players from both teams collapsed on the ground, with staff coming in to massage and relax their muscles. Next was a test of will. Let tactics go to hell. This was actually Burton's first time going into extra time against an opponent. Previously, they either won or lost directly. Chapter 235. Perhaps it wouldn't necessarily go to a penalty shootout. There were still 5 minutes left. Novice was beginning to waver on what he had said to himself. He really couldn't think of a way to score in these last few minutes. Just look at the players on the field. They had basically reached the level of total exhaustion. Chelsea was in a slightly better situation, so now the ball had spent more than half the time in their own half. If it weren't for Sun Yan's excellent defensive performance during stoppage time, they would have conceded several goals by now. This is why it was only just now that Li Yanqing thought of substituting Ibrahimovic. He was the tallest player in the team and could defend against aerial threats, and only he could activate the effect of offensive inspiration on the field. Seeing that he was really struggling to stand, he wanted to let Murphy go up and give it a try, just in case a miracle happened. However, now, Joe Hart's unexpected injury forced them to use their last substitution. Damn it, if I get the chance, I'll definitely buy Giroud. Not only can he be a substitute forward, but he can also double as a goalkeeper. Li Yanqing was a bit grumpy. He remembered that the player Giroud seemed to possess the skill, rush out to defend. Chapter 236. Li Yanqing didn't know if his words had any effect, as Quinn's expression had remained unchanged throughout. Now, any words of encouragement would ultimately turn into pressure, all resting on the player's shoulders. He simply picked up the ball and silently walked towards the penalty spot. At this moment, after a brief rest on the ground, his teammates were kneeling in a row, shoulder to shoulder. No one knew how much they wanted to win this championship. On the bench, Murphy and Kvarkadona also joined the group. Even though they hadn't played in the final, everyone on the team had participated in previous matches. The championship belonged to everyone. For players like Ibrahimovic and David Luiz, it might not be as significant, but many others had yet to receive any personal honors. The first penalty taker for Burton was the young midfielder, Cyprian Francis Quinn. This young player had recently been selected as one of the most promising young talents in England and had the trust of the head coach, even taking the penalty before Ibrahimovic. The commentators on site were unaware that Ibrahimovic simply didn't have the strength to take a penalty anymore. Normally, With a star of that caliber on the field, they would step up to take on the most pressured moments. Chapter 237. Chelsea's final penalty taker was midfielder Jorginho. This midfielder was highly trusted by the coach, and the team relied on him to orchestrate play in the midfield during the match. Although there weren't many spectacular moments, he was an essential part of the team's stability. Name: Jorginho. Age: 27. Condition: good. Fatigue level: 60. Injury probability: 40. Skills: short passing coordination, penalty expert. Master level through pass, midfield commander. When Yanqing saw his skill panel, he felt dizzy. He saw penalty expert. Yes, this player had unique insights into taking penalties. If this shot was successful, it would enter a sudden death phase, where both sides would take turns shooting, and whoever made a mistake would be declared the loser. Although the remaining players of Burton had a high probability of failing to score, he couldn't show that right now. He could only hope that any deity would show favor at this moment, as it was the closest they had come to victory throughout the match. The pressure Karius faced was greater than anyone else's. He stood in front of the goal, already in a position to save, his whole body numb to the point that he could hardly feel his existence. Chapter 238. The next day, Yanqing woke up in Braithwaite's hospital bed. The iron-willed captain was sitting in a wheelchair, fiddling with his social media account. "Oh, sorry, Braithwaite. I'm just too tired." The captain's condition was not good. Strange said he would need to stay in a wheelchair for at least 3 to 4 months. Fortunately, there would be no lasting injuries. "It's okay, boss. It's not a big deal. I can still push my wheelchair around." Braithwaite just smiled. For him, nothing was more important than seeing the team win the championship. "If you want, you can hide here for another couple of days. I guess there must be a lot of interviews recently. This isn't a guess, as is a certain thing." However, very few people knew about Yanqing hiding in the hospital, which had left the reporters waiting anxiously. In the end, it was Maggie who found Chris that allowed them to complete the first interview. It's predictable that they would come looking for the head coach again. "All right, it's time to go. Take care of your injury, my captain." Yanqing wanted to stay a couple more days, but he couldn't. Chapter 239. Besides good news, there was also a lot of bad news. Braithwaite and Matthias both maxed out, the former injured and hospitalized, while the latter was in terrible form. He had maintained a very poor condition for the past 2 days. Yanqing had previously judged that players who had experienced a long period of maxed out condition might encounter various problems. It was now confirmed that this was true. Fortunately, there is only one game left in this season, and once the next season started, he would surely recover. In any case, observing his and Braithwaite's subsequent conditions would reveal how significant the side effects were. There were also Araujo, Ibrahimovic, Enzo, and other midfielders and defenders, whose conditions were also terrible, but that was due to fatigue and was considered normal. As for the reporters, Yanqing still didn't have time to deal with them, because at this moment, he had already arrived at Allianz Stadium, sitting together with Fairchild and Dybala, whom he decided to sign. Name: Paulo Dybala. Age: 25. Condition: good. Fatigue level: 30. Injury probability: 40. Skills: master level through pass, master level volley, master level Marseille turn, versatile forward, glassman. Chapter 240. Yanqing made his intentions clear from the start. In fact, Braithwaite's position in the locker room had always been awkward. With Pamo in front and Ibrahimovic behind, not many people took his word seriously. But now the situation was different. He was the biggest contributor to the championship win, not only in the eyes of the head coach, but he was also the MVP of the match. Yanqing felt it was necessary to help this diligent old captain establish some authority. Bringing in a big-name player like Dybala would undoubtedly have a significant impact on Braithwaite. "No problem, I don't care about that." Hearing this, Dybala let out a sigh of relief. He was really interested in being the team leader. He couldn't even be a prince. "Whether in Juventus or the national team, I only care about championships. Who the leader is doesn't matter. As for the Ballon d'Or, performance determines everything. Then we have no disagreements. Congratulations on joining the team." Yanqing finally smiled. Top-level signing done. Moreover, as a shadow striker, he wouldn't conflict with Quinn positionally. Perfect. Try to report to the team as soon as possible. Paulo, we're only giving a month off. Chapter 241. 3 days after the interview ended. It was also the final match of the league, but Yanqing did not go to the scene. Just yesterday, he unfortunately fell ill. After being overly fatigued and not resting well recently, he had caught a severe cold, although it wasn't a serious illness. It made him a bit unsteady on his feet. After Chris saw this, he directly gave Li Yanqing a 2-day break. Anyway, the last match was not important and would not affect anything, so there was no need for the head coach to go into battle while sick. Layman could manage for a bit, so now Li Yanqing could only sit at home, watching the live broadcast on TV while preparing for transfers. In terms of the match, due to the absence of players like Ibrahimovic and Blayford, many players who rarely had the chance to start were on the field first. Murphy, Blind, Kvaradona, Karius. He did not doubt the players' efforts. But it must be said that the performance on both ends of the attack and defense was not satisfactory without a tactical core to stabilize the situation. Fortunately, the opponent was not strong and no goals were conceded. After watching for 20 minutes, Li Yanqing couldn't continue. It was truly a chaotic match. Chapter 242. The team drew against a weak opponent away, which left Layman feeling quite gloomy. He realized that he couldn't replicate the momentum Li Yanqing had when leading the team. Although the team's overall state was poor due to just coming off a tough battle, it didn't make him feel any better. Don't do that. At least don't compare yourself to him. That guy has the strongest talent I've ever seen. He led the team to avoid relegation, then promoted them, and now they have reached the Europa League. It only took a little over 2 years. What's even more ridiculous is that besides Mourinho, this guy had no connections before. Nawi's evaluation of Li Yanqing was very fair. In fact, the hardest part is often not the matches, but how to manage the locker room, deal with the boss, and negotiate transfer fees. As for matches, most coaches' tactical levels don't differ much. Currently, the only ones who have truly created their own style are Guardiola and Mourinho. Before them were Ferguson and Wenger. Going further back, they're all ancient legends. So, don't be discouraged. If you don't truly become a head coach, you'll never know how far you can go. Chapter 243. Looking at the other party's expression, this kid didn't seem to be just bragging. But did he really think it through? Choosing to stay in a youth team for a championship instead of moving to the first team? Next season, they have the Europa League to play. Are you serious? Do you want to stay here to win a championship? What if you can't? Li Yanqing's mood was similar to Real Madrid's refusal to transfer based on the reason of being close to home. It wasn't very pleasant. Give me another year, and I will definitely win the championship. Not only do I have this confidence, but they do too. We chased a lot of points in the second half of this season, and that's the best proof. Li Yichuan pointed to his youth team teammates. At this moment, they were all looking over here. Although they didn't know exactly what was being said, from head coach Ryan's expression, it seemed to be a happy matter. Indeed, Ryan was quite pleased now. Lee, I heard that the team will add Dybala next season. If I'm not mistaken, the forwards are already sufficient. Even if he goes to the first team, there won't be many opportunities to play. So let him stay for another year. Ibrahimovic, Dybala, Murphy, Matthias. There are already 4 players, but there's only one center position. Chapter 244. Buckler can deal with his own headaches. Anyway, he was unwilling to spend too much money on Smalling. Li Yanqing directly bought a ticket to Villarreal for the next day. Soriano is somewhat famous in La Liga. Although he is not an absolute core player, he is well-rounded and the type most coaches like, being able to adapt to any team. Besides midfield, he can also occasionally play as a forward. The only position he lacks is left winger. If all goes well, he can be secured at a relatively affordable price. Of course, to prevent misjudgment, Li Yanqing personally came here to assess the player's quality, mainly to check his attributes. Hey, you've gained a lot of fame lately, and I'm glad to have the opportunity to cooperate. I won't let you down. The two met at a cafe, and from the player's reaction, he didn't seem resistant to joining Burton and was even a bit expectant. Li Yanqing finally felt a sense of relief in transfers. For the first time, he found it so easy to poach a starter from another top team. Next season we have the Europa League to play, I know. Chapter 245. Name, Diego Godin. Age, 32 years. Condition, good. Fatigue, 30. Injury probability, 10. Attributes, master level positioning, master level marking, defensive inspiration, iron guard. Li Yanqing absolutely could not imagine that Kevin would find such a player for him. Godin has served in Atletico Madrid for nearly 10 years and has always been a mainstay center back for the club. Simeone was reluctant to sell Jimenez, yet he was willing to let Godin go. To be precise, it's after the contract expires. I don't plan to stay here any longer. I hope to be in a more vibrant team for the remainder of my career. That kid Miller said that Burton would suit me well, and they really need an experienced starting defender. Godin smiled slightly. It seemed that Burton had entered his line of sight, and that kid Miller had also helped a lot. Half a year ago, not only did he sell him for a high price of $30 million, But now he's also bringing back a top defensive player for Burton. Yes, in Li Yanqing's eyes, Godin is definitely top-notch. Tough in defense, resilient in character. Chapter 246, Unexpectedly Acquiring Godin. Now what worries Li Yanqing is that he still has $30 million that hasn't been spent. He ultimately decided the team needed to add a forward. As for Li Yichuan's position, he would fight for it later. The team is likely to switch between 42-31, 41-32, and 442 formations next season. 3 forwards may not be enough. Ibrahimovic's physical condition is still a big issue, and Murphy is a fragile player. Li Yanqing always worries about him getting injured. Dybala is even more so, with Glass player written directly in his self-introduction. As for potential additions, there are indeed some. Frankfurt's forward Jovic has performed well this season and can be considered. But because of his excellent performance, Real Madrid wants him. And with only $30 million, it might not pass Frankfurt's threshold. As for other forwards on the market, either they are unattainable or not appealing. It really is a bit challenging to choose. Forget it. The transfer window is still long. No need to rush for a moment. We can wait until the new season starts to see the situation. Chapter 247. Just a few days later, Li Yanqing received the news that Tottenham's head coach Pochettino had been sacked. The coach who led the team to the Champions League final was dismissed by the club for failing to win any trophies. To be honest, given the limited support from Levy, achieving the current results was already quite difficult. Kane, Ali, Son Heung-min, and Eriksen were basically all players he developed. Even Li Yanqing, an outsider, felt sorry for Pochettino. He ended up with a miserly owner. Guess who his successor is? Although it hasn't been officially announced yet, it can already be confirmed. Naui is fiddling with his notebook. This guy spends most of his time dealing with these rumors aside from his own work. It's Mourinho. Levy invited him to Tottenham. Jose. This news surprised Li Yanqing a bit. In his impression, ever since Mourinho took charge of Chelsea, he had become less frugal. And among Tottenham's squad, not to mention others, Dele Alli, who is jokingly referred to as the English star, definitely does not meet his needs. Chapter 248. Raphael, 18 years old, plays as a midfielder. A native of Burton, he joined the youth team at the age of 10. Although his performance has never been outstanding, he successfully entered the youth team. He usually plays as a substitute attacking midfielder or central midfielder. Originally, he had no expectations for his football career. Born in a small town and raised in a small team, with no remarkable talent, he set his goal to become a key player for Burton. In recent years, Burton has been promoted year by year. League 2, League 1, Championship, Premier League. Last season, they even defeated Chelsea, who also performed well, to win the FA Cup. So, he felt confused. It seemed that his simple goal suddenly became grand. 2 years ago, Quinn, who was also a key player in the youth team, jumped to become a first-team starter, which inspired Raphael a bit. Because he was similar to him, not the most talented one. As a result, he became an ironclad starter. But soon he tragically found out that his position overlapped with his idol. Other mature players could not take Quinn's position. Would it really be his turn? Chapter 249. The first training match started the next day. To test the players' abilities from various aspects, the match lasted 90 minutes, but this was not an important variable. Because the B team led by Lehmann lost badly, the longer it lasted, the worse it got. 20-1. The youth team is not like the first team. The strength gap between substitutes and starters is often larger, especially since the A team has Li Yichuan, this moving cannon, with the goalkeeper's poor quality. He shoots as soon as he gets the ball, showing no mercy. The B team players perfectly exemplified what it means to flee in panic. Additionally, the A team players had good coordination, and these substitutes who rarely had a chance to play were kicked around like amateurs. If it weren't for Rhine, considering that these were actually his players, they probably wouldn't have conceded a single goal. It's easy to imagine how depressed these young men were after such a match. And the most depressed person was definitely Lehmann. Lee, this grouping has issues. Major issues. We have no way to hold the ball. Just like you saw. Chapter 250. Lehmann still has some insight. At least in terms of formation, he is stronger than Naui. The 4-2-3-1 formation has been quite popular in recent years, and many weaker teams use it, because it is very solid defensively. While the attacking side is a bit like a lottery, but the A team has Li Yichuan. Rhine confidently handed over all the attacking tasks to him, leaving only one midfielder for secondary attacks. In his eyes, this is what is called a high-level bus formation. After careful consideration, Lehmann decided to use the 4-5-1 tactic. If they couldn't produce a strong performance, they would have to set up a defensive wall. That's right, focusing on defense. Take a deadly strike when the opponent is careless. And just dealing with the A-team, it wouldn't be difficult to defend against their attacks. During the time Li Yanqing and Layman were discussing, Nawi had already communicated their training tasks to the players. The main points are actually three: goalkeeper, forward, and attacking midfielder. Although there is no attacking midfielder position in the 4-5-1 formation, the central player generally handles the overall coordination, so Li Yanqing used this term to refer to it. Chapter 251. The gap in hard strength is not so easy to bridge, so they still lost. After exhausting their stamina, they conceded 4 more goals from the A-team players. However, contrary to expectations, the morale of the B-team players was greatly boosted. It turned out they could play back and forth with the starters. If it weren't for that outrageous missed one-on-one chance, they might have even taken the lead around the 60th minute. Layman himself hadn't come to his senses yet when several players started chasing him with questions. "Coach, what tactic are we playing in the next match? How do we train next? I feel I can practice more. My condition is great. If we play a few more matches, I even think we can win. Coach, you're amazing." A group of players who could only reach average or good during the match all achieved excellent after the match ended. Although it had nothing to do with him, Layman still found it very enjoyable. This is the feeling of leading a team to win a match. Let's talk about the tactic for the next game later. For now, let us let you relax a bit. I will tell you the answer in tomorrow's training session. Chapter 252. Li Yanqing certainly wouldn't miss the last training match. He was genuinely curious about how Layman planned to play. Although he helped the B team close most of the gap in strength, some aspects of experience couldn't be taught. Moreover, Ryan's strength was considerable. Being able to stay at the same club for 10 years proved that. Looking at the lineup, this time he chose a new defensive pairing. The forward was also replaced with a more technical one. Perhaps a possession-based play? As soon as Nawi finished speaking, he denied this statement. The recent matches had actually been counterattacks. Layman had never tried other attacking methods. Because from the technical characteristics of this batch of players, they are all counterattacking types. There is no reason to use other tactics. Moreover, possession-based play cannot be developed in just 1 month. But if he doesn't play some new tricks, how is he supposed to win the matches? Just wait and see. It should not disappoint us. Li Yanqing didn't say much. It is not easy for Ryan to win either. The players in Group B have made great progress, and among them, 2 players have improved the most. One is goalkeeper Rick, who has been personally trained by Layman during this time to prevent Li Yichuan's long shots. Chapter 253. Name: Raphael. Age: 17. Injury probability: 15. Entry: midfield commander. After scoring a goal, Raphael's entry panel also changed. He became the second player after Murphy to master a technical entry during the youth training phase. To be honest, his progress exceeded Li Yanqing's expectations. During training, he dabbled in various skills, making it hard to identify a specific technical style. The expectation for him was just to casually master a skill like lob or through ball. Who would have thought he directly completed the most difficult part of improving his strength? It's worth noting that there are still players in the first team who haven't learned technical entries. I scored. Against the main players. Raphael himself hasn't come down from his excitement yet. Since moving up to the youth training team, his opportunities to start have been quite limited, in front of stable seniors. The limited playing time cannot help him improve quickly. Thanks to his decent talent, this month of training has activated his potential. I knew he could do it. He was the best performer during training. Chapter 254. Before moving Raphael to the first team, Li Yanqing had a brief chat with him. Being a substitute for Quinn is just a slight improvement over being the second goalkeeper. There won't be many chances to play. Moreover, Quinn is not much older than him, only 18 this year. Even the most loyal player finds it hard to accept spending their entire career as a substitute. So after careful consideration, Li Yanqing decided to loan him out. There is no position for you in the first team right now, but I have a loan opportunity. Are you willing to go to the championship? Championship? Which team? Huddersfield. Raphael still wants to serve Burton. But the situation now is that the position he is best suited for is firmly held by Quinn. Instead of wasting his youth here, it's better to be loaned out early. Okay, I will. I hope that when I return, I won't have to leave again. Raphael nodded seriously. He knows he is not lacking anywhere, but Quinn is clearly much stronger than him. It's a bit of bad timing. All right, the matter is settled. Chapter 255. Li Yanqing is unaware that far away at Old Trafford, Solskjaer is suffering the same torment as his predecessor. When he first took office, the players performed very well, but after most of them completed their contract renewals, the last few matches could only be described as disastrous. Ultimately, their push for the top 4 failed, finishing just 2 points above Burton in 6th place. This means they will only play in the Europa League next season. Perhaps we shouldn't have come here. Mourinho couldn't even manage the current Manchester United well. Michael Carrick, who just retired from the team last year, became the assistant coach a few months later. Previously assisting Mourinho, he is now supporting Solskjaer. To be honest, he thinks the former didn't have any problems. The current young players have no idea what team spirit is. When faced with issues, they always consider their own interests first. Michael, whenever Manchester United needs me, I will definitely come back. Now is the time they need me the most. I just didn't expect the current head coach doesn't even have the power to make transfer decisions anymore. Chapter 256, the internal conflicts within Manchester United actually started during Mourinho's time. Now it's somewhat out of control. Otherwise, Carrick wouldn't have come to find Yanqing. Woodward's evaluation of him is pitifully low in any setting, and as for the players, it is even more forbidden for them to have any interaction with him. The solution is actually quite simple. If you can't move Pogba, just get rid of all those who have a good relationship with him. Then find a reliable player to control the locker room. Jose tried to use Zlatan, but his injury made him completely unable to manage these people. Of course, everything must be done in moderation. Otherwise, I'm not sure whether Pogba or Solskjaer will be the first to be gotten rid of. Yanqing's solution made Carrick a bit worried. But now, there seems to be no better way than this. Even if it takes a little longer, a year or two, he wants the club to sell Pogba. This player is too foolish to be worthy of that jersey. All right, thank you for your suggestion, Lee. If you have time, we can go have a coffee. No need. Michael, the club has a dinner tonight. Yanqing shook his head and continued. Chapter 257, a few days later, Burton's team welcomed their first warm-up match. The opponent was Aston Villa, who were also promoted last season. Their entire season was not very smooth, but thanks to the explosive performance of core player Grealish, they successfully avoided relegation. However, in a warm-up match, it doesn't matter who the opponent is. After all, everyone won't really go all out. Yanqing put all the new signings on the field at once, with O'Grady at the forefront and Dybala following behind him. The center-back pairing is Mangala and Manolas. The left-back is blind. Let us start with O'Grady. This Burton forward just celebrated his 32nd birthday not long ago. After mastering heavy center forward, his awareness has improved significantly. His excellent heading ability has also been well maintained, making him a good substitute for Ibrahimovic. But his foot skills remain terrible. Well, it's not important. Yanqing brought him back to serve as a tactical support for substitutes. In the previous FA Cup final, Ibrahimovic played the full 120 minutes, which left him exhausted. He originally thought a month of rest would be enough to recover, but time ultimately left its mark on the star striker. Chapter 258. For Yanqing, the person he is most concerned about right now is blind. This is a question and answer topic. Given that Manchester United's locker room could explode at any moment next season, how can they be blown up? Yanqing's answer is blind. He has been at Burton for a while now, but hasn't had many opportunities to play. However, his ability is there, although his defense is a bit weak. After the team adds new defensive strength for the new season, he will definitely get more chances. Once the warm-up matches are over, Yanqing specifically called blind over. Daily, how does it feel? I mean, the feeling of starting and playing the full game. Not bad. Blind didn't quite understand what Yanqing meant. He had already been told that he would be the starting left-back this season. He was definitely excited about it. How long has it been since he was a starter? His form had plummeted since Mourinho took over Manchester United. After managing to find his form at Burton, he encountered Justin's explosive performance, which led to him hardly getting any playing time. What I want to tell you is there's no need to feel any psychological pressure. Chapter 259. In a series of 5 warm-up matches, Blind firmly held the starting position. However, due to the slow pace of the matches, he still couldn't make much of an impact. There was no way around it. This player was not an essential part of the tactics. They could have tried swapping positions with a defensive midfielder, but with a single defensive midfielder, Yanqing didn't dare let him take that position. All right, everyone take a good rest. This afternoon, Nawe will take you for training. There are only a few days left before the new season starts. Our first match is against Tottenham. After the training ended, Yanqing left the team at the first opportunity. The biggest benefit of Chung Mingming's return was that he, as the head coach, could occasionally slack off. As long as someone was there to keep an eye on things, it was fine. Lee is not here. Where did he go? He has been elusive these days. Chris frowned. He originally wanted to call Li Yanqing for a temporary meeting, but he hadn't been able to find him for 3 consecutive days. Although it wasn't too urgent, the head coach not being at the club was not a good sign. So he turned his attention to Nawe and Layman. Do you guys know what Li has been doing lately? No idea. Sometimes we can't find him either. The two shook their heads, actually similar to Chris. Chapter 260. Honestly, I haven't been here for a while, even though I live just 20 miles away in the city. At the entrance of the club, a middle-aged man resembling Will stood there. There were many posters of players outside. One of them was Li Yanqing's, which, although a bit tattered, still showed words like late and fine. Compared to before, there was less smell of beer here. Robinson finally stopped treating this place like a warehouse. This man seemed to know a lot about Burton's story, even many dark histories that Li Yanqing was unaware of. However, when the security guard saw him, he appeared to be on high alert. This was Mr. Hans, the commentator who had been criticizing Burton all last season. "You are not welcome here, sir. You are one of the few people we have blacklisted. It has been like that since about 4 or 5 years ago. Hey, I'm still a public figure." Hans tapped his camera and said, "Is this how Burton Club treats guests? If I post this online, no one would find it strange." Before Hans could finish his sentence, a voice emerged from behind him. Chapter 261. August 15th, the new season begins. For Burton, the start is not easy, as their first opponent is Tottenham Hotspur. The opposing coach is Mourinho, who has just replaced Pochettino. The good news is that this match is held at their home ground. I told you we would meet on the pitch again soon. Yes, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. In the players' tunnel, the two greeted each other naturally and then fell silent. For both sides, the first match is very important. No one wants to suffer a blow right at the start of the season. Therefore, just like the previous rules, they will give their all. This is not the time for reminiscing. This is the first match of the new season, with last season's 7th-place promoted team Burton facing the European runner-up Spurs. Both sides have performed well previously. Although Spurs have just appointed Mourinho as their coach, we all know that he will only help improve the team's strength. On Burton's side, they have brought in many big players like Dybala and Godin. We have reason to expect what will happen next. Chapter 262. Quinn, you could drop back a bit. Open up the middle area. Li Yanqing chose Dybala this time. It's not that he doesn't value Quinn, but in this situation, the former is more suitable for breaking the deadlock. He needs a ball and some space. But Quinn is different. This kid doesn't need any space. His biggest role is to make a pass, plus his signature move, the cloud-piercing arrow. It's fine for him to drop back a bit. This subtle change had a very noticeable effect, and soon Dybala showcased his individual ability. After his teammates in the front pulled away some defenders, he used his master-level Marseille, turned to crash into the penalty area. Then he turned and struck a clean master-level volley shot. Goal. The goal is in. This top attacking player scored his first goal for Burton with a spectacular personal performance. In his first match, the commentators were clearly delighted to have such a player in the Premier League. At the same time, they couldn't help but sigh. The current Burton is completely different from last season. They showed the momentum to take on Spurs head-on. Chapter 263. Dybala was standing on the sidelines. He had just been substituted for Murphy. After seeing the opponent score, he could only awkwardly frown. The great situation he had created was thus buried. Nawe and Layman were secretly discussing something beside him. All the criticism was directed at Blind, who should be directly responsible for this missed goal. His teammates were relatively okay. Under Li Yanqing's discipline, they were not allowed to complain too much during the match. However, dissatisfaction was always there, especially when one person's poor performance rendered the efforts of others meaningless. Look, he was practically a wooden post in this game, with no defensive ability at all. He couldn't even touch the ball when it was right in front of him. Why can't we swap him for another defender? Then we would have won this match. The fans' discussions were incessant. They didn't directly insult their own players, but this continuous chatter seemed to hurt even more. As for the player himself, there was no change in his expression. He just gritted his teeth and focused on the opponent's goal. Although he appeared calm, his feelings were quite complex, especially since the opposing coach was Mourinho. Chapter 264. Li Yanqing had to admit that the veterans were doing a good job helping the younger players as much as possible. However, he had indeed neglected the feelings of the veterans a bit. But he didn't want to give up on Blind just yet because everyone had already agreed on a final deadline. So in responding to Joe Hart, he didn't make a decision immediately. I will think about it. Regardless of the outcome, I will let you know before the next match begins. All right, Hart, go rest for now. I need to think. He didn't expect that even if they eventually won the match, the players still wouldn't let Blind off the hook. It was easy to imagine how poorly he had performed. This would be a very troublesome issue. After sending off Joe Hart, Li Yanqing looked towards the training ground. It was being used by Ryan today, who was training with the youth team players. Their match started earlier than the first team, and it was said they achieved a big victory, winning 6-1 against their opponents. How about we pull a fullback up from the youth team as a backup? In the evening, Quinn arrived at the head coach's office. Boss, Coach Ryan recommended 2 players, and here is their information. He asked me to help bring it over. Chapter 265. Time is running out for Blind. There are only 2 matches left before the summer transfer window closes. If he ultimately fails to prove himself, he will face another 6 months on the bench and then be sold to another team. But before that, they still had to let Baselli go. Mourinho acted quickly and had already proposed a player purchase plan to Burton. The price offered by Buckle was $30 million, and he refused to negotiate. This was his own decision because he was a bit annoyed by Levy's previous actions against him. Moreover, Baselli had performed very well over the past 2 years, serving as a stabilizing force in midfield, and at just 26 years old, this price was not considered expensive. However, Levy understood the situation. He only gave Mourinho $50 million in transfer fees. From his perspective, there were still many positions in the team that needed strengthening. So both sides ultimately decided on a loan. Tottenham would cover the player's salary and pay $3 million in loan fees, signing for 1 year. In any case, the player could now head to White Hart Lane. Boss, thank you. I've learned a lot during this time. If there's anyone you need from Tottenham, I will reach out to build a rapport. Chapter 266. I don't understand. Chris, if this wasn't done by Will, then this Mr. Hans must have some sort of problem. What good does this do him? I don't know, Lee. I'm thinking about that too. Li Yanqing had experienced quite a few strange things, but this time it felt a bit different. He had no idea what the other party stood to gain. But don't worry, we have evidence. Na has a solid alibi. Chris was actually less calm than Li Yanqing at first, but now he seemed to be regaining composure more quickly. Don't worry, he won't be in trouble. What concerns me more is Robinson. Huh? Li Yanqing didn't quite understand. To put it simply, Robinson did indeed set Hans up back in the day. Both sides were at fault, but the other side had a bigger issue. Our attitude was rather extreme. Chris recalled and recounted the previous events to him. It was said that his father was originally one of Burton's shareholders. However, at that time, the club encountered some difficulties. To maintain his influence, he converted his shares into non-voting ones. Chapter 267. Was out of the police station in less than 2 hours. On the other hand, Hans had a bit of trouble. Of course, he is considered a public figure in town, so in the end, it would likely just blow over and he wouldn't really be locked up. Li Yanqing still didn't understand what the other party wanted to do. However, one thing Chris said was correct. This matter really didn't seem to have much to do with him. By the way, we came to pick up Will. So where did Susan go? She doesn't seem very concerned about her husband. Mrs. Susan prepared an alibi for Will earlier, but hasn't been seen since. This made Li Yanqing a bit dissatisfied. Not liking football is one thing, but it doesn't seem certain whether she loves Will. No, she will definitely do something. Don't worry about her. Their relationship is not something ordinary people can understand. That was Chris's response. As for where Miss Susan went, in the evening, Mr. Hans, escorted out of the police station by colleagues, returned home. Just as he had lied earlier, his apartment had indeed become a mess. It was smashed to pieces. Chapter 268. Name, Daily Blind. Age, 28 years. Condition, excellent. Fatigue level, 40. Injury probability, 15. Entry, ball-playing defender. It's hard to say how much Blind has improved. But from the entries, it seems that training has had some effect. Because after this match, his previously ineffective marking and interception have really been removed. The benefit is that when a player has fewer skills, it is easier to train new skills. So this isn't necessarily a bad thing. For Li Yanqing, this was the first time to remove non-negative entries. Before this, he only knew that skills could be downgraded from master level to regular level. And he also knew that when a player's condition was too poor, their skills would not function properly. For example, before this, Karius's barrier. However, after removing the negative entries, his skills have become effective again. Blind seems to have completely wasted those 2 skills. It's worth noting, with the skill positions now vacant, I believe it won't be long before he masters new skills. The match is completely over. They have finally made their opponents taste the bitter fruit of a crushing defeat. However, most rivals also start from this point. The players of Newcastle United suffered a terrible loss, but it must be acknowledged that they still have some baseline. Chapter 269. The impact of this incident is far greater than imagined. The club's official website was overwhelmed by angry ordinary citizens within a day. If it weren't for the effective security measures, the players' training would likely have been affected to some extent. In fact, most people just came to have a good time. But when a wealthy owner has some dark history, they're all willing to take a jab at it. Although Robinson personally came forward and explained the matter in detail, it didn't have much effect. At least there was no improvement in the current situation. As for the truth, no one cares. During these training days, Yanqing confiscated the players' mobile phones and had them rest in the dormitory here. He urged them to avoid being disturbed by all sorts of chaotic matters. Even if that guy died in front of me, don't think for a second that I would give you a dime. I'm serious. Robinson has already asked the legal team to prepare all the evidence, waiting for the results of the hearing to see if there will be any improvement. But during this time, the team situation might not change much. Sorry, I didn't expect that Mrs. Susan, who wanted to vent her husband's anger, didn't think things would escalate to this extent. Chapter 270 Old Trafford. Solskjaer sat on the sidelines with a troubled expression. He was distressed about how to face Burton. The team has performed terribly this season, with 1 win and 2 losses in the first 3 matches, showing no resemblance to a top-tier team. As for these players, their honeymoon period is completely over. It's done, sir. At the last moment, we loaned Lingard to West Ham. Now, there is hardly anyone in the locker room willing to speak up for Pogba. Carrick seems to be in a good mood, just now. He helped the sporting director finalize this transfer. His performance might earn him a substitute position. The team needs to pick itself up again. However, upon hearing this, Solskjaer showed no change in expression. He simply took out his phone and showed the other party his chat records with Mr. Woodward. I'm afraid it's not the time yet. Michael, our CEO, is very dissatisfied with this season's performance and demands that we activate Pogba as soon as possible. He said if we lose to a team like Burton, everyone's future is in jeopardy. Chapter 271 The Riverside Stadium is packed today. After a 3-match winning streak, the fans have considerable confidence that their team can defeat Manchester United. The investment of real money has shown its effects. Unfortunately, the fan leader did not come. He is still at home laying low. Dr. Strange will go to his house to keep him company. But without his organization this time, the Burton fans did not disappoint the players. Will did a great job. Although I can hardly find any merits of this fat guy, I really love him. The improvement in the club's performance is the fundamental reason, but without Will, the growth rate of the fans would definitely not be this fast. Winning matches is the most important thing. Everyone is here not to see the team lose. Chris stood beside Yanqing. He looked more haggard these days, clearly indicating that the work progress was not ideal. To avoid the endless harassment calls, he simply ran to the field for some peace. Due to his arrival, Lehman was squeezed onto the coaching bench, sitting with Neville. Chris, don't you have any confidence in me? Chapter 272 Not at an advantage? Yanqing never thought of it that way. They found it difficult to break through Manchester United's defense, but at least they made it to the penalty area. As for the opponents, whether it was Rashford, Martial, or Bruno Fernandes, they found it even harder to play. The first 2 are fragile players, easily knocked down. In fact, Martial wasn't too fragile originally. But frequent injuries over the past 2 years have made him hesitant to engage in confrontations. As for Bruno, Lars Bender was keeping an eye on him. No problem. Keep playing like this. When the second half comes, let us see if they're anxious or we are. Our substitutes may not lose to the starters. Yanqing glanced at Dybala on the bench. At this time, a player like him is needed to change the situation. Before that, they could consume the opponent's stamina. Solskjaer clearly realized this as well. Transfers involving players like Dybala always attract everyone's attention. Look at Pogba. Give him more space to receive the ball. Strive to take the lead in the first half. Carrick conveyed his intentions to the players and suddenly realized that he might have gone a bit too far in weakening the opponent's influence in the locker room, resulting in almost no one passing the ball to them on the field. Chapter 273 After both sides made substitutions, the situation underwent subtle changes. First in the midfield, Matthias and Pogba nearly turned this area into their exclusive zone. Matthias has made great progress. When facing Pogba for the first time, he could barely provoke him, but he basically had no defensive impact. The second time was even worse. He was completely overwhelmed by an explosive Pogba. However, by today, he was able to limit the opponent's effectiveness significantly. At least in the first half, that was the case. But as the game progressed, his stamina gradually fell behind. It must be said that Pogba is indeed a physically outstanding player. But that's okay, because he still had few opportunities to receive the ball. David Luiz always positioned himself between the defender and Pogba, so even if he shook off Matthias, he wouldn't be the first choice for Manchester United's defenders. Moreover, now they have brought on Fellaini, Manchester United's aerial balls. Fellaini charged in alone. This is exactly his forte. Unfortunately, he collided with the opposing defender. Just a little bit more, and he could have touched the ball. The live commentator had been trying to analyze the intentions of both coaches, but now he had given up. Chapter 274 Blind. Pass more over-the-top balls. We are crossing the ball into the penalty area when Ibrahimovic was on the field before. This tactic didn't work well, so Blind clearly reduced the frequency of high crosses. But now the situation has changed, and targeting this specific area is perfectly fine. Okay, Blind has become quite skilled at this. He has typically been a liability in matches, but in this game, he played a key role. He can directly deliver the ball from the back to the front, and he does it accurately. That's quite rare. Compared to him, Maguire and others have some passing ability, but their accuracy is far off. This is also an important reason why the opposing defenders are more fatigued. In the 70th minute, Burton finally seized an opportunity. David Luiz took advantage of Lindelof's brief positional error and received Blind's pass in the penalty area. The ball landed perfectly at his feet. As Lindelof rushed back to close him down, Luiz gently flicked the ball back. There was Cuadrado. The young player didn't even glance at the goal and chose to shoot directly. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds. De Gea's form is far worse compared to the last match, and he simply couldn't react in time to this sudden shot. Chapter 275. In fact, Manchester United could have conceded fewer goals. However, as Lindelof's mistakes began to increase, Maguire also frequently lost his position. Once morale dropped, it couldn't be recovered. You useless bunch. Bunch of losers. You wouldn't know how to play without me, would you? Although Matthias didn't continue to provoke Pogba, his anger was hard to contain at this point. His teammates weren't passing the ball and were being targeted specifically by the opponents. Who wouldn't be upset with this treatment? I really mislingered. At least he wouldn't be as useless as you lot. Shut up, Pogba. The team is losing and everyone's mood is bad. When the first person started to resist him, everyone couldn't stand Pogba's incessant complaints anymore. I've really had enough. When will you change your ways? Does anyone not know whose fault it is that the team's form is poor this season? Bastard, are you blaming me? I'm a captain. Pogba glared at his teammates and then showed off the captain's armband on his arm. Come on, you don't deserve that thing. You better take it off quickly. Chapter 276. 2 days later, Yanqing struggled to crawl out from under the table. This was a rented standalone villa, where he had spent the whole day partying with the players yesterday. This time, he even allowed the players to bring their girlfriends or families along. Additionally, he had asked Miss Finney to invite many girls. Whether anything would happen depended on the skills of those single players. So, the craziness of yesterday was understandable. Yanqing hadn't drunk like this in a long time and had a headache that nearly prevented him from getting up. This was thanks to Wei Er needing to stay home recently. The good news was that there were 3 days to adjust before the next match. Otherwise, it would have delayed training. Murphy, you scare me. Didn't you invite a certain girl to spend the night with you yesterday? No, I'm not the type to get carried away, boss. Murphy's words made Yanqing pause. He felt something was off. And you can't sleep on the table, especially on the table I'm at. Get down. Murphy had also drunk quite a bit last night, and at least he currently had no ability to act. Probably not going to happen, sorry. Chapter 277. By the time the team resumed training, it was already the morning of the second day. After everyone got drunk yesterday, Yanqing simply gave everyone a day off. Luckily, the next opponent was Stoke City, who had been underperforming this season with a record of 2 draws and 2 losses. Having not won a single match. Even if they only trained for 2 days, it shouldn't be a big problem. The Burton team is no longer what it used to be. The reinforcement of the defense line and the addition of Dybala have solidified the team's strength. On the training ground, Yanqing was watching the players train, mainly focusing on Blind. After the last match, he seemed to have completely regained his confidence. Name, daily blind age, 28 years. Condition, excellent. Fatigue level, 10. Injury probability, 5. Entries, master level overhead kick, ball-playing defender. With his already strong attacking ability, he directly comprehended the master level overhead kick. Although his defense is still lacking, that's okay. Perhaps he could try playing as the center back in a 3-defender system, specifically responsible for distributing the ball. With no pressure on points, it's also a good choice to develop a new formation. Chapter 278. To be honest, Yanqing was not surprised by this news at all. They had never had any feelings for each other, What bound them together was always mutual interest. As long as the team's performance remained stable, the other party would naturally continue to demand cooperation. Don't worry about them. We will find another media outlet for the exclusive interview. It can be any small one. Li Yanqing believed Chris had already done this. He didn't need to worry about such matters. Now, it was just a matter of waiting to see the outcome of the judgment. In fact, their work efficiency was much faster than Li Yanqing had imagined. Miss Susan still had some ability. After doing something wrong, she left not a single piece of evidence for the other party. And during the previous standoff at the police station, Hans's blatant slander was very advantageous for them. Just half a month later, there was a definite result. Robinson would not have to bear any responsibility for the incident, meaning Hans's slander charges were established. Good. I have received the judgment. I will upload it shortly. Then clarify the story, and there shouldn't be any major issues. This matter had always been handled by Chris, and the moment he received the judgment, he felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. Chapter 279, randomly buying players, disrupting the salary balance within the team. Drawing a large amount of income from the club every year. Hesitating when it comes time to buy players, leading the team to ultimately become a price-raising machine. The above remarks come from an unknown old fans compilation titled Manchester United Rescue Guide. It must be said that although this manual purely attacks Mr. Woodward from various angles, it surprisingly makes a lot of sense. Each point is based on factual evidence. As that fan who distributed the manual said, I am not attacking Woodward. I'm simply stating the facts that have occurred over the years. Replacing him and finding any local person would be 1,000 times better than him. He doesn't understand what football is at all. You can't say, Chris, that this criticism is quite sharp. I'm a bit curious about who is so brave as to criticize Sendetsi. Those who don't like him are almost forming an alliance. The news from Manchester spread to the media at an incredible speed, so much so that night, Li Yanqing saw the news. Unfortunately, the fan who handed out the manual is now missing, and I heard that Woodward is furious. Chapter 280. On September 16th, the first round of the European League Cup, Burton faced Porto. They were placed in Group G, which also included Feyenoord and Bournemouth. One Portuguese Super League giant, one Eredivisie giant, and a surprise team of the Premier League this season, Burton. Among the three teams, Burton has the highest chance of advancing, but this is just on paper. Considering they have no experience in the Europa League, it is hard to say who will advance. As for Bournemouth, they probably have little hope of advancing. Porto is the first foreign club they will challenge. There shouldn't be much of a problem. The opponent is not what they used to be. As long as they perform normally, there should be no issues. Li Yanqing does not believe the opponent will cause too much trouble for his team. Of course, he won't say this to the players. The players must take every game very seriously. As for the selection of players, Li Yanqing tried to choose experienced players. Ibrahimovic, Dybala, David Luiz, etc. Using all young players doesn't work. They have tried that early on. However, once the players adapt, they still need to rely on the young players as the main force. Chapter 281. As the old god, Casillas ultimately preserved his glory. On the stage of the European League Cup, Porto, led by him, remained at a disadvantage but managed to secure a draw in the end. Of course, this is somewhat related to Li Yanqing's deliberate practice and somewhat letting up. This match is an honor for them, but it means nothing significant for Burton. At most, it's just familiarizing themselves with the pitch. The pace of the Portuguese Super League is somewhat different from the Premier League, and Li Yanqing did not give any unnecessary instructions while the players were adapting. It would be counterproductive otherwise. We can win this match. The players did not give their all. I never knew you were such a soft-hearted person. Lehmann shrugged. After truly facing the opponent, they found that the opponent's strength was not as strong as they imagined. The few players on the front line did not cause them much trouble. If Li Yanqing were a bit harsher, he could have resolved the match in a more impactful way. For example, taking Blind off and letting David Luiz on. At the very least, in the final substitution phase, he should not have put Araujo on, but continue to strengthen the attack. Chapter 282. The next day, the team finally returned to Burton. However, when they returned, they unexpectedly found a large crowd gathered at the entrance. It was a sea of people. What is going on? Stop the car. Stop the car. Don't go over there yet. Li Yanqing immediately called for the driver to stop, then dialed Chris's number. To be honest, there had never been this many people blocking the entrance, even when Robinson was falsely accused. What is going on at the entrance? Chris, I remember there is no match today, right? No, of course not. Chris's voice came through, but he sounded a bit sad. What happened? Tell me quickly. It's you coming in, you'll know once you're inside. The entrance is filled with our own fans. It's fine. They won't do anything outrageous. Our own fans? Chris's words made Li Yanqing feel even more puzzled. What are the fans doing blocking their own entrance? Where do they get such fans looking for trouble? There really is one. A greasy fat figure appeared in Li Yanqing's mind. Only this person has such charisma. Chapter 283 will soon left the small town, leaving little Blanky and old Chris as companions. For him, it was about giving up everything here and focusing his mind and body on his lover. But for others, the town lost a lovely fan president and a guy who always made the stands messy with beer after matches. As for little Blanky, she would be taken away after completing her studies. Perhaps by then, old Chris would be retired too. Before leaving the town, the last thing Will did referred to the previous trip to Manchester to distribute the manuals. Everyone's predictions about the consequences were actually correct. A former internal staff member of Manchester United revealed that Woodward was scolded by his employer one day. But in the end, nothing happened. No matter how dissatisfied they are with the CEO regarding the team's performance, they would not choose to replace him. After all, over the years, Woodward has earned a considerable profit for their family. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that this incident seems to have prompted some changes in him. At least that's what Carrick said. This guy is now fully supporting Solskjaer's coaching. Chapter 284. The next day, Burton faced the Eredivisie giant Feyenoord at home. At the same time, this was the second match of the European League Cup. Li Yanqing must win and secure 3 points. But this does not affect his testing of the lineup. The formation is 4-1-3-2, with O'Grady starting and Dybala behind him. Then there are Cardona, Quinn, and Anderson. Lars Bender as the sole defensive midfielder. The backline consists of David Luiz, Pepe, Manolas, and Mangala. It is worth mentioning Cardona. His current playing style mainly involves breakthroughs and crosses, but Li Yanqing hopes he can train his cutting-in ability. In this regard, he seems to be more talented than Anderson. Chung Ming, please go and carry little Blanky down. She's trying to climb over the stands again. As the match began, Li Yanqing did not pay too much attention to the situation on the field, but looked to the other side. Will handed little Blanky to Chris, but to be honest, the latter's time was very limited. So Li Yanqing usually has Chung Ming accompany her. Although her personality is not very pleasant, there's no choice. She is the most suitable candidate available. He feels even less at ease with Lehmann and Naue. Chapter 285. Feyenoord demonstrated a strong spirit of resistance in the second half. They substituted 3 attacking players in one go, hoping to equalize the score. This time, Li Yanqing did not rush to make adjustments, as he thought his team's defense could hold on for a while longer, but he did not expect the opponent's luck to turn. The ball was scrambled in the penalty area, and then a young player took a shot. Joe Hart was confused and did not see the trajectory of the ball clearly. 2-1. This is terrible. Li Yanqing held his head, not because the situation on the field was so bad, but because he discovered the team's shortcomings. Some players have been trained too well in tactical awareness. Yes, not too poorly, but too well. Even during a chaotic situation in the penalty area, they were still trying to maintain their formation. The result of this approach is that the defense does not collapse, but if they are lucky, they can always find small gaps. Like this time, he did not blame the players, as the tactics were arranged by himself. Perhaps in the future, he could have all the defenders mark their opponents during chaotic situations. At the 60-minute mark, Li Yanqing made changes as planned. Chapter 286. In stoppage time, Dybala scored another goal. He completed his first hat-trick since arriving at Burton, setting the final score at 4-1. Burton fans must have completely fallen in love with this charming forward. On their official website, there were a large number of fan comments hoping to extend the player's playing time. After all, in most cases, the head coach only allowed him to play for half the match. It seemed that the match time limited his hat-trick count. Naturally, Li Yanqing ignored this suggestion. Not allowing players to play the full match most of the time was for their physical well-being. What Li Yanqing truly needed to focus on was the players' growth. Since the training system was completed, the Burton team adopted this relatively more scientific training method. The only problem was that it required more personnel because most players had their specialized training. Besides Naue, Lehmann, and Chung Ming, some members of the John team were also assigned by Li Yanqing to observe player training. They were basically responsible for observation, while the real guidance on player skills still relied on Naue and Lehmann. After this period of training and matches, some players showed significant changes. Chapter 287. 3 days later, the Burton team welcomed the second round of the FA Cup. League, FA Cup, and European League Cup, they now had an overwhelming number of matches. During this busy schedule, the frequency of 3 matches a week was quite high. But the good news was that after the match against the Nepal Young Boys in 3 days, they would have a long break of 13 days. Then it would be a series of matches again. Li Yanqing decisively entered training mode for the FA Cup. All players with fewer opportunities to play were arranged to be on the field, especially several young players brought up from the youth training team, as well as the backup goalkeeper Karius. He decided to use the latter as the main goalkeeper for the FA Cup, or at least to help Joe Hart share the load in some league matches. The main defensive midfielder Lars Bender also rested for this match, with David Luiz and Blind partnering as double defensive midfielders. The midfield continued to be led by Quinn. His substitute had not yet arrived, so for now, it was only him and Dybala taking turns on the field. Previously, a young man named Raphael in the youth training camp performed well and was loaned to Huddersfield, a club that had once had grievances with the club. Chapter 288. From his expression, Li Yanqing was not joking. This made Lehmann a bit incredulous. Burton was still far from being a top team. Although their strength had improved, they hadn't even touched the edge of the Champions League. Did he really think about cultivating his own little brother? Are you serious? Of course, Li Yanqing nodded again. It only takes 3 years. If nothing unexpected happens in these 3 years, I am confident that Burton will win the Champions League trophy. Most people care about this, right? The reasoning is correct. But Lehmann hesitated. Although Li Yanqing appeared very confident, he always felt that things wouldn't be that simple. Just look at Tottenham Hotspur. This is a team that has been established for over 100 years, performing excellently in the league in recent years, and even reached the Champions League final before. Like Manchester United and Arsenal, they're called the Big Six of the Premier League. But the problem is, they have never won the Champions League. Not once. Plus, with Levy's stingy nature, people don't associate Spurs with the big clubs anymore, including Guardiola's Manchester City. If they can't win the Champions League, they will always be nouveau riche, not a real powerhouse. Chapter 289. Ibrahimovic indeed encountered a small problem, causing him to think about life recently. Lee, doesn't everyone need a place to belong? Whether it's life or a team, it's the same. Yes, but you can also choose to retire here. Li Yanqing already knew what was happening. He asked Raiola, who told him quite readily. AC Milan hoped to bring Ibrahimovic back to San Siro in the next transfer window. Since Juventus began to dominate there, Serie A has declined even more rapidly, with many other teams losing a large number of spectators. The once 7 sister teams struggle to sustain themselves. They're all hoping for revival. Milan believes it is time to bring back their veteran player to take on the responsibility of leading the team as resurgence. Emotionally, Ibrahimovic would undoubtedly return without hesitation. After all, he helped Burton win the FA Cup, which was an impressive achievement for last year's Burton. But this year, the situation seems even better. The team has the strength to compete for the Premier League title and even the UEFA Europa League title. Chapter 290. The news that Ibrahimovic would leave next season is known only to Li Yanqing. The player does not want this matter to become widely known, so he plans to make it public at the end of the season. Li Yanqing naturally agreed. Ibrahimovic is a stabilizing factor in the locker room. If others find out he is leaving, some players might have ulterior motives. In another half a month, Blayford will be able to play in matches, and after that, he will need to truly take on the heavy responsibility of being the captain. However, what Li Yanqing did not expect was that the captain he relied on was also contemplating retirement. Retiring after this season? So sudden? The team still needs you. I plan to let Blind play as a defensive midfielder, and I will keep the left-back position for you. You are only 32 years old. There is no need to rush. If Ibrahimovic wanting to return to Milan is understandable and something he has to accept, then Li Yanqing could not accept Blayford wanting to retire at all. He is a veteran player who witnessed the team rise from the lower divisions. He is not looking to return to his mother club. Now that the team is in need of players, how could he want to escape just like that? However, it seems Blayford has already made up his mind. Chapter 291. 2 days later, the third round of the European League Cup officially kicked off. Burton faced off against Young Boys of Nepal. The good news was that this match was held at home, so they didn't have to travel and tire themselves out. And their opponent wasn't particularly strong. They were one of the weaker teams in the group. The real strong opponents would only be encountered in the knockout stage. For them, this was a must-win match. Winning would allow them to enjoy a few days of vacation during the off-season. Losing, however, it was hard to say whether Li Yanqing would let the players enjoy their off-season. Of course, they hadn't considered the possibility of losing. Quinn stood in the center of the field, feeling somewhat anxious as he looked around. In this match, Joe Hart, David Luiz, and others were not playing, so the captain's armband was on him. He had just made the decision and was now facing his first match as captain. It would be a lie to say he wasn't too nervous. The fans of Burton gave their new captain the greatest support. Strange had known early on that Quinn would wear the captain's armband, so he organized some fans to sit on the sidelines with Quinn's posters. Show the guy off. Come on, guys. Chapter 292 just now. Li Yanqing's attention was entirely on Anderson. He and T noticed the situation on the field. After a lost ball, young boys of Nepal launched a brilliant counterattack. They went past blind and charged in from the right flank of Burton. Lars Bender had not yet arrived. At that moment, the opposing player shot directly. Cannon. Fortunately, Carius was in top form. Without any negative attributes, his strength was actually quite good. Barrier. He managed to poke the ball out of bounds at the very last moment. Just barely. Li Yanqing let out a light breath. Although conceding a goal wasn't a big issue, this was Quinn's first match as captain, and he hoped for a beautiful victory. Ideally, a big win with a clean sheet. However, it seemed the hope was slim. The opponent's morale was indeed high. It was possible they could steal a goal at any moment, just like just now. Thankfully, Carius was performing well. At this moment, Quinn was also anxious. Mainly, he didn't want the fans' blessings to turn into a joke. Looking at his underperforming teammates, he couldn't help but shout. Chapter 293 Burton lost one substitution opportunity, but it wasn't a big deal. After Kvaradona gradually found his rhythm, the offensive on the left flank became fierce. He possessed crossing and one-on-one, and in terms of technical style, he was quite similar to Anderson. He could fill the role that the latter had. However, Anderson had always been the more prominent player, so Kvaradona had fewer opportunities. Additionally, he had speedster, which made him faster than Anderson. Although he wasn't as skilled as the latter technically, it didn't matter. As mentioned earlier, the opponent wasn't strong. In the 44th minute, just before the end of the first half, Kvaradona dribbled the ball and broke through from the flank. One-on-one. This move wasn't as effective as dribbling past defenders, but in one-on-one situations, the two were actually quite similar. The right back responsible for marking him couldn't keep up. After he suddenly accelerated, he created several yards of space. A big gap appeared in the defense. Just like that. Cut inside. Cut in. Li Yanqing shouted from the sidelines, fearing the players would get hot-headed and habitually choose to go to the byline. Chapter 294 in the end, Quinn still made a mistake. He was a bit nervous and couldn't say anything. He just kept showing his wristband to the reporters. This wristband held some special significance. It was sewn for him by an old man in the slums on his 17th birthday, with the words cheer written on it, meaning to cheer him on. Perhaps he wanted the old man to see this moment. However, with Li Yanqing present, he wouldn't let his captain be embarrassed for too long. He gently pulled him behind him and handled the reporter's tricky and harsh questions. Yes, I believe his first match as captain was quite successful. He scored the only goal of the match, helping the team win. What is there not to be proud of? Yes, he is our future star. Li Yanqing praised Quinn in front of the media. After all, he was too worried about the player being poached by other teams. He firmly believed no one could take this young man away. Having finally won, let him be proud for a couple days first. In the evening, the team had temporarily disbanded due to the off-season, and they had earned 3 days of vacation. Chapter 295 finally, there was some time to rest. After hiding at home and sleeping for 2 days, Li Yanqing finally felt a bit more awake. The team had performed quite well this season, far exceeding expectations. This was thanks to the efforts of the entire coaching staff. For Li Yanqing himself, the troubles were more numerous. The most urgent issue was Anderson's situation. If he left, the team would need to find a new winger. Kvaradona's performance was improving, but it was unrealistic to expect him to tear through the opponent's entire defense. By the standards of skill attributes, he had to at least learn dribbling past defenders. There had been a successful experience of learning dribbling past defenders during training, which was with James Justin, who is now transferred to Arsenal. If he could do it, then Kvaradona had no reason not to. This task would be assigned to Nawi. However, it was certain that wouldn't happen so quickly, so they still needed to buy someone to cover for now. Raiola has been working hard on Anderson's transfer these past few days. His performance at Burton has been quite good, so his market value hasn't dropped. In fact, it has increased slightly. They could sell him for around 45 million. This money will be used to purchase a new winger. Chapter 296. Li Yanqing wants to involve Sun Yin, not just because he is bored. He has some questions to ask. However, for now, he will send Chris away first. A few hours later, He asks, Sun Yin, what type of forward do you want? What kind of attacking style do you prefer? Since Anderson is leaving, they need to find a winger partner for Sun Yin. This time, unlike before, he thinks they can let the players suggest some ideas. After all, having been in the top league for so long, they should have some understanding in this area. While he claims to want a certain type of partner, it ultimately reflects how he wants to play. If he wants to be more involved in the attack, he should look for someone with defensive capabilities. If he wants to maintain the status quo, he should find someone similar to Anderson who can dribble. I think things are fine as they are now. In attack, I can only assist and occasionally make runs. I can't really break through with the ball. Sun Yin has a clear understanding of his own abilities. His main job is still defense, and occasionally participating in the attack can change the situation. Often rushing forward may not yield better results than what he is currently achieving. Haven't you thought about taking on more responsibilities? Chapter 297. Giving up when faced with setbacks is not a trait every team possesses. The opposing team has a long way to go before they mature. Li Yanqing evaluated the other team. However, many teams actually lack this quality, including some clubs and even national teams. Ryan may have shortcomings in training players, but sometimes he handles mindset issues better than Li Yanqing. Li Yanqing relies on his complete control of the locker room and his unquestionable authority, while the other side relies entirely on emotional connections with the players. This is also the biggest difference between youth training and the first team. Hey, Ryan, I'm glad we won another match. 11 consecutive wins. The game is not completely over yet, and Ryan is a bit surprised by Li Yanqing's sudden arrival. However, the victory is already secured, with at most 3 minutes of stoppage time, making it difficult for the opponent to change the outcome. So Ryan is happy to chat with Li Yanqing. Li, aren't you guys on a break today? Why do you have time to watch our match? Li Yanqing gets straight to the point. Do you know about the situation with Anderson? Chapter 298. The next day, the first training day after the holiday. Li Yanqing sits on the training ground with a frown. In front of him are Murphy, Kvaradona, and Matthias. The three of them were half an hour late for training this morning, which isn't a big deal. Usually, they would just have to run 10 laps. But more importantly, all three of them are in poor condition today. I remember I said that even on rest days, you must follow the team's rules if you want to prolong your career. Who wants to speak first? What rules did you break? Actually, even if they don't speak, Li Yanqing already knows. Last night, fans saw them in a place they shouldn't have been at that time. At 3 in the morning, they had just come out of a bar. To avoid fans, they specifically chose a place they don't usually go to. But they seem to have forgotten that Burton's fan base has expanded significantly. Matthias sometimes has this habit, and Li Yanqing has never said much about it. But he cannot tolerate him bringing Murphy and Kvaradona along. Chapter 299. Matthias has a fiery temperament, but he doesn't say much. He is the kind of silent warrior who often solves problems through action on the field. Li Yanqing actually quite likes him and doesn't really want to sell Matthias. After all, he is a player who has contributed to the team, so even if he loses his starting position, he won't be directly cleared from the team. That would be too inhumane. However, he doesn't want Matthias's bad habits to spread to the younger players. That's the bottom line. So a slight punishment will suffice. Recently, several players are already set to leave the team. In the coming days, Li Yanqing uses the young player he promoted from the youth team as a starter in training. He mainly focuses on defense, and to make up for the attacking shortcomings, Sun Yin will likely be positioned behind him. The latter has been continuously involved in national team matches recently, but there's no choice. It's a special period. David Luiz and Blind are playing more as defensive midfielders, and another player who can play all defensive positions, Mangala, needs to fill in on the left side. Other than Sun Yin, the only option for right back is a youth team player. Chapter 300. After achieving another draw, Li Yanqing's concerns came true. The form of some players has dropped significantly, going from good to average. More seriously, in the upcoming league matches, they will face Arsenal, Chelsea, and Manchester City consecutively. Chelsea has lost some players this season and is gradually declining, but their strength still ranks among the top in the Premier League and should not be underestimated. Arsenal, after 2 seasons of decline, has completely embarked on the road to revival, performing excellently this season and currently sitting in 3rd place in the league. As for Manchester City, there is no need to elaborate. The most important thing now is to maintain the players' confidence. Their goal is to compete for titles in both competitions. Actually, there's a way. Why don't we try to focus on the Europa League? Nawe proposed a suggestion, although it is a bit risky. Since they need to find their form, nothing is better than a big victory over an opponent in a major tournament. They're not a Premier League team and won't be studying us day in and day out. This is just right for us to make adjustments. The previous idea wasn't a problem. The opponent's reaction was just too quick. Chapter 301. Yanqing is relieved that as the team becomes more capable, adjustments become easier. He no longer needs to force the players to take stimulants. Simply winning matches allows them to quickly get back on track. Perhaps this is the reason why Guardiola's Manchester City remains strong and consistent. As a head coach, Yanqing now needs to focus more on tactics and increasing the depth of the team's bench. The sudden state issue this time is caused by insufficient squad depth. However, he did not urge Kevin and John to complete the work, as it always takes some time. The next match against Arsenal, under the leadership of their new coach Arteta, seems to be gradually finding their rhythm. Whether Burton can be considered a consistently strong team depends on their stability in winning rates against strong opponents. From the opponent's lineup, other teams are still quite confident in some of the players we produce. Justin is now the main fullback, and Cazorla, who has found his form here, has also become a key player in midfield. In the meeting room, Yanqing is analyzing Arsenal's current tactical characteristics with the coaching staff. But before that, it doesn't hurt for Yanqing to feel a little pleased. Chapter 302. The next day, at the Emirates Stadium, this match sees Burton playing away against Arsenal. To be honest, Yanqing didn't sleep well and arrive at the venue with dark circles under his eyes. He was a bit worried after learning yesterday that Robinson decided to let his son take over the club. After a simple chat with Ben, his worries grew. Woodward was also showing his true colors, but he knew that Robinson had no choice. The club and the brewery both need a steady hand, and he is not suitable to return at this time. Hans's lies ultimately affected him. However, since the other party just arrived at the team, it is not easy to do anything directly. As long as Yanqing can ensure that the team continues to improve during this time, he doesn't believe the other party will casually deny his decision. He still has some time to return to the field. Their analysis from yesterday had no major issues. Arteta brought out his strongest lineup to face Burton. All the players mentioned yesterday were on the field today. After seeing these players in person, Yanqing is now certain that the opponent is following a possession-based approach. Chapter 303. Yanqing's plan is not particularly complex. This is thanks to the team's past experience with possession-based teams in the championship, so they are not completely inexperienced. However, they only have 3 forwards mastering short passing combinations. Arsenal now is different. They have this skill from the center backs to the forwards, forming a complete central axis. But in fact, dealing with it is not that different. The skill of marking can play a particularly obvious role in defending against short passes. When the strength is similar, as long as each attacking player is marked one-on-one, preventing them from passing the ball at any time is enough. To get through, they can only rely on breakthroughs. He will not give the opponent space to stretch their formation. Within the Burton team, Araujo, Lars Bender, Pepe, and the newly joined players Godin, Mangala, and Manolas all possess this skill. He is not afraid of the opponent's short passes. Just like the team was not afraid of technically skilled teams like Manchester City last year, but was more wary of rough teams like Chelsea. Marking. Each attacking player should mark one. No need to worry about formations. Chapter 304. In a corner of the fan area above the stadium, Wenger is indeed here. But this time he bought a ticket himself and covered himself up quite well, so not many people recognized him. Of course, no matter how he disguises himself, he can't fool the fans around him. They are very familiar with his head coach. Professor, did you see? Aubameyang is playing really well. Mkhitaryan is also doing well. Of course, they're both great players. Wenger casually nodded, but his gaze remained focused on Cazorla. Mkhitaryan and Aubameyang, in his eyes, could only be considered to be performing normally. They are inherently capable players. However, Cazorla's form is truly beyond his expectation. In fact, the player's physical ability has declined significantly compared to before, but his form seems to be better than before. This is not because his technique has improved, but because the player has gained a deeper understanding of tactics. Just like before, he quickly identified Burton's weaknesses and found ways to counter them. This is the significance of being a tactical master. Chapter 305. Arteta reacted quickly as well. When he realized there was a problem on the field, he immediately used his substitution quota. He did not substitute Cazorla, Mkhitaryan, or Aubameyang, who were all leading the attack and performing well, so there was no need to rush. He substituted another attacking player on the other side and another defensive midfielder partnering with Cazorla. It's hard to say whether he wanted to enhance the attack or defense. Don't think too much they have no habit of enhancing defense. In my view, it's just to stabilize the backline, and then they will still add numbers to the attack. They play short passes, and sometimes the significance of defense is not that great. For teams that play short passes, Lehmann still has some experience. He witnessed the peak of the dream team, Barcelona. It emphasizes extreme ball control and pulling. In recent years, pure short passing has become somewhat outdated. So Guardiola made some changes, but the core remains the same. Arteta's specific level is still unknown, but he definitely won't surpass Guardiola. That makes sense? Li Yanqing nodded in response. But the problem is, he seems to not feel that the opponent loves ball control that much. Chapter 3:06. After experiencing consecutive draws in the league, Burton has now slipped to third place. At the top is Manchester City, followed by Mourinho's Tottenham. Burton and Arsenal both dropped one place due to this draw, now sitting in third and fourth place. Chelsea, who performed well in the previous seasons, has fallen into a slump this season. Many key players chose to leave, and they're not even in the top four now, quickly dropping to 10th place. Also, Liverpool, which was in great form before, has seen a rapid decline in form after winning the league and Champions League titles. They're now in 5th place. However, there has been no loss in player quality, and they should recover quickly after this fluctuation in form. In short, the title race this season is very complex. Manchester City cannot guarantee that they will definitely secure the championship. For Li Yanqing, the Europa League is currently obviously more important than the league. Although it has been confirmed that they can advance from the group stage, each additional round they progress brings considerable income to the club. This season, the cash-strapped Burton cannot miss such a good opportunity. Chris also requested the team to try to go further in the big competitions. Chapter 3:07 that night. Li Yanqing did not go home. Kevin and John both sent him a list of alternative forwards. He needed to borrow the club's equipment to watch their match highlights. He decided to sleep at the club. As for Anderson, he was confirmed to join Milan under Raiola's operation, with a transfer fee of only £30 million, which was a small half cheaper. Among all the players performing normally, this should be Li Yanqing's first loss-making deal. The player was bought for $40 million at the time, and after less than a year and a half, he was sold at a discount despite stable performance. Adding in his salary, Li Yanqing vowed that he would never cooperate with that vampire again. The transfer contract had been signed, so they could now confirm that the budget for acquiring a new forward was £30 million. It could fluctuate by 3 to 4 million, as the team still had loan players and some extra income, but they definitely couldn't think about spending 40 to 50 million to buy a player anymore. Taking a deep breath, Li Yanqing tried to forget about the loss. After all, Ibrahimovic's salary here was significantly reduced, and they didn't spend a transfer fee. In Raiola's words, this was called mutual assistance. One shouldn't always think about taking advantage. Chapter 3:08 Li. Let me explain. Kevin did not get a chance to explain. In short, after Li Yanqing had vented for half an hour, he finally felt a bit better. Okay, you can say why now. If Fairchild knew you were still this unreliable, I suspect he would be so angry that he would lose all his hair. Kevin was momentarily a loss for words. The reason he was so incompetent was still because Fairchild hadn't fully taught him, right? It's like this. I only found out about Robinson's situation and the club's circumstances yesterday. No one told me before this. But I've already told you about the club's budget and my requirements. Li Yanqing did not think such excuses could justify him. Even if something else happened at the club, it theoretically shouldn't affect him at all. At this moment, that voice came out again. Hey guys, stop arguing. I think you can loan me. Just a few million will do. I'm also very good at playing on the flanks. Chapter 3:09 A few days later. Li Yanqing temporarily gave up on finding a new winger because Bale had not made a decision. Not letting him play golf might be a bit uncomfortable. As for the temporarily decided signing, it was Deulofeu. This guy was exceptionally suitable for the current team's plan. It didn't matter if his form was poor. He could be gradually adjusted. If Bale ultimately decided to come, he could similarly solve the team's urgent needs. His form wasn't great either, but his ability still surpassed many forwards. Currently, Baker had submitted a transfer request to Watford, and both sides were discussing the player's transfer price. Of course, it was highly likely to be a loan with an option to buy. As for Bale, it would mostly just be a loan, unless his salary was significantly reduced. In summary, the former transfer was not difficult and could be easily secured, while the latter was less certain. Before the winter window opened, adjustments to the transfer strategy could be made at any time. Today was the 5th round of the UEFA Europa League group stage, with Burton playing at home against Feyenoord. Currently, Burton had achieved 3 wins and 1 draw, accumulating 10 points, and even if they lost the last 2 matches, they had already secured a place in the knockout stage. However, that could drop them to second in the group because Porto was performing well. Chapter 3:10 in the second half. Yanqing directly substituted Blind, O'Grady, and Blayford. The outcome of this match was already decided, as the opponent had no desire to chase the score while trailing. The offense was still a bit chaotic. Such a style of play couldn't break through the heavily fortified defense he had invested in. The only thing that made Yanqing feel that there was still some hope in this match was to see how Blayford was recovering. Compared to the current starting defense line, his strength was somewhat lacking. If his recovery didn't improve, Yanqing wouldn't dare to let him play in the subsequent knockout matches. Now he suddenly understood why Blayford had made such a firm decision to retire. As for Blind and O'Grady, they were purely arranged to play a bit due to their recent lack of match opportunities. Yanqing had previously promised Blind a starting position. Although his performance was decent and he had good chemistry with O'Grady, he still hadn't met his requirements. He could accept poor defense, but the attacking ability had not been fully demonstrated. After all, he could only act as a passing point and wasn't like Marcelo, who could directly play as a winger. Chapter 3:11. Although Bale still hadn't taken off his hat, when Yanqing saw this entry, he immediately thought of Bale. Then he saw the name section above the entry. It was indeed Bale, unsolvable version of one-on-one dribbling. In Yanqing's words, he was the one who turned ordinary skills into exclusive entries. Speedster on the flank. Unsolvable version of one-on-one dribbling, master-level volley, master-level bicycle kick, and the technical entry, wing forward. Except for the unupgradable speedster on the flank. The other 2 shooting skills were all master-level and had taken one-on-one dribbling to new heights. It could be imagined that, in certain situations, this skill would be even more useful than master-level dribbling. Activating invincibility in one-on-one situations? Of course, Bale was no longer the great saint of the past. But as long as he could regain part of that form, he could dominate the current football scene. Moreover, he wasn't like Anderson, who found it a bit difficult to score after the fixed-point explosion type. In past matches, he often showcased spectacular performances by starting from midfield, dribbling through, and scoring in one go. Chapter 3:12. The face-to-face conversation between the two was very unsuccessful, because Bale was obviously unwilling to accept the conditions Yanqing offered. Core money, nothing at all. Just relying on empty words about helping him regain his form wouldn't keep him here. So, he decisively left. "Lee, you can't do this. I finally managed to get him." Kevin certainly didn't want Bale to leave just like that. If this deal ultimately succeeded, he could earn a decent commission every year. Making a few player transfers like this could potentially allow one to pay off the huge debts owed to the club within their lifetime. "No, Kevin. Now I have the final say." Yanqing was firm in his stance. He acknowledged Bale's talent, but to him, attitude was more important. He couldn't allow someone who didn't understand their current situation to join the team. Wait, Gareth. Knowing he couldn't persuade Yanqing, Kevin had no choice but to pursue Bale. Maybe someone would change their mind? Unfortunately, no matter what he said, Bale himself was unwilling to continue talking to Yanqing. Both were stubborn. Chapter 3:13. Yanqing could roughly guess what Bale was going through. Mourinho would never allow him to be the core player. The technical aspect wasn't the most important reason. It was because even though Bale was struggling to find his place at Real Madrid, he still felt entitled to a superior status in other teams. Such a player would never be accepted by Yanqing, nor by Mourinho. Their philosophy was that in the team they led, the head coach was the one with the most authority. As for the players, there was no need to rigidly categorize them by rank. The current locker room at Burton was good, in his opinion. The nominal highest status belonged to Blayford, but as long as the players didn't make mistakes, he wouldn't say anything. The remaining veterans like Ibrahimovic and Pepe were also highly respected, but most of the time they didn't interfere with anything. It was a harmonious environment. As for Bale, if the first thing he did upon joining the team was to prove his status, then Yanqing would never accept him. He hoped he could understand this. "Lee, I just heard that you rejected Gareth Bale." Chapter 3:14. The next day. In the final round of the group stage of the European Championship, Burton faced Porto at home. Both teams had already qualified for the next round, and their scores were the same, with only the goal difference separating them. As long as Burton remained unbeaten, they could secure the top spot. The subsequent draw would match them against the second-place team from another group, which would likely be easier than facing group winners. Of course, this wasn't guaranteed. Some strong teams unfortunately ended up in the same group as other strong teams and finished second. There were also groups without absolute powerhouses that ended up with a dark horse rising to the top. But overall, the probability of securing the top spot and facing weaker opponents was higher, so both sides would strive for victory. In terms of lineup, there weren't many changes on Porto's side, except for their goalkeeper Casillas, who had completely retired and returned to Real Madrid as an assistant to the Foundation's general manager. Although Florentino seemed ruthless in driving players away, it must be said that he still had some humanity. At least he didn't completely forget the contributions of the team as heroes. In contrast, there weren't many changes on Burton's side either, but their captain Blayford had returned to action. Chapter 3:15. As Burton gradually found their rhythm, the gap in strength between the two teams began to show. Porto was certainly not weak, but compared to Burton, who was thriving in the Premier League, they fell a bit short. What Yanqing didn't expect was that the goal would come from a forward he had promoted from the youth team, who was primarily responsible for defense. He made 3 forward runs in total, had 2 shooting opportunities, and successfully scored a goal. He was quite a talented young man. It seemed that Ryan's work in the youth team this year had been unexpectedly successful. In the end, Burton won the last match of the group stage with a score of 1-0, successfully advancing as group winners. Great, now we've taken another step closer to the next championship. Yanqing didn't dare to hope too much for the league title, as Burton's bench depth wasn't sufficient, but they definitely had the capability to compete for the cup title. Isn't it a bit too early to say that? The group stage has just ended. There are still many other strong teams in other leagues. The one speaking was not Layman, but Cheng Mingming. She clearly felt that Yanqing's state was somewhat unfocused. Chapter 3:16. Yanqing returned to Burton on the afternoon of the 3rd day. He actually wanted to leave right after the draw, but he couldn't resist the enthusiasm of many people who invited him to attend an event that evening. Unable to decline, Yanqing had to agree. However, he regretted it just half an hour into the event. It was just drinking and watching girls, boring. When he returned to the club, he encountered an unexpected scene. Kevin and Bale were back in Yanqing's office. "What's going on? Guys, I thought we wouldn't have a chance to meet again." Yanqing believed he had already fallen out with Bale, as the latter had looked quite angry when he left. But now it seemed that Bale had become a bit clearer after hitting a wall at Tottenham. "Gareth really needs your help, Lee. He feels lost, so I suggested he come ask you. Knowing you, even if Gareth doesn't end up transferring, you wouldn't hesitate to offer your help, right? Besides, it was just a suggestion," Kevin shrugged, looking like he had already communicated with Bale. Chapter 3:17. On December 12th, another transfer news broke out from the media. However, this was not a rumor. The moment the news came out, it was immediately confirmed by both clubs. Gareth Bale from Real Madrid would be joining Burton on a loan transfer for a year and a half. The transfer fee was 0, but they would have to pay half of his salary. When this news was revealed, Burton's fans did not feel very excited. It was well known that Bale's form was concerning. Was he really suitable for Burton, who needed immediate impact? Fortunately, Weyer was no longer in town. Otherwise, he would have kicked down the door of Yanqing's office. "Oh, Lee, I'm starting to lose it. Will you come forward to explain this?" In the small pub where the fans usually gathered, Strange was holding his head, looking frustrated as he stared at Yanqing. The members of the fan club usually didn't have direct contact with the club, so they would directly ask Strange about any issues. Recently, it was clear that he was overwhelmed by the uproar over Bale's transfer. The fans are reacting so strongly? Not necessarily, right? Chapter 3:18. Kevin's words made Yanqing a bit worried. If what he said really came true, things might get a bit troublesome. But fortunately, Robinson just hid away. He wasn't gone for good, and he would eventually take care of his son. It's not a big problem. Luckily, there were no matches for Burton in the past 2 days, so Yanqing could spend some time thinking about this matter. There were still 4 league matches left before the transfer window, 2 before Christmas and 2 after. So these were his most leisurely days. The team's matters had mostly been arranged, and the only thing that wasn't confirmed was the purchase of a new defensive midfielder. Deulofeu and Bale together cost $15 million, leaving less than $20 million available. At this price point, he definitely couldn't buy any star players. And Yanqing didn't want to buy players who were out of form or veterans. The options were limited. Currently, John's team was in charge of finding players. There was no rush, so Yanqing decided to go out for a stroll. Perhaps he could stumble upon a talented player on the way. Of course, that was his thought before encountering Kevin. Now, his mind was filled with thoughts of a foolish, rich second generation. Chapter 3:19. December 18th. The league, which had been paused for a few days, finally resumed. This was one of the more critical matches for Burton this season because they needed to challenge Manchester City away. The opponent still held a position at the top of the standings, but due to the good performance of the second and third teams, the gap in points wasn't large after nearly half a season of matches. Tottenham trailed Manchester City by 4 points, and Burton was 4 points behind Tottenham. Therefore, if they lost this match, the gap with the leader would become 11 points. 7 or 8 years ago, when the Premier League was still a battleground of many strong teams, a gap of several points was nothing. But in recent years, Manchester City's stability had been terrifying, and a 10-point gap could basically announce that the championship was out of reach for Burton. Yanqing, who wanted to compete for titles on 2 fronts, would certainly give it his all in this match. Burton couldn't casually say they would give up any match now. Hey, you guys performed well this season, kid. It looks like you have some skills. Will this match show me some? In the players' tunnel, Guardiola seemed a bit enthusiastic, which made Yanqing feel a bit uncomfortable. In his memory, this coach should be a cold and aloof genius. Chapter 3:20. He was already on the field. Cheng Mingming showed a wronged expression. Sometimes, she couldn't go against her brother. That's why she chose to tell Yanqing this news as soon as the match started. Fortunately, Sun Yan's injury probability was only 30, so holding on for half a match shouldn't be a big problem. This was also the reason why Yanqing didn't notice anything unusual at first. Perhaps he could hope for Manchester City to play a bit gently? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Yanqing lightly slapped himself. How could he place hope on the opponent's mercy? Moreover, Manchester City would definitely be going all out to win this match. And indeed, that was the case. The wet and slippery pitch didn't affect the players' performance. Instead, passing became easier. As soon as the match started, Manchester City made a few passes in the backfield, opened up Burton's formation, and sent a long ball forward. Then, Aguero, who was moving forward, collided with Lars Bender, and both fell to the ground. These two were the first to confirm how difficult it was to compete in such weather. Slow down. Reduce the physical contact. The first to prevent the players from clashing was Guardiola. He instructed his assistants to express his intentions to the players. Chapter 3:21. At the start of the second half, Yanqing directly used up 2 substitution slots according to Quinn's instructions. Murphy replaced Dybala, and Blayford replaced Ibrahimovic. At the same time, the formation reverted to their more familiar 4-2-3-1. In fact, if it were a normal situation, Yanqing wouldn't have made such choices. Technically, they couldn't compete with the opponent. But the opponent's tactics weren't as effective against Burton. He just needed to create a few more chances for Dybala, and they might not be unable to score. But the pitch was particularly wet and slippery in this match, and Yanqing was also afraid the players would get injured because of it. It was better to make substitutions. As for Murphy, it was fine. He was still young, and it wouldn't matter if he fell a few times. In short, Quinn's choice was very correct. He didn't expect that this kid had a talent for coaching. He even started explaining strategies to other players. Yanqing stroked his chin, smiling as he thought. As the head coach, not only did he not need to direct the match, but now even during halftime, he didn't need to go to the locker room. He was one step closer to realizing his dream of hanging up his coaching badge. Compared to Burton's approach of making adjustments in matches, Guardiola had a completely different style. Chapter 3:22. Just as Murphy was charging toward the goal with the ball, Yanqing raised an eyebrow. He witnessed an outrageous scene. The kid's condition changed from average to excellent at an astonishing speed, as if someone had given him performance-enhancing drugs. It was truly ridiculous. Beat the goalkeeper activated. When this long and used 100-hit skill lit up, Yanqing knew the goal was secured. There was no suspense at all. The strongest shooting skill. On the field, Murphy sprinted toward the goal, facing the charging Manchester City goalkeeper Ederson, gently flicking the ball. Ederson, who tried to make a save, was directly faked out and fell to the ground. An open goal. However, because the pitch was too slippery, Murphy also slipped down. Yanqing watched with his heart in his throat. No way. Even the 100-hit skill is going to fail? Fortunately, Murphy didn't disappoint. After slipping, he rolled to the side, then lay on the ground and completed a shot. The ball wobbled and rolled into the open goal. 1-0. Burton took the lead. Their substitutions proved to be effective, scoring in the 7th minute of the second half. Chapter 3:23. Just after Burton took a 1-goal lead, Guardiola finally decided to make substitutions. In addition to bringing on another forward, he also substituted in David Silva to organize the midfield attack alongside De Bruyne. Just looking at the formation, Manchester City now looked like an incredibly sharp knife, ready to cut through Burton's defense. The opponent switched to a counter-attacking style, and they seized the opportunity. basically abandoning their defense. Only 2 or 3 players were left in the backfield to mark Murphy. The current situation is that, aside from Murphy, the rest of the players are not fast enough, making it difficult to penetrate the opponent's territory directly. They have started to play desperately. Focus on defense. Quinn immediately realized that Manchester City was preparing to launch a full-scale attack. Honestly, he had never seen the opponent attacking with such intensity before. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Most of his teammates had already been pulled back for defense, leaving only Murphy up front. In this situation, how could they continue to strengthen their defense? At the same time, Joe Hart was also troubled by this question. Burton's playing style was quite good, but when the brains of the team in both the attacking and defensive lines malfunctioned simultaneously, it immediately put the team in a passive situation. Chapter 324. Who says the weather can't be utilized? Li Yanqing murmured softly. In fact, he had rarely considered using environmental factors to help the team. But the situation was a bit urgent, and he couldn't think of too much. They had a 1-goal advantage in this match and must win. Araujo, listen to me. When you come on, extend the distance in defense a bit. Create openings to lure the opponent forward, and then challenge them when they try to get past. It should work perfectly. The only thing to be careful about is not to let them enter the penalty area. Araujo, who was warming up, didn't expect Li Yanqing to come up with such a tactic. It was somewhat underhanded. In this weather, a slight push could easily send the opponent flying, right? It doesn't matter. There are plenty of openings in the back line. Just hold your ground against Aguero. Li Yanqing patted the young man's shoulder. If it were really unavoidable, he didn't want to resort to such a tactic. This was the first time his carefully constructed defense had been completely shattered. And the one who truly broke their defense was not De Bruyne, not David Silva, and not the explosively capable Sterling. Chapter 325. The reason for saying victory is not just because of Blyford's defensive inspiration. Li Yanqing wasn't arrogant enough to believe that a single inspiration skill could help the team secure a draw. For him, the biggest gain from this match was actually finding the most suitable playing style for the team at the moment. It was time to let Quinn boldly try to lead the attack. If he made any mistakes, he could remind him later. On the field, in the 82nd minute, Manchester City, who had been attacking continuously throughout the match, finally equalized the score. Although they scored, Aguero, who netted the goal, was still quite frustrated. Ever since Araujo came on, he had been feeling uncomfortable. He had long heard that Burton had a shameless tactic of marking the opponent's core player, just like they did with Manchester United's Pogba. Although it wasn't a foul, it seemed quite shameless from the player's perspective. The problem was, he wasn't even the core player. Manchester City's core was clearly De Bruyne, who was behind him. Why was he being marked? What puzzled him even more was that, although Burton conceded a goal, most of the players seemed to have no significant emotional fluctuations. They were the ones who had just been equalized. Chapter 326. De Bruyne's calls were still quite effective, even though most of it was nonsense. Manchester City's defenders were eager to clear the ball, especially Laporte. He had pushed Mangala, who was now standing opposite him, out of the way. He firmly believed that he played better than this black and tough defender. Otherwise, how could he have pushed him out by being signed? But now he realized that he might have really relied on his technical style advantage to push him out. Previously, when they attacked, the opponent could easily disrupt their offense. And it had been like this throughout the match. Yet he seemed unable to stop the opponent's attack. Quinn, Lars Bender, and occasionally Murphy's counterattacks were enough to make Manchester City's defense seem shaky. He was certainly not convinced. Who would be convinced by a defeated opponent? But the reality was that the opponent had actually penetrated into their penalty area through simple passing and wall plays. He felt a bit tired and couldn't run much. However, Laporte was still gritting his teeth and chasing, trying to clear the ball. Unfortunately, his speed was far inferior to that of Murphy, who had come on in the second half. Li Yanqing's players showcased a special skill combination in front of him. Chapter 327. Sun Yan's body was indeed having some minor issues. Perhaps he had collided too heavily before, or maybe he was in poor physical condition recently. In any case, Miss Finney suggested that he should not play for the time being to prevent any unexpected situations. However, for Burton right now, his position was still very critical. With Anderson leaving the team and the next transfer window not yet open, this meant that Li Yanqing's previously constructed right corridor was almost scrapped. Although there were many players who could fill in, such as David Luiz and Mangala, Sun Yan's playing style was irreplaceable. He could serve as the last line of defense when defending and could disrupt the opponent's formation when attacking. Moreover, the most critical point was that when the team played 3-5-2, the right wing back was indispensable for him. He seemed even more important than Anderson. "Boss, I'm really fine. Just let me rest for 2 days." Sun Yan's voice was a bit soft, as he dared not speak too loudly at this moment. The air in the office seemed to grow colder with Li Yanqing's expression. Chapter 328. Youth Training Team? Upon hearing this, Li Yanqing didn't think much and nodded immediately. As long as it wasn't poaching from the first team, there would be no problem. Anyway, Ryan would only be happy for his players to leave. "No problem. Just send out the transfer invitation. Players from the youth training team, except for a few, are all tradable. If you need, I can recommend 2 to you." Li Yanqing remembered that during the previous training camp, there was a goalkeeper who performed quite well, and he could find some opportunities for him. Mourinho, on the other hand, looked excited. "No way, Tottenham is considered a big club. Are they really that short on players? The youth training team players should be relatively easy to poach." Li Yanqing was a bit confused. Logically, their youth training team should be of higher quality than Burton's. Very expensive, especially for domestic players. No matter if they are young or mature, they are now at sky-high prices. I don't know what these people are thinking. Mentioning this made Mourinho feel frustrated. The funds Levy provided him were simply too limited, which forced him to develop more young players for the team. Chapter 329. The Boss. As soon as Sun Yin and Li Yichuan returned, they immediately went to Li Yanqing's side. According to Chris, the list of transfer invitations from Mourinho mainly included central and defensive players, so the prices offered were not high. However, as long as they got past the Rhine hurdle, Li Yanqing wouldn't say anything, and he could be a bit more at ease without needing to find teams to loan them out. As for Li Yichuan, who was the core of the youth training team, he received far more transfer invitations than others. After all, for him, this season's experience was like a data brush. In 20 matches, this guy had already scored over 30 goals, breaking the goal record previously held by Burton's youth training in the youth league and continuously updating that data. Who knows when someone else will break his record? However, this kid decisively rejected all offers, including some from big clubs. After all, he had the opportunity to enter the first team at the end of last season. A few capable assistants are about to leave you soon. Look at the list. They will probably transfer to Tottenham in about a week. Li Yanqing handed the list submitted by Mourinho to Li Yichuan, and he had no doubt that these players would decisively transfer away. Chapter 330. The easy times didn't last long. In the blink of an eye, Christmas was already 2 days ago. A group of people gathered together to drink, sing, and ended up chatting about all sorts of things, and time passed just like that. Today, they would face the last strong opponent of the first half of the season, Liverpool. In recent years, the Gunners, under Klopp's leadership, have been thriving, winning multiple championships including the Champions League and the League, and even breaking Manchester City's dominance for a time. Unfortunately, at their strongest, Burton was still very weak, and they could only admit defeat when they faced them. Now, it was the uphill team meeting the downhill gods. One side was ambitious, while the other still had lingering power. Maine, Firmino, and Sulla remained among the most threatening forwards. They couldn't use the same strategy against them as they did against Manchester City. Otherwise, they would be completely overwhelmed. Therefore, Li Yanqing's lineup was primarily composed of young players. At worst, everyone would just fight it out. The formation was 4-2-3-1. The lone striker was O'Grady, who was more suitable for high-intensity matches. The midfield consisted of Kvaradona, Quinn, and Matthias. The double defensive midfielders were Lars Bender and David Luiz. Chapter 331. The referee lacked humor, but the match had to continue. Everyone tacitly reduced direct, physical confrontations. In fact, the impact on Burton was even greater. After all, high-pressure pressing was Klopp's specialty, and Burton hadn't trained in that area enough. Under the condition of not allowing too much physical confrontation, their players suffered greatly. Run toward the ball. Don't give the opponent time to think. Even if they're low on stamina, they need to go up and block the passing lanes. Li Yanqing shouted from the sidelines, urging his players to get energized. He had previously said they could adjust themselves, but this time was different. They encountered an unfamiliar script. Often, as soon as a player got the ball, Liverpool's players rushed in. Maine and Sulla spared no effort, constantly putting pressure on Burton's players from the front. Under this unfamiliar style of play, some young players quickly made mistakes. First was Kvaradona. He had just received a pass from Quinn when he found that the path in front of him had long been blocked by Sulla. Not to mention his defensive ability. At least his attitude was there. Kvaradona, who always relied on speed, chose to force his way through. Chapter 332. Li Yanqing temporarily set aside his worries. Just moments ago, Carius made a spectacular save. Main's powerful shot from the edge of the box was the first shot of the match, and had some quality. Heading straight for the far corner of the goal. Carius's wall was no pushover either. He took 2 steps back and leapt to make the save, deflecting the ball with his fingertips. Surprisingly, the first to celebrate was Klopp on the other side. He was full of excitement, fists clenched, just letting out an H sound before immediately realizing something was off. Carius was no longer his player. Moreover, the shot that was just saved was taken by his own player. Klopp chuckled helplessly. He remembered this, but he was just happy for Carius. He let his guard down inadvertently. This kid really found his form at Burton. Meanwhile, things weren't so easy for Li Yanqing. His heart, which had just calmed down, was now anxious again. Carius's biggest characteristic before was his instability. Plus, he hadn't played much this season, so it was hard to determine whether that flaw had truly been corrected. Chapter 333. Liverpool had previously sold their core player Coutinho and used the transfer fee to bring in 2 players, defensive core Van Dijk and goalkeeper Alisson. It turned out that their performances were crucial. Van Dijk was even rated as the best defender last year, with very few able to break through his defense in a whole year of matches. O'Grady clearly didn't have that capability, but aside from him, several other Burton players were now breaching Liverpool's penalty area. Cross from the byline. Cavaradona chose not to break through. There were already too many people in the penalty area. After shaking off Arnold, he decisively opted to go for the byline. This kid's strength hasn't improved too quickly, but his on-the-spot reaction is definitely the best. Knowing Van Dijk's recent reputation, he deliberately avoided the center and chose the back post. There was David Luiz. Liverpool's other fullback, Robertson, was similarly more offensive than defensive, but his abilities were much more balanced. At least he wouldn't drop the ball while defending. He quickly got in front of David Luiz, trying to contest for the header. David Luiz was confident he could out-jump the opponent, but since the opposing player was between him and the goal, he might not be able to complete the shot. Chapter 334. During halftime, in the locker room, Li Yanqing did not blame his players because they showed no significant issues in the first half. Even saying that they could kick to this situation has exceeded his expectations. After all, no one expected to encounter such a strict referee in the encouragingly combative Premier League. This led them to rely solely on pure tactical fighting. It is evident that Liverpool's tactics are more mature and their personnel configuration is somewhat better. So falling behind is understandable. At this moment, Li Yanqing is explaining the tactics for the second half. He plans to substitute Dybala and Ibrahimovic, striving for a draw, or perhaps to lose even worse. Quinn and other young players remain silent. They have finally realized how correct Li Yanqing's decision to forego direct confrontation with the opponent was last season. After all, as the defending Champions League title holders, it's not easy to handle them. Since they have to fight, why not let me give it a try? Blind rarely takes the initiative to volunteer, but his defensive level is clearly unreliable in such matches. No, basic defense is still necessary. More important than scoring is not conceding goals, as that gives him a chance to turn the game around. Chapter 335. Li Yanqing seems to have found the crux of the problem. Most of what Cheng Mengmeng said is actually useless, but one point is undeniable. They need their own tactics. The formation currently used is merely a conventional tactic. Even if it appears stronger than other teams in some areas, it is due to Li Yanqing relying on the panel and constantly adjusting the team's play. The biggest problem is that once Li Yanqing steps down, Burton could easily collapse. This is clearly inconsistent with his vision of building a legendary club. Thank you. You really reminded me this time. I think I finally understand where the problem lies. Li Yanqing felt enlightened. The discomfort he had felt since the end of the match finally had a reason. Speaking of which, why did Cheng Mengmeng happen to point out this issue? The other members of the coaching staff are clearly more professional, but now they haven't stepped out of fixed thinking. Perhaps it's because they never participate in tactical discussions. After all, I'm only responsible for doing some data and monitoring training. Chapter 336. While Bale and the others went for medical examinations, Li Yanqing first arrived at Buckle's office. The reason is simple. They had about 20 million left from selling Anderson, and they had already decided to add another midfielder. The kind that brings short passing combination. 2 days ago, Li Yanqing had already submitted the name to Buckle. Captum, along with Sandro and Munir, is from the same batch of Barca youth training products, but comparatively, his fame is far less than the latter two. As a central midfielder, his characteristics are not prominent, and his overall ability is not comprehensive enough. His shortcomings are quite obvious. His sense of positioning is a bit poor. Therefore, he couldn't make it at Barcelona and was sent to other clubs a few years ago. However, from the game footage, he still performs the traditional skills of Barca players, short passing combination, quite well. This is Li Yanqing's only reason for buying him. Experimental tactics are needed. Moreover, he can serve as a substitute for the defensive midfielder or Quinn, which fits the current situation well. The transfer fee is not expensive. Li Yanqing even directly asked Buckle to add $1 million to finalize the deal quickly. Yes, the player himself is very willing to come to the Premier League. Chapter 337. Bale still doesn't fully believe in himself, which Li Yanqing can accept. During his time at Real Madrid, countless people must have given him various suggestions, but it is clear that he is afraid his form will decline further, so he hasn't listened to any risky advice. It's just that in recent years, many at Burton have found their form here, which piqued his interest. Speaking of which, why was Kevin able to approach Bale so smoothly? It now seems like the other party took the initiative. Regardless, the most important thing now is to help Deulofeu find his place in the team. On the training ground, Li Yanqing and Neville are watching players showcase their skills. The technical movements are still quite proficient, at least during training. He is very good at breaking through and has enough speed. Is it because of a lack of confidence? After watching the players show their skills, Neville clearly doesn't understand why he couldn't perform back then, even if there are no immediate results. Such performances should be enough for the club to have enough patience with him. I guess it's a confidence issue. Moreover, it's been a long time since he was at Barca. Chapter 338. 2 hours later, Deulofeu is already a bit dazed. He even got up and did a passionate duet dance with a nearby fan, but Li Yanqing really couldn't bear to watch. Two big guys dancing so vigorously. Good luck, Delo. When you score, I'll cheer for you. I go to every match. This fan was also quite drunk, and after speaking, he staggered and fell down. The tavern owner immediately dragged him behind the curtain, where there are a few beds for them to rest. All right, Delo, today you've had enough fun. Li Yanqing didn't drink much himself, as his tolerance isn't very good. Deulofeu, on the other hand, was coaxed into drinking cup after cup. What sobriety talk? It's all nonsense. I have a question I want to ask you. Go ahead. I've already answered many questions today. Coach, Deulofeu wasn't lying. He basically spilled all his secrets, including various gossip. However, this way, he gained more goodwill from the fans. Who wouldn't like a player who has no airs and drinks and boasts with ordinary fans? Chapter 339. Cheng Mengmeng elaborated on her theory. Anyway, Li Yanqing couldn't find any rebuttals. After all, if a theory can be falsified, it's not a good theory. But he still firmly rejected her offer to help. There's a saying that to save someone who still has a glimmer of hope, the first thing to do is to completely destroy them. Is she a devil? The next day, Li Yanqing brought Deulofeu back to the training ground. Because they had a bit too much to drink last night, they were about 2 hours late. However, this time he didn't set up any punishment routines for himself. There's a reason for it. Delo, you can play freely. Here in the Premier League, the most wonderful thing for you is that there is no Messi. Li Yanqing patted the player's shoulder. Clearly, Deulofeu still remembers what happened yesterday and feels even more embarrassed at this moment. Don't worry. Targeting one of the strongest players isn't a bad thing. By the way, let me introduce you to your roommate. On the other side, someone had already walked over. IB. Zlatan. This kid is up to you. Li Yanqing feels like a genius. Chapter 340. The next few days are simply torture for Li Yanqing. He used to focus on training, but after having Neihui, he became lazy. He put all his energy into tactics. Now that he is back at it, he realizes that Neihui has updated the training version many generations. Fortunately, Li Yanqing learns quickly, as these are all strategies he devised with Neihui. So there haven't been any major issues these days. On January 10th, the third round of the FA Cup, Burton challenges Crystal Palace away. According to the plan, Li Yanqing lets Deulofeu play in the match. Also on the field are new signing Captum and Karius along with other substitutes. Before the match starts, Li Yanqing instructs Quinn to focus on the right flank, where Deulofeu is, to assess his condition and to test whether the short passing tactics can be integrated into the team. After all, these two tactical philosophies are completely contradictory, and it seems no one has tried this before. The result, of course, is as Li Yanqing expected. It was a complete mess. Both Deulofeu's performance and the tactical experiment were disastrous. First, let us talk about Deulofeu's performance. Chapter 341. The next day, Deulofeu is devouring his meal in the cafeteria, his left hand still pressing against his chest. He didn't expect that Quinn and IB didn't hold back at all last night. Although IB is older and his physical capabilities have declined, he is still quite powerful, and Quinn is even more so, as strong as a bull. Throughout the night, De La Fou didn't manage to get past anyone. He has lost track of how long it has been since he suffered such torment. The last time seemed to be back at La Meja when opponents focused on marking him. At least it is somewhat humane that Yanqing kept the club's medical staff on duty. At least there won't be any major issues. Hey kid, I have good news for you. A familiar voice suddenly sounds, and when De La Fou hears it, he is frozen in place. He even forgets to continue eating his lunch. IB sits down beside him with a big smile. We'll continue tonight. The coach says your physical condition is quite good, and the training intensity hasn't been too high. Recently, we just happen to have this time. We will always be with you. Chapter 342. To execute the short passing tactic, De La Fou is indispensable. Araujo, Captome, and De La Fou are all necessary. The first two don't require much concern from Yanqing. Only he is an exception. If this guy is well trained, he can really serve as the strongest defensive point. Yanqing thinks that perhaps he needs an explosive motivation. 3 days later, at the match venue. This time, the two head coaches did not engage in much small talk before the game, just nodding to each other. The reason is simple. After entering the second half of the season, everyone has become tense, especially during the key championship phase. Yanqing doesn't want Burton to fall out of the title race, and Mourinho doesn't want to let Manchester City widen the gap. There will be plenty of time to reminisce later. As for the lineup, it is no surprise that Mourinho chose his strongest starting lineup, with Son Heung-min, Kane, and others on the list. As for Burton, the moment they saw the squad list, many fans began to feel uneasy. It clearly states that the left winger will be Bale in this match, while the right winger will be De La Fou. The two defensive midfielders are Lars Bender and Captome. Chapter 343. Mourinho's judgment is precise, and his attitude is quite resolute. Under his guidance, Spurs players changed their previous playing style and began to attack Burton's formation. When the match reached the 33rd minute, Spurs finally made their move. Son Heung-min began to attempt an inward cut. Thank God, we waited too long for this. The previous dull content had almost put me to sleep. The live commentator finally perked up upon seeing this scene. The audience at the venue also finally showed some changes in their expressions. It's easy to imagine just how boring the previous matches were. This is bad. It might not even last until halftime. Not only are we improving, after Jose has led Spurs for half a season, the team has gradually adapted to him. Lehmann knows what the current situation is. Simply put, the team is quite lacking in offense. Most players are too fatigued. This is the downside of Yanqing relying on veterans, which has just exploded at this moment. What to do now? We can't just sit back and pray that the opponent doesn't T-score, can we? Chapter 344. In the 36th minute, strictly speaking, this is Burton's first successful ball advancement past the halfway line while maintaining an attacking posture. Prior to this, only De La Fou and Bale were running forward. Quinn stayed back to defend at the top of their own arc. This time is different. Araujo started from the back, passing with Captome while rushing forward. When encountering an opponent, they executed a wall pass, catching the opponent off guard and easily advancing to the midfield. Then, Quinn followed up. Bale was also making a run on the other side. But at this moment, Araujo was only focused on De La Fou. After the tactical lessons in the past few days, Yanqing has kept the three of them behind for additional tactical training. The goal is to establish a new central axis. This can also enrich Burton's tactics. So now his mind is solely on De La Fou. If he had to choose one of the three to break through or shoot, De La Fou would be the most suitable one. No matter how poor his condition is, he is still much stronger than the other two. After crossing the midfield, things didn't go as smoothly. Forwards generally don't have strong defensive abilities, and midfielders sometimes can't arrive in time. Chapter 345. A beautiful counterattack. A goal just before halftime. This goal clearly saved the ticket price for this match. The live commentary for this match did not side with Burton, but rather cheered for Tottenham Hotspur. However, no matter what was said, Yanqing wouldn't care. His focus was entirely on the game. The tactical core of this match was clearly Araujo, Captome, and De La Fou. That's right. It wasn't about any single player, but rather the short pass system created by the three of them. However, due to the short training time, it felt a bit like forcing a duck to fly. Given their current performance, it's not bad, but they are clearly far from passing. De La Fou, don't shoot. Pass the ball to Quinn or Bale after your breakthrough. Yanqing decisively took away De La Fou's shooting rights. First of all, he didn't have shooting skills. Secondly, He was in poor form. If he could come back and act as a core for pinpoint explosions, it would be worth it. Okay, boss. De La Fou, whose shooting rights had been taken away, didn't feel discouraged. Instead, he let out a sigh of relief. It's hard to describe a forward having such a mental state. Chapter 346. When Murphy came on, Burton's fans finally showed different expressions. They shouted the player's name, even though he hadn't done anything yet. Perhaps they hoped this forward could bring some different excitement to the game. Li Yanqing noticed that since Will left, he had increasingly failed to understand the fans' thoughts. Sometimes, being easy to figure out is a good thing. However, the most obvious change wasn't the fans but De La Fou. When he heard that he only needed to stay near the halfway line, his state jumped from poor to average. This left Li Yanqing speechless. So, this guy performs better when others have lower expectations of him? If that's the case, he might have to send him to the second team for some training. The match continued with the opponent kicking off. Mourinho was not a coach who liked to make substitutions during halftime, especially when his team was leading. He squinted, looked at the just substituted Murphy, and decided to wait a little longer. Spurs' current performance was quite reliable, and while they had been caught off guard before, they wouldn't be so careless again to maintain their lead. Chapter 347. Li Yanqing didn't remember having specifically trained for medium-range free kicks, with the presence of Ibrahimovic and O'Grady. Even a free kick around 20 meters would likely be a high-scoring opportunity into the box. Who knew that the area he had intentionally overlooked would finally surprise him? A beautiful goal. Lars. He praised Lars verbally, but in his heart, he appreciated the one who came up with such a free kick method even more. A few years ago, Roma had a similar shot. It was the same, 2 quick feints, and then the Wolf King Totti finished it off. Whoever decided to take it this way must have watched that match. On the other side, Mourinho let out a bitter smile. No one expected the team to be equalized in this manner. Clearly, there was no tactical issue. The strangest thing about this guy was that in critical moments, someone always stepped up to clear the danger for him. I didn't take it seriously enough. I should have strengthened the defense earlier. It's not just that they were lucky. Now he wondered if he could still lead Burton to play well. Mourinho looked at his assistant, who had fallen completely silent. Chapter 348. For the first time, the players on the field for Burton showed a significant drop in morale. This time, not just the average players, even the player in excellent form with drumming skills, Blayford, had fallen back to average. The most affected was Joe Hart. He made a superb save, but in the end, the team still conceded a goal. Mangala held his head and kept apologizing to his teammates. He had just gotten a bit too fired up. At least now all the players had calmed down. De La Fou looked at his dejected teammates and felt a bit out of sorts. This match was supposed to be his time to shine. However, after missing a clear chance, his responsibilities decreased, and he played even more relaxed. As a result, they were on the verge of losing the game. Among the 3 players in the short pass formation, only he, whose position was the most crucial, performed the worst. Araujo defended well and passed decently. Caputamu's performance wasn't particularly eye-catching, but at least he fulfilled his tasks. Only he felt like a waste. The fans didn't care, and in fact, hardly anyone recognized him. It seemed that performing poorly was expected of him. Chapter 349. The last few minutes passed quietly. This time, there was no savior to rescue the team, so Burton lost the match 2-3. This was clearly not good news. Due to this defeat, they had now dropped out of the top 4, overtaken by Arsenal behind them by a point. As for Manchester City and Tottenham Hotspur in front, they were pulling further away. For Li Yanqing, this match wasn't entirely bad news. At least De La Fou's dribbling like crazy was successfully activated. Although after the match his state dropped from good back to average, compared to before, it was considered that his efforts were not in vain. He dared to dribble. So, Li Yanqing was actually in a good mood. However, he still showed a cold face in front of the players. This match was originally expected to take home a point. But now, we are starting to fall behind in the league title race. Losing 2 games in a row, they lead us by 11 points. I'm not happy. Li Yanqing glanced at the dejected players. They were also frustrated about losing the game, even though a large part of the responsibility lay with the head coach himself. Chapter 350. After confirming that De La Fou's form had improved, Li Yanqing immediately helped him customize a training plan. Aside from agile forward, his current skill tags were wing speedster and dribbling like crazy. With some luck, he might learn 2 more skills. Li Yanqing planned to develop him into the strongest explosive point on Burton's wings, focusing solely on dribbling. Unlike Caverdona, this kid had cutting ability So as long as he could get past one opponent in front of him, it would be enough. Dulafu was different. The more he dribbled, the better. So Li Yanqing plans to let him try to learn the skills of dribbling and Marseille turn. Conveniently, the team has Bale and Dybala, who are among the top players possessing these skills. Dribbling like a machine, dribbling, and Marseille turn are simply dribbling machines. It's also worth mentioning that Bale has agreed to Li Yanqing's plan in advance. It's not even been a month yet, but he has no doubt that Dulafu's performance will definitely improve by then. So, to avoid wasting time, he has already started to lose weight as required. Chapter 351. A few days later, in the third round of the second half of the season. In this match, Burton is facing their old friends West Ham United at home, who have recently changed quite a few players and are experiencing a decline in strength. Unfortunately, they're about to face a recovering Burton. After going through a painful period, Li Yanqing can feel that the player's form is quickly recovering. Therefore, apart from a few fixed positions that haven't changed, he has fielded veterans in the other positions. This refers to the iron triangle of Araujo, Caputin, and Dulafu, as well as Quinn, Joe Hart, and others. Ibrahimovic, Pepe, Blind, and others all got playing opportunities. As for Dybala, who seems likely to play, he probably only has half a game of playing time. It's not because of his own issues, but because Caputin is temporarily unable to play as a single defensive midfielder, making it difficult for him to be on the field in a double defensive midfield situation. It's also worth mentioning that Li Yanqing has customized a training plan for Caputin. This kid is actually black, but his physical qualities are not like his predecessors. He belongs to the type that is both dark and soft. Li Yanqing feels that aside from mastering short passing, he should also grasp through balls and interceptions. Chapter 352. In the 33rd minute, Burton finally took the lead. After a long time without scoring, Ibrahimovic once again blasted a powerful shot that broke through the opponent's goal. Dulafu delivered a nice assist after dribbling past an opponent defender, marking that his form is gradually warming up. Good, just like that. Maintain the momentum. Li Yanqing's short passing tactic is half successful, as the players can quickly get the ball to Dulafu's feet and let him break through. Changing players doesn't work as well. The position can only be in midfield, meaning Dulafu's attack must start from the midfield. Based on this, as long as he activates dribbling like a machine and gets past two opposing players, whether he goes to the byline or crosses, he can create a good threat. This is a regular tactic in this match, but Li Yanqing plans to use it as a hidden strategy in the future. Anyway, without short passing, Dulafu can still be a breakthrough point. Consider it a trump card left for future matches. Of course, Li Yanqing has more than just this card up his sleeve. How to use it will depend on the opponent's strength. Chapter 353. 2 days later, at the Burton newspaper, Miss Maggie is holding her luggage, angrily accusing her boss. Former boss, I've worked for the newspaper for 7 years. I contributed so much here. You can't just fire me like this. However, her boss clearly doesn't care. He looks a bit annoyed as he watches her. Many people have contributed here, but you offended Burton's new boss, and we can't keep you. After working in this industry for so long, don't you understand? The people in this town don't care about anything. What they care about the most is football and beer. Only then will things have a turnaround. Nonsense. After finishing her scolding, Miss Maggie suddenly realizes she doesn't know how to argue. Things in her hands scatter all over the place, and her eyes become watery, sitting on the ground looking pitiful. After a while, she lowers her voice. I beg you, sir. This job is really important to me. Even if I won't be responsible for the football column in the future, I can do other things. You can't do other things, Maggie. The newspaper boss gently shakes his head, seemingly without any intention of showing sympathy. Chapter 354. Li Yanqing swears he will never ride in Chris's car again. He almost lost his life here. Fortunately, he got out of the car in time and dragged Chris out of the driver's seat. Thankfully, he remembered to stop the car before causing a scene. So tire my arms. Half an hour later, Li Yanqing finally returned to his office. He lay on the sofa, feeling weak all over. Calming down a 40-year-old man is not much easier than calming a girl. I really don't know how Robinson turned him into a business expert. Chung Mengmeng, why are you here? After lying for a while, Li Yanqing suddenly noticed that Chung Mengmeng was sitting in his seat. My laptop broke, and I'm going to buy a new one tomorrow. So I have to use yours now. In another half an hour, the materials will be ready. Okay. Li Yanqing continued to lie back down. He vaguely remembered thinking of a tactic earlier, but he was so startled that he almost forgot it completely. I heard that Chris was rejected by Maggie again. Is the news spreading so fast? Li Yanqing was a bit confused. He had just returned and hadn't said anything. Chapter 355. Although they once managed to have the UEFA Cup renamed directly, Sevilla's current state seems to be a bit unsatisfactory. Their style of play, which is primarily stable, has made continuous errors in the first 10 minutes. If Burton is lucky, they could score 2 goals. I know they had some issues at the start of the season, but it shouldn't be this poor, right? It feels like they're playing in League 2. Li Yanqing scratched his head, looking strangely at the Sevilla bench. The current Sevilla head coach is Mendilibar, and logically, his coaching style should be a good fit for them. However, there seems to be no manifestation of that in this match. Now he can only frown and stare intently at the situation on the field. Perhaps they will be fine once they warm up. After all, the intensity of La Liga is not low. After Lehmann answered, he suddenly became puzzled. Shouldn't you be happy that the opponent is in poor form? Why do you look so disappointed? Ah, there's nothing I can do. It's because our form is too good. Li Yanqing is somewhat proud. If they ultimately win the UEFA Cup this time, then the honors the players enjoy will only be higher than last time's FA Cup. Chapter 356. Quinn quickly felt what Li Yanqing's words meant. In the second half, Sevilla seemed to have completely regained their form. At least 7 players in their lineup were proficient in short passing combinations, and their short passing tactics were far beyond what a team like Burton could compare to. The forwards seemed to have no impact on intercepting the ball, instead being led around by their opponents. Ibrahimovic, however, was quite experienced. He shouted at the somewhat disoriented Quinn. "Mark your man." Only then did Quinn react. Yes, when facing short passes, marking was all that was needed. But how could they manage to mark? Just as they were wondering, Sevilla players had already combined to break through Burton's midfield, leaving Lars Bender isolated. Fortunately, the defense held up reasonably well, and most of them had the skill of marking. Joe Hart had also long reminded his teammates to perform man-to-man marking. However, he didn't expect that so many players were coming forward. At least 6. Almost all of their midfield and forwards charged up, leaving only one defender still in their half. Before the Burton players, who had been sailing smoothly in the first half, could react, they were inexplicably bombarded by their opponents with passes in their own half. Chapter 357. At this moment, Li Yanqing looked at the situation on the field with a serious expression. Their performance was problematic, not due to a gap in strength, but because they were unfamiliar with this type of opponent and had become somewhat complacent. Fortunately, it wasn't yet the most critical moment. They had the advantage of a 1-goal lead. As the match situation gradually stabilized, he began to rethink. Now, their opponent was just Sevilla. If they ever faced a team like Barcelona, such a performance would definitely not suffice. But to be honest, Li Yanqing didn't have much more he could do for the team. He could only hope that the core players would grow quickly, enough to stand on their own on the field. Quinn, Araujo, Caverdona, and of course Enzo, who was far away at Benfica. Ever since he went to Benfica, he had found his form, and they had been continuously contacting backer to hope to cancel the previously set buyback clause, even if it meant paying more. But it was clear that Li Yanqing would never agree to such a request. In the following matches, nothing unexpected happened. Chapter 358. The next day, Burton defeated their league opponent, Wolves, with a score of 2-0. This was a team that had been promoted to the Premier League this season, and, as a newcomer, they showed a considerable desire to win. However, it was of little use. Teams of that level posed almost no threat to Burton. It's worth mentioning that in this match, Li Yanqing used the veteran pairing of Pepe and Godin in defense and had the other defenders learn from them. At this stage, Burton's foundation had been built quite well, but they still lacked experience in some areas. However, one couldn't rush things. Otherwise, problems would inevitably arise. Klopp's Liverpool had also participated in the Champions League for several years before gradually winning the title. The Europa League was like that for Burton, despite their high aspirations. Big news. Lee about Manchester United. In the office, Li Yanqing looked at the anxious and flustered Nawaz and frowned. "Calm down, Nawaz. This is the office area. Try to keep it quiet." "No, that's not possible. This is really big." Pogba has refused to renew his contract and stated that he will join Juventus as a free agent after the season ends. Chapter 359. Li Yanqing didn't have time to think about Woodward's issues for now. The team would depart a day early to head to Sevilla's home ground for the second leg of the match. Last time, they barely won by 1 goal, but gave the opponent an away goal. In simple terms, a draw would suffice to advance. "Are you ready, Quinn?" Li Yanqing, somewhat concerned about Quinn's form, decided to check in. Without him, victory would be hard to achieve. "I'm fine, boss." "Much calmer now." Quinn nodded and then showed an apologetic expression. Sorry, it's already quite difficult to compete for the league title. I just don't want to bury the last hope of winning. So, no need to explain to me. Li Yanqing smiled slightly. He knew that this kid had done his mental preparation and was fine. As a midfielder, one couldn't afford to lose their cool from time to time, especially since he was the captain. However, Blayford often got overly passionate. Quinn expressed his differing opinion. I want to be a qualified captain. I know time is running out. Chapter 360. Just when Mindilibar started scratching his head, pondering how to break through Burton's goal. Both teams had already fully engaged on the field. It hadn't even been 20 minutes, but both sides seemed to be fully into the match. Sevilla players were continuously trying to launch strong attacks against Burton's defense, while the latter executed one counterattack after another. The first half wasn't even halfway through, but it seemed the match had already entered a heated stage. It was rare for teams to go all out at this point in time, as there's still plenty of time left. But I must say, I really enjoy matches like this. The live commentator was laughing heartily, of course. He loved intense matches. After all, it wasn't him running on the field. Not only the commentary, but the performances of both teams also ignited their respective fans. They were wildly waving flags and cheering for their home teams. Unfortunately, Dr. Strange did not make it to watch this match. Due to professional reasons, he generally did not go abroad to watch matches unless it was an important event like the finals. Taking leave was also difficult. However, the unled Burton fans still performed very well, not falling behind in the contest of momentum against their opponents. Chapter 361. Li Yanqing glanced at Mindilibar, standing on the other side. This head coach had quite a unique way of thinking. Among all the opponents he had faced, this was the first time he had seen someone so bewildered. This wasn't the league. Losing here would mean a complete farewell to the Europa League. One couldn't just rely on a mystical story about the Sevilla Cup and completely underestimate the opponent, could they? Goodness, I can't believe it. What is Sevilla doing? They seem to have a feeling of giving up. To avoid conceding more goals, they refused to continue committing players to the attack. They were just trying long-range shots. I find it very difficult to score goals like this. Even if the score remains until the end, it would just be handing over the victory to the opponent. Let's see how Burton will cope. The opponent's tactics not only leave Li Yanqing baffled, but even the live commentators and the audience are confused. The current score has Burton leading by 1 goal, with both teams having the same number of away goals. Even if Sevilla manages to pull one back, it will lead to a penalty shootout in the final stages. But this is clearly not what Li Yanqing wants to see. Since they are not attacking, let's push forward. Chapter 362. Li Yanqing is unaware of Strange's wedding preparations. Perhaps while he's far from here, which is why he specifically went to inform him. Who knows, anyway. He is now stuck on the island. But at least they can cheer for their favorite team together in front of the TV again. Back to the match. After Sevilla completely abandoned their attacking advantage, they have fallen into a tactical disadvantage. As for the occasional long-range shots, Hart is no longer the Hart of previous years. This poses no real threat to them. In the 70th minute of the match, Dybala finally showcased his ability as a top player. He dribbled straight into the crowd, spun around, and executed a stunning back heel shot. Not to mention the goalkeeper, even the defenders beside him couldn't react in time. By the time they realized what happened, the ball had already rolled into the net. A 2-goal lead. Mindilibar finally started to panic, substituting in several attacking players for a fierce assault, but unfortunately, it was a bit late at this point. The score remained until the end of the match. If they had shown their best form from the start of the last game, they could have played a more evenly matched game against Burton. Chapter 363. Li Yanqing went to the youth training camp as agreed. However, the final result still disappointed Ryan. In fact, there were 4 or 5 youth players who played quite well. At least at their age, one skill is considered excellent. Unfortunately, entering the first team would only hold them back. Yes, they will all be loaned out after this season. Ryan, we're no longer a League One club. It's not that easy to break into the first team. Li Yanqing feels that Ryan is still stuck in a few years ago. Back then, these young players indeed reached a level where they could directly be substitutes. I will inform Buckler about the contract matters, don't worry. All right. Ryan nodded expressionlessly at the players on the training ground. He has done his best. As for Li Yanqing, he returned to his office. There are 3 rounds of league matches to use for training, and then they will face their next opponent, Roma, in the Europa League. They successfully defeated Frankfurt to secure a spot in the quarterfinals. This will be Burton's first encounter with a Serie A team. I used to know quite a bit, but recently the team seems to have undergone significant changes. Chapter 364. Hello, sir. Hello, mate. The next day in the office, Li Yanqing welcomed a long-lost guest. Sitka, a relative of retired coach Di Matteo. After a long time, this guy finally gained Quinn's full trust and became his agent. Li Yanqing could barely remember when he recommended him to Quinn. I'm glad you finally succeeded. Also, you can sit down. There's no need to stand all the time. No, today might be an unpleasant conversation. Sitka shrugged, clearly preparing to discuss something. All right, go ahead. Li Yanqing figured it was about Quinn's contract. From his standpoint, a salary increase is definitely not possible right now, but other matters can be discussed. Then I'll start. First, his current salary is too low, and the contract duration is too long. Only $20,000 a week. He is the absolute core of Burton. When it comes to serious matters, Sitka's demeanor suddenly changed, becoming extremely serious. He is not even 20 years old. This is very reasonable. Chapter 365. Let us go. I've said before, there's no need to do this. The current situation is actually quite good. I'm already satisfied. Of course, more importantly, I believe the boss won't owe me anything. Outside the club, Quinn is sitting in the car, smiling at the frustrated Sitka. He knows that his agent is going to talk to the head coach about the contract. Although he feels it's unnecessary, Sitka insists on trying. Signing a player, but not being able to help with most other business? That's ridiculous. A young and proud agent cannot tolerate this. It didn't work this time, but there will be another chance. Coach Lee has rich experience. Just these chips might not be enough. We'll wait for almost a year. We must get back your share of the image rights. All right, don't think about that anymore. We only have one day off, and there's a lot to do. Sitka glanced at the back seat of the car. It is now filled with supplies for the slums, mostly food and some other daily necessities. Quinn, we could do a lot together. Chapter 366. In fact, there's another reason Li Yanqing didn't mention. That is Quinn. The earlier visit from Sitka made him suddenly realize a truth. Quinn's current status within the team and in the eyes of the fans is gradually becoming irreplaceable. This is certainly a good thing, but it may not be entirely good for the club. They still need someone who can step in whenever Quinn wants to leave. Murphy is the best candidate, so his role is no longer just a simple substitute. As for whether he can succeed, the aging Terry is his first test. Kid, you want to get past me. I've completely figured out your movement habits. On the field, Murphy was once again intercepted by Terry, watching the opponent send the ball back to midfield, feeling a bit frustrated. Perhaps next time I'll suddenly change my habits. Don't get too complacent. Of course, I need a change. As a forward, being too easy to read is not a good thing. To Murphy's surprise, Terry showed him no hostility. On the contrary, he seemed to appreciate him. We are all compatriots. Perhaps the future of the national team depends on these young guys. Chapter 367. There's no denying that Villa has made progress in the past 2 years. At least they can stabilize in the lower mid-table of the Premier League now. However, their improvement is not as significant as Burton's. The opponent was once put under immense pressure by them, but now they play quite weakly. Grealish is quite talented. He is the hope of Villa and is very active, trying to break through Burton's defense. But his teammates are temporarily unable to provide him with more help. This leads to him always facing 2 defenders at the same time. Perhaps one day he will grow to the level of Dybala, capable of changing the game by himself. But he clearly cannot do that at the moment. However, he can be somewhat reassured that his defense has Terry. This veteran is experienced and has achieved remarkable feats in the past. Throughout the first half, he prevented the opponent's forwards from even touching the ball. However, as soon as the second half began, the situation seemed to change. The small forward from the opponent appeared to be quite resentful. As for Murphy himself, of course, he is resentful. He was stifled by Terry's defense in the first half and received a good scolding from his coach during the break. Then, he had to suppress these emotions and humbly seek advice from the veterans. After scoring, Murphy completely broke free. He tried several new methods to get past Terry. The failure rate was nearly 50%, but the good news is that he had a 50% chance of getting past the opponent. This change caught Terry off guard, as he often couldn't keep up and had a change of strategy. Increased the physical challenges. However, at this moment, Murphy was slippery like an eel. As soon as he saw Terry approaching, he immediately chose to evade. Aston Villa's defense suddenly became chaotic. In the midst of the turmoil, Kvaradona scored a goal. After receiving the ball, he made a cut inside and decisively turned to shoot. 2-0. Not just Murphy, every young player from Burton is growing rapidly. In the 70th minute, both coaches very tacitly made substitutions at the same time. Seeing no hope of a comeback, Villa brought on a few more defenders, hoping that Burton would score fewer goals. For them, losing the game isn't the biggest problem. The big problem is losing while significantly lowering their goal difference. Meanwhile, Yanqing substituted out the fatigued Pepe and others, bringing in his own youth academy players. In the next 2 rounds of matches, Burton won easily. Notably, in the match against Crystal Palace, they achieved a 5-0 victory. After a game off, Murphy seemed to suddenly find his form, successfully scoring 3 goals and completing a hat trick. The core player, Quinn, was also unwilling to fall behind and score with a long shot. As for the last goal, it was scored by Bale. He finally got his chance to play, albeit for a short time. Originally, Yanqing planned to let him play for the last 10 minutes to find his rhythm, but surprisingly, he managed to overpower the opponent's fullback just 3 minutes after coming on. He then placed a shot into the far corner successfully. This was his favorite way of playing when he was young. When running, Bale is an undeniably unanswerable player. Of course, whether it's Bale, Dybala, Murphy, or Sun Yin, they are all key players under close monitoring now. After every match, Miss Finney checks on their physical conditions. Being cautious in this matter is always wise. Kid, your performance has been very good lately. You seem to be much stronger than that big guy O'Grady. On the training ground, Ibrahimovic looked at Murphy with a hint of admiration. Yanqing was not in the mood to feel sad for Chris at the moment. In fact, he was quite happy. If it weren't for them causing trouble for Little Fleck, the team might have suffered to some extent. For the future of the team, Chris and the others had to endure some hardship. However, even though Kevin had reminded him, he still found it a bit hard to accept. The brewery is one of the few big enterprises in the town, and it had gotten into trouble so quickly. But on second thought, this might be a good thing. At least Robinson had noticed him and wouldn't let him run wild. That is not a big problem. Right now, nothing is more important than the match against Roma. That evening, he called all the players, including Neville and Lehmann, to his house. There are still a few days until the match, so starting to study the opponent now is not too late. As a well-known club, Yanqing has some understanding of their matters. Although the old veterans like Totti and De Rossi have retired, Roma is still a strong team in Serie A, and their strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, they are a typical counter-attacking team, which is Mourinho's ideal type of team. I think we should just compete with them on counterattacks. On March 12th, at the Olympic Stadium. This is one of the most magnificent stadiums in Italy and also the shared home ground of the Roma and Lazio clubs. It can accommodate over 100,000 spectators, truly matching the legendary club's super stadium. Unlike previous matches, the presence of Burton fans feels very low this time, probably only around 10,000. This is the purest away game. We probably won't have the chance to build such a large stadium. Even if Robinson went bankrupt, he couldn't do it. Just being able to accommodate over 30,000 fans would be enough. Chris was equally shocked by this magnificent building. Of course, it's mainly because his own stadium is simply too small compared to this one. Just the difference in ticket revenue is astronomical. Well, Burton is not Roma. Even if they had a stadium of this level, there wouldn't be that many people coming to watch the match. Wait, when did you arrive? Yanqing suddenly realized and looked at Chris in surprise. He seemed to have not seen him all the way here. Why did he suddenly appear? In the 24th minute of the first half. Strictly speaking, the match only officially started now, because both sides finally began to invest more troops in attack, instead of huddling in their own half and continuously testing the waters. The first to break the deadlock was Burton. What a joke. Their market value is several times that of their opponent. If they continued to cower, they would be laughed at by the fans. However, Lehmann had some objections to this. His strategy in the first half was to hold on defensively while wearing down the opponent's stamina. However, the opponent clearly did not fall for it. So Yanqing decided to make some slight changes. Having a fixed strategy is certainly good, but the ability to adapt is the most valuable talent of a head coach. If we keep playing like this, we won't show any flaws, but we also won't be able to spot our opponent's weaknesses. Moreover, we need to pay attention to the player's mentality. If we only talk about tactics, there won't be so many unexpected situations. Yanqing explained the reason for initiating the attack first. Even though it seems that our team is stronger, sitting back at home to defend will be hard for many players to accept. Just like now, several Burton players on the field have shown subtle changes in their mentality. Chapter 373. Goal. The ball is in, just before the end of the first half. From Pellegrini, a beautiful shot. The goalkeeper can't be blamed. It's completely the defender's fault. In the 43rd minute of the match, Roma scored the first goal of the game. Here's how it happened. After an attack, Roma launched a quick counterattack just like before. But this time, they were lucky because Sun Yin wanted to assist in the attack, so he was positioned a bit forward and didn't return in time. This left only Manolas and Blind at the back. The issue still lay with Blind. He was the central player among the three center backs, and due to defensive problems, he had players on both sides. Meanwhile, Araujo had moved to cover David Luiz's position. With Sun Yin not returning, Burton's defense suddenly became vulnerable. In a 2-on-2 defense, they were completely overwhelmed by their opponents. Joe Hart is good at saving one-on-ones, but this time there were two opponents, so they easily breached the goal. Chapter 374. The second half of the match officially begins. It's worth mentioning that Lehmann seems to fully agree with Li Yanqing's substitution strategy. He also played the trick of substituting players right at the beginning of the second half. Dybala and Bale came on, replacing Murphy and Blythe, who hadn't made an impact in the first half. This was a direct substitution without changing the formation. However, the team's attacking power clearly improved by more than one level. Roma clearly understands Dybala's power better than Burton does. Should we wait a bit longer? Or should we substitute now? That trick might not last until the next match. Additionally, should we focus on marking Bale? He scored in the last round of the Premier League. On Roma's side, the assistant coach was asking their head coach. Clearly, they had prepared a countermeasure for Dybala. Is it a bit early? I thought we could wait a little longer. It seems the opponent is a bit impatient. Paulo Fonseca looked at the field, thought for a moment, and continued. Let's make the substitution. We can't give Dybala any chances. As for Bale, he performed very poorly during his time at Real Madrid, so there's no need to worry. Chapter 375. Did Paulo Fonseca really make such a big mistake? They just made a substitution. Perhaps he could still make some adjustments with the existing lineup? Chris didn't quite understand why they directly judged the outcome of the match based on the opponent's substitutions. He remembered that Li Yanqing often made triple substitutions as well. They had previously analyzed Roma's lineup. Although it is stable, changing is not their strong suit. Now, besides the forward, the rest are defensive players or B2B midfielders. Do you think they can still break through our defense? At this moment, Li Yanqing was quite confident. This is the Europa League. But thanks to the continuous training from strong teams in the Premier League, their strength is quite good now. Facing strong teams from other leagues, as long as they adapt, they can quickly perform excellently. Let's adjust the plan, Jens. We'll reserve our last substitution for Ibrahimovic. Let him rest if we can. Okay, Lehmann nodded. He knew exactly what Li Yanqing was considering. They would need Ibrahimovic's performance in the final, and if he got injured now, it wouldn't be worth it. Chapter 376. The match ended. In the final moments, the score remained unchanged, with both sides maintaining a 1-1 draw until the end. It was a good match, and they looked forward to the next encounter. Thank you, you too. Li Yanqing and Paulo Fonseca had a friendly interaction after the match. They weren't familiar, but must be said that this head coach was indeed quite lucky. Roma is undoubtedly a team deserving of any famous coach. However, Li Yanqing felt that their journey could only end here because the next match would be at their home ground. The next day, although the match had ended, Li Yanqing did not return to Burton with the club members. He planned to stay in this city for another 2 days. Anyway, the team would have a day off afterwards and then a day of recovery training, so it wouldn't matter if he wasn't there. As for why he had to stay here, hey, Li, I knew you wouldn't forget about me. I also went to watch the match. You played well. But you wouldn't blame me for slacking off, would you? Kevin, the only scout left at Burton, was joking while slurping noodles in front of him, his mouth full of grease. Chapter 377. After staying here for another day, Li Yanqing boarded the plane back to Burton. He didn't care much about how Kevin was doing. The main thing was to hand over old Phil's badge. He didn't want to keep that thing for himself. Are you late? I've been waiting for you for half an hour, Li. Outside the airport, Chris was already waiting in the car. Yes, the weather hasn't been good lately, especially after entering the British Isles. Li Yanqing looked at the sky with some concern. It was still overcast. In fact, this should be the driest time of the year. But these past few days have been unusual. Just a few days of this. Don't worry, our new stadium will have a roof. Then we won't be affected by extreme weather during matches. Chris looked quite excited, and he couldn't help but get enthusiastic when talking about the new stadium. They had already started preparations. Robinson was remotely directing the work. You definitely can't imagine how wealthy our new sponsor is. The expenses for building the stadium are definitely a terrifying astronomical figure. This was made clear a long time ago. Chapter 378. Soon, a week had passed. After returning to Burton, Li Yanqing experienced a round of league matches. This time the opponent was not strong, but unfortunately, their performance had some issues, and they did not secure the 3 points they should have. Meanwhile, fourth-placed Burton officially announced that they were out of the title race for this season. There were not many matches left, and even if they won all their remaining games, they would only match Manchester City's points. They had no advantage in goal difference, so they could announce their withdrawal from the championship race early. However, Mourinho's Spurs were still closely contesting with Manchester City, with only a 1-point difference between them. Perhaps he could achieve what he couldn't at Manchester United? No one could guarantee the final outcome, but Li Yanqing hoped his mentor could achieve his wishes. As long as they could hold on until the last round, there was still a chance for the championship. The reason for saying this was that Li Yanqing looked at the schedule in front of him. The last match was indeed Burton at home against Manchester City. Coincidentally, this match was scheduled after the UEFA Europa League final. If Burton could win the championship, they could also strike a blow against Manchester City and help Mourinho win the title. Chapter 379. The next day, the Riverside Stadium was packed. Compared to previous matches, there were almost no standing spots left in the stands this time. According to the rules, they reserved only a quarter of the seats for the faraway Roma fans. However, unexpectedly, there were at least 5,000 Roma fans present. More than half of them didn't have tickets, but still made it here. It was evident how eager they were for their team to achieve a good result. To avoid affecting ticket revenue, Little Fleck had some of the seats in the stands removed, making the stadium look overwhelmingly crowded. It was basically impossible to see their specific actions. "I'm so angry right now. He's gone mad. He must be crazy," Chris complained beside Li Yanqing. He initially wanted to stop Little Fleck from doing this, but during the voting process, Buckler surprisingly chose to support the other side. "This is our home ground, but now their numbers are not less than ours. Are we planning to make our players feel like they are playing an away game at home?" Chapter 380. The goal is in. The current score is 1-0. Burton has taken the lead with a total score of 2-1. What a dream start. The live commentary had lost track of how long it had been since they had seen Burton score so smoothly. It was the first wave of attacks. The Roma fans who had traveled from afar were covering their faces, somewhat in disbelief at what was happening. Did they come all this way just to see their team being humiliated? Of course not. So, in the 3rd minute of the match, they linked arms and began singing their own composed songs to cheer for the team. On the other side, Burton's fans were certainly not to be outdone. Strange led the charge, shouting, "Guys, let them hear our song, too. Don't forget, this is our home ground. We can't lose to anyone else." The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became lively. Because of a single goal, the competitive emotions of both sets of fans were ignited. However, with both sides having similar numbers, it sounded particularly chaotic. It was a standoff. The early conceded goal left Paulo Fonseca a bit frustrated, but he quickly regained his spirits and rushed to the sidelines. Chapter 381. Now it's halftime. Both teams have been extremely aggressive in the first half, seemingly abandoning defense entirely. This was a match that could excite the fans. The environment at the scene reflected this, with both sides' shouts being evenly matched. The live commentary was using this time to interact with the fans, but they had been excited for so long that they were starting to lose energy. Everyone was resting, except for the coaches. If we really had home advantage in this match, we would have already won. Just look at how inspired their players were in the last match. Lehmann, who usually didn't complain much, had changed completely after deciding on tactics. After all, many details could determine the outcome of the match. In the past, it was Li Yanqing who decided everything, so he and T felt this way before. Sometimes, you really can't blame the head coach for complaining. Fortunately, we still have the advantage. There is still time. Li Yanqing patted Lehmann on the shoulder. They stayed on the bench to discuss, not going to the locker room to disturb the players. Chapter 382. 57 minutes. 60 minutes. 65 minutes. The situation on the field remained intense. Na had not noticed when the opponent slowed down at all. Li Yanqing stood behind him, his brow furrowed. They had already exceeded the regular substitution time. In theory, they should have substituted Ibrahimovic 5 minutes ago. But due to concerns about the rhythm change, they had held off on making the substitution. In such a high-intensity match, Ibrahimovic could not play the full game. He was nearly out of gas. Li Yanqing had no choice but to stand aside, anxiously waiting for the right moment to substitute Ibrahimovic and whether to bring on Dybala. He still hadn't made a decision. "Boss, I want to come on." From the substitutes bench, Murphy approached. He knew Ibrahimovic was about to be substituted, and it was highly likely he wouldn't be the one coming on. "Are you confident?" Li Yanqing was somewhat skeptical. Given the situation on the field, bringing on O'Grady would be the best choice, besides Ibrahimovic. He was the only one who could hold off the opponent's defense. Of course, not to do Ibrahimovic's job, but to replace Dybala. It would be fine to have a tall player in the center forward position. Chapter 383. Sorry, I'm fucking leaving early again. Ibrahimovic was now lying on the stretcher. Although he had to leave the field now, he didn't look upset at all. Instead, he seemed quite excited. But I'll be back soon. The team doctor told me I'm fine. I feel that way too. Just take a good rest. Yanqing smiled. After all, the player wasn't injured, and it was a good opportunity for both sides to complete the substitutions. However, whether this would shorten his career was still uncertain. Thinking of this, Yanqing suddenly slapped his forehead. He just remembered that Ibrahimovic had turned 39 this year. A nearly 40-year-old person can still persist for 70 minutes in such a high-intensity match. As a professional athlete, you really can't ask him to do more. It would be better to worry more about your fragile young players. The situation on the field still looks intense. Murphy has just been on the pitch for less than 5 minutes and is already engaged in several physical confrontations. Of course, most of the confrontations resulted in his loss, but he always manages to pass the ball at the last moment. Chapter 384. After hearing Yanqing's words, Layman fell silent. He glanced at the man beside him and suddenly felt a bit confused. Do Easterners have such big guts? Can they leave the outcome to fate and take a gamble at any time? Has he never thought about what to do if they lose? I don't know how to describe it, Lee. But is there a more secure way? If there were a secure way, it would have been used already. Yanqing shook his head. In fact, he even thought about sending David Luiz up to completely leave the defense to the 3 defenders and Joe Hart. The player's abilities are definitely not in question. That recent low-level mistake was an accident. He hasn't forgotten how De Gea became the wall of size, blocking all paths to the goal. Of course, Joe Hart is not De Gea, but he was also a top goalkeeper, the kind that has won the Golden Glove Award. Yanqing certainly didn't dare to leave the outcome entirely to fate. He was willing to do so because he was confident that he had a group of players he could trust. There's no time left, Jens. Leave it to me from here. Chapter 385. At this moment, everyone held their breath. The players on both sides stared intently at Quinn's feet, then all ran into the penalty area. One side aimed to block the shooting route, while the other aimed to pick up the second ball. Yanqing, Layman, and the others didn't even dare to breathe, as if even the slightest movement could affect the trajectory of the ball. The fans, who had been shouting throughout the match, almost instantly fell silent. All the gazes in the stadium were now focused on Quinn alone. How was the quality of this shot? Cloud-piercing arrow. The flashing skill prompt gave Yanqing great hope. This was not just a simple shot. At a critical moment, the player successfully activated the skill. Immediately after, he saw the ball rapidly curving through the air, crashing towards the goal. A high-quality shot, a significant curve. It's inconvenient for the goalkeeper to judge. Plus, there are people everywhere in the penalty area, which likely affected the goalkeeper's line of sight. He still reacted. Just as the ball was about to smash into the goal line, the Roma goalkeeper made an incredible move. Chapter 386. Watching Pellegrini, under the influence of over the limit, bring the ball to the vicinity of the penalty area as if in a no-man's land. Yanqing's heart leaped to his throat. His players had done their best to block him, but they were now too fatigued to stop the opponent. He didn't want to go into extra time. Pellegrini was already over the limit. If they were equalized and went into extra time, Burton's chances of losing were very high, unless someone could step up. However, rather than hoping someone would explode, it would be better to count on the players to defend this ball, end the match directly. But Hart's condition made Yanqing somewhat uneasy. Both teams had scored many goals in this match, and the goalkeeper's role had not been significant. Most of the conceded goals couldn't be blamed on the goalkeeper. But this time, both Yanqing and Joe Hart himself had a strong desire. They must hold on. Returning to Pellegrini's perspective, he had the ball and charged in front of Joe Hart. During the previous half-S struggle, his teammates had not been able to keep up and were blocked behind by Burton players. He lifted his foot and shot. As an attacking player, this action had long been engraved in his mind. Chapter 387. Hart's condition was worse than Yanqing had imagined. So much so that Strange, who had just completed the examination, was now wearing a bitter expression, unsure of how to explain the situation. But his expression had already said it all. Please, Strange, don't tell me we're going to lose our main goalkeeper. He was still an indispensable part of the team. Strange shook his head repeatedly. No, the situation isn't that serious. Does that mean it's indeed very serious? Li Yanqing's heart sank. He had already predicted what the following dialogue would entail. Pellegrini hadn't held back, and Hart's collarbone had a minor fracture. Crushed? Not really crushed. Li Yanqing still mustered the courage to glance at Hart's examination report. The good news was that Hart's body was great. It was just a fracture. The bad news was that he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for at least 2 or 3 months. Adding in recovery training. Hart's remaining time this season was completely written off. He might not even be able to play at the beginning of next season. Fortunately, compared to Li Yanqing, Lehman on the other side breathed a sigh of relief after learning the outcome. Chapter 388. To prepare for the upcoming season's matches, Lehman had already started new special training for Karius. Besides the goalkeeper position, someone also needed to replace Ibrahimovic. However, neither Ogladi nor Murphy could fully replace him right now. The squad suddenly seemed much weaker. Of course, aside from the pitch, Li Yanqing had even more troubling matters. Hey, what's wrong with you? Chris, don't just drink after work. If you keep drinking, you'll end up like Will. In the tavern, Li Yanqing found the already tipsy old Chris. Ever since he was politely rejected by Miss Maggie, he had fallen back into the bad habit of drinking. It had gotten worse these days. He didn't like going home and preferred to stay drunk in the tavern. Poor little Blanche. No one could have imagined that her guardian was still a drunkard. Fortunately, Chung Meng Meng was still there to help take care of her. Don't stop me. Buckler, I want to drink. I can still drink. Fuck you, Buckler. Open your eyes and talk. Li Yanqing shook Chris's shoulder vigorously, but unfortunately, it was of no use. Chapter 389. The next day, in the club office, Li Yanqing looked at a printed team information sheet, slightly lost in thought. In 2 days, they would face Manchester United in the semi-finals of the Europa League. Rather than saying that everyone is old rivals, it would be more accurate to say that Burton, upon seeing them as opponents, starts to play with all their might. It's certainly a good thing for the team to be united, but recklessly challenging strong teams is not Li Yanqing's style. He couldn't help but start to ponder whether such behavior was necessary. As the head coach, sometimes the intense desire for a championship can actually hinder the overall development of the team. The season has already seen the loss of Joe Hart and Ibrahimovic, which forced him to remain cautious when facing such issues, especially from the latter part of the season. Manchester United has completely given up on the league and is determined to win the UEFA Europa League title. After Pogba was benched, the morale not only didn't drop, but increased instead. De Gea and Rashford were in explosive form, and Karius was performing exceptionally well. I have confidence that he can deliver a good performance against Manchester United. Lehman suddenly pushed the door open and brought him good news. Chapter 390, if I'm not mistaken, this is a completely different tactic? Combining short passes and counterattacks is already crazy enough. But to come up with something that doesn't match at all, have you considered the players' feelings? In the office, Lehman looked at the tactical diagram on Li Yanqing's desk, lost in thought. With the big match approaching, why play with such abstract ideas instead of carefully considering specific tactical details? We don't need to do anything more this season. The tactical system and the players' mental state are at their best. I have nothing more to say. The rest will be validated by time. But this is different. Jens. Li Yanqing pointed at the tactical diagram, his face full of excitement. A normal team, even if switching tactics, would at most change the attacking mode, etc. Due to the limitations of player styles and the substitute list, they must choose a way that players are accustomed to. But there's an unsolvable problem. The opponent can also make targeted adjustments. In situations where the strengths of both sides are close, it tests the coach's judgment of a situation even more. This kind of football is indeed exciting, but if you only focus on victory, it's definitely not the best option. Chapter 391. O'Grady's self-awareness was too clear, which instead disrupted the team's plans. As he said, there is no psychological pressure in unimportant matches. But losing an important match might mean he won't even make it to the substitute position. Tomorrow, Manchester United will definitely apply heavy pressure. It is their home ground. The situation is severe. In front of the tactical board, Lehman looked serious. They were truly caught off guard this time. The players' poor form is not the biggest problem. It's a complete lack of confidence, which makes everyone uncertain. Substitutions are necessary. However, at this point, changing tactics is definitely unrealistic. They can only see if there are other players who can step up in a crisis. Although Murphy and Dybala could both start, putting them on the bench would obviously change the outcome of the game more. Li Yanqing felt a headache coming on. He couldn't possibly have Nasri fill in for a match, could he? But not long after, a figure appeared in his mind. How could he forget him? there really was a player who could be brought in for a match. He has enough physical quality to be fixed to the front and has been performing well lately. Does the team still have such a forward? Lehman suddenly became puzzled. Chapter 392. The next day, the first leg of the UEFA Europa League semi-final officially kicked off at Old Trafford. Yanqing had already lost any feeling about returning here. The stadium is larger, and there are more fans, but Burton will have these sooner or later. The foundation has been laid. Everything else just needs time. In the locker room, Sun Yan sat next to Li Yichuan. This was their first time attending an official match together, which is also a record. The youth training team's matches wouldn't have tens of thousands of fans cheering in the stands. Experiencing the atmosphere well, starting with such a match, anyone would feel pressure. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Yichuan quickly shook his head. I don't feel much pressure, although Zlatan taught me to enjoy the fans' cheers. I think that's not important. If we win, they cheer. If we lose, they mock. Caring too much about these things doesn't help performance. I remember the coach used to say to treat fans like mangoes, pineapples, and such. That was a long time ago. Sun Yan couldn't help but laugh. The atmosphere here is nothing compared to back home. Chapter 393. Ibrahimovic did not watch the match live, as he had just been injured and needed to undergo some routine examinations. After Strangey set him up in a single room, he left to watch the game, which made him extremely angry. Even waiting in place for a while would be better than just shooting. He had no one beside him. After cursing out loud, Ibrahimovic suddenly realized the problem. Why is that kid on the field? Where's O'Grady? He was sitting in the stands, holding a team support sign, completely focused on being a spectator. Yes, this timid giant didn't even make it to the substitute position. However, the scene looked quite harmonious at that moment. No Burton fan was louder than his cheers, although it had no practical effect. As there were many connections in the stands, shouts like connections filled the air. Li Yichuan's kick could be considered a warning shot, but most people wouldn't think there was a problem. Only experts would see better ways to handle it. However, from a fan's perspective, wasting opportunities like that is something that ordinary players shouldn't do. After all, most people wouldn't specifically go to watch youth training team matches. Chapter 394. Foul. The referee blew the whistle without hesitation and then pulled out a yellow card. The target was Sun Yan. What are you blowing about? There was no foul. He didn't even touch the opposing player. Li Yanqing saw clearly that Sun Yan's tackle was very clean, and Rashford dodged quickly, causing no danger to him. Why give a yellow card? It was just that after hearing Li Yanqing's complaint, the referee decisively ran over to him and also issued a yellow card. If it weren't for Lehman pulling him back quickly, Li Yanqing might have been unable to help but throw the water bottle at him. This is blatant favoritism. I will complain to FIFA about this bastard. If you have the guts, check the replay. The VAR technology that cost a lot of money is just for show. Sometimes there are some misjudgments. He was quite far from the position earlier. Lehman was somewhat accustomed to this. Complaints are definitely going to happen, but they have to wait until after the match. We can't continue to interfere with him during this game. Li Yanqing calmed down for a while before recovering, as it had been a long time since he encountered such a blind referee. Chapter 395. The second half began, and both sides quickly got into the rhythm, still engaging in a hard fight in midfield. Watching the chaotic match again, Li Yanqing helplessly rubbed his head. Every time his team faced Manchester United, the game would become somewhat abstract. Previously, it was because they lacked strength, but now he felt the team's strength was sufficient to not fear their opponents. Yet the outcome remained the same. It could be said to be a game devoid of entertainment value. Others were fine. Those who had been in the first team for a long time would understand that the situation didn't matter. What mattered was the score and nothing else. As for whether it was enjoyable to watch, that was not something the players could decide. Lee, should we consider bringing Dybala on? Lehman looked at the field, analyzing it carefully, and felt it was the best time to make a substitution. Their midfielders didn't have any outstanding individual abilities. Quinn had a good overall view and shooting skills, but he wasn't good at breaking through or changing the pace of the game. The only one who could fulfill this task was Dybala. It's a bit too early. Li Yanqing shook his head. Chapter 396. Dybala and Murphy came on, replacing Quinn and the ineffective Li Yichuan, who was just wasting opportunities on the field. The two players who had been itching to play quickly changed the situation. In less than 10 minutes, Dybala broke through the opponent's defenses twice in a row and sent the ball to the front. Then Murphy carried the ball forward. As long as he wasn't closely marked by Maguire, he could easily create a one-on-one chance. Unfortunately, he did not execute the shot, and the score remained unchanged. Solskjaer quickly made adjustments as well, substituting 3 players in hopes of increasing midfield depth. However, Burton's misfortune was not over. In the 80th minute, Araujo made another sliding tackle, accurately hitting Rashford. It was a tackle with no force, but it caused Rashford to fall in pain, rolling on the ground while holding his ankle. That kid is acting. From the stands, Li Yanqing immediately noticed something was off, let alone those on the bench and on the field. Yet, such an obviously fake performance prompted the referee to brandish a yellow card again. Even Burton's players couldn't help but react, especially Araujo himself, who excitedly rushed to the referee and pointed at the fallen Rashford. Chapter 397. After returning to Burton, Li Yanqing requested 2 days off from the club. Not for any other reason, just to relax. He had been feeling too tense lately. After the match, he couldn't muster any enthusiasm for work. Chris readily approved his leave. In fact, it wouldn't have mattered if he hadn't. He would have arranged all his work and taken time off himself. Who cared about management? Just as he returned home, he saw Nasri packing his luggage, apparently preparing to continue his travels. Samir, aren't you staying a couple more days? No, after watching the match. I think traveling is more comfortable. Nasri decisively shook his head. It reminds me of some unpleasant memories from work. And all I want to say now is screw work. I used to love it, and now I want to get as far away from it as possible. I need to live. As everyone knows, the British Isles are not suitable for living from any angle. Good luck, Lee Nasri, who had stayed for less than 3 days, dragged his suitcase away with determination. Li Yanqing stood in place, thinking for a long time, but ultimately couldn't say anything to make him stay a few more days, just watching his figure gradually disappear. Chapter 398. The next day, at the youth training ground, Li Yichuan was sitting in the stands, dazed, watching his teammates in a tough battle. Due to the upcoming Europa League match against Manchester United, he would miss 2 crucial youth team events. According to the original plan, as long as they won these 2 matches, they would secure the championship for the season. But after losing their strongest attacking player, the youth team was about to suffer 2 consecutive defeats. Although neither Ryan nor the others expressed any dissatisfaction, Li Yichuan felt guilty. He couldn't help the first team at all and was likely to lose the championship they should have won. This was a significant loss. Hey, kid, cheer up. It's not over yet. Are you planning to give up? That voice startled Li Yichuan. It was Ibrahimovic. Zlatan, give up? What do you mean by give up? I never thought that way. I just feel I should do more for the team. That's not your problem. Ibrahimovic came to Li Yichuan's side. Since his injury, he had been keeping an eye on the kid's situation and knew he had been temporarily brought in to replace him. Chapter 399. With only 3 league matches remaining and a maximum of 2 Europa League matches left, we had less than 20 days. In a tactical meeting, Li Yanqing calculated the time. Including the previous matches, they had 8 matches to play in a month. Each match wouldn't be easy, making a challenging schedule for Burton. The players in the backline were okay, as there were enough people for rotation, but for some key positions, the risk of injury was increasing. For instance, Quinn, Lars Bender, and this season's firmly established starter, Cordona. Especially Cordona, one of the more fragile players, had an injury rate approaching 50% during matches, which worried Li Yanqing greatly. Miss Finney also submitted her report, stating that many players had experienced various muscle issues recently and needed attention. This tactical meeting was more about discussing how to protect the players than actual tactics. Neither the league nor the Europa League could be easily given up this season. He didn't want his players to get injured again. We should use 4-5-1 more in the league, letting Matthias and Son play on the wings. Chapter 400. On the training ground, Pepe was warming up with the team. Since joining Burton, this veteran had been fulfilling his duties, and everyone had to admit he was doing a great job. Most players benefited greatly from him. Speaking of which, ever since the monk became a janitor, he had become much kinder in demeanor. How have you been feeling lately? Li Yanqing took the opportunity to pull him aside. Pretty good, boss. Pepe smiled. Although he didn't have many opportunities to play, he still referred to his coach this way. He had a bit of affection for Burton, who was willing to provide him with a training environment. If you were to start in the second leg against Manchester United, what would you think? No way. Pepe decisively refused without even thinking, shaking his head vigorously. We agreed on this, boss. I won't risk my body. That kind of match is not just about intensity. Sometimes I'm even afraid of a fight breaking out on the field. You're actually afraid of a fight? Li Yanqing chuckled and made a joke. Being afraid of a fight is actually the same as being afraid of injury. At this age, if I get injured again, it will be very difficult for me to help my good brother achieve his dreams. Chapter 401. The next day, the second leg of Burton against Manchester United officially began. The Riverside Stadium couldn't hold as many spectators as Old Trafford, but due to the high profile of the match, it was once again packed. Outside the club, there were fans who couldn't buy tickets just to hear the atmosphere. However, what puzzled the Yanqing even more was that he actually saw Manchester United CEO, Mr. Woodward, personally bringing the team to the away game. He sat with the coaching staff in the assistant coaches area. When did he develop this habit? Li Yanqing recalled his time working at Manchester United. It seemed that the CEO only occasionally attended a match, and he would always hide in the box. It's really rare for him to sit directly in the assistant coaches area. This behavior of the CEO personally attending the match also changed the perception of many Manchester United fans and players. One could tell just from the fact that he didn't get hit by a single water bottle on his way there. As for the atmosphere at the scene, it was not as enthusiastic as the previous match against Roma, but the tension between the fans was even stronger. The fear was not that the fans would curse at each other, but that they would sit there doing nothing, just like now. Chapter 402. Change the formation. Play that damn ball. Where did these beer cans come from? They've all been thrown onto the pitch. A player stepped on one. Oh, he slipped. The shouts of the fans made it difficult for Li Yanqing to hear the commentary. But in any case, after this match, Burton would definitely be fined by the FA. Some people's behavior could be considered deliberate interference with the match. On the field, after conceding a goal at the beginning, Manchester United's players also perked up. They knew this match wouldn't be easy. The most nervous was Rashford. The lad's dive in the last match led to Araujo being sent off with a red card. They originally thought it was a good thing, but no one told him that the opponent would directly substitute Pepe in to mark him. If he had known this would be the result, he wouldn't have dived even if he died. Watching Pepe, who would mindlessly stick to him as soon as he crossed half the field, Rashford felt helpless. This well-known iron guard was much tougher than Araujo. Whenever the ball came, he would decisively use his body to push up. In a good scenario, he'd simply not get the ball. In a worse case, he would be directly pushed away. Chapter 403. In the 22nd minute, Karius still couldn't keep the goal, and Marshall, who was performing exceptionally well in this match, scored a goal. The aggregate score became 3-2, and the most important thing was that they had lost their advantage in goal difference. The Manchester United fans released all the anger they had held in for 20 minutes, and even Woodward, who sat there motionless, jumped up. Beautiful. Keep scoring like this. The championship and bonuses are waiting for us. Lee's team can never be our opponent. Sir, this is the opponent's home ground. I suggest you keep your voice down. Solskjaer reminded Woodward, who seemed a bit carried away. It was well known that the fans here were not easy to deal with. Upon hearing this, Woodward quickly covered his face and sat down. Fortunately, he was in front of the Manchester United fan area. Otherwise, he would have probably faced a barrage of beer cans. But he didn't expect that a fan a little closer behind him would loudly repeat his words, which then stirred the entire fan area. On the Burton fan side, some of Li Yanqing's supporters immediately chose to counterattack. Chapter 404. I scored. It took Matthias a while to excitedly run to the sidelines and scream. Then he kicked the corner flag over. He was much more excited than Li Yichuan when he scored his first goal in the top league. He had almost forgotten when the last time he scored a crucial goal was. Only when the referee urged him did he reluctantly run back to his position. Li Yanqing had been applauding him all along. If Li Yichuan's goal was planned, then Matthias's solo breakthrough was completely an unexpected delight. It disrupted the opponent's plans while also boosting his teammates' confidence. Very good, but what surprised him even more was yet to come. After Matthias showcased himself, players on the field like David Luiz, Mangala, and Cuadrado all quickly raised their game. Average, good, excellent. The opponent as coach's behavior made all Burton players indignant. Then, it was as if Burton suddenly changed teams. Everyone began to unleash their potential. In the 35th minute, David Luiz's shot from the edge of the box, a master-level cannon shot, once again breached Manchester United's goal. Chapter 405. The second half began. The fourth official raised the substitution board at the same time. At the start of the second half, both sides chose to make substitutions, and both replaced two players at the same time. It seemed both coaches were on the same wavelength. Let's see, Manchester United brought on two attacking players, while Burton had one defender and one winger. No, Bale was standing in the defender's position. Who can tell me what Lee is thinking? In my opinion, bringing on Bale is worse than just putting Sunyan on. After such a long time without playing as a defender, can he really complete the task smoothly? The commentary made Solskjaer a bit nervous. He didn't expect Burton to directly bring on two defenders, one of whom was Bale. He had brought on two attacking players in hopes of scoring a goal before Burton could react. But it seemed the opponent really wasn't planning to give them any chances. The second half of this match would probably be a tough battle for both sides. What is Lee Ichuan doing on the field? He can't play quick counterattacks and doesn't provide much help on defense. Chapter 406. Strange squeezed the empty can in his hand, staring intently in Woodward's direction. Actually, he had no interest at all in this person who had nothing to do with Burton. Unlike Will, he was not someone who easily lost his temper. Even when drinking, he wouldn't get so drunk that he couldn't take care of himself. Most of the time, he appeared courteous and refined, but that was quite boring. Especially after Will left, he seemed to have lost the joy he once had. Then, the steady and capable Chris suddenly became an alcoholic, and the ambitious young coach Li Yanqing also began to reign in his personality. This seemed to be fine, but it wasn't how this small town should look. On the field, when Woodward's aggressive words were shouted loudly by the fans, and Li Yanqing showed no reaction, he knew he had to do something different from before. Starting from this match, at that moment, Chris suddenly ran over to Li Yanqing and showed him strange speech in the fan club. The latter fell silent for nearly a minute, then looked at the former with a face full of disbelief. Chapter 407. The Burton team is finally going to use their last substitution. Li Yanqing really could endure, waiting until the team conceded a goal before making the final adjustment. Solskjaer had already used all his substitutions by the 60th minute. Li Yanqing finally decided to make a substitution, taking off Matthias and bringing on Murphy. Yes, he didn't substitute Blind or Pepe. After thinking it over, he decided to take off Matthias, who had changed the course of the game. The player's physical condition was fine, and there were no significant defensive errors. In fact, from the perspective of others, this was exactly when the team needed him to perform. Why substitute him at this time? Even Matthias himself could hardly believe he was taken off at this moment. But the decision had been made, and he could only wave to the fans and jog off the field. Matthias, well done. That goal was simply brilliant. I'll buy your jersey. Brave Matthias. The fans showered him with praise, including the excited screams of women. This made Matthias completely forget his confusion about being substituted, even showing a slightly shy expression. Chapter 408. Murphy was fast, but the opponent was not slow either. Just as he was about to break free for a one-on-one opportunity, he was ended by a sliding tackle from the opponent. In the second before falling, he forcefully tapped the ball backward. There was Lee Ichuan. The latter almost couldn't help but take a shot, but fortunately, he remembered that the most important thing now was not to score, but to waste time. Now most of Manchester United's players were desperately running back to defend. In a sense, the game was already over. He wasn't looking to show off, but directly passed the ball to the back to Lars Bender. It's over. Solskjaer closed his eyes and squatted on the ground. The team missed the last opportunity in a dispute with the opponent. Speaking of which, he really wanted to scold Woodward right now. If he hadn't been pulling strings within the team, if the head coach could really control the team, at least no one would waste time voluntarily at such a crucial moment. They didn't lose on technical grounds, but rather due to a lack of discipline. Just as Ferguson had always emphasized, players must maintain their discipline, both on and off the field. This genuine Ferguson disciple only now understood the importance of this statement. Chapter 409. By the time the match ended, news of Manchester United's failure to win any trophies had already spread. It was as fast as if someone was manipulating things behind the scenes. Fans were also unceremoniously picking up the narrative that Woodward was harming Manchester United. After losing the game, people needed someone to vent their anger on. Who was more suitable than this CEO? As for Solskjaer, hardly anyone was looking to him for blame. The main reason was that the head coach often hadn't made mistakes. It was frequently the personal errors of the players that led to the team's losses. And those players were mostly ones who had already renewed contracts or had no competition. This made Solskjaer appear as an innocent ornament. The fans unleashed their fury, and Manchester United's management was in complete disarray. They had missed their last hope in the Europa League, and it was now certain that they wouldn't win any trophies this season. The league was also a mess, and there was significant dissatisfaction from fans to owners. Solskjaer's dismissal was already a foregone conclusion. As for Woodward, he was on the phone explaining to his boss, "Sir, that wasn't my problem." Chapter 410. Woodward was very unlucky. Unlucky to the point that others were reluctant to believe it. The former money-making machine, who had endured countless insults while holding the position of Manchester United CEO, really left the stage just like that. He even left faster than Solskjaer could pack up and go. The next day, he had packed his bags and left the position he had fought for years. Many Burton fans knew that he had once fired their head coach, who then had no choice but to look for a job, leading to Burton's story over the past few years. After he left, the first to respond to the matter was Burton. Chris sincerely thanked Mr. Woodward for bringing an excellent coach to the team, which allowed the team to establish itself in the top league. The atmosphere in Burton was very lively. Manchester was quite similar. They were already starting to guess whether their next CEO would be someone who loved football more than money. They were also wondering what changes the new head coach would bring to the team. Although the situation in recent years had not been optimistic, the club's foundation remained, and they were all eager to see the team have a plan for a fresh start. Chapter 4:11. I know what you're worried about. You don't care about the game right now because you can accept either winning or losing, right? Chris looked at Yanqing, who had been unresponsive, and suddenly expressed his thoughts. You've seen through me. Yanqing was a bit surprised, mainly because he didn't expect Chris to say such things. Of course I can see through it. Most of the team's plans were made together by us. Now that we have completed the phase of helping the team establish itself in the top league, to go further is not something that can be solved with money. I understand what you're thinking, but you don't need to be so pessimistic. I've said it before, Little Fleck will definitely give you a new contract. It's the kind that starts with 5 years, a decision that Robinson had made long ago, and even if he's not here now, it won't change. This is the club's commitment to you, and we still have a lot of time. I'm not worried about this matter. Chris, I want to believe in you. But Yanqing suddenly pulled out his phone and flipped to a page of chat records. Can you explain to me what this is about? Chapter 4:12. May 2nd. The match between Burton and Sunderland. Due to a series of tough battles recently, with 3 league matches followed by the Europa League final, Yanqing decided to use a substitute lineup for the last 2 league matches. But even with a substitute lineup, it was difficult to form a complete team. Many players needed rest, so Yanqing could only borrow a few players from the youth team. Fortunately, the return of Li Yichuan provided stability for the youth team, and Rhine's tactics hardly relied on other players, so the borrowing was very decisive. Even so, it barely assembled the starting lineup. At this moment, Yanqing was watching the field with a serious expression. Sunderland had been in the Premier League relegation zone for years, but in recent years, even relegation teams have made significant investments, so Burton was actually being pressured throughout the first half. Fortunately, several threatening shots from the opponent missed the target due to bad luck, otherwise they might have been trailing by 3 goals. Lee, we should bring on the absolute main players in the second half. Those youth team guys can't keep up with the intensity of the first team. Murphy's performance has also been quite poor. Chapter 4:13. 3-2, another not-so-smooth match, but Burton achieved victory in the end. It wasn't until the final whistle that Yanqing looked at little Frank. Look, Murphy scored a crucial goal, helping the team take the lead. The people from Barcelona aren't fools. They wouldn't throw £60 million on a useless player. Yes. Frank didn't know what to say at this moment. He just wanted to leave quickly. Still selling? No, not selling anymore. Then I'm leaving. I have to go to a press conference. Yanqing pushed the door open and left without stopping. The coach's stubbornness made Buckler and Chris shake their heads with wry smiles. Looking at Frank's depressed face, they both felt relieved. All right, at least it dispelled the other side's thoughts of selling the player. As for his mood, just comfort him. After the press conference, Yanqing sent the players to the locker room and then hurried to the youth team's field. The youth team also had a match today, and it was the last one. They were 1 point ahead of the second place, and as long as they could win this match, it didn't matter what the other team's result was. The championship could already be confirmed. Chapter 4:14. Yanqing did not participate in the youth team celebration, but returned to his office to start thinking about how to deal with the next match. Every match at the end of the season feels very difficult. Especially this season, Burton's performance has been good, and many teams are keeping an eye on them. Plus, the next opponent is not easy to deal with, Tottenham Hotspur. This team, led by Mourinho for less than a year, is currently full of energy and ranks second in the Premier League. They're only 1 point behind the first-place Manchester City, and both sides are competing to see who can maintain their level in the final moments. The pressure is not much less than that on Burton, so it's impossible to go easy on them. If Yanqing chooses to help the other side, it might not ensure they sit securely on the championship throne. Instead, Burton would basically say goodbye to the top 4 and could only fight for the Europa League title, going all out, not to mention whether they can win, but also fearing it would affect the performance in the final. This made it difficult for Yanqing to decide. From both a rational and emotional perspective, giving up the league to fight for the championship is the best choice. But anyone can see that if he does this, there will be some news in the media after the match. Chapter 415. Little Blanky, let's go in and play. Sheng Mingming no longer stopped Li Yanqing. She knew what the other party said was right, so she walked over to the little Blanky who had poked her head out and hugged her back. I need to think about it. Sun Yin is only 21 years old now. Although an adult, it's actually not an age where one is very mature. Especially for football players, many still have a childlike temperament at 30. Come find me once you figure it out, and I will decide whether you will play. No need to keep me for dinner. I want to go out for a stroll. Li Yanqing waved his hand and then turned around and got into the car. He didn't tell Sun Yin that he planned to keep him for the final match. It's a good thing for players to want to get playing opportunities, but the other party's attitude worried him. Sitting in the car, he lit a cigarette that Chris had left here, and after calming down for a while, Li Yanqing felt a bit more comfortable. Those words were not only said to Sun Yin, but also to himself. If he always lives in the eyes of others, he will never become a truly top-level coach. He should purely consider the team. As for the media, Chapter 416. In the evening, Mourinho found a place and secretly had Li Yanqing and Ibrahimovic come over. Meeting during this time of rampant rumors is actually quite a risky thing. But Ibrahimovic didn't care. He said he just likes to take risks. So, Li Yanqing snuck out with him after it was completely dark. In any case, the three of them finally gathered again. The last time we did this, I was very young. It reminded me of the slums of Malmo. I will never return to that kind of hellhole in my life. Ibrahimovic took off his hood and sunglasses. The weather was gradually getting warmer, and he found it quite ridiculous to dress like this. You succeeded, Zlatan. It's hard to go back to that place in this lifetime. Mourinho smiled. He had been waiting for the two for a while, but even at night, it wasn't easy to avoid all the paparazzi. After speaking, he checked the windows to ensure they were all closed tightly. It's hard for me, but it might not be for Aguilotti. Mentioning this big guy, Ibrahimovic made a very angry expression. Chapter 417. There are only 5 days left until the end of the season. In these 5 days, Burton has 2 matches left, the last league match against West Bromwich and the Europa League final. It is worth mentioning that their opponent in the final is Villarreal, who has defeated many strong teams, including Arsenal, to reach the final against Burton. Interestingly, Villarreal's current head coach is Unai Emery, who previously led Sevilla to consecutive Europa League championships. Their coach is genuinely experienced in the Europa League. As for the lineup, there don't seem to be any standout players based on previous matches. They are a team that emphasizes teamwork. However, that is the final task for now. It's more important to finish the league. Although it is unlikely to finish in the top 4, they still need to secure 3 points in the last match, as no one can be sure whether Chelsea will actually lose the game. Lee, I have something to say. Li Yanqing was busy, and when he looked up, he found that the visitor was actually Ryan. He rarely visits the youth training team, and the number of times the other party has come to find him is even fewer, basically never. The youth training league has ended, and now it is their off-season. I will let the players observe the last 2 matches of the team. Chapter 418, the result of the match will have no suspense, because by the 30th minute, Burton had already taken a 3-goal lead. O'Grady scored 2 goals, and Quinn scored 1. Considering the next match and his mood, Li Yanqing chose to substitute before 35 minutes of the first half. He took O'Grady off and replaced him with Li Chuan. Learn O'Grady's playing style. What you need to accomplish is quite similar to what he does on the field. Only if the team cannot break the deadlock can you take long shots. Before going on, Li Yanqing gave Li Chuan a few words of advice. This kid is doing well everywhere now, but he's been a bit spoiled by Rhine. After scoring against Manchester United, he has become even more flamboyant. Look, he defeated De Gea with a long shot. At times, this is a good thing, but only at certain times. As long as he can smoothly integrate into the team, next season, and for many years to come, he won't have to worry about being the main striker. All right, although he has been the team for a few years, he still isn't used to calling Li Yanqing boss. In fact, he just doesn't like that title. Chapter 419, hey, old Chris, where's Lee? Is he not going to come and pick me up himself? In the car, Will looked at the familiar scenery and couldn't help but feel a bit excited. After living outside for a while, he and Susan finally decided to come back to take care of something very important. Chris hadn't seen Will in a long time, but at this moment, he looked like he didn't want to deal with him. If conditions allowed, he even wanted to kick the kid a few times. How can an old man living alone take care of little Blanche and find his own love? However, there were more than just the 3 of them in the car. Dr. Strange was also present. He set out with Chris to pick Will back to the town. Now Woodward is finished. To be honest, this is mainly thanks to you. Otherwise, I think he could have lasted another year. Don't speak carelessly, Strange. That has nothing to do with me. Will said nonchalantly. I'm just stating the facts. It's those media. They are too crazy. Much crazier than so-called fans like you and me. We just get upset and throw a tantrum. But they have no bottom line at all. Chapter 420 Lee. Plug your phone line back in. They can't get through to you. And all the calls are coming to me. It's those crazy Manchester City fans. Buckler's been quite depressed these days. The league has ended. And Tottenham has won the championship. This has completely flipped the moods of the fans of Manchester City and Tottenham. To avoid being disturbed, Li Yanqing directly unplugged the phone line and threw his mobile phone at home, not taking it out at all. Chris has also been busy these days and hasn't been coming to the club. Now, it is just him, the manager, who is bearing the wrath of Manchester City fans. It's inevitable that he would lose his temper a bit. Don't worry, Buckler. This is an important training for you. Li Yanqing didn't even look up and tossed Buckler the words he usually uses to comfort young players. I've been trained for 20 years. Let these trainings go to hell. If these phone calls keep coming endlessly, I'm going to go crazy. Buckler covered his head, finding it hard to imagine what kind of torment he had gone through these past few days to end up like this. Maybe you can ask little Frankie to help you. Isn't he the CEO? He should occasionally contribute to the team, right? Chapter 421, Li Yanqing still did not disturb Murphy's training. He didn't know what little Frank had said to him, but since he didn't come to find himself, it must mean both sides had reached a tacit understanding. He is no longer the reckless youth from a few years ago. At this point, how to ensure that future problems will not arise is the most important thing. Chris, I want to see Frank. Chris was taken aback by this sudden remark. Lee, he probably won't want to see you at this time. You know, that kid has been avoiding you. It's okay. You just telling the truth. I want to talk to him. Li Yanqing didn't choose to call himself because he didn't even have the other party's phone number saved. Murphy's matter can no longer be undone. I won't argue with him over something that has already been determined. But since he has done this, there are some things I must let him know. This is important. What if he still refuses to see you? Chris asked. Then you can look for a new coach next season. Li Yanqing replied without turning his head. This statement basically extinguished Chris's intention to continue persuading Li Yanqing. Chapter 422 Dear coaches, you're really fast. The servants haven't prepared dinner yet, so we might have to wait a while. Little Fleck tried to maintain a smile. He was already a bit afraid of the head coach, and seeing Li Yanqing's expressionless face made him even more anxious. Fortunately, Buckler and the others were also there, which made him feel a little better. Gentlemen, red wine or beer will do. I can't get used to those high-end looking things. Li Yanqing had no intention of teasing. He really can't get used to it and prefers to drink the most common beer nearby. 2 pounds a pint, large serving. In fact, it's all produced by Robinson's Brewery. Little Fleck's expression was a bit awkward. Although it was produced by their own company, he never drinks that stuff. Too cheap, lacks class. Perhaps you could try. The brandy here is quite good. Lee, you should give it a try. Baker stepped up to ease the awkward atmosphere and personally poured a drink for Li Yanqing. However, all he got in return was a roll of the eyes from the latter. There was nothing he could do. Unlike Li Yanqing, both Chris and Baker regarded this as a very important job, so they had to show enough respect to Little Fleck. Chapter 423, 2 days before the final. Li Yanqing was watching the players' training match. This session was mainly for observing the players' conditions, and, at one point, he considered canceling it since he could directly see everything from the panel. But in the end, he decided against it. Although the starting lineup was determined by the head coach, it was still necessary to gain the acceptance of the other players. In the ongoing training, Cardona performed exceptionally well. Although the defenders weren't too aggressive, he managed to dribble past 5 players and score with a lob. Such moments were rare, even in training. All right, that's enough. Half an hour is up. I will announce the starting lineup shortly. Seeing the time, Li Yanqing ended the training. They had only played 22 minutes, but it was enough. Boss, I heard that isn't Burton. Will he come to the final? Murphy hurried over, following Li Yanqing. Of course, as long as he's there. He will definitely come. Besides, he will soon hold his second wedding. Weren't you invited? Li Yanqing remembered that Murphy had a good relationship with Will, and they were quite familiar with each other. Chapter 424, 2 days later, the highly anticipated Europa League final officially began. Burton Club faced Villarreal. The final was held not far away, at the Parc des Princes in Paris. This was the home ground of Paris Saint-Germain, a wealthy team that had gained a lot of attention in recent years. Li Yanqing always regretted that his team had not had the opportunity to face them. which meant that Burton had to consistently qualify for the Champions League. Well, at least it looks promising for now. Strange and Miss Finney accompanied the team to the venue, while Will and Mrs. Susan organized familiar Burton fans and rented a train to come. Of course, many ordinary fans who did not join the fan club also followed their team to this romantic city. Unusually, all the key members of Burton were present this time. Chris took the field as the team leader, while Ryan brought the youth team and players who didn't even make the substitute list to occupy a section of the stands. Little Fleck watched the match in a box accompanied by Baker. In fact, Baker had once suggested that they watch the game from the stands. Although the view wasn't as good as from the box, it would be easier to feel the enthusiastic atmosphere. Chapter 425, at least from the odds, the outside world was still more willing to believe that Villarreal could win. Burton had indeed beaten many strong teams, but so had their opponents. Moreover, they had maintained this level for many years. In fact, from the start of the match, Burton was caught off guard. Villarreal starting forward, Gerard Moreno, and midfielder Iborra quickly coordinated right from the beginning, running wildly down the weak left side of Burton's defense. Cardona could chase with his speed, but he couldn't find a right moment to disrupt the opponent's attack. Blyford tried to block the position, but was easily bypassed by their coordination. Once they reached the baseline, a decisive cross was sent in. Fortunately, Manolas, with his vast experience, anticipated well and blocked the opponent's forwards position, allowing Karius to easily collect the ball. This scene made Yanqing frown. The opponent understood their formation very well and had targeted research on their players. They were clearly well prepared. For teams like Villarreal or Burton, which are in the upper middle of the league, this was almost a necessary pre-match task. However, Yanqing did not expect the opponent's player coordination to be so outstanding. Without top players, they could still break through his defense using just 2 or 3 attacking players. Chapter 426, I think you need to train his mentality well. The player seems a bit nervous. Maybe it's his first time playing in such a match? Lehman looked at Cardona, who was slow to react and contributed nothing defensively during the counterattack, and accurately pointed out his problem. His mentality is off. This kid has great talent and can definitely become a starter. But he must not forget his biggest characteristic. Sometimes he is brilliant, and sometimes he is awful. However, due to the phrasing, this flaw was not clearly manifested before. When he was daydreaming, most of the time his teammates could cover for his position, thus masking his issues. But once he is heavily targeted by the opponent, the problem becomes evident. I will consider that, but for now, let's focus on how to win the match. Yanqing was a bit annoyed that the previous opportunity was wasted. It was a very basic mistake, but now was not the time to pressure his players. Such long-standing issues were not easy to change. However, what he couldn't accept was that Cardona's form was rapidly declining at this moment. Originally rated as good, it had now dropped to average. It was feared that before long, it would fall to poor. Chapter 427, in the 27th minute. Burton's defense showed vulnerabilities for the first time. The problem lay with Captain. This player, whom Yanqing had brought in to experiment with tactics, had unknowingly become a substitute for David Luiz. His abilities were decent when pushing forward, and there weren't many mistakes in defense, which is why he'd seen plenty of playing time. However, he had some small issues, one being that his vision as a central defender was not very good. After all, if he were fully capable, he wouldn't have been sent away by Barcelona. After Mangala was accidentally bypassed by the opponent, he did not provide timely support, leading to the opponent having a clear path, with only defenders near the penalty area. They decisively seized the opportunity and began to push forward with the ball. Mangala was rarely singled out by opponents, especially since he was slow and had no one to cover. He could only chase from behind, rendering him nearly useless. He could only watch as the opponent attracted Araujo away from the goal, then passed the ball to Iborra in the center. The latter found space and unleashed a powerful shot. Karius sprang into action. However, fate seemed to be mocking the poor goalkeeper. He judged the direction and angle perfectly, with no issues. Chapter 428, in short, Quinn meant that Cardona still had a few minutes to salvage his image. Although conceding goals had nothing to do with him, the paralysis of the offense couldn't be blamed on him alone. However, as the only player on the field with breakthrough ability, he failed to make an impact. According to Yanqing's character, he was likely to replace him with a more stable player in that position, especially given the importance of this match. With this in mind, Cardona took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and turned his gaze towards the opposing goalkeeper. After shaking off his restlessness, he quickly came up with an idea. Since the opponent reacted quickly, a feint could effectively deceive them. The only issue was the need for operational space. Without much time to think, Burton completed another defensive play, and then Quinn brought the ball to the center, sending it back to his feet. Cavaradona had no time to continue pondering. He could only push forward and get the ball across first. This scene made Li Yanqing somewhat puzzled. Hadn't he suggested launching an attack from Matthias's side? Although he hadn't managed to bring the ball into the penalty area just now, he had at least created a shooting opportunity. Chapter 429. Li Yanqing watched the field as the Burton players continued to strive to catch up on the score. Cavaradona's mind was quite agile, at least when he was clear-headed. Unfortunately, his performance was hampered by his current state, and he had failed to score. In the following time, he narrowly missed several goal-scoring opportunities. Suddenly, he became active. Li, should we still substitute him in the second half? Lehman was feeling conflicted. The first half of the match was nearing its end. Although Cavaradona had performed poorly in the first half hour, he had done relatively well in the following minutes. Perhaps if given a bit more time, he could really score. Li Yanqing did not respond. He looked at the opposing coach, Emery. In this situation, whether to substitute or not actually depended on what this opponent thought. If he made a substitution at halftime without scoring before the opponent adjusted, much of the probing in the first half would be wasted. In other words, they had to strike decisively against such an opponent. In the end, they finished the first half with a 2-goal deficit. In the locker room, Li Yanqing did not use a tactical board but sat directly with the players. Chapter 430. As the second half began, Burton chose to substitute Sun Yan. Emery did not immediately make an adjustment upon seeing this substitution. He had certainly studied this Huaxia defender seriously, but he felt there was nothing to worry about. Aside from being fast, he seemed to have no other notable characteristics. There was some help for the offense, but not much. To be honest, as long as they didn't bring in a player of the caliber of Marcelo or Carlos, he wasn't too worried, not even about David Luiz. Speaking of which, he felt a bit confused. He always thought the luxury of Burton's bench could outclass the starting lineup. David Luiz, Dybala, Bale, the young talent Murphy. Why were so many excellent players kept on the bench while using players like Lee Ichuan, who was a youth training player, or Caputin, who was of average strength? He was sure that if David Luiz had started, they probably wouldn't have a 2-goal advantage in the first half. But after Sun Yan came on, he quickly understood why. Besides speed, Sun Yan's entry also completely liberated Caputin. Chapter 431. After being substituted on, Sun Yan was particularly lively. Having not played a full match for some time, he not only showed no signs of rustiness but became even more proactive. With the support of the perpetual motion machine, he ran tirelessly across the entire right flank and his own defense line. As Villarreal began to launch a massive attack, they found it even harder to break through Burton's defense than in the first half. Yes, Sun Yan, who came on as a substitute, became the first player to have his status explode for Burton. The most excited was Cheng Mengmeng. Although Sun Yan was a substitute in this match, his impact after coming on was remarkable, contributing significantly in both offense and defense. His performance was far better than in any previous match. Cheng Mengmeng seemed to see that stubborn little kid from long ago who was determined to play football, saying in a firm tone, "I will definitely become the best player. I will earn a lot of money." Today, she finally believed in that. He could definitely do it. As the match reached the 62nd minute, it was a normal time for substitutions, but both sides had already made their first substitution at the 50-minute mark, so there was no action now. Chapter 432. These guys are giving no opportunities at all. They came at him with 2 or 3 players surrounding him. Murphy was sitting on the ground, rubbing his calf. Just now, he was sandwiched by 2 players, and the opponent had knocked him down quite roughly. This was normal physical contact, but it wasn't his strong suit. He couldn't utilize his advantages of going past the goalkeeper or speed, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, Li Yanqing did not let him suffer for too long and quickly substituted in Dybala. Emery's strategy of tightening up was very decisive, making it unlikely for Murphy to score. But forcing the opponent to defend at home could still be considered achieving the goal. Let Dybala create opportunities, and the rest would have to be left to the players. The one substituted off was Blayford. The veteran captain completed his farewell match, and as he left the field, nearly all Burton fans stood up, singing their own songs, enthusiastically sending him off. Now trailing in score didn't matter. If it weren't for this veteran captain's persistence over the years, how could they have achieved their current results? Every fan would remember his contributions, regardless of the score. They would all do this when he left the field. Chapter 433. Through the clouds, arrow. Quinn decisively struck, hitting the target steadily. Goal! In the final moments, Burton has pulled one back. A brilliant 1-on-5. A fantastic feint, followed by an excellent shot. Really couldn't stop it. To be honest, his performance was quite good, but there was no way to save that kind of shot. In short, Burton equalized the score. Regular time is over. After a brief break, both sides will enter extra time. Almost at the same time as the commentator's voice, there was the overwhelming roar from the crowd. Throughout the entire match, everyone was highly focused, with hardly any garbage time. At the last moment, Burton's players did not disappoint the trust placed in them by the coach and fans, successfully dragging the match into extra time. Good job. The expensive players only have one downside. They're expensive. The team's first transaction exceeding 100 million. Do you now realize how valuable this is? Yanqing shouted excitedly. He no longer liked smashing water bottles, but rather enjoyed shaking Lehman's shoulders continuously. He had always been quite restrained in his use of Dybala. Chapter 434. The match continues. As soon as Dybala received the ball, an opposing player chose to slide tackle him directly. Fortunately, Dybala reacted quickly and jumped aside. The player who slid tackled stood up expressionlessly and said, "Don't try that again like before. We won't hold back." Dybala was taken aback. Was that a threat or a reminder? Regardless of what it was, he couldn't just obey. If they really dragged it into extra time, who knew who would win or lose? So, he charged forward recklessly. At this moment, Yanqing had a bad premonition. He was worried that Dybala would get injured because, although the players were in good shape under his protection, the injury probability after half a game was still only 40%, not yet in the danger zone of 50. This was also why he had brought Sun Yin and Matthias into the opponent's penalty area. He had already given up on retreating when he abandoned that match against Tottenham. Matthias, seeing this scene, understood that he would definitely have to get involved today. If the opponent made any outrageous moves, he would step up. Chapter 435. Back on the field. Yanqing had no idea what Chris and Buckle had done. If he had known, he would surely have praised their courage. It was about time to teach little Fleck a lesson. But at this moment, he was focused on the match. And the time was approaching the end of the first half of extra time. Due to the opposing team's increasingly aggressive defense, it had become unrealistic for Dybala to replicate his previous 1-against-5 maneuver. In fact, not to mention 1-against-5, even being double-teamed was making it very difficult for him. Fortunately, Sun Yin and Matthias in the penalty area alleviated his pressure. But this meant that both sides were almost pushing against each other in the penalty area during the first half of extra time. They weren't attacking, but scoring was extremely difficult. Quinn watched the situation reach a stalemate, but he could only anxiously wait on the periphery, unable to find any way to help. "This is too much. My legs are a bit sore." During the break, Dybala kept rubbing his calves. In just 15 minutes, his injury probability jumped from 41% to 55%, an even greater impact than the nearly 50 minutes of play before. Chapter 436. The regular time of the 120 minutes of extra time had ended. Burton's crazy celebration after scoring a goal directly pushed the game past its time limit. At the referee's urging, Dybala reluctantly left the corner area and returned to his position. The feeling of scoring a last-minute goal was simply too comfortable. Even when he returned to his position, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. But when he turned around, he saw Quinn with a gloomy face. "Quinn, relax a bit. They paid the price. They will definitely lose this match. They were meant to lose this match." Dybala's consolation did not make Quinn feel any better. Due to his taciturn personality, he didn't have many friends in the team. Although he seemed to get along well with everyone, only the more cheerful Murphy and Son could talk to him about heartfelt matters. As for the others, they were either seniors or maintained basic friendships out of respect for the coaching staff. The remaining people he could talk to were still in the youth training team. So, Sun Yan's injury made him especially furious. That was not a tactical foul at all. It was a deliberate act of injuring someone that violated sports ethics. Chapter 437. 2 hours later, Yanqing finally brought the team back to the hotel. They would rest here for one night before returning to Burton the next day. They left together, but on the way back, apart from the injured Sun Yin and Chung Meng, who was taking care of him, Chris and Buckle had also vanished. This was a bit uncharacteristic for those two. Normally, Chris would have rushed over to discuss next season's plans by now. Yanqing didn't understand French, so he could only stand at the hotel entrance, waiting for his team doctor to take him to the hospital. He wanted to talk to Chris during this time, but strangely, neither he nor Buckle answered the phone. He had won the championship again and fulfilled the promise. Little Fleck had no reason to interfere with the team's matters now. Shouldn't those two come out to celebrate together? Forget it. They would have to come back tonight anyway. Half an hour later, Li Yanqing arrived at the hospital. Sun Yan's examination was already over. The injury would not end his entire career. But the bad news was that injuries in that area were difficult to fully recover from. And if he got injured again in the future, the situation would become more severe. Chapter 438. Jamie did not want to join the coaching staff, at least not so soon. He wanted to rest for a few more years. During his years as a player, there was hardly a day he could truly relax, and that feeling was too exhausting. Li Yanqing expressed understanding of his feelings. After dinner, he went to the airport to see Jamie off on his flight back home. Of course, he was not just here for Jamie. Chris and Buckle were also here. After being out of contact for a while, they finally replied to him during dinner. "Hey, what have you two been up to? Doing something shady behind my back?" "Well, to be honest, it is indeed something shady," Chris shrugged and continued. "I punched Little Fleck, and then I got fired." "You punched Little Fleck?" Li Yanqing couldn't understand the logic behind this behavior. Chris, known for being a nice guy, had incredible patience. How could he suddenly punch Little Fleck? Even if the other party acted outrageously, he was still Robinson's son. He would somewhat regard him as a junior. "Don't doubt it. I really did punch him because I couldn't take it anymore." Chapter 439. The next day, Li Yanqing brought the team back to the club. He had already notified Buckle to transfer the money and asked Nai and Layman to sort out the supplies for the celebration that evening. The players could continue to rest until the evening. As for himself, he was studying Sun Yan's injury with Strange and Miss Fanny, looking for ways to improve his kicking in the future. The conclusion they reached was similar to his initial thoughts, to give up on extensive movement and become a purely defensive player. However, this approach would undoubtedly deal a devastating blow to Sun Yan's career, as he was not good at it. Of course, if he wished, he could make no changes and wait for the injury to recur. Meanwhile, Villarreal had lodged a complaint with UEFA, believing that Quinn had deliberately caused the injury without any pretense. Li Yanqing responded that it was the opposing player who had actually done that. His own player had been injured in a critical position and might be forced to give up his career. UEFA stated that it would take some time to handle the matter. Perhaps they were waiting for the player's injury assessment or something else. Chapter 440. When Li Yanqing woke up, it was already completely bright outside. He was still lying in the club's office. The computer was still on, and his inbox was full of emails from Will and Layman. "It's time for a meeting, sir. Hurry up and assign us tasks. By the way, there's also salary. Lee, it's time to wake up. Everyone has been waiting for a long time." Was this the second day after the celebration? Or maybe the third? It didn't matter. He was finally awake. After a quick tidying up, he transferred their salaries and then announced that everyone should gather in the meeting room. "Hey, Lee, you finally woke up. You slept for a long time. Those girls must be amazing, right?" Layman clearly knew what had happened on the day of the celebration, as he was the one who organized it, although he himself didn't participate because he had more important things to do that day. Damn it. Li Yanqing waved his hand, but he was indeed not in a good state. His joints were still cracking. Something was off. He clearly let those girls go back. Just a simple meeting, then a break, and see you in a month. Chapter 441. Do you take this woman to be your wedded wife? To love her, to be loyal to her, in sickness and in health, for richer, for poorer. Until death do you part, will you? In a small church outside town. The old priest was looking at Will and Susan, asking this question once again. Why again? Because during their first vows, the witness was also this old priest. Will actually wanted to change the venue, but Miss Susan firmly disagreed. She insisted on starting again in a familiar place. Perhaps that was why they had to come back for the wedding. Li Yanqing and Chris, along with other friends, were sitting below, but at that moment, he was filled with thoughts about how the old priest felt after hearing about this event. The last vow was clearly in vain. And this time, well, since there is money to be made, let us just say it again reluctantly. The ceremony didn't have much content. After Will said I do, the priest officially announced them as a legal couple. Then, little Blanche presented a pair of rings. Li Yanqing and the others, as witnesses, were left there without even getting a meal. This trip cost a lot of money. Chapter 442. The address Baker gave was a cafe, where he and Little Fleck were already waiting. The club was undergoing a cleanup these days, so it was temporarily closed. Now only cleaning staff were present. Hey Lee, you finally arrived. Check out your new contract. You won the Europa League final and secured a higher salary for yourself. Even higher than that night. Baker excitedly waved his arms. This was the result of his hard work. Chris was gone. so he had to ensure Li Yanqing stayed in the head coach position. This way, the club could still develop according to their previous plans. Sir, you could take a look. This is the club's sincerity. Little Fleck also smiled and pushed a contract in front of Li Yanqing. The salary and contract length were high, and so was the penalty for breach of contract. You don't have to worry about any issues. I will fulfill all the promises made. Li Yanqing ignored the pleasantries and carefully flipped through the contract. However, he was a bit disappointed because he didn't see what he wanted to see. You know what I want? I remember mentioning before the final that I wanted to add that clause to the contract. Chapter 443. Little Fleck was very efficient at times. Just a day later, Burton's official website announced that Li Yanqing would not be renewing his contract. At the same time, they fired assistant coach Lehman. As for Will, Cheng Mingming, and others who were receiving Li Yanqing's salary, they naturally could not continue to stay at Burton. Then his phone was bombarded with calls. Cheng Mingming, Will Alge, Mourinho. Everyone wanted to find out what was going on. It was too sudden. Burton didn't even find a new head coach in advance. Instead, they announced that the youth team coach, Ryan, would take over the head coach position. Ryan himself was confused. He rushed to Baker's office and gave him a good scolding. Unfortunately, it was of no use. This was not Baker's decision. Ryan could only brace himself to prepare for the next season's team affairs. There was another piece of bad news, Ryan. Apart from Murphy's unexpected situation, we might also lose some players. I understand about Lee's players. Ryan nodded. Every head coach has their favorite players who can help them manage the locker room. But Quinn didn't have this problem. Besides being Li Yanqing's favorite, he was also Ryan's favorite. Chapter 444. Li Yanqing had packed his bags and was ready to leave the British Isles as soon as possible. He would stay for a few more days at most. Those who followed him were okay. They didn't have much choice, and his departure was a fact. So they had to find something else to do. But Chris, Will, and some players were completely in chaos. Chris had already been fired, but was still dialing Robinson's number. Will wanted to talk to Little Fleck face-to-face, but the latter didn't show up at all. He could only find Baker and listen to him complain. I'm very sorry. When Chris saw Li Yanqing, he found that he had already packed his luggage. There was only a small box of necessities, and everything else had been thrown away. But you seem quite happy. To be honest, he was indeed in a good mood. Li Yanqing nodded and then showed his phone. Chris, guess who called me first for an invitation? I never expected them to be so eager to invite me. Manchester United? Chris was taken aback for a moment and quickly came up with an answer in his mind. There aren't many clubs in the Premier League that have changed coaches this season, and the only one suitable for Li Yanqing is Manchester United. Chapter 445. The news of Li Yanqing's departure has spread throughout the streets and alleys of Burton. The club's operations also show that in just over a week, they have sold nearly a third of their players. Li Yanqing, who values squad stability, would never do such a thing. But Little Fleck doesn't think so. Aside from Murphy, the players he sold all have two characteristics. Either they are expensive or they are older. Moreover, Ryan, who comes from a youth coaching background, is good at quickly building a squad. He simply doesn't listen to Buckler's repeated advice. As for Ryan, he would never oppose the owner's opinion. So every day, he is scouring for young talents, hoping to fill the gaps in the team. Little Fleck gave him some money, but with conditions. He hopes the club can earn over $50 million each year through player sales. $50 million. Even the top black market shops in Europe wouldn't dare to guarantee they could earn that much every year. But Little Fleck is now completely blinded. With Li Yanqing gone, he has made at least over $100 million. Chris, who originally wanted to stay in town to retire, dragged the Wills couple and decided to leave immediately. Chapter 446. Every transfer window is the busiest time for coaches. This is true for most clubs that urgently need to bolster their squads, and Barcelona is no exception. They're seeking fresh blood in various positions. However, in terms of progress, they're not as fast as their neighbors, Real Madrid. Known for directly buying big-name players, they have gathered talents like Vinicius and Rodrigo. Meanwhile, La Masia seems to have quieted down. One fallen talent after another has gradually eroded trust in it. People say it was Messi, along with Xavi and Iniesta, who exhausted the luck of the place. Of course, this is all hearsay. Li Yanqing was pushing Sun Yan's wheelchair and chatting happily with several local fans. To his surprise, he is quite well known here. Of course, you would be considered a celebrity anywhere. Many have led small teams to relegation survival, and many have created miracles. But few have consistently created miracles year after survival. Many La Liga clubs have thought about inviting you, but once they heard you turned down Manchester United's offer, they all gave up. You and T really want to stay at the same club like Wenger or Ferguson, would you? Chapter 447. Days of idleness always pass particularly quickly. Resting, chatting, and aimlessly wandering. Before they knew it, Li Yanqing and the others had been there for over a month. Cheng Mingming's mood improved significantly, and she no longer struggled with leaving Burton. As for Sun Yin, he still couldn't leave his wheelchair for the time being. But Li Yanqing discovered that this guy is more talented as a coach than as a player. He means in terms of dealing with people. Unfortunately, they couldn't see the Barcelona derby, and the earliest will be the 7th round of the league, which greatly affects their schedule. But fortunately, Li Yanqing received an invitation from FC Barcelona to watch their first match. This could be related to the deal with Murphy and Araujo, but was impressive that the manager personally came to invite him, especially since they even reserved a private box for him. It was truly unusual. However, to be honest, the feeling of watching a game here is indeed different. Sun Yin looked through the floor-to-ceiling window, enjoying the players' performances from a godlike perspective. It felt just like playing a video game. Of course, the usual prices here are astonishingly high. Li Yanqing couldn't help but sigh. This is the difference between a wealthy club and an ordinary team. Chapter 448. While Li Yanqing and others were watching the game at Barcelona, Burton was also having their season opener. This was Rein's first game as head coach, but his mood was quite poor. During the transfer period, many key players were sold, especially the forwards, with core attacking players Murphy and Dybala both leaving. Left with no choice, Rein could only try to find replacements in the transfer market. However, this 200 million gap cannot be filled with just 40 million. So, Rein can only watch the team fall into a disadvantage, and he doesn't have many strategies left. Speaking of which, a large part of the responsibility lies with Li Yanqing. An owner who doesn't understand football only feels that selling a few substitute players is harmless. Did Li Yanqing give them ample playing time when he was the head coach? No. This made him naively think that substitutes were not that important. As a result, due to the short time, Rein didn't change Burton's tactics in time. Of course, he didn't want to change either. After all, Li Yanqing's squad had the results to support it. Chapter 449. Over here, Li Yanqing didn't get to see Murphy and Araujo play. Perhaps due to just joining the team, they still chose to go with the veterans for their first match against Barcelona. Interestingly, they ran into an acquaintance when leaving the box. Woodward, after being fired by the Glazer family, had fled Manchester in a panic, escaping from the club where he had faced relentless criticism from fans. But he still considers his experience at Manchester United to be a success. After all, he made a lot of money for the owner, so he believes that there should be other big clubs willing to keep him. However, reality isn't as rosy as he imagined, and his reputation in football seems to have suffered a significant blow. Hey, what a coincidence. Are you here looking for a job? But as far as I know, the management of Barcelona is either past club heroes or has club shares. Sun Yin didn't have a good impression of Sanderson, as he had been hearing about the issues between his head coach and the other party since joining Burton. Woodward, on the other hand, looked somewhat displeased. Li, your person is quite rude. Chapter 450. Soon 2 months passed. Li Yanqing and the others visited nearly a dozen cities, watching matches of different well-known clubs. Juventus, Napoli, Borussia Dortmund, Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, Barcelona, and of course the Cristiano Ronaldo he had been longing for. Name, Cristiano Ronaldo. Age, 35. Condition, excellent. Fatigue value, 25. Injury probability, 20. Tags, Master Level Heavy Gunner, Master Level Upside Down Hook, Master Level Free Kick Specialist, Header Precision, All-Round Forward. Like Messi, he also does not have exclusive tags. The only special point is Master Level Free Kick Specialist, which is quite rare but cannot be considered exclusive, because it is a combination of Master Level Direct Free Kick Specialist and Master Level Penalty Specialist. He has all 4 Master Level shooting skills: short-range shooting, long-range shooting, header shooting, and penalty shooting. There is no type of shot he cannot make. In comparison, Bayern forward Lewandowski's configuration is similar, but not as comprehensive. Name, Robert Lewandowski. Chapter 451. Rein listened to Li Yanqing's suggestion and had a good chat with Quinn. Unfortunately, Quinn really had no way out. He was just a player, and even as the captain, he remained a player. On the field, he could only ensure that he and some close teammates gave their all. But he had no way to change the outcome of the game. Perhaps, can we re-employ him? Rein was taken aback. He did not know whether Quinn was referring to Li Yichuan or Li Yanqing himself. After the latter left Burton, Li Yichuan was labeled as Li Yanqing's successor, and thus was abandoned in the new season. His appearances in official matches were still too few, so he had not yet received offers from other teams. If it were a player, Ryan felt he could make the decision. But if it were the latter, that's my opinion. Quinn inherited Li Yanqing's admirable qualities, sometimes only saying half of what he meant. He stubbornly refused to say the other half. This way, he could avoid relationships. It must be said that this kid, for some reason, was becoming sneakier. Ryan patted his bald head and quickly found an answer in his heart. If possible, he hoped to bring Li Yichuan back along with Li Yanqing. Chapter 452. Little Flick sat in his office, shaking the red wine in front of him. He still kept this habit, even though he had no appetite at all now. Just now, Robinson called and scolded him. He did not point out any specific problems, but was very direct. The club's stable income had shrunk. He made over $1 billion by selling players. But Robinson was not happy about it, because in the long run, they were losing more. Little Flick should actually be happy. He understood his dad. The fact that Robinson did not directly point out his failure to renew the contract with Li Yanqing indicated that at least on this matter, Robinson did not oppose him. It was just that he hadn't done well afterward. Losing a sponsor could be remedied by getting another, as long as the fan base remained. The club was not afraid of temporary failure. Saying he was unhappy was because he was somewhat confused about how to bring the club's revenue back. Wait until the newly bought young players grow up, and then sell them? That would take at least a few years to recoup the money, but with sponsors pulling out, even if they could secure new sponsorships, it wouldn't be as much as before. Not to mention the team was still building a stadium, which was a time of high expenses. Chapter 453. In the first round of the Champions League group stage, Burton faced Atlanta. For most of the Burton players, it was their first time participating in such a top-level season. However, they were quite lucky. Their opponents were Atlanta, Burnley Youngsters, and Villarreal. There were no big clubs in their group. Although Villarreal had lost to Burton in the previous Europa League, they still squeezed in based on their league ranking. They were considered old rivals. However, the situation was not comparable. The Yellow Submarine had made another round of reinforcements during the transfer period, while Burton had been largely dismantled. Considering the performance this season, they were currently the club with the lowest chance of advancing in the group. Quinn stood at the front of the team, ready to enter the field. After losing a number of star players, the biggest names left in the club were him and Manolas. The two were at the forefront and the rear, serving as the last guarantee of the club's strength. This match against Atlanta was theoretically the most likely to win. The opponent's total value was even lower than that of Burnley Youngsters. In Quinn's view, he hoped to ensure that the team advanced in second place. So apart from the match against Villarreal, they should win all the remaining 4 matches. Chapter 454. On the other side, Li Yanqing and others had returned to the country. Their popularity at home was even higher than abroad, to the point that when they went out, they had to wear masks, or they would face many strange questions. Are you planning to buy this place? Although it was in the suburbs, it was still quite expensive, right? Do you have that much money? Sun Yan looked at the familiar ground around him, surprised by Li Yanqing's decision. This was the youth training base where he, Li Yichuan, and even Li Yanqing used to stay. Should be pretty close. Considering domestic prices, Li Yanqing wasn't very sure. But everyone had a sense of the market in recent years. A certain team that announced its dissolution after winning the championship emphasized this point even more. So if he could recover some cash, perhaps the other party would be willing to sell. There was no rush. That was a matter for a long time later. I still plan to mix in football for another 10 or 20 years. Li Yanqing smiled. He came here just to see the market and had no other purpose. Let's go, I know a great noodle shop. I've been craving it. A few minutes later, while eating noodles, Sun Yan seemed to have come across some incredible news. Chapter 455. Robinson looked at the hung-up phone, feeling somewhat complicated. Yes, it was true that he had given Li Yanqing a chance. But his performance was also worthy of it. It couldn't be said that anyone owed anyone. Now that he had decided to leave, it was impossible to persuade him back on his own. Dad, that guy's unwilling? I really can't understand. How can he leave money on the table? Is he even a normal person? Little Flick was very confused. With such a sincere offer, and even having his dad personally call him, how could this guy not give him any face? That's right, all the previous conditions were proposed by him. After being tormented by the fans, led by Will for half a month, he finally figured out. Managing a club was indeed not as simple as he imagined. It was better to retreat behind the scenes and just be responsible for spending money, although the money was a bit less. Robinson covered his face. After receiving his son's distress call, he hurried back to Burton from afar. He found that the decent position he had left behind had been completely ruined. It seemed like money was made, but in reality, the losses were even greater. He initially hoped that Little Fleck and Chris, Buckler, and the others would learn more. And then, after the stadium was built, they could decide whether to change to a more high-profile head coach. Chapter 456. Here, after a few more days in the country, Li Yanqing and the others chose to continue their journey, mainly because Sun Yan expressed that he really didn't want to stay there. He preferred to find a club and study the game. It must be said that he had a talent for tactics and learned quickly. In fact, the talent of Huaxia in solving problems also extended to tactical learning, but most of them were not good at practical application, resulting in a lot of theoretical experts. When Li Yanqing noticed that Sun Yan's theoretical knowledge was growing rapidly, he immediately had him stop studying. Continuing to learn like this would just make him another famous general from Zhao, which was unnecessary. The coaching profession is better learned through practice. How many places do we have to run to? After traveling all over Europe, now we are in South America. It's really too hot here. Sun Yan was okay, but Cheng Mengmeng had been staying in the hotel since the first day she got off the plane, afraid of melting the moment she stepped outside. So now only the two of them were wandering the streets. Don't rush, just feel the atmosphere here. In every street and alley, children can be seen playing football. Li Yanqing stopped a football at his feet, then exerted force, trying to kick it into a goal made of trash cans. Chapter 457. A month later. When Li Yanqing and Sun Yan were about to go out, they saw the kindly Robinson and the tearful Little Fleck. Li, it's great to see you. I've already taught this kid a lesson, but he's my only son, so please give him another chance. You can give him a few more chances. But I've already given all I can, Li Yanqing shrugged. He was actually prepared for the other party to come looking for him, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. The first half of the season wasn't even over yet. Chris and Buckler had already confided in him that Robinson knew about Little Fleck's violations at the club. But as his only son, he certainly wouldn't give up easily. From what I know of him, he doesn't actually think he was wrong. He just knows that if it continues like this, there will be no money left. Robinson didn't expect that Little Fleck had completely lost Li Yanqing's trust. Now things looked much more complicated. Little Fleck's expression changed instantly, and the lines he had prepared were stuck in his throat. They were indeed putting on a show of suffering. The good news is, I can disregard all this. Li Yanqing suddenly changed the subject. Chapter 458. Dad, I don't understand. Little Fleck couldn't comprehend why Burton had to have Li Yanqing. They had money and could find someone more expensive. Just like Huaxia hiring Lippy as head coach, it didn't matter what level the team was. As long as the money was enough, there would be no problem. And in the end, he resigned twice. Robinson clearly knew about this. These ambitious coaches were very protective of their reputation. Honestly, I really regret letting you run wild. I'm afraid we won't find a better coach than Li to replace him. As for Li Yanqing himself, he didn't know what Robinson was thinking now. Anyway, he didn't care at all. He was only focused on one thing: how to win the Champions League. It sounded like a dream, leading a team that performed terribly in the first half of the season to achieve the Champions League. Even Sun Yan felt that Li Yanqing's mental state was somewhat problematic after hearing this idea. But Li Yanqing just wanted to say that after being a head coach for so long, he had accumulated some experience. Hey, long time no see. Chapter 459. After sorting out 3 lone players, Li Yanqing returned to Burton. However, he didn't go to the club first, but went to meet Chris. Honestly, I didn't expect you to really agree to come back. Given your character, if Little Fleck hadn't been punished, there was no way you would agree. You've really changed. Chris sighed. The pay is high, the benefits are great, and there's the Champions League to play in. As for the punishment, let's not talk about that. Kevin can change because he is not actually the one in control of the club. How much money he has doesn't matter much. But Little Fleck, I don't have any hope because he is beyond saving. Li Yanqing shrugged. His views on these people had changed. Anyway, if he couldn't get used to them, he could just find another place. There were plenty of people who wanted to sign him. In any case, for the last 6 months, will you help me? The head coach position is still reserved for you. Blayford and Sun Yan are too inexperienced. I'm not used to working with them. Yins went off to be a head coach himself, and now there's only you left. Chapter 460. Li Yanqing did not immediately agree to Robinson's proposal. He needed to think about it for a while, mainly because he had finally managed to change his way of thinking, and now Robinson was throwing this at him. In fact, they were still very willing to believe in his commitment. Although the club wasn't his, all management rights were in his hands, and he wouldn't face any obstacles in doing what he wanted. The only problem was that the stadium had already begun construction, and funding might be a bit tight. However, Li Yanqing had basically completed the player development system, and he could easily cultivate a decent group of players within a season or even half a season. Relying on black market operations could also fill some of the funding needed for the stadium construction. Perhaps he could even make a profit and use it in the transfer market. This issue could be easily resolved. Chris was a bit tempted, but seeing that Li Yanqing hadn't agreed, he didn't agree either. His attitude was very clear. As long as Li Yanqing agreed to this plan, he would come back. No. What's going on? Kevin still doesn't understand what has happened. Why is Robinson giving us shares? Even the actual control of the club? Chapter 461. Li Yanqing was not planning to make a decision yet. He could only say that Robinson was indeed very sincere this time. Chris also decided to return to be his assistant coach for this reason. As for whether to agree or not, it would depend on the situation at the end of the season. The main point is Robinson's attitude at that time. Anyway, his contract is only for half a year, and he will never renew it early. No matter what, now he can slightly focus his mind on the team. It's been a while since he worked, so he's a bit unaccustomed. First of all, Chris, Blyford, Chung Ming, and Sun Yan make enough staff for the coaching team, so there's no need to find more people. As for players, Li Yanqing has already borrowed Enzo, Mkhitaryan, and Lucas through connections. Additionally, there are still Corridona, Matthias, O'Grady, the underperforming Bale, and Ian used Lee Ichuan in the team, so there are enough forwards. In midfield, there are Quinn, Enzo, Lars Bender, and the now marginal Caputin, which is barely sufficient. The defense, however, is a disaster zone. Little Fleck has sent away veterans like David Luiz and Godin. Pepe has left the team, and Araujo has actively sought a transfer. Chapter 462. While Li Yanqing was busy with the youth training team, Kevin finally got down to business. His return was clearly not just for a meeting. It was because Robinson had finally decided to build the club's scouting department and increased investment in this area. So the first thing Kevin needed to do was recruit people. He could have 4 to 5 scouts under him. And as for himself, he got an office, so he no longer needed to constantly travel around the world. However, he needed to directly coordinate with the head coach regarding scouting affairs and could stay at the club to help with some business issues. This was all within his area of expertise. But when it came to hiring, he encountered a major problem. The candidates were either inexperienced or asking for sky-high salaries. He finally understood how the old scout Fairchar felt when he took him on. Just when he was on the verge of breaking down, an unexpected person walked in. Will. This time he didn't bring beer. Instead, he was rarely wearing a suit, even if the button on his belly might pop off at any moment. Long time no see, Kevin. I heard you're recruiting scouts here. What do you think of me? My knowledge of football goes without saying, right? Chapter 463. After messing with the young players in the youth training team for a few days, Li Yanqing finally found his footing as the head coach. However, this was tough on those young guys, especially the ones who seemed most talented. Even the strongest defenders Wu and T have a high success rate when executing a 2-on-1 defense. Players who can stand firm in European football generally have solid basic qualities. If the distance is slightly widened, they can only watch their opponents easily toy with them. Successful defensive actions were few, with limited opportunities to predict passing routes and preemptively block attacks or shots, which really tested the players' experience. Clearly, the young players in the training team lacked experience. Amidst the cries of the midfield and defensive players, Li Yanqing finally chose to change the training method to small-scale offensive and defensive drills of 3v2 or 4v3. However, even though the attacking side had a numerical advantage, they couldn't execute many successful attacks due to the inferior quality compared to the defenders. Thus, Li Yanqing had to revise the plan again. Finally, through continuous adjustments, he found a balance point, 5v3. This allowed the attacking side to maintain an absolute advantage while also enabling the defenders to have a certain success rate. Chapter 464. The boss has finally returned. Hey guys, our goal is halfway achieved. Quinn grinned when he saw Chris and Chung Ming joining the coaching team. He understood what had happened. Striving to get the team into the Champions League was appealing not only to the players, but also to head coach Li Yanqing. However, what dissatisfied him was that after finally returning, why was he stuck with the youth training team? If he had come earlier to lead the first team, perhaps the team could have gained more points in the first half of the season and might have escaped the relegation zone. Responding to his thoughts was Chris. Quinn, you have to understand that a club is never built for one person. On the contrary, a club becomes great precisely because it produces excellent stars and coaches. Li's reputation has indeed spread quickly recently. I admit he has a lot of popularity, but he is not omnipotent. Chris tried to persuade Quinn to maintain a fighting spirit at all times. However, it was clearly of little use. Achieving friendly results in the Champions League while being thoroughly beaten in the league, it's no wonder the team faced the wrath of the fans. Chapter 465. On the 10th day after returning to the club, Burton finally announced on their official account that they had invited back the distinguished coach Li Yanqing, who led the team to the Premier League. He would continue to serve as the head coach for the second half of the season. They stated that his departure was one of the most serious mistakes made by the management, and then publicly announced the formal departure of the team as Ciro, Little Fleck, who was responsible for this incident. Finally, they stated that the club would select a new CEO after the end of the season. For the fans, the happiest thing was that Li Yanqing had finally returned to his position, and with his ability, there was no need to worry about the team being sent back to square one this season. Secondly, there was the choice of the new CEO. Robinson himself was no longer suitable, and with his son Little Fleck resigning, the successor would definitely be someone hired from outside. They hoped Burton could appoint a local person for this position, rather than just a businessman concerned with the team's short-term interests. After all, local fans had already been hurt for more than half a season, and many prefer to watch rugby instead of continuing to watch football. Speaking of which, the rugby here is quite good. Sometimes when the youth training team has no outstanding newcomers, it is also related to the rugby team. Chapter 466. So that is how it is, Chris suddenly realized. But neither Li Yanqing nor Ryan had experience with these matters, so they temporarily refrained from voicing their opinions. It would be great to buy the club, but if it resulted in being burdened with debt and ultimately unable to sustain it, then it wouldn't be necessary. Therefore, we really only need to solve one problem: how to find investment after acquiring ownership of the club. I have some people here, and Chris must have some as well. We can negotiate with Robinson first and then approach them. If it works out, then the club will be ours. Li Yanqing and Ryan did not respond, while Chris analyzed the success rate of this matter. A few minutes later, he raised his head with a slightly furrowed brow. I must say, Buckle, you are really a madman. Even if there's no resistance from Robinson, we still need to pull in at least $1 billion in investment. I've calculated all the club's income, added it all up, and then added so much. This means the team absolutely cannot be relegated and must go as far as possible in the Champions League. Reaching the semifinals is not enough. They must at least make it to the finals. Chapter 467. No, why are you so rich? ISNT son, Yin S family, supposed to be short on money? Aren't you relatives? Li Yanqing was still a bit taken aback. In his memory, the setting of these two didn't seem to be like this. They had known each other for several years, and in the past 6 months, they had been together every day. She had never revealed anything. He knew Cheng Mingming came from a good family, but he didn't expect her to have such a large sum of money. His family being poor is relative to mine. No matter how poor, having 3 houses in Magic City is still a thing. Cheng shrugged, wearing an expression that said he had never seen the world. Li Yanqing's mind raced, and he finally reached a conclusion. This is indeed a game for the wealthy. Now he understood why Sun Yin decisively retired while he could still play, and why Cheng Mingming could be so indifferent to others' opinions. It's simply because they are rich and willful. Thanks, if it works out, consider yourself a shareholder. Li Yanqing didn't intend to be polite. Their plan to acquire shares required at least $24 million in funds. Now, with Cheng Mingming's $30 million, it was certainly enough. Of course, she would hold the most shares, but the actual control would eventually fall to Chris or Buckler. Chapter 468. In Li Yanqing's view, neither Buckler nor Robinson was the best candidate. The best choice was Cheng Mingming. First of all, she had better resources than anyone present. Secondly, her shareholding was also the largest. She contributed $30 million, while Li Yanqing and the others combined had less than $10 million. From the 90% equity that Robinson offered, she would at least hold 40%. As for Buckler, you continue as manager and take on the role of business director. Chris, you will be the sports director. I will be the head coach, and Ryan will be responsible for all training and matches of the youth teams outside the first team. As for scouting, we will leave it to Kevin. The people present were not particularly power-hungry, so this decision was passed without issue. In fact, they were all somewhat reluctant to take on the CEO role. When Cheng Mingming received this notification with a bewildered expression, she hadn't quite processed it yet. Me, CEO? And also the nominal owner of the team? Yes, it's you. Li Yanqing patted her shoulder and repeated the appointment. We succeeded. Robinson is willing to sell us the shares. Chapter 469. Having a controllable club in the future, coaching in this environment is completely different from the previous mindset. This applies to players, coaches, and fans alike. For the players, they are now convinced that Li Yanqing cannot leave here. Even the biggest stars wouldn't dare to throw a tantrum at him. For the coaches, they can now do what they want without worrying about some ridiculous suggestions from management. For the players, it's even more special. The boss is someone they know, and the executives are also familiar, and they all hold shares, making it less likely for them to leave. The rest seems to depend on whether the team's performance can improve. At least, they now have considerable expectations for it. Yanqing did not change his previous plan. He still focused on the youth training team. In the second half of the season and in the coming years, this group of players would likely become the mainstay of the club. Ryan had already laid a solid foundation for them, but the club didn't have time for them to grow slowly. However, that's okay. Once that kid Na Wei comes back, their training pace will accelerate further. Yanqing had arranged training for them before. It's worth mentioning that in this training format of many against few, both defensive and offensive players were rapidly improving. Chapter 470. Soon, the first half of the season came to an end. Burton unfortunately lost to their opponent in the last match and dropped into the relegation zone, finishing second to last. However, they successfully advanced in the Champions League. This was also because they drew one of the weakest groups. Good luck, combined with Quinn's efforts and explosive performance, led to the current situation. Now many teams must be hoping to draw them as their first opponents, representing over 80% chance of advancement. At this crucial juncture, Burton announced that Yanqing would officially return as the head coach of the first team, while Ryan would continue as the head coach of the youth team. However, the first team would go on vacation soon and would return to the club when training resumed. The newly signed players would also arrive at that time. Yanqing was supposed to solve the recruitment issues during this time, but unfortunately, the club couldn't squeeze out a single cent. This meant that even signing players on free transfers was unlikely. After all, they may not require transfer fees, but salaries still need to be paid. The only transfer budget available was allocated to the scouting department, with Kevin needing to scour the world for some very cheap young players to strengthen the youth training team. Chapter 471. A month later. It has been 2 months since Yanqing took charge of the youth training team. With Na Wei's help, the results were remarkable. The most promising player, Spink, had mastered the skills of crossing and supporting position, meeting the standards to be selected for the first team. 2 forwards had mastered short passing within a stable offensive pattern, and several defensive players had learned supporting position and interception. However, they had only learned 1 skill each, and in the last month, it's expected that more players will become qualified. In fact, they are maturing much faster than Quinn's batch of players. Unfortunately, looking at these excellent juniors, Sun Yin couldn't say he was particularly happy, only feeling bitterness. They indeed had the opportunity to be promoted to the first team, but with Yanqing unwilling to make major changes to the roster, only a few would likely remain. Most would be sold off in 1 to 2 years, and the funds would be used to fill the club's various financial gaps. Such a situation would likely continue for several years. From another perspective, there are benefits too. Staying here wouldn't provide better development, and leaving after raising their market value could be seen as a good thing.